You're the top student in the entire school, yet you've awakened the worst possible talent, leaving your sister and mother in tears. You just smile, because you see things they can't. They only see you giving up on yourself, sitting on the balcony all day staring into space, but they don't see the faint blue stream of data flowing across your retina. Ding. Mana plus 10, they only hear your sighs, but they don't hear the cold voice in your mind. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the 10th tier of the apprentice stage. Strength, 10,000 gene. Just as your mother brings you hot porridge and urges you not to give up, you suppress your vitality, which is boiling like a furnace, and say calmly, Mom, I'm going to come in first in the warrior stage assessment in a month's time. Chapter 1, Awakening of the God Tier System. Star City. The Commoner District. Inside a thatched cottage, a handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. His face was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been startled awake from a nightmare. Chun. At that moment, a gentle voice reached his ears. He looked up and saw a woman in her 40s. Her skin was still fairly smooth, but the ravages of time had left their mark on her face. Beside her stood a young woman who looked full of vitality, no more than 16 years old. She had grown into a slender, graceful figure, wearing a t-shirt on top and light blue jeans on the bottom. Brother, it's okay. You're a brilliant student. Even if you only awaken an ordinary talent, you're destined for greatness. The beautiful, youthful-looking girl spoke comfortingly. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into the man's mind. It turned out he had been reincarnated. The original owner of this body was named Shen. The middle-aged woman was his mother, named Luna, and the young woman was his sister, Snow. I never thought I'd get a second chance at life. Shen's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he had been gravely ill. His final memories were of a solemn atmosphere and the sound of his parents weeping. He had assumed he would be reincarnated, but never expected to be transported to this unique era. He now possessed a healthy body, no longer frail and sickly. Indeed, he had been named Chen in his previous life as well, sharing the exact same name as the original owner of this body. Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head as more information flooded his mind. It turned out that the original owner of this body was a high school student who consistently ranked first in his class, a true academic prodigy. In an ordinary era, such a prodigy would command respect and awe. But this was no ordinary era. No matter how outstanding his grades, he was merely a brilliant student. He would struggle to achieve great things in the future, at best landing a minor government post with limited prospects. The mainstream of this era was the warrior stage. Every powerful warrior stage was a renowned figure in their own right, a goal everyone aspired to. Warrior stages wielded supreme power and were famous throughout the land. According to Chen's memories, the talents of warrior stages could be divided into several distinct tiers: ordinary, excellent, elite, extraordinary, saint level, and god level. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone has one chance to awaken their talent. The higher the talent, the greater the potential for future achievement. Chen, however, was rather unlucky. Although he was an academic star and many believed he would awaken a powerful talent. Since academic excellence signifies exceptional intelligence, and in this era, those with high IQs are more likely to awaken formidable talents. To everyone's astonishment, he awakened only the most ordinary fire element talent. The most ordinary talent meant he would likely never reach the warrior stage in his lifetime. Although there was a glimmer of hope, it was extremely faint. Currently, he had just entered the apprentice stage, a realm nearly every awakener passes through. The apprentice stage is divided into 10 sublevels. Reaching the highest level is apprentice stage, level 10. With a common talent, the highest achievement one could realistically hope for in this lifetime was the 10th level of the apprentice stage. Only a select few could reach the warrior stage, and even that was the absolute limit. Beyond the warrior stage lie the master stage, grandmaster stage, archmaster stage, warlord stage, marquis stage, and king stage. Each of these stages is also divided into 10 sublevels. As far as Chen knows, the strongest realm is the sovereign stage, which lies above the king stage. It is said that those who reach this realm possess supreme power, much like the gods of mythology. Chen has only seen such figures on television. They are virtually unseen in reality. It is said that those who reach this realm are practically a different species from ordinary humans. With a mere flick of their wrist, they can slay vast numbers of monsters, serving as the cornerstone of Dragon Nation. That's right. Although everyone can awaken their talents and reach the warrior stage, this is also a dangerous era. With massive monster invasions, human territories have shrunk by half. It was only then that the human race began to awaken various talents. Through the efforts of countless ancestors, they built wall after wall, successfully holding back the monsters. However, every generation has its own mission. Although our ancestors built walls to fend off the monsters are endless and could breach the walls at any moment. Every warrior stage must slay monsters and grow stronger through these trials. Only in this way can the legacy be passed down from generation to generation, giving rise to more powerful warrior stages capable of fending off the monsters outside and protecting the human race. Therefore, once one becomes a warrior stage, they must be strong to survive, otherwise, they will be torn in two by the monsters and reduced to a cold corpse. Statistics show that the mortality rate for warrior stages on their first frontline training mission exceeds 70%. Yet no one can turn back. If they do not grow stronger, one day, powerful monsters will breach the city walls, and then their loved ones and friends will be torn apart by the monsters. Only by becoming strong can one protect everything they hold dear. Even with such a high mortality rate, not a single warrior stage will retreat. Of course, while every warrior stage member goes out to train and fend off monsters, those with higher natural talent actually go out later. That is why the warrior stage assessment was established. Those who fail the assessment are immediately sent to the front lines to fight the monsters, where they are highly likely to become cannon fodder. However, once they pass the assessment, they gain access to more cultivation resources and may even join the 10 Great Guilds. The 10 Great Guilds are equivalent to the top-tier universities Chen attended before his transmigration. They cultivate only the very best warrior stages. It is said that each of these 10 Great Guilds has produced several sovereign stages, which is why they are so renowned. The 10 Great Guilds are the place every warrior stage fighter dreams of joining. They are also where humanity's most abundant resources are concentrated. Once admitted to the 10 Great Guilds, one experiences explosive growth. The stronger one's talent, the more staggering the progress. Of course, for Chen, the 10 Great Guilds remain a distant, if not impossible, goal. This is because the 10 Great Guilds almost exclusively recruit those with elite level talent or higher, and their attrition rate is staggering. Out of 10 elites, perhaps only one can join the 10 Great Guilds. Therefore, joining the 10 Great Guilds is a meteoric rise for anyone. Even their families are protected and relocated to the elite districts governed by the 10 Great Guilds. That is the safest place. Even if monsters breach the city walls, the powerful members of the 10 Great Guilds will hold them off and slay them. The slums, however, do not enjoy this protection. Located near the city walls, the commoners are the first to suffer. If a monster breaks through, it's impossible to know how many will die as a result. Over the years, Chen has witnessed this firsthand. A terrifying giant bird monster tore through the walls and devoured hundreds of people on the spot. Fortunately, a powerful warrior reacted in time to slay it, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, given his current talent, he was practically guaranteed to be cannon fodder, so Chen was feeling absolutely miserable right now. After all, he had just arrived in this world. If he failed the assessment in a month's time, he would most likely die again. So what was the point of coming here in the first place? Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully awakened a god-tier system. The host only needs to bask in the sun to grow stronger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out in Chen's mind, like a robot whispering in his ear. Chapter 2, Solar Body, Mythic Talent. Bro, what are you spacing out about? Although Snow was young, she had already blossomed into a slender, graceful young woman with a pair of long, shapely legs. Seeing that Chen had been silent for a while, seemingly lost in thought, she finally asked. Right now, Chen was the biggest worry for the whole family. Ever since her older brother returned from his aptitude test, he hadn't even opened a book. He locked himself in his room for 3 days, refusing to eat or drink. The whole family was afraid something might happen to Chen. Yeah, even if Chen doesn't have a talent for martial arts, as long as he is good at studying, he'll still have other options. I've heard that some students with exceptional academic ability are scouted by special agencies to work for them. They might even avoid having to go to the front lines to kill monsters. Although Luna was in her 40s, traces of her youth were still visible. She hadn't gained weight, and one could imagine she had been a great beauty in her younger days. In truth, she said all this mainly to give her son a glimmer of hope. She knew that awakening a common talent was a massive blow to her son, especially since he was a genius, albeit only in academics. People like him have their pride, having had a smooth path all along. Suddenly facing such a huge setback could drive someone with low resilience to the brink of madness. Yet at that moment, Chen's eyes sparkled with wild joy. The system had awakened. This was his cheat code, the very foundation of his future strength. So what if it's just a common talent? With the system at his disposal, even the most ordinary talent would still allow him to stand at the pinnacle of the warrior stage one day. Mom, Snow, don't worry. I understand all of this. A smile spread across Chen's face. He seemed truly at peace. That's good. You haven't eaten in days. I've warmed up some porridge for you outside. I'll go get it right now. Immediately, Luna walked out the door. Her footsteps faded into the distance, but she returned shortly after, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge. Following Luna inside was a man with a black beard. He was dressed in black casual clothes and reeked of cigarette smoke. Chen looked at the man and recognized him as his father, Lu. I'm glad you've come to your senses. Even if you can't reach the warrior stage, it's no big deal. Just go to the front lines for a while and come back. One tea, you still be able to live comfortably? Lu said with a chuckle. He didn't know how to comfort people and was usually a man of few words. If you don't know how to speak, just keep quiet. Don't come here and cause trouble. Luna glared at Lu, signaling him to leave immediately. Her son had finally managed to calm down. All right, I'll go right now. Lu walked out helplessly. His standing in the family was plain to see. After finishing a bowl of preserved egg and lean pork congee, Chen felt his strength returning throughout his body. Mother, I'd like another bowl. Chen handed her the bowl. A smile spread across Luna's face. Her son was finally willing to eat. It seemed he'd gone too long without food, and everything tasted delicious to him now. Brother, Snow suddenly stood up. Actually, natural talent doesn't determine everything. Even someone with common talent can reach the warrior stage. It just takes hard work. Chen looked up at his sister, a hint of worry in his eyes. She probably thought he was just putting on a brave face. I know. Chen nodded, his mind completely at peace. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the newbie starter pack. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Activate! Chen silently chanted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the solar body. A legendary physique capable of absorbing the sun goddess fire, able to control all forms of fire, and capable of reducing any enemy to ashes. It surpasses divine talent and can be called mythic talent. This prompt appeared in Chen's mind. A smile spread across Chen's face. He had always believed that divine talent was the strongest talent known to him, but he never imagined there was a mythic talent that surpassed it. Sure enough, with this game-changing advantage, all difficulties seemed to melt away effortlessly. Just then, Luna brought in another bowl of porridge. Chen wolfed it down, feeling his body fill with energy, ready to go out and soak up the sun. Chen slipped on the slippers lying on the floor and walked out onto the balcony. Golden sunlight was streaming down onto the balcony, bathing the ground in a warm, golden glow. Chen grabbed a small stool, sat down on the balcony, and basked in the warm sunlight. Ding! Mana plus 10. A massive amount of mana began to accumulate, and Chen felt his mood lift even further. After awakening his solar body, Chen felt a warm glow throughout his entire body, as if he had an endless supply of strength. Especially after basking in the sun, it felt as though he was absorbing the sunlight itself, transforming it into pure energy within his body. Chen slowly closed his eyes. To his surprise, a faint heat was rising from every part of his body, as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. He could feel every inch of his muscles changing, as if they were being scorched by fire. But his strength was also constantly growing. This sensation was particularly distinct. Chen turned his attention to the attribute panel within his mind. Host, Chen. Realm, Apprentice Stage, Level 1 Upgradable. Martial Art, Rolling Boulder Skill. Mana, 100 increasing. Can I advance my realm with just 100 mana? Chen chose to advance without hesitation. His mana was rapidly depleted, and immediately afterward, Chen felt a surge coursing through his muscles. It felt as though every single cell in his body had come alive. His aura instantly grew more powerful, and his vitality surged dozens of times over in an instant. He had leaped from the first tier of the apprentice stage all the way to the fourth tier, breaking through 3 minor tiers in one go. Chen tested his strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Normally, the first tier of the apprentice stage only granted about 100 gene of strength. But now, Chen felt his strength was boundless, having at least increased tenfold. I'm afraid my strength has now reached 3000 gene. Chen clenched his fist. He could feel that most of the muscles in his body had been unlocked, as if they had awakened, which was why his strength had grown so rapidly. However, Chen didn't test his strength here after all. This was his home, and accidentally causing damage would be a problem. After the breakthrough, however, Chen felt as if he'd been reborn. He was full of energy, and even his eyesight had improved. He could see figures clearly from dozens of meters away. The warrior stage really is the mainstream of this era. Chen stretched his limbs, feeling extremely confident. Even in his current state, he was highly likely to be able to go out through the city gates to slay monsters and return safely to the city. With these thoughts in mind, Chen went to the bathroom, gave himself a quick wipe down, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and returned to the balcony to soak up the sun. Chapter 3: Breaking Through the Warrior Stage, Vitality Like a Dragon. Chen's behavior struck Luna as odd. They had assumed that once their son had come to his senses, the first thing he'd do would be to study. Instead, their son had gone out to the balcony to soak up the sun, seemingly showing no interest in studying whatsoever. Has my brother given up on himself? Snow muttered. That was the only explanation she could come up with. Nothing else could account for Chen's unusual behavior. After all, Chen was usually a total homebody. While others stayed in to play video games, he stayed in to study. He rarely saw the sun unless he went out, let alone actively went out to the balcony to soak it up. Ah! It's fine if he has given up. Studying hard still offers a path forward, Lu sighed, though a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. In his youth, he'd gone to the battlefield to slay monsters himself. He knew how incredibly dangerous the outside world was. The slightest misstep could mean dying on the battlefield. He'd barely escaped with his life and made it back, which was only then that he was able to start a family. So his only hope now was that his son would manage to return alive from the battlefield. Let us go see Chen. The worry in Luna's eyes was plain to see. She certainly didn't want her son to die in battle. The two of them then approached Chen. Chen, the assessment is only a month away. Even if you've stopped studying now, you still need to train hard. The battlefield is far too dangerous. Luna was the most worried about Chen. If she had a choice, she would never let her son go to the battlefield to fight monsters on the front lines. But in this era, she had no other choice. Anyone who wanted to reach the warrior stage had to go to the front lines. It was only a matter of time. That's right. Lu stood beside Luna and nodded. You must have enough strength to go to the battlefield. I hope you come back safely. Chen looked at his parents in this life, and a warm feeling welled up inside him. His parents in this life were gradually beginning to overlap with the parents he had known before his journey through time. Since I've successfully crossed over, I should treat them as my own biological parents. Chen suspected that the original owner of this body had likely died after suffering a severe blow, and that he had merely fused with the memories of that person's life. Since he had taken control of this body, he naturally had to fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm fine, and I won't be going to the front lines in a month. I'll pass the warrior stage assessment. Chen said confidently. At that moment, the mana within his body was still steadily increasing. It looked like it was about to reach 200 mana. Are you really okay? Luna still looked a bit worried. I'm really fine. You two go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I'm just going to soak up some sun. Chen seemed a bit impatient, a demeanor he adopted by drawing on the original hostess memories. All right. Luna had no choice but to leave the balcony, leaving Chen alone there. Breakthrough! Chen silently chanted in his mind. The 200 mana was rapidly consumed, and Chen advanced 2 minor realms once again. To think that in just half a day, he had broken through 5 minor realms. If word of this got out, who knows how many people it would shock. Even a divine talent couldn't match such a terrifying cultivation speed. As his realm rose, Chen's vitality grew stronger once more. He could feel every inch of his muscles becoming scorching hot. The development of his body had reached an even deeper level. Subsequently, Chen's breathing adjusted continuously in a peculiar rhythm. At this moment, he felt as though a massive furnace were blazing fiercely within his body. His strength surged once more, increasing several-fold in an instant. The contours of his muscles became strikingly defined, and when Chen looked inward, he saw a new line of numbers appear on the interface. Host, Chen. Rank, Apprentice Stage, 6th Tier Strength, 5000 Gene. Martial Art, Rolling Boulder Skill. Mana, 0 increasing. With such a terrifying surge in power, Chen felt an unparalleled sense of strength. Of course, he knew this was an illusion brought on by his rapidly increasing power. However, he had now far surpassed the average apprentice stage 6th tier practitioner. His strength was on an entirely different level. It was said that reaching 5000 gene of strength required breaking through to the 10th level of the apprentice stage, yet he had shattered that rule. The solar body was truly formidable. Now, with a mere thought, golden flames would appear in the palm of his hand, radiating an astonishing heat. Strength was only one aspect. The elemental power controlled by the solar body was also a terrifying weapon. Thinking of this, Chen stretched lazily, then settled back into his chair to bask in the sun. The day passed quickly. The golden sun sank in the distance, leaving the sky ablaze with the afterglow of sunset. Dusk had fallen, and the sunlight was gradually fading. By now, Chen had successfully gathered 300 mana points, and a breakthrough prompt appeared behind his apprentice stage level 6. I wonder what kind of boost I'll get once I enter the warrior stage. Chen could vaguely sense that once he broke through to the warrior stage, it would likely be a whole new world. However, since the sun had set, he would most likely only be able to advance to the 8th level of the apprentice stage. The warrior stage would have to wait a while longer. But as his power grew stronger with each breakthrough, Chen also wanted to go out and test it. Chen left the balcony and said goodbye to Luna. Mom, my classmate invited me out for dinner today, so I won't be eating at home. Chen slipped on his sneakers, grabbed his phone, and left, though, of course, that excuse was just something he made up on the spot. Don't stay out too late. Come back early. Luna's voice drifted from the kitchen. Chen opened the front door and stepped out, making his way to a nearby park. Perhaps because it was mealtime, the park was nearly empty. Chen found a spot to sit down and silently chanted to himself. Breakthrough. 300 mana was rapidly consumed. Chen could feel his body growing hotter and hotter. A large amount of white steam rose from his head, just like a cooked shrimp. Chen's body also began to tremble slightly. He could feel a surge of heat racing through his entire body, constantly washing over his frame. Chen remained seated, his breath becoming deep and steady. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce gleam flashing in his gaze. He had broken through to the 8th level of the apprentice stage. At this moment, the power within him had reached 8000 gene. Such power was already infinitely close to the warrior stage. And yet, he was still at the 8th level of the apprentice stage. There was still immense potential left. Chen casually threw a punch, causing a sonic boom to rip through the air. It seemed he had even shattered the air itself. The vitality surging through Chen's body had become terrifyingly powerful, resembling a true dragon. Chen was brimming with confidence for the upcoming warrior stage assessment in a month's time. He was destined to make a stunning debut. Quest triggered, rank first in the warrior stage assessment to double mana gained from sunbathing. The system's voice echoed in Chen's mind. Chen's expression remained calm, yet his heart brimmed with confidence as he declared, "First place in the warrior stage assessment, it's mine." Next, Chen decided to test just how powerful this 8,000 gene strength truly was. Naturally, the best place to test his strength was outside the city. Light as a swallow, Chen walked toward the city gates. Chapter 4, Instantly Slaying Monsters, The Might of Martial Arts. The night was as cool as water. Chen successfully left Star City and arrived outside the city gates. No one stopped him along the way. Everyone knew that monsters ran rampant beyond the city gates. Without a certain level of strength, no one would choose to leave the city and court death. The sky was somewhat gloomy at that moment, and a series of chilly, cold winds blew from all around. Chen walked forward calmly, entering a dense forest where few people ventured. Rustle! Suddenly, a sound came from the foliage ahead. Chen stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes, gazing in the direction where the plants were swaying. Moments later, a massive black wolf, as large as a calf, emerged from the woods. The black wolf's eyes were bloodshot as it fixed its gaze on Chen. Glistening drool kept trickling from the corners of its mouth. This was a monster. Outside the city walls, nearly all animals had mutated into monsters. Seeing the black wolf, Chen showed no surprise and remained completely calm. It was merely a level 1 monster. It corresponded only to the apprentice stage after all. He wasn't too far from the city walls yet. The black wolf saw Chen as a dinner served right to it. Roar! The giant wolf roared, vanished from its spot, and lunged toward Chen, a wave of bloodlust sweeping toward him. Sure, Jian didn't dodge or flinch, he simply slammed a fist backward. Boom! The immense force shattered the black wolf's head in one blow. The headless corpse plummeted to the ground, and Chen's hands were splattered with blood. Killing a monster for the first time would normally terrify anyone, but Chen felt remarkably calm. According to the records, every monster was utterly terrifying, but in the face of absolute power, these monsters were practically as insignificant as ants. Chen pulled out a tissue, wiped the blood from his fist, and looked down at the headless corpse on the ground, a smile spreading across his face. Monsters are nothing special. Of course, this was also because the monster he faced was too weak after all. This wasn't the real front lines yet. I only used half my strength just now, and that should have been enough to blow this monster to pieces. Chen felt he had gone a bit overboard just now after all. It was his first time fighting a monster, and he hadn't held back at all. He was very satisfied with his immense power. He hadn't used any martial arts techniques just now. He relied purely on his physical strength. If he used his martial arts, the power would have been even greater. Just then. Ding dong! Ding dong! His phone suddenly rang. Chen pulled out his phone and looked at the caller ID, which read Best Buddy. Hung. That was his best friend's name. The two were extremely close. They sat at the same desk and were as close as brothers. Whenever they had free time, they'd head to the internet cafe, where they were known as the Internet Cafe Duo and the Terror of the Rift. Chen pressed the green button to answer the call. Chen, how have you been lately? A concerned voice asked from the other end. I'm fine. Chen replied casually. You sound in good spirits. Looks like you've come to terms with things. Where are you now? Want to come play? Tonight, I, Prince Xiao, am treating. We're 1 man short for a 5-man squad. No. Chen flatly refused, thinking his best friend's logic was a bit off. Fine, never mind. Just glad to know you're okay. I'm off to battle in the rift. Hit me up if anything comes up. Bye. The other person hung up almost immediately. Meanwhile, First High School. In an office, an elderly man holding a thermos sat in his chair sipping tea. Surrounding him were several middle-aged men and women, all teachers at the school. The white-haired elder holding the thermos was the principal of First High School. You all know the results of this assessment. This year, First High School has no outstanding warrior stage talents. The highest we've got is an elite level wind talent. The principal took a sip of tea and spoke with a serious expression. The teachers around him bowed their heads slightly, clearly feeling a sense of shame. First High School was renowned in the area, arguably the best school, yet this year's class lacked a single top-tier talent, allowing Third High School to steal the spotlight. Ah! I had my eye on Chen. His academic performance was so strong I truly believed he would awaken a powerful talent with the potential to reach the extraordinary tier. Unfortunately, it's just an ordinary fire element talent. What a pity! A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sighed. He was Chen's homeroom teacher and had placed high hopes on Chen. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The other teachers also wore expressions of sympathy. In their collective understanding, the stronger one's academic ability, the greater their comprehension, and the higher the likelihood of awakening a powerful talent. They never imagined the outcome would be so hard to accept. Enough of this nonsense. This year, I plan to apply to higher authorities to expand our enrollment. I hope all of you teachers will work hard so that First High School can uncover top-tier warrior stage geniuses next year. The principal addressed the group with these words. The teachers were used to this, as it wasn't the first time the principal had said such things, but the chances of success were slim. Moreover, without looking at academic performance, it was impossible to distinguish between geniuses and ordinary warrior stage students until the day of their awakening. Even expanding enrollment wouldn't help. Principal, I heard that the front runner for first place in this warrior stage assessment is reportedly from Third High School. They've awakened an elite-level extreme cold talent and are very likely to reach the late warrior stage before the assessment. Is this true? A female teacher with a striking figure asked. She was well connected and had received the news in advance. The principal gave a wry smile and said, Third High School has been lucky this year. They've produced several rare talents, and even a promising young talent who has a shot at reaching the Archmaster stage. Whoa! The teachers around him instantly gasped in astonishment, then their faces lit up with envy. With such a genius emerging from Third High, the school would gain access to more cultivation resources in the future. It was even possible that they might one day replace First High's position, who knows? After all, in this era, might makes right. Even among rare talents, there are tiers. There is a gap between the most ordinary rare talents and the very best. And the extreme cold talent is the pinnacle of rare talents in some respects, it can even rival the supernatural. 15 years ago, First High School gained a top-tier lightning talent who joined one of the 10 great guilds and has since reached the Archmaster stage. That is why First High School firmly holds the top spot in Star City. Meanwhile, Chen was preparing to practice the F-rank martial art, the rolling boulder skill. F-rank martial arts correspond to the apprentice stage. Chen should have been practicing a higher-level martial art, specifically an E-rank martial art. Unfortunately, since he hadn't yet passed the assessment, Chen, as a commoner, was still unable to obtain an E-rank martial art. So he had no choice but to settle for the next best option. As for D-rank martial arts, they correspond to the master stage, C-rank martial arts correspond to the grandmaster stage, and so on. There are 5 additional ranks, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Chen learned that the highest-ranking martial art is the SSS rank martial art. It is said that only those at the sovereign stage can unleash the full power of such a martial art. However, all of this remains a distant prospect for Chen. Having built a robust physique, Chen began cultivating the rolling boulder skill and found it remarkably simple. It involved channeling his internal vitality to unleash a burst of power. Upon reaching perfection, one could concentrate one's strength into a single point, using that point to penetrate the surface and destroy the opponent's life force from within. This posed little difficulty for Chen, perhaps because he was a natural scholar, or due to his solar body, and he mastered it in just a few breaths. Ha! Chen unleashed the rolling boulder skill, slamming a fist into a piece of bluestone over a meter tall. Only a shallow indentation appeared on the stone's surface, but after a few breaths, the bluestone began to crumble from within, shattering into a shower of pebbles that clattered to the ground. Chen was thoroughly satisfied with this improvement, which allowed him to unleash even greater power. What immense power! A smile spread across Chen's face, his heart brimming with pride. Simply basking in the sun had made him stronger. In just one day, he had reached the 8th level of the apprentice stage. Given enough time, he would be invincible in this world, and reaching the sovereign stage was only a matter of time. As for the monthly assessment, Chen didn't give it a second thought. With his current strength, securing first place would be a breeze, utterly effortless. Chapter 5, Apprentice Stage, 10th Tier, 10,000 Gene of Strength. After testing his immense strength, Chen left the outer city and returned to the inner city. After his outing, Chen felt his entire state of mind had changed. Originally, he had been worried about the monsters, fearing he might fail the warrior stage assessment and die on the front lines. But now, Chen's mind was as calm as still water. This was the confidence that came from possessing such formidable strength. When he returned home, the lights were still on. Chen unlocked the front door and slipped inside quietly. "Chen, you're back." Hearing the sound, Lu, who was lying on the sofa, rubbed his sleepy eyes. "Dad, are my sister and the others asleep yet?" "Yeah. Your mom told me to wait for you to come back. Now that you're here, I can finally get some proper sleep." "Got it." Father and son rarely spoke. After exchanging a few casual words, they each went to their own rooms. In Chen's memory, he had never been good at communicating with his father. Chen took a shower, then returned to his room and lay down, feeling at ease. He looked at his palm. Not a single pore was visible. It looked incredibly smooth, almost like white jade. This was the transformation brought about by reaching a higher realm. "I can't wait for the day of the warrior stage assessment." Chen closed his eyes contentedly and fell asleep almost immediately. That night, he had a pleasant dream. When he opened his eyes the next morning, it was already broad daylight outside. Chen pulled back the curtains. Sunlight bathed him, and the sound of his mana increasing soon began to echo continuously within his body. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chen sat down at the dining table, where steaming hot porridge and some red bean buns awaited him. He sat down at the table with practiced ease, took a bite of a bun, and sipped the porridge, feeling a wave of warmth wash over his stomach. One should eat steaming hot food in the morning. After finishing his meal, Chen felt his whole body perk up. He also noticed that now that his vitality had grown stronger, he could eat more. 8 red bean buns and a bowl of porridge only left him half full. Normally, he'd eat just this much in a whole day. Any more than that, and he'd be too full to eat. "Mom, cook a little extra rice for lunch," Chen called out toward the kitchen. Luna, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, quickly replied, "Okay." A smile spread across her face. She figured her son's appetite had simply returned after going without food for so many days. It's good that he can eat. The real worry is when he can't. After finishing breakfast, Chen strolled out to the balcony to soak up the sun, basking in the warm rays and feeling the mana steadily growing within him. Chen felt refreshed and invigorated. He estimated he'd reached the 10th level of the apprentice stage today, at which point his strength would increase once more. Before he knew it, Chen had spent the entire morning basking in the sun, but the mana he'd gathered wasn't enough to support his breakthrough. Chen wasn't in a hurry. His recent rate of breakthroughs had already been fast enough. "Chen, when are you planning to go back to school?" Luna asked. "Mom, I'm not going back to school until after the warrior stage exam." Chen ate the food in his bowl. Luna frowned, but her expression soon smoothed out. If he wanted to take a month off school, so be it. As long as he had his head on straight and was safe, that was all that mattered. After all, he was her only son. "I'm home." The front door swung open as Lu returned home. He'd taken the afternoon off from work today. After finishing his meal, Chen had gone back out to the balcony to soak up the sun, looking thoroughly content. Not reading, not training to outsiders, it looked like he'd given up on himself. Is the kid not going to school anymore? Hearing Luna's words, Lu felt a mix of surprise and bewilderment. After all, his son had always been exceptionally passionate about learning. He hadn't really taught him much, yet the boy consistently ranked first in his grade. But now, after his talent had awakened, he'd actually lost interest in school. This was truly a difficult situation. "Don't speak so loudly. If he doesn't want to go, so be it. Just don't let the child hear you." Luna shot Lu a glare. Lu immediately lowered his voice and said, "It's fine if he doesn't go to school. Once he comes back from the front lines, finding a good job wouldn't be a bad thing either. The couple didn't disturb Chen and went out for a walk. Just as they stepped out the door, they ran into Snow, who was returning home. "Mom and Dad. Why are you back so soon? Don't you have school?" "The school had a big cleanup today, so we got a half day off. Since I'm a day student anyway, I was planning to stay home and read. Just don't disturb your brother." "Got it." Snow took off her little black leather shoes and slipped on a pair of slippers. As she passed through the living room, she caught sight of Chen sunbathing on the balcony. Snow sighed, knowing that her brother had likely given up on himself completely. She liked reading, in part, because Chen liked to read. He set the example for her. After Luna and the others left, they happened to run into a middle-aged couple out for a walk. "Old Chen, you're out for a walk too?" "Yeah. Just strolling around after a meal to help with digestion. By the way, is Chen doing okay? I heard he awakened a common tier fire type talent. Such a shame." Lu fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Everyone in this neighborhood knew each other so well that whenever anything happened, almost everyone would find out. Living across the hall from him were the old Lu couple, though they rarely called each other by their first names. Calling them Old Chen and Old Lu felt more familiar. "Our boy isn't much of a student, but he awakened an excellent level fire type talent. It really took me by surprise." Old Lu was a middle-aged man who looked about 40. He was wearing black sweatpants and a black t-shirt, and his face was beaming with a smile. When talking about his son, he even felt a surge of pride. Originally, because their son didn't do well in school, they had assumed the talent he awakened would be nothing more than an ordinary one. Who would have thought he'd awaken an excellent level fire type talent? This made them incredibly happy. After all, both he and his wife possessed only ordinary level talents, so their son had truly surpassed his teachers. In the future, they would surely lead a better life and be able to move out of this neighborhood to a nicer one. Thinking of this, Old Lu and his wife felt particularly joyful, convinced that a bright future lay ahead. "Right now, my boy has already broken through to the 4th level of the apprentice stage. He has a good chance of breaking through to the 10th level of the apprentice stage by the time of the warrior stage assessment, and who knows, he might even have a shot at breaking through to the warrior stage itself." As Old Lu spoke of this, his face glowed with pride, and he couldn't stop rambling on. Luna could only listen from the sidelines, knowing that the Lius were showing off to them. And this wasn't the first time they said these things. They told everyone they met, so the whole neighborhood already knew. Meanwhile, on the other side, before they knew it, the sky seemed to be covered by a black veil, obscuring the stars, and everything grew dim. Chen Yan, the mana within him, had reached 500. Breakthrough. Chen silently chanted in his mind, and immediately he felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, every muscle coming alive. Chen closed his eyes, sensing the enhanced power within him, and after a long while, he opened them again. Wispy white smoke rose from Chen's body, and his skin was covered in a fresh layer of sweat. Chen immediately washed himself down and changed into a fresh set of clothes. He had successfully broken through to the 10th level of the apprentice stage, and the power within him had reached 10,000 Gina strength, already comparable to that of a true warrior stage practitioner. "I should go test my combat power." Chen stood up, opened the door, and walked out. Chapter 6, 7,000 Combat Power. As he walked along the neighborhood streets, some young people out for their evening jogs greeted him warmly. "Good evening, Chen." "Good evening." Chen smiled broadly and returned the greetings to those passing by. Most of these people were acquaintances from the neighborhood who got along well with his parents, so they would naturally say hello when they saw him. After walking for about half an hour, Chen arrived at the southern end of the neighborhood, where there was a fitness center. However, the fitness area here was different from what he'd known in his previous life. In addition to some strength training equipment, there was something even more important, a combat power testing machine. This machine featured a huge LCD screen, about 10 inches in size, which could be used to measure one's combat power. Machines for testing combat power were found all over the city, but the one in their neighborhood looked a bit worn out. It was clearly an older model. The maximum combat power that can be tested is 10,000. While that may not sound like much, you probably couldn't find a single person in the entire neighborhood who has reached 10,000 combat power. That's because those capable of reaching 10,000 combat power are all powerful warrior stage practitioners, and most of them have moved out of this neighborhood to better ones with more comprehensive cultivation resources. Chen glanced around. There weren't many people here at night after all. Most people exercised in the morning and went for a stroll in the evening. I wonder how much my actual combat power really is right now. Chen still felt a bit anxious. He took a deep breath, stepped up to the machine, channeled the power within his body into the palm of his hand, and then struck out with a palm strike. Boom! A massive impact echoed, causing the machine to tremble slightly. A line of numbers quickly lit up on the screen. 5,000. The number flashed by, and Chen's eyes lit up. Just as he expected, his combat power had reached the warrior stage level enough to handle a standard warrior stage opponent. And this was just a casual strike. He hadn't even used any martial techniques. Otherwise, the power would have been even greater. Chen was quite satisfied with this combat power. 29 days left. I'm certain I'll break through the warrior stage within that time. I just wonder how strong my combat power will be by then. Chen's gaze grew sharp. He raised his fist once more, then slowly closed his eyes as an inexplicable force began to gather within it. All the vitality within his body was mobilized. He unleashed the rolling boulder skill. This time, its power was even more terrifying as it slammed violently into the machine. Boom! The machine trembled even more violently, emitting intense fluctuations. Its original combat power of 5,000 began to rise wildly, finally stabilizing at 7,000 before stopping, rivaling the third tier of the warrior stage. Chen was thrilled. He never imagined that in just 2 days, he would go from a mere level 1 of the apprentice stage to a level rivaling the third tier of the warrior stage. Such talent surpassed even divine talent. It truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest mythic talent. The solar body has given me a huge surprise. Chen let out a soft sigh, convinced that he could now pass the warrior stage assessment with ease. Moreover, he was currently practicing only the most basic F-rank martial arts, yet the boost was already terrifying. If he were to practice higher tier E-rank level 1 martial arts, he would likely be able to easily generate 10,000 combat power. Chen was brimming with confidence for the future, his face flushed with excitement. With his current strength, he was already qualified to join an ordinary martial academy. Apart from the 10 great guilds, there were still some martial academies in the world suitable for ordinary warrior stage practitioners. As long as one contributed enough, one could still cultivate powerful martial arts. Of course, they weren't as comprehensive as the 10 great guilds, but for an ordinary warrior stage practitioner, this was still a great opportunity. After graduating from the academy, he could open his own martial arts school and improve his family's standard of living. It's important to note that even the most modest martial arts school earns in a single year what an ordinary person might earn in a lifetime. It's a world of difference. It seems I've underestimated my own combat power, or rather, I've underestimated the solar body. A faint golden hue now shimmered in Chen's pupils. A divine king's physique of this caliber could even absorb the true fire of the sun. His innate physique and mastery of elemental energy could rival that of a standard martial art. However, Chen was still completely unable to tap into the true power of the solar body. His current cultivation level was simply too low. Once he fully unlocked the solar body's potential, even without employing any martial techniques, he would likely possess unimaginable power. But that wasn't something to worry about right now. After all, one must take things one step at a time. His primary focus right now is breaking through to the warrior stage. Chen reined in his power, his aura gradually settling into calm, and prepared to leave. With his hands clasped behind his back, he set off toward his home. On his way home, Chen happened to run into a few classmates, including a couple who seemed very much in love. The two walked arm in arm. In this era, people were already discussing marriage by the time they reached high school. Most would awaken their talents during high school and then head straight to the battlefield. In fact, many people would even have children before going to war. After all, no one could guarantee they'd return safely from the front lines. So Chen was no longer surprised to see affectionate couples in this day and age, having children was actively encouraged. The legal age for marriage and childbearing had even been lowered to 16. "Chen, good evening." The students greeted Chen warmly. They had all sought his help with their studies, and Chen had patiently guided them, so they were all grateful to him. "Good evening." Chen nodded politely at them. "Chen, are you going back to school?" a girl asked. She had also awakened a common talent. She was quite pretty and wore a light blue school uniform. "Let us wait until after the warrior stage assessment," Chen said. "I'm heading home now. Bye." Chen waved to the group and continued on his way home. "Still so arrogant. You're just like us, you've awakened a common talent too." One of the male students grumbled in dissatisfaction, snorting coldly. This boy usually did poorly in school and was already jealous of Chen's good grades. Now that he saw Chen acting just like before, seemingly indifferent to them, he naturally felt resentful. Chapter 7: Shocked Classmates, Terrifying Combat Power. Chen used to be a top student, after all. "It's only natural for him to be a bit arrogant," said the pretty girl in the school uniform. "Wang Ying, I know you have a crush on Chen, so that's why you're sticking up for him." One of them called her out. Wang Ying shot the person a glance, then said no more. At that moment, the boy from the couple among the students spoke up. "If you like him, go for it. After all, once we pass this assessment and head to the front lines, it's a life or death situation. Don't leave with regrets." Wang Ying had a slender figure and delicate features, and quite a few male classmates had expressed their interest in her. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin veil between them. As long as Wang Ying was willing to take the initiative, her chances of success were quite high. "Stop giving me all these crazy ideas." The girl in the couple pinched her boyfriend's waist in annoyance. The man laughed. "I'm not just talking nonsense. The front lines are dangerous. Ordinary warrior stage warriors are nothing but cannon fodder there. I'm just stating a fact." The students around them fell silent. Most of them were 18 years old, while only a few were younger and hadn't yet awakened their talents. The majority possessed common talent, which meant they were destined to be the first to be sent to the battlefield. No one had absolute confidence that they could return alive from the front lines. After all, not everyone was like him, having awakened an excellent level talent. "Lu Ling, what cultivation level have you reached now?" a female student asked. This girl was even more beautiful than Wang Ying and was the undisputed class beauty of the school. Hearing the question from such a beauty, Lu Ling lifted his head proudly and said, "Just the 4th level of the apprentice stage. Nothing special." "That is so impressive," the class beauty exclaimed in surprise. She was still a year younger and hadn't awakened her talent yet, but she knew exactly what the 4th level of the apprentice stage meant. In other words, there was a chance he could break through to the warrior stage in a month, and by then, he might even pass the assessment. "You broke through? How come I didn't know?" Lu Ling's girlfriend was surprised, but more than that, she was delighted. She was overjoyed that her boyfriend was so talented. "I just broke through yesterday myself. My family has been providing me with some cultivation resources lately, so I'll aim to break through to the warrior stage within a month." The man ruffled his girlfriend's hair and headed toward the training grounds. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled. "It seems you're quite confident. It shouldn't be a problem. I might even break through before a month is up. My combat power has reached 1000, and with sufficient cultivation resources, the warrior stage isn't a difficult feat for me." His eyes were filled with confidence. He then glanced at his classmates, all of whom looked at him with admiration. Even the class beauty was no exception, and he felt even more smug. "Ah! It's a shame Chan only awakened a common talent. Otherwise, he might have reached the warrior stage too, given how well he does in his studies." The class beauty sighed. She actually had quite a soft spot for Chen. After all, Chen was gentle and refined. Back when they were classmates, he was the most outstanding figure in their class, often taking the stage to give speeches. Over time, everyone came to know Chen. Coupled with his consistent top ranking in the grade, everyone believed Chen was the most likely to awaken an excellent level talent or even a higher tier. Doing well in school doesn't guarantee a strong talent, it just increases the odds. It's a shame Chen didn't have that luck, Lu Ling said with a smug expression, feeling he had pulled ahead of Chen. Back then, he could only envy Chen, but now that he had awakened an uncommon talent and surpassed him, it gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Although Chen was still the center of attention, most people merely felt sorry for him, unlike Lu Ling, who was destined to pull far ahead of his classmates in the future. As for Chen, he might even die on the front lines. I'll show you all exactly how high my combat power has reached. Lu Ling walked up to the machine in front of everyone. The red light on it had gone out, indicating that someone had just used it. But Lu Ling didn't mind. He took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and struck out toward the machine. Boom! A massive force slammed into the machine, and immediately a line of numbers appeared on the screen. 1000. Apprentice stage, level 4. The class beauty's pupils contracted slightly, and an expression of envy spread across her face. The way she looked at Lu Ling had changed. Lu Ling's girlfriend, on the other hand, was particularly thrilled. Her looks were similar to Wang Ying's, both were above average, though slightly less striking than the class beauty's. But who could blame her for landing such a great guy? She and her boyfriend had been together for 3 years, sharing a deep bond. So seeing her boyfriend prove himself so capable made her feel proud as well. That's amazing, Lu Ling. It really lives up to being an excellent level talent. I wish I could awaken a talent like that someday. I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. Everyone was showering Lu Ling with praise. Even Wang Ying had developed a favorable impression of him. In this world, admiring the strong was perfectly normal. People with high talent naturally drew envy and made it easier for others to warm up to them. As for Chen, Wang Ying didn't give him much thought. Although she had once had feelings for him, she no longer felt that way now. Perhaps it was because Chen had become too ordinary, just like her, and wasn't as dazzling anymore. Or perhaps it was for some other reason. By the way, I noticed the machine was still lit up a moment ago. Someone must have taken a test here 2 or 3 minutes ago. Why don't we take a look, said Chu Wei, the class beauty. A few minutes ago, only Chen had walked past here, so it was highly likely that he was the one who had come to test it. Sure. Lu Ling had also figured this out and began tapping the machine to view the records. When he opened the records and saw the red text displayed on the screen, his entire expression froze in shock. Impossible. A look of disbelief spread across his face. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have misread it. The others crowded around as well, staring at the numbers. Everyone was stunned, their pupils contracting. 7,000. They felt as if something were stuck in their throats. What they saw before them was simply unbelievable. This was warrior stage level combat power. There had only been one person here just now, Chen. Could it be that he doesn't have a common talent? Class beauty Chu Wei considered this possibility. Otherwise, how could he possibly have reached the powerful warrior stage in just a few short days? Could it be someone other than Chen? Wang Ying speculated. But the room was deathly silent, and there was no one else here. Clearly, this guess defied common sense. I've got it. Lu Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had figured something out. What Chen actually awakened was. Chapter 8, Powerful Martial Arts. He awakened an epic talent. In Lu Ling's understanding, only an epic talent could allow someone to break through to the warrior stage in such a short time. But the moment he said it, he regretted it, because his guess was even more far-fetched. The people around him fell silent, clearly not believing this theory either. It probably isn't Chen. He really does have only an ordinary talent, and even if it were an epic talent, it's impossible to reach the warrior stage in just a few days. A student wearing glasses spoke up. He usually did well in his studies, but he was perpetually second place. The top spot was always held by Chen. His name was Zhang Wu, though he hadn't turned 18 yet and hadn't awakened his talent. If it's not Chen, then who could it be? The class beauty asked curiously. Everyone lowered their heads and thought, clearly unable to come up with a better candidate. I also don't think it's Chen. Although he does well in school, there is absolutely no way he could have awakened an epic talent. Epic talents are one in a million. Not a single person in the entire high school, or even in all of Star City, has ever awakened such a talent. Wang Ying was the one least eager to see Chen transform from a loser into a genius. After all, just recently, she'd begun to feel that Chen wasn't as dazzling as before. He was no longer her ideal boyfriend. If this really was Chen's doing, wouldn't that mean she'd misjudged him? She'd likely become the laughingstock of the entire first high school, which would be utterly humiliating. Then which warrior stage master came here to test this 7,000 combat power? Someone voiced the question on everyone's mind. But no one answered him, because no one present knew the answer. To the crowd, a warrior stage practitioner was already considered a major figure. Among this group, aside from Lu Ling, who had a chance to reach warrior stage, the rest would likely never achieve it in their lifetimes. Such is the nature of talent. The greater one's talent, the easier it is to grow stronger. If one's talent is too low, what others start with might be their own endpoint. This truth had been discovered by generations of predecessors, so everyone knew that only exceptional talent could determine a person's strength and define their status and standing. Never mind, why should we speculate here? I'll become a warrior stage sooner or later. Lu Ling was brimming with confidence. He was destined to reach the warrior stage, and might even have the chance to break through to the master stage in the future. At that moment, he seemed to radiate a dazzling light. Even the class beauty couldn't help but glance at him a few extra times. After all, excellent level talent was already considered top tier in their class. The class beauty knew she was pretty, but to a powerful warrior stage, beauty didn't amount to much. After all, there were plenty of ordinary people who were beautiful once he became a warrior stage or even a master stage. He wouldn't lack for beautiful women by his side. In this era, strength was the only truth. Lu Ling, once you become a warrior stage, don't forget about us. Right. Remember to give us a hand. Lu Ling, let me work at your martial arts academy in the future. The students around him brought up the topic and showered Lu Ling with flattery. They knew that being in the same school as Lu Ling right now was a stroke of luck. Once they graduated, their social standing would undergo a dramatic transformation. By then, Lu Ling would be a big shot, and he would likely have little to do with them anymore. No problem, don't worry. I won't forget you guys once I make it big. Lu Ling's heart brimmed with confidence. He felt the future was bright. Lu Ling's girlfriend also felt a surge of pride, but she had her worries as well. As a woman, she could sense the shifts in the expressions of the class beauties. But she knew that the class beauties weren't her biggest threat. Once they left school, Lu Ling would meet even more beautiful women and attain greater power. That would be when the biggest changes would occur. She had heard many stories of people who, after becoming powerful, abandoned their wives and children, showing no regard for them whatsoever. Do you think there is any chance Wan Long has reached the warrior stage by now? Wang Ying suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward her, finding her question rather absurd. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Wang Long possesses an elite-level fire element talent, even a powerful talent requires time to develop. At most, he has reached the 8th level of the apprentice stage. Lu Ling dismissed the idea immediately. Are you kidding me? The warrior stage isn't exactly a dime a dozen. How could anyone possibly achieve it so easily? I don't think it's possible either. I've heard that to break through to the warrior stage, one must be fully prepared and have a certain level of personal cultivation. If one's cultivation isn't sufficient and they force a breakthrough, it could even cause self-inflicted damage. Class beauty Chu Wei, whose father was a powerful master stage cultivator, understood better than most just how difficult it was to reach the warrior stage. Then this definitely wasn't caused by Chen. It must have been some powerful warrior stage practitioner passing through who wanted to test the area on a whim. The reason we didn't see anyone is simply that we couldn't detect the presence of a warrior stage master. Wang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She was the type who didn't want to see Chen doing too poorly, but didn't want him to be doing too well either. The group quickly left the area, and it fell silent once more. Meanwhile, Chen returned home, turned on the lights, lay down on the couch, and turned on the TV. Peppa Pig was playing on the screen. Chen glanced at it briefly before changing the channel. He soon found a TV series called Extreme Rush, which told the story of a fishmonger who rises to become a big shot. Chen watched a few episodes and found it quite interesting, as the boss who rose to power in the series was a powerful archmaster stage martial artist. The fight scenes looked incredibly cool. He could casually summon massive flames to wrap around himself, and his attacks were astonishingly powerful. A single palm strike could shatter a mountain peak, and a monster as big as a small hill could be torn apart by hand. What powerful martial arts! Chen watched the Archmaster stage martial arts on TV, which were infinitely more advanced than his own. Chen then began to ponder, if he wanted to increase his combat power, he would have to learn more powerful martial arts. But what channels were available to acquire them now? Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa, his mind no longer on the TV. Chapter 9: Breaking Through the Warrior Stage. He felt that his current martial arts level was still too low. The rolling boulder skill was a technique anyone could learn, so its power was naturally limited. Basically, anyone who put in the time could master it to perfection. It was the most basic of martial arts. Among F-rank martial arts, this one was probably the most ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Such a martial art couldn't fully unleash his true combat power. At most, it could boost his combat power by 2,000, not even double his current level. He knew full well that some powerful martial arts could boost combat power by dozens of times. In other words, if one possessed 5,000 combat power, they could unleash a terrifying force equivalent to 50,000 combat power. If he could master such a terrifying martial art, even at his current level, defeating a warrior stage opponent would likely be a breeze. However, Chen also knew this was merely a fantasy. Martial arts of that caliber would likely be S rank or even higher, completely beyond his reach. Moreover, one's physical constitution must reach a certain level, and one's combat power must meet the requirements. Otherwise, cultivating such extreme martial arts could easily result in one's body exploding. That is why there are strict regulations. Those below the warrior stage are only allowed to practice F-rank martial arts. Of course, there are some geniuses who can begin practicing E-rank martial arts early. But such people are, after all, few and far between. With my current combat power, even practicing E-rank martial arts shouldn't be too difficult. It's just that I simply can't afford martial arts of that level. Chen sighed. Schools do sell martial arts of this level, and some shops outside do as well, but they require a massive amount of money. He came from an ordinary family. Even if he emptied his savings, he still couldn't afford it. In fact, Chen felt deep down that even higher level D-rank martial arts were within his grasp. Moreover, it might be precisely when he was at his worst that he could unleash his true combat power. Chen turned off the TV with the remote. He had absolutely no desire to watch it now. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to obtain higher level martial arts manuals. It was driving him a little crazy. After all, having immense natural talent but lacking the corresponding powerful martial arts was simply unbearable. It was like possessing brute strength but not knowing how to use it, a complete waste of a gift. Wait, I've got it. Chen suddenly recalled the TV show he'd been watching earlier. The fishmonger's rise to power came from venturing outside the city walls to slay monsters, earning enough wealth to purchase higher-level martial arts. He hadn't paid much attention while watching. It was just casual entertainment. After all, the show's portrayal was a bit far-fetched, daring to leave the city and hunt monsters emerging from spatial rifts at just the first level of the warrior stage. Those terrifying monsters were countless times stronger than the ones he'd killed outside the city back then. Never mind the first level of the warrior stage, even some at the fourth level might not be able to escape unscathed from those monsters. However, Chen's goal wasn't to slay monsters of that caliber. Instead, he planned to target the lower level ones. Most monsters were mutated from animals. Like the giant wolf he'd encountered not long ago, they looked terrifying but acted purely on instinct. They basically used the same few moves over and over, lunging at him, so they were easy to handle. But there was a downside: these monsters weren't very valuable and didn't fetch much money. After all, even an ordinary apprentice stage cultivator could kill them. Their strength was simply too low. To be worth anything, a monster must reach the warrior stage. Even if it's just a mutated animal, once a monster reaches level 2, it becomes far more ferocious, and its strength undergoes a qualitative transformation. Maybe once I break through to the warrior stage, I can try hunting the monsters that emerge from the spatial rifts. Chen Han-ti originally planned to take on monsters of that caliber. Though the risk was high, the rewards were equally great. Yet Chen had a feeling that once he broke through to the warrior stage, his strength would undergo a complete transformation. By then, his combat power would likely surpass that of an ordinary warrior stage 4th tier fighter. It was simply unavoidable. Children from poor families have to grow up fast. His parents couldn't provide him with higher level martial arts training, so he had to rely entirely on himself. But he didn't resent his parents, nor did he resent his birth family. After all, there were far too many ordinary people in the world. It was impossible for every single one to become a powerful warrior stage. But the human race needed hope for the future and needed to keep growing its population. That was the natural course of things. As long as there were newborn babies, there would be a spark of hope, and the human race would have a brilliant future. I really wish I could break through to the warrior stage sooner. Chen got up from the sofa, poured himself a glass of water from the table, and drank it in one gulp. Although he wanted to break through as soon as possible, there was no rushing it. The sun had set, and everything had to be done slowly. Feeling a bit bored, he started scrolling through his phone and suddenly noticed a particularly eye-catching video. Exam reform: 36 cities joined the warrior stage exam. Who will be crowned champion? There was another video below it. After seeing the title, Chen couldn't help but click on it. Top 10 geniuses of the 36 cities. 10th place, Wang Yan awakened to a top-tier elite fire talent. Before the warrior stage assessment, he is certain to reach the late warrior stage. 9th place, Lu Sheng awakened to a top-tier elite ice talent, comparable to an epic talent. 1st place, Feng Changtian awakened a top-tier epic talent, comparable to a legendary talent. Seeing this news, Chen's eyes flickered, and he felt a hint of pressure. For some people, with their families possessing vast cultivation resources, coupled with the top-tier talents they've awakened, reaching the mid-warrior stage is actually quite normal. But as for Lu Sheng, he seemed to recall that Lu Shan was the top-ranked talent in this year's Star City Awakening. He hadn't expected Lu Sheng to rank only 9th among the top 10 geniuses. Truly, there are always those more talented than oneself, and the sky is not the limit. The top 10 geniuses all possess cultivation levels superior to mine, ample cultivation resources, unfathomable depths of cultivation, and corresponding powerful martial arts. Especially the first place winner. Though their exact cultivation level wasn't specified, it's highly likely they'd already reached the master stage by the time of the warrior stage assessment. But pressure breeds motivation. Though Chen knew first place wouldn't come easily, he was still full of anticipation. After all, he was a mythic talent, a gift that surpassed the talents of these others. Even though his awakening had come a bit late, he was destined to surpass them. The next day, Chen was out from dawn till dusk, and no one knew exactly what he was up to. But when he finally returned home, he was met by Luna's worried gaze. "Where have you been lately? Why do you leave so early every day and skip lunch?" Luna asked. She was still concerned about her son's condition. "Just out for a walk. I went to the buffet for lunch." Chen returned home, offered a brief explanation, and began to eat heartily. The plain white rice tasted pretty good, but Chen had a huge appetite. At the buffet that afternoon, he'd eaten enough for 6 people all by himself. Chen still remembered the shocked look in the owner's eyes as he left the restaurant. "Bro, how come you've been eating so much lately? It doesn't even seem like you're gaining any weight." His younger sister, Snow, leaned in close to Chen and said with a grin. Chen kept eating, not even glancing at Snow, and said, "You should just focus on your studies. Kids shouldn't meddle in grown-up matters." Snow rolled her eyes and said, "Humph. You're only a few years older than me." Chen ignored her and kept eating until he was full. Then, a few more days passed, 5 full days, to be exact, and after successfully accumulating 1,500 mana points, a notification finally appeared indicating he could break through. Sure enough, breaking through the warrior stage was different from before. The amount of mana required had multiplied several times over. "I wonder what level my combat power will reach after I break through." Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the changes to come. He took a deep breath and began to chant silently in his mind. Breakthrough! A massive amount of mana began to vanish from his body, and his physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 10, Back to School. Countless warm currents surged through Chen's body, and golden flames even erupted from his skin, blazing fiercely on his surface. Fortunately, he wasn't at home at that moment, but in a deserted park. Chen felt an immense surge of power welling up inside him, like a tidal wave threatening to burst forth from his body. Chen had already reached the peak of the 10th level of the apprentice stage. Now he was like a cup nearly full, filling the very last drop of space. When the cup is full, it overflows. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying surge of vitality burst forth from Chen's body, causing his robes to flutter and rustle without a breeze. Everything fell into place. He had successfully broken through, reaching the warrior stage. Chen felt a slight soreness in every muscle, but this was replaced by a terrifying surge in power. This surge felt like a complete transformation. The flames surrounding him gradually faded, and his overall strength surged tenfold. Originally, Chen possessed only 10,000 gene of combat power, but now his strength had reached a staggering 100,000. With such power, Chen felt he could kill an ordinary warrior stage practitioner with a single punch. With my current strength, even without using any martial arts techniques, I could probably hold my own against a warrior stage 4th tier expert. Chen was brimming with confidence, for his combat power had doubled from a mere 7,000, which had been barely sufficient before. Now, having surged so many times over, he was a completely different person. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Chen stretched his limbs and swung a punch forward. A piercing whistle cut through the air as his speed surged several-fold. The air itself seemed to wail as if being shattered. My raw power alone is this formidable, but unfortunately, I lack a suitable martial art. Chen had just used the rolling boulder skill, but it couldn't fully unleash his true combat power. The boost it provided was simply too minimal. The top priority is to learn a more powerful martial art. Chen felt that with a powerful martial art, he would definitely be able to match a warrior stage level 6 fighter and wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all. I remember reading on the school's official website that they teach those who awakened their talents in E-rank martial art. Although it's likely to be the most basic one among E-ranks, it's still far stronger than an F-rank martial art. Once I've mastered this martial art, hunting monsters outside the city won't be too dangerous, and then I can trade it for an even more powerful one. Having made up his mind, Chen immediately stood up. To learn a powerful martial art, he had to go out and hunt monsters to earn enough money. However, as a student, he was only allowed to go to the first tier area of the outer city, where he'd hardly see a single level 2 monster. He had to go to the second tier zone to find level 2 monsters comparable to the warrior stage. So now he needed to request a leave of absence. Only after receiving approval could he head to the second tier zone. After all, the second tier zone was already considered the front lines. As far as Chen knew, Star City was divided into roughly 4 tiers, with the final tier being the very forefront of the front lines. It was said that terrifying level 4 monsters existed there, beings comparable to the Grandmaster stage. Chen left the park and returned home first to say goodbye. "Mom, I'm heading to school. I probably won't be coming home much for a while. Are you going to live in the dorms? Do you have enough money?" "I've got enough. I'm off." Chen left home again and headed for school. He said this mainly to put his family at ease. He hadn't told his mother he was going outside the city, as she would surely worry otherwise. When Chen had traveled through time, he was already an adult, so there were certain things he still knew. Chen walked down the street and, relying on his memory, soon arrived at a bus stop. He boarded the number 8 bus, paid a few coins, and the bus sped off. There were no empty seats, so Chen stood. He looked at the people around him, men and women, young and old, and felt as if he had returned to his past life. After all, in this world, aside from the presence of monsters and the fact that some people could master elemental powers to reach the warrior stage, not much else had really changed. For instance, on the bus, students were all wearing school uniforms, their faces radiating the vitality of youth. Others were discussing their favorite celebrities, their faces lighting up with excited smiles as they spoke. Of course, there were also some female students who would occasionally glance his way. But Chen felt calm inside. After breaking through to the warrior stage, he discovered his skin had become smoother, his physique more robust, and he exuded a masculine aura. That guy is so handsome, just like my favorite celebrity. Yeah, he is so hot. Could he be a warrior stage? Probably not. Why would a warrior stage ride the bus? The female students whispered among themselves, but since Chen had broken through, his hearing had become exceptionally keen. Even when they spoke very softly, he could hear them clearly. This was one of the benefits of breaking through to the warrior stage, though, more importantly, it was due to his solar body, which provided enhancements across the board. Therefore, his breakthrough to the warrior stage was significantly different from that of an ordinary warrior stage practitioner. We arrived at Star City First High School. Passengers getting off at the next stop, please prepare to disembark. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when the announcement sounded. Chen was standing right by the door, so he walked over there. When the bus came to a stop, he stepped off smoothly. Standing on the platform, Chen looked up and saw an academy ahead, with the 4 large characters Star City First High School displayed there. He walked forward and soon entered the school grounds. The school didn't look much different from how he remembered it. After all, he'd only been gone a few days. People were still coming and going as usual, and it was currently break time. Some students were heading to the store in groups, while others stood in the hallways chatting and soaking up the sunshine. Chen quickly reached the door of Class 1, Grade 11. He glanced inside but didn't see the homeroom teacher. Chen, why didn't you tell me you were coming back to school? A slightly chubby student walked toward Chen, his eyes brimming with delight. He was wearing a blue school uniform and had a rather good-natured appearance. This was Chen's best friend, Hung. It's been ages since the Canyon duo played together. You haven't been gaming at all lately, so I was actually getting a little worried. Hung began chattering away. Chen stood by silently listening. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he simply couldn't get a word in. His best friend was a total chatterbox when they met, capable of talking non-stop. It was honestly a bit of a headache. Chen's back. Looks like he has come to terms with reality. After all, once the warrior stage assessment is over, we'll be heading to the front lines. We definitely need to come to school to study with teachers here to guide us. Our chances of surviving on the front lines are much higher. The other students in Class 1 were whispering among themselves. Most of them had average talent, and the thought of going to the front lines filled them with anxiety. Right now, they just wanted to train hard, hoping to make it back alive from the front lines. Chapter 11, Provocation. By the way, why haven't you been to school these past few days? What have you been up to? There isn't much time left before the warrior stage assessment. You've missed a few days of school. You're going to fall behind. Hong was genuinely concerned for Chen. After all, the two of them were as close as brothers. Though they weren't related by blood, after all these years together, they were closer than any blood relatives. Seeing that he finally had a chance to speak, Chen smiled slightly and was just about to open his mouth. But just then, an untimely voice cut in. Oh my, isn't this Chen the top student? A student wearing a school uniform, standing about 1.9 meters tall with a burly build, appeared in front of Chen. Although he wasn't very old, he looked like he was in his 30s. His features made him appear older than he was. You haven't been to school lately, so I thought you must have found some opportunity that would let you pass the warrior stage assessment with confidence. But judging by the look on your face, you've chickened out, haven't you? Are you afraid young Master Wang will beat you up? After all, these days, he could crush you with a single finger. His words were laced with sarcasm. He had a bone to pick with Chen. In truth, it wasn't so much that he had a major grudge against Chen himself, but rather against Wang Xiao, the wealthy young man standing behind him. Wang Xiao was Wang Long. His father was a powerful master stage cultivator, and Wang Long himself had recently awakened an elite-level talent, making him one of the most gifted students in the school. Lu Hai, nothing good ever comes out of your filthy mouth. Hung felt extremely annoyed upon hearing these words. This Lu Hai was nothing more than Wang Long's lackey, a sycophant who dared to provoke Chen even before his master had arrived. Hong, mind your own business. If you cross young Master Wang, you won't end up well. Lu Hai said. Chen, if you know what's good for you, go apologize to young Master Wang right now. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy sincerely, I'm sure he won't hold it against you. But if you're still so stubborn and dare to compete with young Master Wang over a girl, you won't even know how you died. Lu Hai sneered repeatedly, his gaze toward Chen filled with contempt. Chen's gaze remained calm. He vaguely recalled that this Lu Hai was supposedly an excellent level talent, though his impression of him wasn't particularly strong. He only remembered him as a mere lackey at Wang Long's side. Where is Wang Long? Chen asked. Is Wang Long someone you can just call by name? Lu Hai's face darkened with displeasure. He had always looked down on Chen, because aside from good grades, Chen seemed to have no other merits. But for some reason, the school beauty, Xu Xian, had taken a liking to him, even overlooking Wang Xiao. Of course, Xu Xian was also the goddess of his dreams after all. She was the most beautiful girl on campus, possessing the most outstanding poise and a formidable background. Her father was a grandmaster stage cultivator of terrifying power to them. Such a figure was like a dragon in the heavens, something to be admired but never reached. He harbored feelings for the school beauty himself, but he knew his own limitations. If she ended up with Wang Xiao, he could have accepted it, but seeing her get close to Chen made him feel particularly uneasy. He was just a poor kid, his family background wasn't even as good as his own. What gave him the right to get so close to the school beauty? He had it with that pretty boy for a long time. Don't push your luck. Before Chen could even speak, Hong couldn't stand it anymore. He clenched his fists, looking as if he was about to charge forward and start a fight. Hong, why do you insist on hanging around Chen so much? What's the point of always being his sidekick? Lu Hai was still trying to stir up trouble, deliberately saying those words. But Hong had never thought that way, so he completely ignored what the other guy said. Enough! Chen's aura turned dangerous, and the air around them seemed to freeze in that moment. Now that Chen had reached the warrior stage, he naturally exuded an inexplicable air of authority. It was his own innate presence. The surroundings fell instantly silent. Even Lu Hai felt something was off when he looked at Chen. Originally, he thought of Chen as a mere lamb. After all, Chen had awakened the most ordinary talent, while he himself had awakened an excellent tier talent, far surpassing Chen. But now, everything seemed off. He could sense that, in this moment, Chen had transformed into a ferocious tiger, radiating an extremely dangerous aura. No way, this must be a hallucination. That aura came and went just as quickly, and things soon returned to calm. Lu Hai was convinced he'd misread the situation. Chen was still nothing but a good-for-nothing. What's the matter? You're making such a racket. You're not actually thinking of fighting, are you? I could take you down with one hand. Lu Hai continued his provocation. Doing this would greatly benefit him. As long as he could beat Chen up, word of it would eventually reach young Master Wang, and then he might just earn the other's favor. As the saying goes, people climb to higher ground while water flows downward. Using Chen as a stepping stone, that was his plan. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Chen had already awakened a terrifying talent, one that was unprecedented in the entire history of the human race. Moreover, with his current warrior stage cultivation, if it came down to a life or death battle, Chen could crush Lu Hai with a single hand. Chen could sense that Lu Hai was currently only at around the 5th level of the apprentice stage, and his vitality wasn't particularly strong. Oh, right, there is something I forgot to tell you. Xu Xian has also awakened her talent. She has an elite level wind talent. She is destined to reach the Grandmaster stage one day, so the gap between you will only grow wider. Lu Hai let out a sinister chuckle and said this deliberately. He was deliberately trying to demoralize Chen and throw him off balance. Xu Xian. Chen recalled the girl from his memories, a woman with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, exquisitely made up, beautiful and captivating, like a flower blooming in spring. She also gave off an aura of purity, untainted by the world. She was the school beauty of their entire first high school. Whether in appearance, poise, strength, or academic performance, she was among the very best. If he were merely a common talent, he might truly have no future connection with Chu Xin. Unfortunately, things were different now. He had awakened to a legendary talent. However, Chen remained calm. Although Chu Xin was beautiful, he didn't feel much for her. After all, he was a transmigrator. He merely possessed the memories, but he was no longer the Chen of the past. The Chen of today just wanted to become stronger. As for the school beauty and all that, let it blow away with the wind. Becoming stronger was his only goal. Lu Hai, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Hong was furious, looking as if he was ready to fight. Chen's gaze fell on Lu Hai, gradually turning icy. Since the other guy was provoking him like this, even if he couldn't kill him, he could still teach him a profound lesson. Oh my, I'm so scared. Why don't you two just come at me together? Lu Hai said with feigned fear, though in reality, he just wanted Chen and the others to make the first move. What are you guys doing here? Just then, a woman with long hair cascading down her shoulders walked over. Her face was flawless, as delicate as a porcelain doll, and she wore a red bracelet on her wrist that looked extremely expensive at first glance. Chapter 12, Practical Training. Chu Xin. Lu Hai's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the woman who had suddenly appeared. Although he dared to mock Chen, he didn't dare mock the woman before him, because she was the woman Wang Xiao had vowed to pursue. Moreover, Chu Xin was a prodigy herself, having awakened an elite-level talent. She didn't even need to attend school. After all, her family's legacy included far more powerful martial arts, while what was taught at school was merely the most basic training. We were just having a casual chat? Lu Hai forced a smile. A casual chat? Chu Xin furrowed her brows. But what I just heard wasn't exactly a casual chat. Lu Hai's expression shifted slightly. He knew Chu Xin had likely heard everything. Go back to your class too. Don't stay here. Chu Xin said coldly, her tone as icy as a 1,000-year-old glacier. Lu Hai's face darkened, but he didn't dare take his frustration out on the school's most beautiful girl. Instead, he turned to Chen and said, Chen, just you wait. During practical class, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Then he turned and left, returning to class 2. When is practical class? Chen asked Hong beside him. Originally, there were only lectures and no practical classes, but now that their talents had awakened, it might be a newly added course. It's the class at 2 p.m. We can exchange ideas and spar with each other. Hong informed him. Chen nodded and said, all right, I got it. Since that Lu Hai was so reckless and wanted to ask for a beating, Chen didn't mind teaching him a lesson during the practical class. Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained impassive. To outsiders, however, it looked as though Chen was scared. It's over. Chen has offended Bangs. He won't let him off easily during the practical class. Although Bangs has awakened a decent talent, he is petty and holds grudges. It looks like Chen is in trouble. Actually, he could have just held his tongue and let it go. But Chen's temper is still just as hot-headed as ever. The students of Class 1 were buzzing with speculation, all convinced that Chen was in for a world of trouble. Practical training was no joke. Once a fight broke out, injuries were par for the course. In severe cases, broken bones were a real possibility. Chu Xin, thanks for your help earlier. Chen thanked her. No problem. Just be careful of Lu Hai later. He is a petty person, but his martial arts cultivation is probably much stronger than yours. He'll likely pick a fight on purpose, so you need to be mentally prepared. If it gets too bad, you can always skip the practical class. Chu Xin looked at Chen and offered some words of concern. She even began to recall how they had met a year ago. She had always held the top spot in their grade, but later Chen surpassed her, leaving her as the perpetual runner-up. Her grades consistently lagged behind Chen's, and since she was quite competitive, she kept working to improve her own performance, even going so far as to seek Chen's guidance. That's how they got to know each other. She also began to realize that although Chen was usually quiet, he was truly brilliant when it came to academics. He could come up with multiple solutions for a single problem, and she felt ashamed of her own shortcomings in comparison. She had originally thought that Chen would also awaken a powerful talent and stand alongside her at the pinnacle, but fate had other plans. To her shock, Chen had awakened the lowest tier talent, placing them in completely different worlds. I understand. I'll be careful. Though Chen said this, he didn't care in the slightest. There were some truths he didn't need to share with others. Even if he did, they might not believe him anyway, so why waste his breath? Chen, even if you're a common talent, with hard work and cultivation, you could still become a powerful warrior stage. You've got to keep at it. A smile graced Chu Xin's beautiful, captivating face, making her appear ethereal and otherworldly. For a moment, everyone around them was mesmerized. Even Chen was taken aback, struck by her stunning beauty. It felt like watching the first rays of dawn break over the horizon. I will. Chen nodded slightly. Then Chu Xin turned and walked away, leaving everyone with a beautiful view of her back. Chen watched the direction she had gone, his heart completely still, as calm as a pond. Chu Xin left the area and, after rounding a corner, sighed. She then turned to glance back in Chen's direction, her heart filled with regret. If only you had awakened an elite-level talent, that would have been so wonderful. A hint of disappointment flickered in Chu Xin's beautiful eyes. She had originally harbored strong feelings for Chen, but she understood all too well that in this era, talent determined everything. Without exceptional talent, they were destined never to be together. A powerful warrior stage practitioner would most likely marry another powerful warrior stage practitioner. Such a union of equals would produce offspring capable of inheriting their formidable talents, ensuring the family's continued prosperity and glory. Therefore, there was absolutely no possibility between her and Chen now. If they met again in the future, they would likely have to treat each other as strangers. This was the last time she would help Chen Shiwun Ti intervene again in the future, because the gap between their levels would only grow wider. Moreover, Chen's chances of surviving on the battlefield this time were extremely low. He was already a common talent, and to make matters worse, he hadn't been coming to school for days and hadn't been studying martial arts. Without guidance, the time he has wasted will make his chances of surviving on the front lines extremely slim. This is a cruel era. After awakening one's talent, if you don't make yourself strong, you'll either die on the battlefield or be reduced to an ordinary person. And ordinary people are the most vulnerable in this era. Once monsters invade, they're the first to suffer. This is the last time I'll help you, Chen. I hope you manage to survive once you're on the front lines, even if you end up living an unremarkable life afterward. Chu Xin withdrew her gaze and turned away completely. Chen, the school's top beauty, just glanced this way. Looks like she still has feelings for you. Hung said jokingly. In his view, Chen and the campus queen were a perfect match, a heavenly couple. He truly hoped the two of them would end up together. Don't joke like that. Chen was at a loss for words. Alright, I was just trying to lighten the mood. But the campus queen's aura is really powerful. I wonder what level of cultivation she'll reach during the apprentice stage assessment. Hong recalled the powerful vitality radiating from the school beauty, Chu Xin, when she appeared earlier, and couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Her strength had likely already reached 5,000 Jin, giving him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Chen, however, didn't feel much of anything. Yeah, she is pretty strong, Chen chuckled. Hung offered some reassurance. The rare talent that the school's top beauty, Chu Xin, has awakened is monstrous. We ordinary people can't compare. Then, changing the subject, he continued, Chen, are you confident you can handle Lu Hai? If not, maybe you shouldn't participate in the practical class. Chen shook his head and said, I'll definitely be attending the practical class. I'm curious to see what tricks Lu Hai has picked up. Seeing Chen's confident demeanor, Hung felt a twinge of doubt, but he didn't say anything more. He knew Chen was a stubborn person. Once he made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would change it. Chapter 13, Teaching Martial Arts. Class 1, Grade 11. Chen walked into the classroom. His old books were still there, though they were now covered in a layer of dust. After all, he hadn't been to school for quite some time. Chen, are you really going to take the practical course? A girl with delicate features stood before Chen. It was none other than Wang Ying. She used to think of Chen as someone out of her league, an academic prodigy with astonishing grades. But now, she felt his decision was a bit foolish. Yes. Chen glanced at Wang Ying indifferently. He remembered she was a classmate, but they hadn't had much interaction outside of class. As far as he could recall, he'd only ever helped her with her studies once. Other than that, they had no contact. You should just give it up. Lu Hai's excellent talent is far superior to yours. If you don't back down, things could end very badly for you. Wang Ying offered what seemed like well-meaning advice. Deep down, she knew just how vast the gap was between an excellent level of talent and their own ordinary talents. Take Lu Ling, for example. Last time, he already had 1000 combat power. Now, a few days later, who knows what level he has reached. He hadn't even come to school today. It was highly likely he'd broken through and needed to stabilize his cultivation. An excellent level of talent meant a future as a truly powerful warrior stage cultivator, and perhaps even the potential to reach the master stage. People like that were destined to pull far ahead of them in life. They would never walk the same path in the future. Wang Ying is right. Chen's talent isn't anything special. He is no match for Lu Hai. Lu Hai might be annoying most of the time, but after his talent awakened, he is bound to surpass many others. Plus, he is young Master Wang's right-hand man. Rumor has it that young Master Wang has a chance to break through to the mid-warrior stage during the warrior stage assessment. When it came to Lu Hai, what everyone was actually more concerned about was the figure behind him, young Master Wang, also known as Wang Long. He was one of the few elite-level talents at First High School. Such a figure was practically destined for the Grandmaster stage, a level on par with the principal himself. However, the principal of First High School was always as elusive as a dragon seen only in passing. Everyone had only seen him once at the talent awakening ceremony and hadn't laid eyes on him since. Once one reached the Grandmaster stage, they became a true heavyweight. Ordinary people had absolutely no chance of coming into contact with them. Compared to Wang Long, Lu Hai could only be considered ordinary. Pretty rough? Chen heard this and simply smiled it off. He didn't offer any further explanation, as he didn't think it was necessary. Although Wang Ying seemed concerned for him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She didn't seem genuinely concerned. It was as if she believed deep down that he was absolutely no match for Lu Hai. Wang Ying, don't say another word. Whatever decision needs to be made, Chen will handle it himself. Hung felt a bit annoyed upon hearing this. Although it was the truth, it still left a bad taste in his mouth. Hung, will the homeroom teacher be coming to class this morning? Chen asked. Hong shook his head. No, we have self-study in the morning. The formal practical lessons start in the afternoon. Now that our talents have awakened, we don't have to study this month, just train. Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed he had arrived too early today, but there was no point in going back now. Chen decided to wait until the afternoon. Just then, Chen noticed a mirror on Hong's desk. In the mirror was a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was strikingly handsome, with deep, piercing eyes that occasionally flashed with a sharp intensity. Even standing there calmly, a mere hint of his aura was enough to instill an inexplicable sense of awe. It sent a chill down one's spine, much like a frog encountering its natural predator, a fear rooted in instinct. The reason the people around him didn't sense anything now was because Chen was doing his utmost to suppress his aura. Otherwise, no one would dare approach him. His original combat power was 5,000, but now it had likely reached 50,000, a tenfold increase. He hadn't yet unleashed his full potential, and even he didn't know just how strong he truly was. My hair is getting a bit long. I should find time to get it cut. Chen thought to himself. Time passed, and soon it was 2 p.m. The group arrived at a martial arts hall on campus. The hall was spacious, divided into separate training areas, each with soft mats laid out on the floor. These areas served as practical training classrooms. Clearly, it wasn't just their class. Students from other classes were there as well. Chen and Hong found their class's designated area and walked over quickly. Everyone was waiting there, and standing in the center of them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man looked gaunt, but the vitality radiating from him felt oppressive. However, it was clear that he was holding back his aura. In this practical session, I will teach you a powerful E-rank martial art. The homeroom teacher's name was Zhang Zhenghua. He was a formidable master stage practitioner who was said to have slain countless monsters on the battlefield. Although he appeared gentle and refined behind his glasses, the vitality hidden within his body was more powerful than that of an ordinary monster. Consequently, everyone held him in high regard, though in the past, they hadn't fully grasped just how powerful he truly was. It wasn't until they awakened their talents that they realized his cultivation had actually reached the master stage. Teacher, didn't the books say that only true warrior stage practitioners can train in E-rank martial arts? Won't it be dangerous for us to practice them? Recalling the text in the books, a student raised their hand to ask. I forgot to mention this to you all. Some of the content in those books is outdated, it just hasn't been updated yet. Nowadays, even if you aren't at the true warrior stage, thanks to refinements made over generations, you can still practice E-rank martial arts, though you won't be able to unleash their full power. Zhang Zhenghua explained. Hand out these books to everyone. I'll demonstrate it for you again. Zhang Zhenghua instructed the class monitor. The class monitor immediately stood up and placed the books one by one in front of everyone. Chen opened a book and looked at the name of the martial art. Crushing palm, gather vitality into the palm of your hand. The explanation was quite detailed, but simply put, it was somewhat similar to the rolling boulder skill he had learned. However, the crushing palm could mobilize even more powerful vitality from within the body, making it far more potent. Watch closely. Zhang Zhenghua demonstrated the technique in front of everyone. He channeled a portion of his vitality into his palm, which began to glow faintly red, resembling a red-hot branding iron. Then he struck out with his palm. A violent whistling sound filled the air, and a gale swept toward the group. It was as if they were seeing a gigantic palm print smashing toward them, obscuring their entire field of vision. This was the mark of a martial arts master. Once one reached this realm, every movement carried a terrifying aura of power. That massive palm print from just now was, in fact, merely an illusion. Chapter 14, Sparring. Holy shit, that's way too strong. Hong exclaimed in shock. He looked at the book in his hands, his heart brimming with anticipation, eager to master this martial art immediately. The other students were also fired up, beginning to study it intently. The more they mastered it, the greater their chances of surviving on the battlefield in the future. Chen, however, simply closed the book at that moment, because he had already fully mastered it. This martial art was difficult for others, but for him, it posed no challenge at all. Just then, a teacher suddenly hurried in through the door. It was a female teacher. Though she was 40, she still looked quite charming. Zhang Zhenghua, I need to ask a favor. I have some things to attend to today. Could you cover the practical class for Class 2 for me? The female teacher was the homeroom teacher for Class 2, but Chen didn't know her name. Sure. Zhang Zhenghua nodded, and soon the students from Class 2 poured in, among them Lu Hai. As Lu Hai entered, he shot Chen a cold glance and flashed a defiant smile. He even opened his mouth, though no sound came out, and from his gesture, it was clear he was deliberately cursing at Chen, trying to provoke him. But Chen didn't even glance at Lu Hai. In his eyes, Lu Hai was nothing more than a nobody. He didn't give him a second thought. Today's practical class I'll teach you. Zhang Zhenghua resorted to his usual routine. He had the Class 2 monitor distribute the books, then demonstrated the technique in front of everyone. The students of Class 2 were equally stunned and began earnestly practicing this crushing palm technique. However, martial arts of this caliber weren't easy to master. Many furrowed their brows, finding it difficult to get the hang of it. Yet some wore confident expressions as they began to deeply contemplate the technique. An hour passed quickly. Zhang Zhenghua scanned the room and then called out, "Anyone want to come up and demonstrate? Come spar with me." This was a rare opportunity. Most people rarely got a chance like this. I haven't even mastered the basics yet, otherwise I'd love to be your sparring partner. Hong sighed. He felt he was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through, yet that final hurdle remained insurmountable.
Lu Ling isn't here, so Lu Hai, you come up.
In the end, Zhang Jinghua called up someone with an excellent talent rating. Only such individuals had a chance of reaching the entry-level mastery of the collapsing palm. For everyone else, it was nearly impossible.
All right. Lu Hai stepped forward with a look of pride, ready to demonstrate.
He was overjoyed. This was a chance to spar with a master stage practitioner and receive one-on-one guidance. For him, it was a golden opportunity.
Uncommon talents really have it good. They get to go up every time.
If anyone is to blame, it's our own low-tier awakened talents. The students below murmured among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy and for some, even a touch of jealousy.
Teacher, may I go up and demonstrate?
Suddenly, Chen raised his hand and spoke. This scene left everyone stunned, finding it hard to believe.
Everyone knew Chen, but it had only been an hour. How could he possibly have mastered the crushing palm by now? And he actually dared to go up and demonstrate? Wasn't he that just asking for trouble?
The people around him began to whisper, but Chen didn't care in the slightest about what others thought, because he had already mastered this martial art long ago. However, this time, he wasn't trying to show off. Rather, he wanted to leave the city to slay monsters and obtain higher-level martial arts. He didn't want to waste too much time here.
Chen, have you even mastered the basics of the collapsing palm? And you still want to go up on stage to demonstrate?
Lu Hai said with contempt in his eyes, thinking Chen was nothing more than a clown seeking attention, trying to make a name for himself in front of everyone.
Zhang Jinghua frowned.
He looked at Chen, feeling a bit of regret in his heart. But since Chen's talent had awakened, he could only accept the reality. He hadn't even paid much attention to Chen anymore. What good were top grades if he couldn't become a powerful warrior stage? In the end, he wouldn't amount to much.
If you want to demonstrate, fine.
Let the students spar with each other,
Zhang Jinghua said.
Since someone had volunteered to demonstrate, he didn't want to refuse outright and dampen the other students' confidence. It would be better to let the students spar among themselves while he offered guidance from the sidelines. After all, aside from those with excellent level talent, he had no desire to spar with those possessing ordinary talent. Their innate potential was too low, and their comprehension was far inferior. Explaining something once to someone with uncommon talent would be enough for them to grasp it, but with common talent, he might have to explain it 10 times. It was the difference between a top student and a struggling one. Hearing this, the students all looked eager to give it a try. Finally, it was their turn to take the stage for a demonstration. They might even receive one-on-one guidance from a master stage practitioner, which could help them address their own shortcomings.
Teacher, but I've already fully mastered the collapsing palm.
If I spar with ordinary students, I might hurt them,
Chen said calmly. But to everyone else, this sounded like a joke. How could Chen possibly have mastered this martial art so quickly? With just a mere ordinary fire-type talent, he was far behind those with excellent level talents.
Ah, I think you've lost your mind.
Did you learn the collapsing palm in your dreams or something?
Lu Hai roared with laughter, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. He found it absolutely hilarious. What Chen had said was simply too ridiculous.
Zhang Jinghua glanced at Chen, wondering if the boy had suffered some kind of severe blow. To master the collapsing palm in such a short time, what kind of talent would that require? A top-tier epic talent?
He didn't dwell on it and said, "All right, anyone else who wants to come up and spar, raise your hand.
I'll pair you up."
Almost immediately, nearly every student in the audience raised their hand, eager to come up and spar.
I see. I'll organize you now. Come up one by one, no need to rush.
Zhang Jinghua was just about to start assigning them when Lu Hai spoke up.
Teacher, since Chen says he has mastered the crushing palm, why don't he and I spar first? Let us make that the first demonstration.
Zhang Jinghua thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement to Lu Hai's request.
All right, but don't go too hard on him.
Got it, teacher.
Hung grew anxious upon hearing this. He looked at Chen and said, he wants to spar with you. Given his talent, he must have mastered it. He is clearly picking on you. This is outrageous. Chen smiled. Don't worry. I really have mastered it. But Hung didn't take it to heart. He thought Chen was just saying that to put him at ease, and his face was filled with anxiety. Chapter 15, The Showdown. Teacher Zhang, since we can choose our sparring partners for the practice matches, I'd like to go up against Lu Hai first. Hong raised his hand and said. He genuinely didn't want Chen to get beaten up, especially by Lu Hai, who had already made it clear he wouldn't go easy on Chen. Although he outwardly agreed to hold back, once the fight actually started, if he lost control, he'd have an excuse. But if Hong went up first, Lu Hai probably wouldn't go too far, because if he did, Teacher Zhang Zhengwa surely wouldn't let him spar with the other students anymore. You really do have commendable courage. Teacher Zhang, since that's the case, I don't mind sparring with Hong first. A cold smile crossed Lu Hai's face. He knew that no matter what, Chen would inevitably have to spar with him. Right now, he wanted to thoroughly beat Hong up right in front of Chen. By then, he didn't believe Chen would be able to hold back. Zhang Jinghua furrowed his brow slightly. As a master sage who had seen combat, he could naturally tell that Chen and Lu Hai seemed to have some personal grudge. However, he didn't want to get involved. This was the student's own business. As a teacher, he wouldn't meddle in such matters. Most of them would be heading to the battlefield after the warrior stage assessment. For now, these tests were minor matters. Friction between students wouldn't pose a threat to their lives. But once they faced monsters on the battlefield, that would be a true fight for survival. I agree. Zhang Jinghua nodded, consenting to let Hong go first to spar with Lu Hai. He was also eager to see their skill levels and could offer some guidance while he was at it. Of course, he had his own ulterior motives. Deep down, he favored Lu Hai more. After all, the gap between ordinary talent and exceptional talent was vast. That was a fact everyone knew. Although he had once held high hopes for Chen, believing Chen could awaken a talent even stronger than his own, it was a pity that Chen possessed only ordinary talent and would ultimately fade into obscurity. So he didn't pay Chen much attention anymore, treating him as just another ordinary student among the many he had taught. He had no further thoughts on the matter. Hong quickly stepped forward, gazing at his opponent with a serious expression. He focused on regulating his vitality, preparing to unleash his full power. Only then would he have a sliver of hope against Lu Hai. You're so weak, Lu Hai said in a matter-of-fact tone, as if stating a simple truth, for there was no trace of mockery in his voice. Hong's expression darkened. Then let me see just what you're capable of. Lu Hai paid him no mind. In front of everyone, he stretched lazily, and his vitality erupted. He had already reached the 6th level of the warrior stage yesterday, and his vitality far surpassed Hong's. So when he unleashed it, Hong felt an overwhelming pressure. Facing Lu Hai was like facing a ferocious tiger, while he felt like a helpless lamb. Is the gap really this wide? Before even making a move, merely sensing his opponent's vitality, Hong found his hands trembling. He was currently only at the 3rd level of the apprentice stage. The gap between him and Lu Hai was simply too vast. But Hong gritted his teeth. He didn't give up. Instead, he took a deep breath and clenched his fist tightly. Rolling boulder skill. He unleashed a punch, focusing his vitality into a single point and unleashing terrifying power. The expressions of many students around them shifted slightly. They were clearly taken aback. Even Lu Hai showed a hint of admiration. Interesting. It seems you fully mastered the rolling boulder skill. But against my entry-level collapsing palm, you're still no match. As he spoke, Lu Hai's expression turned fierce. He thrust his palm forward, channeling his vitality into a powerful strike. Hong felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Boom! Fist met palm as they passed each other. Hong was forced back several steps in quick succession, nearly falling to the ground. But just then, he sensed a force behind him that caught him firmly. That's why he didn't fall to the ground. Chen, why is it you? Hong was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought it was Teacher Zhang who had intervened. Chen's face showed little emotion, as Hong hadn't suffered any serious injuries, only a slight disruption in his vitality. This was merely a friendly sparring match. Lu Hai hadn't held back, likely intending to take him on himself. Shun.
Zhang Zhenghua hadn't been paying much attention to Chen, but the moment Chen stood up from the crowd, he sensed, in an instant, that Chen seemed to have transformed into a mighty lion, while the students around him were like sheep. That natural aura emanating from him even made Zhang Zhenghua feel as though he wasn't looking at an ordinary student, but a formidable warrior stage practitioner.
Teacher, Hong lost. Let me take the next match. Chen walked up to Zhang Zhenghua and greeted him calmly.
Zhang Zhenghua scrutinized Chen closely, his gaze finally settling on Chen's face. He could sense that Chen's vitality was extremely powerful, even though it had only erupted for an instant just now. But he was now certain that Chen's strength was likely superior to Lu Hai's? Could someone like this really just possess an ordinary fire-type talent? Could it be that the talent awakening device malfunctioned last time? Zhang Zhenghua's thoughts drifted, considering that possibility. Teacher Zhang? Seeing his teacher staring off into space, Chen called out again.
Zhang Zhenghua looked Chen up and down with an admiring gaze and asked, "What is your current cultivation level?"
"First tier of the warrior stage."
Chen answered truthfully, without giving it much thought.
Ever since breaking through the warrior stage, Chen hadn't considered hiding it.
Ah, Chen, I think you've really lost your mind lately. You actually think you can break through the warrior stage? Even elite-level talents can't break through the warrior stage these days.
Lu Hai was laughing hysterically, convinced that Chen must be in a rather poor mental state lately. Some of the other students were chuckling as well, finding Chen's remark so absurd it seemed as if he were deliberately trying to make them laugh.
Zhang Zhenghua didn't laugh, but his eyes lit up.
The aura Chen had unleashed might not be strong enough for ordinary people to sense, but as a master stage cultivator, he could naturally perceive it. Chen wasn't joking, he had truly broken through to the warrior stage, which was why he remained so calm all along.
All right. I'll let you come up and spar.
Zhang Zhenghua was eager to see Chen's true strength.
Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Chen then walked toward Lu Hai.
Lu Hai wore a cold smirk. He'd been waiting there for quite some time, his face even showing a look of anticipation, clearly eager to teach Chen a harsh lesson.
Chapter 16, Defeating the Enemy with a Single Move.
By the way, when you two spar, use the collapsing palm technique I just taught you.
Afterward, I'll point out the flaws in your movements. Zhang Zhenghua added, not wanting the two to get too heated. Yes. Chen nodded and calmly walked to face Lu Hai.
Lu Hai looked relaxed as he raised his fist toward Chen and said softly, "Although Teacher Zhang told me to go easy on you, I won't hold back. If you apologize now, it's still not too late."
Chen was speechless inside. No need to hold back.
Use all your strength.
Chen didn't seem to care.
But to Lu Hai, this was a provocation. He felt Chen didn't take him seriously at all, as if he were looking down on him like a spoiled rich kid. It felt as though he were being treated like an ant, which made him extremely uncomfortable, like swallowing bitter gall in silence.
Fine, fine, fine.
Lu Hai suddenly shouted "all right," 3 times in a row, his face contorted with rage as his vitality began to surge. "I've already broken through to the 6th level of the apprentice stage. If I go all out, I might just break your bones. Don't come begging for mercy on your knees later."
Lu Hai's words drew gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students.
Holy shit!
Lu Hai is way too strong. He is already at apprentice stage level 6. That's absolutely insane.
Among the awakened at first high, he must rank in the top 15.
Lu Hai is truly one of a kind.
Hearing the gasps of admiration around him, Lu Hai clearly relished the attention. He wore a confident and composed expression, like an elegant prince basking in praise.
Then he said to Chen, "Ready? Let us spar. I won't hold back."
"All right."
Chen nodded, still looking completely unconcerned.
Never mind that Lu Hai was currently only at the apprentice stage. Even if his opponent were a true warrior stage, he wouldn't take him seriously. However, Chen didn't plan to use his full strength either, otherwise, he could have killed Lu Hai with a single palm strike.
"Here I come." Lu Hai deliberately warned Chen, hoping to instill fear in him.
His figure vanished from where he stood and charged toward Chen, channeling his vitality into his palm. Even Zhang Zhenghua, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but nod in approval at Lu Hai's performance. As for the students below, they seemed to already be picturing the look on Chen's face as he was knocked to the ground. Only Hang's eyes were filled with worry he couldn't bear to watch. When Lu Hai had fought him earlier, he sensed that the opponent hadn't unleashed even half his power. The aura radiating from him now was clearly much stronger and far more dangerous. It seemed he was finally getting serious.
Then, in the next instant, boom!
A figure was sent flying off the arena, hurled 10 meters away, and crashed heavily into the wall. The scene fell deathly silent. Everyone looked as if they'd seen a ghost, because the person who'd been sent flying was none other than Lu Hai, the one they'd all been rooting for. Lu Hai was now in a pitiful state, clutching his palm and wailing on the ground, his face contorted with pain. As for Chen, he stood perfectly still where he was, not having moved a single step, looking utterly at ease.
The surroundings fell into silence. You could hear a pin drop.
Everyone's gaze converged on Chen, their faces etched with disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them.
Chen, he sent Lu Hai flying with just one move. Could he really be at the warrior stage?
The students around him wondered if they were dreaming.
Even Zhang Jinghua was stunned.
He could sense that the vitality Chen had just unleashed was actually on par with Lu Hai's, roughly at the 6th level of the apprentice stage. But Chen's collapsing palm had already reached a state of flawless, seamless unity. Only by mastering the collapsing palm to perfection could one unleash such power. In other words, within the past hour, Chen had truly cultivated a powerfully ranked martial art to its highest level.
With such talent, how could he possibly be merely a common talent?
Soon, he realized something. Chen hadn't been lying just now, and he hadn't misjudged the situation either.
Chen was truly at the warrior stage, and the talent he had awakened had likely reached an unimaginable level.
In his understanding, even the most elite rare talents couldn't possibly possess such comprehension.
Could it be that the talent Chen has truly awakened is an epic talent, or that he was born with dual talents? Zhang Zhenghua considered this possibility.
In this world, there were indeed individuals who possessed two talents, but such people were 1 in a million. There had been precedents in other cities, but Star City had never seen such a case.
Quick, send 2 people to help Lu Hai to the infirmary. Zhang Jinghua gave the order, and only then did everyone snap back to reality and spring into action.
However, the look in their eyes as they watched Chen was filled with awe, just as it had been when they first saw him. Even a genius like Lu Hai was no match for Chen. It seemed the former academic star was making a comeback.
Impossible. This must be a fake. Wang Ying's face turned deathly pale. She even thought she was hallucinating. How could Chen be this powerful?
He was clearly just a common talent, just like her. How could he have cultivated to such a powerful level? Her heart was filled with resentment, and she even felt a pang of jealousy. Chen's other classmates, meanwhile, all wore expressions of astonishment, convinced that Chen's talent must have reached the excellent level or even higher.
By the way, do you all remember that incident in the park a while back? At that moment, a delicate young woman spoke up. She was Lu Ling's girlfriend and also one of Chen's classmates.
The students sitting next to her immediately paled, recalling the numbers displayed on the testing machine back then. They then turned their gaze to Chen, their minds churning with overwhelming shock. If all of this were true, wouldn't that mean Chen had already reached the true warrior stage just a few days ago?
Then just how powerful was he now?
The group dared not imagine it, feeling that this matter was beyond their comprehension.
Impressive! Hong snapped out of his astonishment, a smile spreading across his face. Chen, I'm going to need you to look out for me from now on.
Even though Chen had displayed such formidable strength, Hong still felt no awe toward him, because in his eyes, Chen was his good friend and brother. At this, Chen gave a faint smile. Chen, what you just performed was a perfect level collapsing palm.
It seems you've truly mastered it.
Zhang Jinghua strode over energetically, praising him. As soon as he spoke, the students around them were once again plunged into shock, gazing at Chen as if they were looking at a true monster.
Such a difficult martial art, and he mastered it all in such a short time?
It felt like they were listening to a fairy tale.
This is just too insane.
Compared to this kind of talent, even elite-level talent seems pale in comparison.
Chapter 17, Lu Hai's Threat, The Sick Note. On the training grounds.
All the students stood with their mouths slightly agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. They fell silent for a moment, then quickly erupted into a flurry of excited discussion.
Holy crap! How did Chen get so strong?
In such a short time, he has completely mastered a powerful martial art.
I think the craziest part is that he sent Lu Hai flying with a single palm strike. Yeah, Lu Hai is at the 6th level of the apprentice stage, stronger than any of us. Last year, Chen couldn't even block a single hit from him. Could it be that Chen is actually at the warrior stage? Whoa!
The crowd quickly gasped in shock, their minds still reeling. They felt they had likely encountered a prodigy of once-in-a-century caliber, as they now believed the punishment must be an epic talent.
If he weren't extraordinary, how could anyone be this powerful?
Cultivating such a high-level martial art was as easy as eating and drinking, and his cultivation level was rising far too quickly, surpassing even elite-level talent. Lu Hai slowly came to his senses. He'd been knocked out cold moments ago. It was clear that both men had used the collapsing palm technique, but he could sense that Chen's version seemed far more advanced than his own. The power of that strike appeared even more mysterious when they collided. His bones had shattered, and he still couldn't lift his arm. However, after awakening his talent, his physical constitution would become extremely robust, and his bones would regrow. It would just take some time. He had been knocked unconscious earlier, and now that he had just woken up, he heard the people around him gasping in astonishment. Moreover, they kept mentioning him, as if he had become Chen's stepping stone. This left him feeling incredibly frustrated, to the point where he nearly spat blood.
Chen, you're certainly formidable. I underestimated you. But while you can defeat me, you can't defeat young Master Wang.
When the warrior stage assessment comes, young Master Wang will definitely step in to teach you a lesson. Then you'll know what a true genius really is.
Lu Hai said weakly.
Upon hearing this, Chen merely sneered with disdain and said, "Remember this, a loser will always be a loser." He didn't give the so-called young Master Wang a second thought.
What was young Master Wang, anyway? He didn't even consider the 36 city geniuses worth his attention.
He was merely an ordinary elite-level talent. The gap between him and those top-tier geniuses was too vast. Even with resources, during the warrior stage assessment, he'd likely only reached the mid-warrior stage. Even in his current state, Chen was confident he could handle him, let alone during the warrior stage assessment. By then, he would possess even more powerful martial arts, and his own cultivation would have broken through. He might even reach the late warrior stage, and even if he were to face a master stage opponent, it likely wouldn't be much of a problem.
Soon, 2 students carried Lu Hai away. Chen, come with me. Zhang Jingwei intended to take Chen to his office.
As for this class, he had taught what he needed to. He couldn't be bothered to watch the rest of the sparring.
Chen nodded. Chen, you're really strong. You haven't actually broken through to the warrior stage, have you? Could it be that the machine malfunctioned when we were assessing our awakening talents last time? Hanya's face showed a touch of admiration, but mostly he was happy for Chen.
He also voiced the question on his mind.
Chen said, I'll explain all that to you later. I have urgent business to attend to right now. See you next time. After that, Chen followed Zhang Zhengwei to the office.
Inside the office, Zhang Zhengwei stared at him intently.
Chen, tell me the truth, exactly which level of the warrior stage have you broken through to?
Zhang Zhengwei didn't believe for a second that Chen was merely at the first level of the warrior stage. That terrifying level of vitality simply didn't fit.
It really is the first level of the warrior stage. Maybe it's because my awakened physique is particularly strong, which amplifies my vitality.
Chen said with an innocent expression.
He wasn't making this up, he was simply telling the truth.
Zhang Jingguo was at a loss for words. He had heard of talents that could amplify vitality, but he had never heard of anyone whose vitality had increased as much as Chen's.
Alright, test me now. Chen nodded. A moment later, the test results were in. Zhang Jinghua looked at Chen with a complex expression, one that blended shock with delight and a touch of surprise. Of course, there was even a hint of doubt, as he wondered if what he was seeing with his own eyes could possibly be real. Because Chen, without employing any martial arts techniques, had already reached an astonishing combat power of 50,000. As you are now, if you were to use martial arts, you could likely hold your own against a late-stage warrior. Zhang Jinghua fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself before speaking. Hold my own against a late-stage warrior? Chen was somewhat surprised. I had thought that after cultivating such powerful martial arts, I would at most be able to go head-to-head with a warrior stage 6th level expert, that is, a mid-warrior stage powerhouse. But I never expected Zhang Jinghui's assessment to be so high. It seems I've underestimated myself after all. That's right. Generally speaking, only a warrior stage 7th level practitioner can unleash martial arts with a combat power of over 50,000, yet you're already this powerful. You're practically a freak of nature. Zhang Jinghua made no attempt to hide his astonishment, realizing that his class had likely produced a prodigy with truly terrifying natural talent. If he was already this powerful now, just imagine what he'd be like by the time of the actual warrior stage assessment. He was bound to make a sensational debut. Who knows? Star City might even have a shot at winning the championship in this 36 cities grand tournament. He knew that Star City First High School had struck gold with this student. Teacher Zhang, I actually have a specific purpose for coming here today. I'd like to obtain a special leave of absence from the school to go to the second layer outside the city and hunt monsters. Chen stated his intention. Even his current cultivation of the collapsing palm was already so powerful. Once he hunted monsters and exchanged them for even more powerful martial arts, he would undoubtedly become far stronger than he was now. Chen was already eager to get started. You want to go out of the city to hunt monsters right now? Zhang Jinghua was startled by Chen's request. He felt it was too soon for Chen to head to the battlefield. The battlefield was a place of constant change. Although the strongest monsters in the second layer were only level 2, there were still variations in their strength. If he happened to encounter a terrifying late-stage level 2 monster, Chen could be in grave danger. Are you absolutely determined to go? Zhang Jinghua asked, his expression grave. Yes. Chen's gaze was resolute, without a trace of hesitation. I understand. I'll issue you a special leave slip right away. Zhang Jinghua began writing on a piece of paper, then stamped it with an official seal. Keep this safe. Be extremely careful once you're outside the city. It's not as peaceful as inside. Danger could strike at any moment. Zhang Jinghua cautioned. Chen nodded in thanks. Looking at the leave slip in his hand, a smile spread across his face. He could finally leave the city. Chapter 18, Young Master Wang's Ambition. The Wang Residence. Inside a luxurious villa sat a handsome young man with golden hair. His long hair fell over his shoulders as he sat on the sofa with a somewhat languid air, exuding the aura of someone of high standing. Below him sat Lu Hai, looking somewhat disheveled. He kept his head bowed, his expression one of shame. Young Master Wang, please give me one more chance. Next time, I'll definitely teach Chen a lesson. Lu Hai knelt on the floor, pleading. He didn't even realize his fingernails were digging into the palms of his hands. He simply hoped that young Master Wang before him would grant him a chance. I don't need a worthless follower like you. Wang Long's tone was icy, pushing him away. Just moments ago, Lu Hai had rushed here to seek an audience with him, claiming he had important news to share. The other party recounted everything truthfully, but Wang Long paid it no mind. In his eyes, Lu Hai's talent was far inferior to his own. He hadn't given it a second thought. Lu Hai was merely one of his followers, the kind he could replace at will. Since Lu Hai was so useless, he could simply swap him out at any time. Young Master Wang, Chen has likely already broken through to the warrior stage by now. He must have had some special opportunity. He is far stronger than I am. You can't blame me for failing. Lu Hai tried to defend himself. Wang Long's gaze was utterly cold as he said, I only care about the result, not the process. If I'm strong enough, what does it matter how powerful Chen is? Besides, a mere chin isn't even worth my serious attention. A domineering aura suddenly emanated from Wang Long.
This aura possessed an invincible, world-conquering momentum, as if he held no one in his regard. At this moment, he resembled a terrifying monster that had just awakened, his vitality astonishingly powerful. Lu Hai felt as if he were about to suffocate, sensing countless waves of deep blue seawater pressing down upon him, as if he had dived to the ocean floor. That overwhelming sensation, deprived of oxygen, with nothing but endless pressure, made him feel as though he would suffocate to death at any moment.
He had never sensed such terrifying vitality in any student before. Put.
A moment later, Lu Hai actually spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror.
Warrior stage.
His voice trembled. He had always believed that even elite-level talents could not possibly break through to the warrior stage at this stage.
Yet the aura emanating from Wan Long now was that of a powerful warrior stage, even stronger than Chen S.
He even had the feeling that if Wang Long wanted to kill him right now, it would take nothing more than a slight effort for him to meet his certain death. In the face of a truly powerful warrior stage, he couldn't even maintain the stability of his own vitality. He was nothing more than an ant. Now he couldn't even move a single finger, his limbs had stiffened from sheer terror.
Xingqing is too small.
Wang Long looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, where towering, bustling buildings stood, and the occasional figure could be seen.
My father gave me abundant cultivation resources.
I won't let him down. My goal is to become one of the top 10 geniuses of the 3-6 cities. I will trample them all underfoot and take their places.
At that moment, the vitality surging through Wang Long radiated an even more terrifying aura.
Lu Hai could no longer bear it. He crawled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably with fear.
He didn't even have the strength to stand before Wang Long. Lu Hai felt an overwhelming bitterness in his heart.
He had once taken great pride in his excellent level of talent, believing himself far superior to ordinary people. But now, all that arrogance and pride had been shattered. In front of Wang Long, he was nothing more than a worthless trash.
A worthless trash. Who could be replaced at any moment? Chen, this is all your fault.
Lu Hai dared to direct his hatred only at Chen, because Wang Long was simply too powerful. He knew he would never be able to surpass him in this lifetime, so naturally, he didn't dare to hold a grudge against Wang Long.
At the same time, Xingqing No. 1 High School. Inside an office.
Zhang Jinghua had been summoned for a chat, and sitting across from him was the principal of Xingqing No. 1 High School, a white-haired elderly man holding a thermos. The principal's surname was Wang, and the other teachers usually addressed him respectfully as Principal Wang. Although he and Wang Long shared the same surname, they were not actually related. It was merely a coincidence.
Young Zhang, I've just heard that a genius has emerged in your class. It's that Chen, right?
Apparently, he performed a remarkable feat and defeated Lu Hai.
Principal Wang inquired.
Zhang Jinghua nodded proudly and said, I suspect that Kid Chen has awakened a second talent.
Although the probability is low, it's the most likely explanation.
Principal Wang's face flashed with surprise, revealing an expression of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure.
That's interesting.
I heard from others that he has reached the warrior stage, right?
Principal Wang continued.
Zhang Zhanghua, of course, answered truthfully. He has indeed reached the first level of the warrior stage, but his combat power is extraordinary. Principal Wang took a sip of water and said, it seems he really is a promising student.
I rarely hear you praise someone's combat power as extraordinary.
Zhang Zhanghua smiled slightly, without elaborating. Nor did he tell the principal just how high Chen's true combat power had actually reached. He had his own ulterior motives. He wanted Chen to make a spectacular debut in the warrior stage assessment, which would bring him face as well.
Judging by your expression, do you think Chen will shine brightly in this year's warrior stage assessment?
Principal Wang seemed to be able to read people's minds. He could tell exactly what Zhang Jinghua was thinking with just a glance. Zhang Jinghua's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head.
Principal, you're joking. Let me be frank with you.
According to the latest intelligence I've received, that prodigy from 3rd High School has obtained a massive amount of cultivation resources.
It said he might break through to the master stage before the warrior stage assessment. I underestimated him last time.
Principal Wang set down his thermos, his expression grave clearly, he wasn't joking.
The smile on Zhang Zhangwei's face froze instantly, and he exclaimed, "Master stage? How is that possible?"
He had gone through so many life and death struggles just to reach the master stage. How could such a prodigy achieve it in less than 2 months? It felt absurd to him.
Yes, it is indeed hard to believe.
However, the principal of 3rd High School called me 10 minutes ago to boast that Lu Sheng is already at the 3rd level of the warrior stage. The principal of 3rd High School was an old acquaintance of his. He never lied, and there was no reason to deceive him about this matter. Zhang Jingwei's face twitched, and he felt a heavy blow to his pride. How on earth did these prodigies train? He had originally thought that Chen reaching the first tier of the warrior stage was already astonishing enough. He never expected that the prodigy from 3rd High School would be even more extraordinary, a true monster. In his view, if Chen could fight opponents of a higher level, that prodigy from 3rd High School likely could as well. More crucially, Lu Sheng's talent was ranked 9th among the 10 great geniuses, which meant there were at least 8 people stronger than him. Just how powerful would those people become? It was simply unimaginable. Especially in Xincheng, one of the 36 cities, at Era High School, Feng Changtian, the eldest son of the Feng family, ranked first. If Lu Sheng had a chance of breaking through to the master stage, then Feng Changtian would almost certainly reach the master stage and join one of the 10 great guilds. Compared to such prodigies, even Wang Long seems rather ordinary.
Principal Wang mused.
He had originally held high hopes for Wang Long, but now he felt it was best not to compare him to those prodigies. The gap was simply too vast. On the other side,
Chen successfully exited the city and arrived at the 2nd tier outer zone.
There was a gate here as well, guarded by soldiers. After Chen handed over the note, the soldier stationed outside the gate examined it carefully. Only after fully verifying it did he grant passage. "Young man, seeing how young you are and yet daring to come alone to the 2nd layer of the front lines, you'd better be extra careful." One of the soldiers offered a friendly warning, noting Chen's youth and lack of experience. Chen thanked him.
Chapter 19, The Ghost-Faced Tiger.
Passing through the gate and stepping into the 2nd tier zone, Chen sensed a wild, untamed atmosphere.
The ground here was uneven, with no concrete pavement, just dirt and grass. This section of the 2nd tier zone was heavily guarded. On the city walls, powerful warriors stood watch to prevent monsters from breaking through and invading the inner city. In addition to soldiers, the 2nd tier was also home to adventurers, all of them at the warrior stage. Each possessed an extremely vigorous vitality and carried a hint of a murderous aura. This aura was clearly acquired through years of slaying monsters. The more lives one took, the more one would carry this aura. However, in this era, everyone had no other choice. Those at the warrior stage must constantly slay monsters, for in human understanding, monsters are virtually endless. No matter how many you kill, it won't take long for the void to be filled. Monsters are a scourge upon humanity. If humans do not slay the monsters, they will be slain by them and reduced to food. To survive, one must kill monsters and grow stronger. Certain parts of these monsters can be crafted into weapons, while others can be made into light armor and the like, all of which are considered treasures. Chen looked ahead.
There was a lush forest ahead, with a river flowing just beyond it.
He set off, walking toward the woods.
Now that he had decided to hunt monsters, there was not a shred of hesitation. Arriving at the river, Chen's mood lifted considerably as he gazed at the crystal-clear water. The sunlight streaming down from the sky bathed him, steadily replenishing his mana. Before he knew it, Chen realized his mana had actually reached 1,000. The prompt within him indicated he was ready to break through again.
Keep in mind that only 2 days had passed.
Since this place was quite far from the city, Chen had spent a long time traveling to get here. Logically speaking, his mana should only be around 600 to 700.
Could it be that the sunlight was so abundant when I was rushing here that I gained more mana? Chen pondered. After much thought, this seemed to be the only possibility. However, Chen didn't dwell on it. Since he could break through to the next realm now, why bother worrying about it? In fact, Chen felt his current strength was still lacking. If he could break through, that would be perfect. Chen found a relatively safe spot, sat down immediately, and silently chanted, "Break through." Instantly, his body trembled, and the aura emanating from him began to grow stronger and stronger, as if golden flames were burning all over his body. The temperature in the surrounding area began to rise. About half an hour later, Chen stood up from where he was sitting. He noticed that he seemed to have grown a little taller. But more significant was the change in his vitality. His strength had increased by 10,000 gene. He had only broken through to the second level of the warrior stage, but his actual combat power should now have reached 55,000, and that was without even using his martial arts techniques. Let us try the collapsing palm. Chen swung his palm forward, unleashing a powerful aura. As his palm struck the stone wall ahead, it left a half-meter deep imprint, from which white smoke rose as if it had been scorched. The entire ground trembled at that moment. Unlike the rolling boulder skill, the crushing palm's power was more comprehensive, and the explosive force it unleashed was even greater. Just as he withdrew his hand, a crack several dozen meters long split open in the stone wall ahead, which then collapsed with a thunderous crash, as if struck by some immense force. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and Chen lightly tapped his toes to leave the spot. Truly worthy of an E-rank martial art. Chen exhaled softly, a smile spreading across his face. This martial art could now likely amplify half of his strength. After all, the original rolling boulder skill could only boost his combat power by a maximum of 5,000. In other words, the force behind his palm strike just now had reached over 82,000 combat power. If such a strike were to hit a person, it would likely tear their body to pieces. If it struck a monster, it would undoubtedly kill it. After testing his strength, Chen was quite satisfied and continued deeper into the forest. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his journey, primarily to hunt monsters and earn money. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a tigress roar echoed out, shaking the surrounding flora and fauna until they trembled incessantly. The roar carried a terrifying aura of dominance, sending shivers down one's spine. It was a ferocious tiger with black stripes. Its size rivaled that of an elephant, and it exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Facing the tiger, several warrior stage practitioners looked utterly disheveled, their faces etched with fear. The group consisted of 5 men and 1 woman. A corpse lay on the ground, though it was no longer intact. Half of it had been gnawed away, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Run! We need to scatter and flee immediately. The warrior stage members were all dressed in loose-fitting clothing, and it was the female warrior stage who spoke up. This female warrior stage was of above-average appearance, dressed in black with a cool demeanor. She had smooth skin and a good figure, but now, her pretty face was etched solely with fear. The 7 of them were originally part of a small squad that had teamed up to hunt monsters. But they never imagined that the moment they entered, they would encounter a formidable level 2 monster. The ghost-faced tiger. This level 2 monster was terrifyingly powerful, swift, dealing massive damage, and extremely bloodthirsty. It was simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary warrior stage fighters like them. The strongest among them was only at the 3rd level of the warrior stage, while the ghost-faced tiger had already reached the 4th level of the warrior stage and possessed combat power that surpassed its own tier. As a result, one of their companions was devoured on the spot, reduced to a cold, mangled corpse. And they had no intention of continuing to fight this terrifying ghost-faced tiger. One must know one's limits. A ghost-faced tiger, a monster renowned even among Tier 2 monsters, was simply beyond their capabilities. Without hesitation, the group scattered and fled. But just then, the warrior stage woman in black suddenly noticed a young boy appear before her. He looked very young, even somewhat childish, as if he were a student. In fact, he was a student. Run! That SA Tier 2 monster, a ghost-faced tiger. The black-clad female warrior stage warned the boy. Ghost-faced tiger? Upon hearing this, the boy seemed to grow excited, his expression brimming with eagerness. The black-clad female warrior stage thought the boy was crazy. While a ghost-faced tiger was valuable, one had to be alive to kill it. The boy before her clearly had only recently come of age. What level of cultivation could someone like that possibly have? At best,
he was at the first level of the warrior stage. Trying to take on such a ferocious ghost-faced tiger was nothing short of suicide. But before she could say another word, the boy had already vanished from her sight, charging straight toward the ghost-faced tiger. The black-clad warrior stage woman sighed, not even turning to look back, as if she had already foreseen the outcome.
Ah!
But to her surprise, what she heard was the ghost-faced tiger's agonized howl. It was still the roar of a tiger, but this time, the sound carried pain and a plea for mercy. She turned in disbelief and witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life, her face frozen in shock.
Die!
The boy let out a cold, piercing shout. With a massive, muffled thud, everything fell silent. In the sunlight, the boy revealed a handsome face. It was Chen.
Chen wiped the blood from his face and looked down at the mighty tiger lying on the ground before him.
The surrounding warrior stage fighters stopped fleeing, slowly turned around, swallowed hard, their eyes filled with profound shock.
Chapter 20, Encountering a Level 2 Monster Again. The ghost-faced tiger, a powerful monster that struck fear into the hearts of ordinary warrior stage warriors. Yet, in the presence of this youth, it proved utterly helpless, the battle ending in an instant.
Thank you. The surrounding warrior stage warriors bowed to Chen one after another, their faces filled with respect. They didn't care how old Chen actually was, they only knew that he had just saved them. Among them, the female warrior stage in black gazed at the ghost-faced tiger's forehead, which was now a bloody mess, with white brain matter oozing out. Clearly, it had been killed with a single strike by the youth standing before them.
How terrifying! Who exactly was this young boy standing before them? Could he be some kind of prodigy? That was the only explanation that made sense.
It was said that some young prodigies possess strength beyond the reach of ordinary people at a very young age. But such individuals were usually far removed from them, ordinary warrior stage practitioners, and rarely seen. The most valuable parts of these monsters are their tiger skins and the demon cores inside their bodies. Chen recalled the records in the books, so he prepared to skin the tiger. Of course, the most important part was the demon core inside its body that was the very essence of the monster, worth a fortune. Actually, the tiger meat and bones were worth a little money too, but unfortunately, Chen couldn't take them with him. This monster was simply too massive, he couldn't very well carry it on his back as he ventured further in. However, the demon core could fetch hundreds of thousands. As long as he sold that, everything else would be pocket change. Besides, a genuine D-rank martial art would cost at least 1 million, a few 100,000 wouldn't even come close.
But Chen wasn't in a hurry to move on.
Since he couldn't take the tiger meat and bones with him, he might as well stay put and make some soup.
Does anyone have a pot?
Chen turned to the warrior stage practitioners behind him and asked.
I do.
A male warrior stage practitioner raised his hand, producing a pot from who knows where, just the right size for stewing some tiger meat. The other warrior stage practitioners went off to gather firewood, and soon a fire was blazing. Chen used a small knife to cut some tiger meat into chunks and tossed them into the pot. That warrior stage member had brought salt and other seasonings, and in no small quantity.
This surprised Chen a bit.
My savior, may I ask your name? The female warrior stage in black asked with a smile.
Chen. Chen tossed another chunk of tiger meat into the pot.
My savior, you're truly amazing to have slain a ghost-faced tiger at such a young age. One of the warrior stage practitioners exclaimed in admiration, his gaze filled with envy and reverence as he looked at Chen.
Becoming a powerful warrior stage practitioner was the dream of everyone's heart.
Yet Chen felt no stirrings within him, it was merely a ghost-faced tiger.
He still had to venture deeper to slay even more formidable monsters.
Soon, the massive ghost-faced tiger had been butchered. On the ground lay a clean tiger pelt and a monstrous demon core.
Only level 2 monsters possess demon cores.
This demon core was about the size of a pearl, entirely blood red. It was the first time Chen had ever seen such a thing. However, Chen wasn't very skilled at the dissection process. He mainly relied on the help of the warrior stage warriors he had saved. These men moved with great skill, they clearly were veterans. While chatting with them, Chen learned that they were originally part of a small squad that had come together to slay monsters, and they had brought plenty of food. They had originally planned to stay for several months, but now that they had already gathered enough loot, they didn't want to continue taking risks. After eating the tiger meat and tiger soup, Chen parted ways with them and continued deeper into the forest. As for these warrior stage fighters, they returned to the city walls, no longer daring to venture further. Chen pressed on deeper. He encountered no monsters along the way. It seemed the area had already been cleared of them. Chen furrowed his brow, unsure where to go next. There wasn't a soul in sight. But just then, a massive boar monster suddenly burst out of the nearby woods, chasing a young male warrior stage who was fleeing. "You dare chase me? I'll kill you." After being chased for a while, the male warrior stage suddenly stopped in his tracks, a smile spreading across his face. Boom! The ground then collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the boar monster fell into the pit. It turned out to be a trap set up earlier. The boar monster let out a piercing scream before the male warrior stage finished it off. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless fluidity. But in Chen's estimation, this male warrior stage was only at the 3rd level of the warrior stage, yet he had managed to use a trap to kill a 4th level warrior stage monster. Chen was truly amazed. "Old Lu, you're quite the talent. You've taken down another monster." Soon, a group of warrior stage warriors emerged from the woods. They were all dressed in blue, numbering about 10, each with a smile on their face. Yet, they all carried varying degrees of malevolent energy. One of the blue-clad warrior stage warriors suddenly glanced in Chen's direction, a puzzled expression crossing his face. How did a warrior stage level 2 get all the way out here? Most of the people here were warrior stage level 4, and there were even some at level 5. Only a few were at level 3, Old Lu being the sole one. However, Old Lu's skill in setting traps was unmatched, and his ability to make a clean getaway was also impressive, which is why he managed to join their squad and make it this far. Chen, on the other hand, looked very young, and with no one else around, he had clearly ventured deep into this place alone. Was he either a true prodigy, or just a reckless fool? The monsters here were all at least as powerful as a warrior stage 4th tier, with astonishing vitality. For the average person, there was virtually no chance of making it out alive. "Hey, why did you come all the way out here alone? You'd better get out of here fast. This is the deep interior, not the outer regions. It's dangerous everywhere." One of the blue-clad warrior stage warriors, about 5'7" tall and slender, offered a well-meaning warning. "I came here on purpose," Chen said calmly, without a trace of fear on his face. "Do any of you know where I can find powerful monsters around here?" Chen asked the group. Otherwise, searching on his own would be far too troublesome. "I advise you to leave. Your strength is far too low." Old Lu was a young man who looked to be about 23, also dressed in blue, though his hair was dyed a peculiar shade of red, giving him the appearance of a delinquent. "But if you're looking to die, keep going forward. You're very likely to run into a powerful monster there, one that could tear you to pieces." Seeing that Chen had no intention of leaving, Old Lu goaded him on purpose. Chen's face lit up with excitement, and he bowed his hands in thanks. Old Lu froze for a moment, filled with doubt, suspecting that Chen might be hiding his true cultivation level. The other blue-clad warrior stage warriors shared the same suspicion. Chen walked about 50 meters in the direction the man had indicated when he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Chen instinctively turned to look and saw a monster appear that was 2 or 3 times larger than the ghost-faced tiger they had encountered earlier. The aura emanating from this monster was also far more powerful than that of the ghost-faced tiger. "That's a blazing tiger. Run!" The blue-robed warrior stage cultivators, who had originally planned to follow Chen just to watch the spectacle, now had their lips trembling as they turned and fled without hesitation. Chapter 21, Weak in Arts, Strong in Martial Arts Resolved. The group didn't stop until they had run several hundred meters. Glancing back, their hearts were pounding violently. They gasped for breath, convinced they had narrowly escaped death. How could a monster of this caliber appear here? Among them, Old Lu, the weakest in cultivation, looked utterly bewildered. The other warrior stage cultivators felt the same way. That was a blazing tiger. Even the weakest of them possessed strength comparable to a warrior stage 6th rank cultivator. Even if they all join forces, they have little chance of slaying such a terrifying monster. Instead, they might all end up dying there. Who knows, someone said between gasps, a hint of regret in his eyes. But it looks like that young lad from earlier is in big trouble. In their eyes, Chen, a mere second-tier warrior stage cultivator, was bound to be torn to shreds and devoured by a monster of that caliber. We better get out of here fast. With a flame tiger monster like that appearing, we can't stay here any longer. Someone suggested, believing that leaving immediately was the safest course of action. Because once a blazing tiger appeared there, it meant the area would be claimed as its territory. Anyone daring to run amok here would surely meet their end. Unless someone at the 6th level of the warrior stage or even higher arrived, no matter how many people came, they would all become the blazing tiger's prey. You guys go ahead. That boy just died because of me, and I want to see if I can retrieve his body. Although old Lu had a head of red hair, he was actually a kind-hearted person at heart. Mainly, he felt guilty because he had deliberately provoked Chen into going there, only for Chen to end up as food for that monster. Louis, have you lost your mind? That's a blazing tiger. Even if you're fast, one swipe from it and you're dead. Just come with us. They were all part of the same squad, so seeing old Lu heading towards certain death, they all tried to talk him out of it, hoping he'd see reason. No need to persuade me. I'll just watch from a distance. If there's truly no chance, I'll run the moment I can. Old Lu was stubborn, he still wanted to give it a try. There's just no dealing with you. Among them, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, his clothes still stained with blood, stepped out of the crowd. Since you want to go, I'll go with you. The rest of you wait here. If we haven't returned in 5 minutes, you should leave first. The other blue-clad warrior stage practitioners nodded in unison upon hearing this, clearly following the middle-aged man's orders. Boss. Old Lu was somewhat moved. The man before him was the strongest in their team, having reached the 5th level of the warrior stage, and he was also their captain. However, the members of their small squad usually respectfully referred to their captain as boss. Alright, stop dithering. If we're late, we might not even see the bodies. Got it. The two quickly left the spot and headed back the way they came. Meanwhile, Chen's gaze swept over the massive tiger before him. Its fur was a blood-red color, somewhat resembling raging flames. A level 2 monster, the blazing tiger. Chen had no intention of running away. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. He cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing crisply. You're worth a lot more than the ghost-faced tiger. Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was about to make a killing again. In truth, Chen didn't know just how powerful he really was, but slaying a blazing tiger shouldn't be a problem. If he really couldn't win, he could always retreat calmly. That was the confidence he had in his own strength. Roar! The blazing tiger let out a roar that formed a sonic wave, spreading toward Chen. In that moment, Chen felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Just as he covered his ears, the blazing tiger vanished from where it stood and pounced toward him at breakneck speed. A jet of black light even shot from its mouth. Light as a sparrow, Chen swiftly leaped away, dodging the attack, then his gaze turned fierce. You're asking for death. Vitality surged through Chen's palm, turning it crimson, like a red-hot branding iron. Chen charged toward the blazing tiger, leaping above its head, and slammed his palm down with all his might. With this strike, Chen unleashed his true power, erupting with unparalleled force. Crack! As his palm struck the blazing tiger's body, the monster's forehead cracked open, revealing countless fissures. A torrent of red blood poured out. Roar! The blazing tiger let out one final roar before dying, thrashing violently. The entire forest shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like a dense spiderweb. But soon, thick blue smoke billowed from the top of its head, and even more blood poured down. This terrifyingly powerful monster closed its eyes in resignation. Even in death, it could not fathom how it had come to this. It had merely gone out for a casual hunt, only to be easily slain by a human who did not appear particularly powerful. Chen stood atop the blazing tiger, gazing at the spot where it had been moments ago, now a deep pit half a meter wide. Monsters of level 2 and above possess not only raw strength but also other tactics. If one isn't careful, it's entirely possible to fall victim to their tricks. I recall the blazing tiger is worth nearly $1 million.
I've hit the jackpot.
A smile spread across Chen's face. It truly was a case of literature makes one poor, while martial arts make one rich.
Being a formidable warrior stage fighter made earning money incredibly easy.
In his memory, his parents' combined monthly salary was only around $15,000. Even if they didn't eat or drink, it would take several years to save up $1 million. Yet he had simply killed a single monster and received such a massive sum.
Not far away,
Old Lou and the middle-aged man had witnessed the entire scene with their own eyes. Both were so shocked their faces went blank they even wondered if they had seen things wrong.
"Boss, how is this possible?"
Old Lou's speech was halting. His mind was filled with disbelief, and he even suspected that what he was seeing was an illusion.
A warrior stage, second tier, instantly killed a blazing tiger. Just how strong must his combat power be?
To instantly kill a blazing tiger, you'd need at least 40,000 combat power. This man must be a top-tier rare talent, a true genius.
The middle-aged man, addressed as boss, wore a grave expression. He was completely dumbfounded.
It was simply too overwhelming. What appeared to be a young boy was actually a peerless prodigy, a truly invincible powerhouse. In his estimation, Chen's true cultivation level likely reached the 7th tier of the warrior stage. He had merely concealed it, making it impossible for them to discern. Of course, this invincibility was relative to them. No wonder he dared to venture deep into this place alone. He was brimming with confidence in his own strength.
A top-tier rare talent? Old Lou's eyes brimmed with envy. He possessed only ordinary talent and had struggled to break through to the warrior stage.
As for a genius of the top-tier rare talent caliber, he didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with such a person. Chen had no idea what the two were thinking.
He waved at them and asked, "Does either of you know how to butcher a blazing tiger?"
The two men froze for a moment, then exchanged glances. "We're not very skilled at it, but we have someone in our group who specializes in this."
"I'll go get him right now." The middle-aged man quickly left to fetch his companion.
Since they hadn't gone far, the middle-aged man soon returned with a large group of his companions.
Chapter 22, top of the trending list, reactions from all sides. Night. By the warm campfire, the flames illuminated everyone's faces.
A large pot sat there, stewing fragrant tiger meat. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. They never imagined they'd actually get to eat blazing tiger meat, something they'd never even dared to dream of before. Beside the pot sat a handsome young man, sitting still with his eyes slightly closed. His breathing was steady, and the aura emanating from his body was now surging higher and higher.
Boom!
Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. The handsome youth opened his eyes. He had actually broken through right in front of everyone. In the eyes of the others, although Chen was only at the 3rd level of the warrior stage, they all believed it was a disguise.
Otherwise, how could a normal 3rd level warrior stage practitioner be so terrifying?
As for the martial art Chen had just displayed, these warrior stage practitioners had actually all studied it.
The collapsing palm was a common E-rank martial art. Nearly every warrior stage practitioner possessed a copy, so it wasn't considered particularly advanced. However, the power unleashed by this art in Chen's hands was terrifyingly formidable. He has broken through again.
Such a powerful aura, it's truly enviable. The middle-aged man addressed as boss gazed intently in Chen's direction, his eyes filled with awe. He never imagined he would encounter such a peerless prodigy here.
Moreover, judging by Chen's youth, he likely hadn't even taken the warrior stage assessment yet.
If he were to participate in the assessment this time, it would likely send shockwaves through the 36 cities. Chen looked at the tiger pelt on the ground, the demon core, and the tiger meat that had long since been roasted to a fragrant crisp. After all, they had done him a huge favor. Otherwise, butchering this blazing tiger on his own would have taken a very long time.
"You're too kind." These blue-robed warrior stage practitioners even held Chen in high esteem.
In this era, the more powerful a warrior stage practitioner was, the more respect they commanded. They went to the front lines to fight powerful monsters and were worthy of everyone's praise. Although Chen appeared younger than all of them, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. To possess such strength at such a young age, perhaps one day he would become a regional archmaster stage. Who knows, maybe by then they'd see Chen on TV. Chen noticed the group seemed a bit stiff and sensed the atmosphere was a little awkward. You don't need to be so formal. Sit down and eat some tiger meat. Chen began eating first, and only then did the others start. Although the night was a bit chilly, after eating the tiger meat, everyone felt warm all over, and their physical condition improved slightly. However, it didn't have much effect on Chen aside from satisfying his hunger. He didn't feel any noticeable improvement. The night passed quickly. Chen gathered the demon core and the tiger pelt, preparing to venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt more monsters. But then, Chen paused for a moment and stopped to ask the middle-aged man standing nearby, "Do you know the current price of D-rank martial arts?" Although the books had records, these warrior stage practitioners were always on the front lines. If there had been any changes, they would likely be the first to know. D-rank martial arts? As far as I know, the cheapest ones are around 1.5 million, and the more expensive ones can reach 3 million. The middle-aged man replied honestly. Chen nodded. This was roughly in line with what was written in the books. Goodbye. Chen waved at him and continued deeper into the area. Meanwhile, the group of blue-clad warrior stage practitioners left the scene. Half a day later. Star City. A sensational news story shot straight to the top of the trending list. A prodigy rivaling the top 10 geniuses kills a blazing tiger with a single strike, pictures included. Everyone holding a phone couldn't help but tap on it, seeing the silhouette of a young man. At his feet lay a massive blazing tiger, already lifeless. However, the silhouette appeared somewhat blurry, as if it had been digitally altered, making it hard to make out clearly. Is this real? It can't be a Photoshop job, right? Look at the description below. It says this kid might have just come of age not long ago. That's insane. To be able to slay a level 2 monster like the blazing tiger at such a young age? Looks like we've got a dark horse in this year's warrior stage assessment. I wonder what the top 10 geniuses are thinking right now. People quickly posted comments below, and the number of messages instantly reached over 1,000, still rising steadily, like a never-ending thread. Meanwhile, the Wang family manor. Wang Long, with his golden hair, held a glass of red wine, swirling it gently. In his other hand, he held his phone and happened to see this trending topic, so he opened it to take a look. Killing a blazing tiger? What's the big deal? Wang Long snorted coldly, unconcerned, and calmly closed the trending topic. He could do the same thing himself right now, he just didn't want the massive publicity. In his view, the person behind this post had paid to artificially push it onto the trending list. The image was so blurry, and there was no footage of the actual kill. Who knew if it was even real? They were clearly just trying to make a name for themselves. Such attention seekers would be nothing but a massive joke when the real warrior stage assessment came around. On the other side, the 10 great prodigies had also seen this news. They all dismissed it with disdain and didn't consider the figure in the video a worthy opponent at all. Each of the 10 great prodigies was extremely confident in themselves and believed they had a shot at winning the championship. Even if Feng Changtian possessed the highest natural talent. The other prodigies weren't lacking in talent either. As long as they had sufficient cultivation resources, their early cultivation speed might not necessarily be slower than Feng Changtian's. Moreover, it was rumored that the rewards for this year's warrior stage competition would be even more generous than in previous years. Therefore, the 10 great talents were all training diligently, preparing to shine during the warrior stage assessment. They planned to join the 10 great guilds only after securing their rewards. 2 days later, the original trending topic had long since fallen off the charts, replaced by new ones. Public discussion of that dark horse gradually died down. It was at this very moment that a young man appeared at the Bata trading house. Though he looked young, he exuded a thick aura of malevolence. This aura made ordinary people afraid to approach him. Their gazes toward the youth were filled with apprehension and awe. The youth said not a word, carrying a large bundle on his back, its contents unknown. He approached the front desk of the trading house, where a young, attractive woman sat. She appeared to be around 20 years old, wearing black stockings, high heels, and a black dress.
"Welcome to Beta Trading Company. How may I assist you?"
The woman wore a polite smile, though her legs were trembling slightly.
She could sense the menacing aura emanating from the youth before her.
The person standing before her didn't look like a youth at all, he resembled a monster. She felt a twinge of fear, but company policy required her to treat every customer with courtesy.
Chapter 23, 9 Styles of Blazing Flames. "I'm here to sell something. Do you have the authority to make a decision?"
the handsome young man asked. The beautiful receptionist forced a smile and replied, "For items valued under 1 million, I should be able to make the decision."
"Then you'd better go get your manager."
The handsome youth found a seat and waited where he was.
"All right."
The beautiful receptionist hurried away, apparently to fetch the manager.
"Why do I feel like everyone around me seems a little afraid of me?" The youth was none other than Chen.
He had ventured deep into the interior and slain several more monsters, all of them powerful ones whose combined value had long since exceeded 3 million. This time, Chen intended to trade for a powerful D-rank martial art at the trading house. The Bata trading house was renowned throughout the entire human race. They not only sold goods but also bought them, and they operated a vast chain of stores. There was essentially a Bata trading house in every city, and the true owner's background was unfathomable. Some speculate that Bata Trading Company is backed by Sovereign Stage, which is why it has been able to expand so rapidly, and why no one has dared to challenge it all these years. Chen waited there for about 3 minutes before a man in his 30s hurried out. "Young friend, you clearly possess extraordinary prowess.
Might there be something you'd like to sell to our trading company?"
The man was dressed in a black suit at first glance. He looked a bit like an insurance salesman, with a gentle smile on his face. He was on the slender side and had short black hair. Seeing that the decision maker had arrived, Chen opened the bundle he was carrying.
Whoa!
Inside lay several demon cores, along with some monster horns, tiger skins, and other items.
"Let me appraise these."
The manager's expression grew serious as he began to carefully appraise the items. After all, he was a powerful warrior stage cultivator and also an appraiser.
"Blazing tiger essence worth 1 million. The tiger skin is worth 100,000.
A level 2 monster, the berserk rhinoceros, its demon core is worth 1.2 million. The manager inventoried the items in the bundle and finally offered Chen a satisfactory price. "These items are worth a total of 6 million.
Do you have any objections?" The manager's tone toward Chen had become noticeably more courteous.
These monsters were all extremely difficult to kill, and ferocious countless warrior stage cultivators had fallen victim to them. Yet, unexpectedly, they had all met their end at the hands of this young man standing before him. This left the manager somewhat stunned, realizing that this youth was very likely the one who had been at the top of the trending charts recently. Consequently, he grew even more courteous toward Chen, his tone even tinged with respect.
"I'm very satisfied, but don't rush to pay just yet. I'd like to purchase a powerful D-rank martial art. Do you have any recommendations?"
After all, money is merely an external possession. What Chen valued most was martial arts.
D-rank martial arts? Our Bata Trading Company has roughly 1,000 varieties for you to choose from.
The manager grew even more enthusiastic, personally escorting Chen to select a martial art. An hour later, Chen left with a sense of satisfaction. His bank account now showed a balance of 500,000. That's right, Chen had spent the remaining 5.5 million. Of that, 5 million went toward D-rank martial arts manuals, while the remaining 500,000 was spent on a single pill called the Calming Heart Pill, which could bring inner peace and dispel the malevolent aura emanating from him. Seeing how people reacted, Chen realized he'd likely killed too many monsters, causing a malevolent aura to form around him, which was why ordinary people were afraid of him.
Following the manager's strong recommendation, he bought a pill to take.
He still needed to go home for a while, and if his family sensed the malevolent aura on him, it would be impossible to explain. His parents might bombard him with questions, and he wouldn't know how to answer them. After leaving the trading house, Chen didn't head straight back to school or home. Instead, he left the city once more. A D-rank martial art. Let me see just what makes this one so different. Once outside the city, Chen began his training, practicing the martial art he had acquired, blazing 9 slashes. This martial art consists of 9 forms. As it is performed, its power continuously increases. By the 9th form, the martial art reaches its peak, and its power becomes absolute. It is also the very best among D-rank martial arts. However, it is indeed a bit harder to master than other martial arts. It took Chen a good half day, but he finally mastered the entire art and perfected it. Ha! Vitality surged through Chen's body. Golden flames swirled in his palms, coalescing into a golden longsword roughly 1 meter long, radiating a menacing aura. As the technique erupted, a 5-meter-long crack instantly appeared on the ground. The entire surface seemed unable to withstand the force, emitting a violent rumbling sound, as if an earthquake were approaching. What a terrifying boost! Chen's current combat power was around 60,000, but when he unleashed the first move, it had already increased by 10,000, reaching 70,000. It was important to note that the power of each subsequent move would gradually increase even if it didn't double. The final combat power boost could reach 90,000. Combined with his original 60,000 combat power, he could reach a maximum of 150,000 combat power. With such strength, he might even be able to go head-to-head with a master stage practitioner. However, Chen was also aware of his own weakness. His vitality was still too low. If he were to unleash the final move, he would likely exhaust himself completely. Therefore, the most urgent task now was to improve his cultivation level so he could better harness the power of this martial art. And the best way to improve cultivation, aside from combat, was undoubtedly to soak up the sun. For the time being, Chen had no desire to hunt monsters. Instead, he intended to dispel the malevolent energy within him. He acted on this impulse immediately. Chen swallowed a pill, calming his mind and gradually dispelling the malevolent energy, restoring a sense of balance. As for why Chen had come outside the city, it was because he discovered that the sunlight here was warmer than within the city walls, and it replenished his mana much more quickly. Chen found a spot with the most abundant sunlight. After basking in the sun all day, he finally replenished his mana. Then, with his aura stabilized, he broke through once more, reaching the 4th level of the warrior stage, adding another 5,000 combat power equivalent to 10,000 gene of strength. However, this was still outside the city. Although Chen didn't want to kill anymore, a few reckless monsters still approached the area on their own. Chen used the simplest martial arts techniques to easily dispatch them, not even bothering to glance at their corpses. Since this was only the first tier zone, the monsters here were of very low value, making it unnecessary to loot their bodies. When night fell, Chen returned to the city for a hearty meal, planning to go home first thing tomorrow. After that, he would pack some provisions and spend more time outside the city to absorb even more mana. Chapter 24, Terrifying Combat Power. The assessment begins. Mom and Dad, I'm home. It was Sunday, and Chen knew his parents would definitely be at home. Chen's back. Why didn't you give us a heads up? We could prepare dinner in advance. Lu and Luna were overjoyed. After chatting with their son for a few minutes, they immediately went out to buy ingredients. They knew their son was used to the home-cooked flavors. Eating out simply didn't compare to the taste of home. Chen sat on the sofa watching TV. After a while, he went out to the balcony to soak up the sun, feeling the mana steadily increasing within him. As Chen sensed the profound vitality within his body, he actually felt a sense of unreality. This power was simply too overwhelming compared to his former self. It was immeasurably stronger. He looked at the skin on his hands. It was becoming firmer and firmer, smooth and flawless, more translucent than white jade. Brother, you're back. His younger sister, Snow, greeted Chen. Chen nodded slightly, taking in his sister's outfit, a long dress, a pink butterfly hair clip in her hair, and canvas sneakers on her feet. She looked youthful and radiant. After soaking up the sun for a while, Luna returned, carrying 2 bags of varying sizes filled with an abundance of food. About 2 hours later, 10 dishes had appeared on the table, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Eat plenty of beef. Luna smiled as she served him rice and dished out food, knowing that beef was Chen's favorite, so she had bought a special supply today.
Chen took a bite of beef but didn't he feel much, it just tasted okay. For a warrior stage cultivator with such powerful vitality, ordinary food required eating in large quantities to replenish his body's needs. So today, Chen had a huge appetite and ate 8 bowls of rice, which gave his younger sister Snow quite a shock. "Brother, how many days have you gone without eating?" Snow was utterly astonished. She was already full after just 1 bowl, yet Chen's appetite was 8 times hers. It was simply outrageous. "Chen, are you short on money?" Luna asked with concern. Chen thought of the balance in his bank account. He actually still had several $100,000 and shook his head. "I'm not short on money, I'm just eating a lot. Plus, I got a scholarship from school, so you don't need to give me any money." After all, hunting monsters could easily net him millions, so Chen didn't place much value on money these days. Besides, it was much harder for his parents to earn money than it was for him. He'd rather they keep it. Luna, however, was filled with worry, thinking Chen didn't want to tell them. Lu was carefree, continuing to eat without saying a word, looking every bit the dedicated foodie. "All you care about is eating, you don't even show any concern for your son." Luna shot Lu a glare. Lu finally looked up and said to Chen, "If you need money, just tell me." "Where did you get the money? Did you stash some away?" Luna frowned at the suggestion. Lu realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly added, "No, I'm just about to get paid. I can give Chen some of it first, and turn in the rest later." "Dad, that's not fair. I want money too." Snow wanted more pocket money as well. Chen watched the scene unfold, a smile spreading across his face as he felt the warm family atmosphere. After dinner, Chen planned to rest at home for the night before leaving. However, before he left, he told his parents that after this trip, he might not be able to return home until after the warrior stage assessment. The night passed quickly, and the next day, he left home again and headed outside the city. The sun outside was scorching, with temperatures reaching over 50 degrees. For an ordinary person, such heat would likely cause them to faint from the heat. But for Chen, it was actually a pleasure. The rate at which his mana replenished kept accelerating. And so, Chen would return to the city when he was hungry and stay outside to soak up the sun when he wasn't, killing a few reckless monsters along the way. Before he knew it, more than 20 days had passed. As Chen basked in the sun outside, the aura emanating from his body grew increasingly terrifying. From a distance, he looked like an endlessly burning furnace, radiating astonishing heat. "Breakthrough!" Chen silently chanted in his mind. At that moment, a massive surge of pure energy flooded his entire body, washing over him again and again while rapidly boosting his vitality. During this period, Chen had already reached the 10th level of the warrior stage, fully possessing 100,000 combat power equivalent to 200,000 gene of strength. Now, as Chen broke through to the master stage, he could sense that once he achieved this breakthrough, his combat power would likely increase dramatically. This process lasted roughly half a day. When Chen's vitality reached its peak, it finally came to a halt. This is the master stage. Chen opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and felt a strength unlike anything he had ever experienced. After the breakthrough, Chen's combat power had increased by 100,000, reaching a staggering 200,000. His physical strength also reached 400,000 gene. Phew! Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, noticing a large amount of blackish-gray impurities on his body, some of which emitted a foul stench. Breaking through to the master stage was akin to purifying the body's very essence. The resulting power was almost beyond belief. 9 styles of blazing flame, first style. Chen channeled the power within his body, condensing it into a long blade of flame that stretched nearly 3 meters, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. The power of the first form alone increased his combat power by 50,000, reaching a staggering 250,000. When stacked with the subsequent forms, the power of the final form reached a staggering 450,000. Such combat power would likely be considered formidable even among those at the master stage. Chen had once thought his homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinghua, was incredibly powerful, but after breaking through to the master stage himself, he felt that Zhang Jinghua might not be as formidable as he had imagined. At the very least, his own vitality was already approaching Zhang Jinghua's level. Ding! The phone in Chen's pocket suddenly vibrated.
He pulled it out, unlocked the screen, and saw the top headline. The 36 Cities Warrior Stage Assessment begins. All eyes are on it.
Chen didn't even bother clicking on the headline. Instead, he set off for the Warrior Stage Assessment site.
This time, the assessment was being held in Star City, so all he had to do was head back there.
Meanwhile,
in a massive oval-shaped square in Star City, a huge crowd had already gathered, creating a sea of people. The square was divided into many sections, each covered with soft carpets. There were also numerous machines set up across the square, designed to test combat power. Below the square, many people were whispering to one another. On the other side, people from major cities had begun setting out, converging here. The most eye-catching figure was Feng Changtian of the Feng family. As the most gifted among the 10 great geniuses, he was the center of everyone's attention. The other geniuses also drew significant attention. Many reporters were already waiting outside their doors, filming them with cameras and constantly asking for their thoughts. It was a veritable gathering of all forces. The attention surrounding this warrior stage assessment had reached an unprecedented level.
Chapter 25, Running into a Close Friend, Accepting Fate. Golden light tore through the clouds, showering the city below.
On the horizon, a young figure slowly emerged. Radiating youthful vigor, he was a boy who looked very young. The boy wore relatively loose-fitting casual clothes in black and white. Though his eyes were clear, a closer look revealed that they occasionally flashed with a sharp intensity, giving off an inexplicable sense of awe. It was as if an ordinary person had encountered a monster, sending a chill down one's spine.
Chen ignored the guards and headed straight back into the city.
The 2 guards stationed at the gate, however, watched Chen's retreating figure and began whispering to each other.
That must be one of the prodigies. Definitely.
I've seen him leave the city dozens of times. He comes back from outside every single day. He is probably a tough guy out there slaying monsters to hone his skills. They'd seen people go out to slay monsters before, but someone as diligent as Chen and so young at that was a first for them. While others feared life or death dangers when hunting monsters, for Chen, it seemed as routine as eating and drinking. Such a person was truly terrifying. In a way, he could even be called both a madman and a hero.
The first thing Chen did upon returning to the city wasn't to head to the testing grounds. He went home first.
This was a major life event. His parents and younger sister would be there to watch, so Chen planned to go with his family. Arriving at the entrance of their apartment complex, Chen saw his parents and younger sister, who were already waiting. His father was wearing a suit, his mother a red dress, and his younger sister a long pink dress, with black round-toed leather shoes and white socks. From a distance, they looked like a beautiful sight.
Mom and Dad.
Chen walked over with a smile to greet them. Then he glanced at his younger sister, Snow, and said, "You look really pretty today." A hint of confusion flashed in Snow's eyes. She had almost never heard her older brother Chen say anything nice to her. Had he suddenly changed his ways today?
Bro, you've got to do your best too.
Coming to her senses, her sister clenched her little pink fist, making a gesture as if to encourage him.
Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Actually, it's the others who need to do their best. This time, I'm going to be the one to take first place in the warrior stage assessment."
Snow was instantly speechless, falling silent on the spot. She felt her brother was getting a bit too full of himself. You really have some nerve, she thought to herself. But she didn't say anything to dampen Chen's confidence. Having ambition was a good thing, but if it was too far-fetched, it would just seem ridiculous.
Just like my son ambitious. Lu burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Luna stood nearby, smiling gently.
She felt that during his time at the academy, Chen had become much more cheerful and outgoing.
You actually dare to dream of first place? A young-looking boy sneered, radiating powerful vitality. This boy was none other than Lu Ling. He had been training relentlessly and had finally broken through to the warrior stage. However, the intelligence he received indicated that among this year's top 10 geniuses, even the weakest had likely reached the late warrior stage, and many had even advanced to the master stage. He instantly realized the gulf between himself and those top-tier geniuses. Old Chen.
Your son's tone is quite arrogant, but one must recognize the gap between reality and ideals. Old Lou, their neighbor, shook his head, finding the whole situation quite laughable. Old Lou's wife, too, thought that this neighbor's son had truly lost his mind. Luna's face darkened with displeasure. Old Lou had once been a good neighbor, but ever since his son's extraordinary talent emerged, it was as if he'd become a different person. They gradually started acting as if they were superior to everyone else, and the tone of their speech had shifted from mere boasting to one of condescension. As for the other neighbors, they generally agreed with old Lou and his family. After all, everyone knew that their son, Lu Ling, was a genius and had a high probability of passing this warrior stage assessment. Once that happened, they likely wouldn't continue living in this neighborhood.
Forget it, what's the point of me even talking to you?
Lu Ling shook his head. He hadn't been to school lately. The martial arts school had already sent someone to deliver his materials right to his home. He hadn't even been in touch with his girlfriend during this time, devoting himself entirely to his training. In fact, he now looked down on his girlfriend a little. He was certain he would pass the warrior stage assessment this time, and by then, he and his girlfriend would be worlds apart. Warrior stage practitioners generally lived longer than ordinary people, and he certainly didn't want to end up still young while his wife was already gray-haired. He finally understood why most people changed partners after becoming powerful warrior stage practitioners. Chen couldn't be bothered to explain it to them, nor did he take their words to heart. He only said those things to his parents. As for what others thought? What was it to him? Isn't it exhausting to care too much about everything? Mom and Dad, let us go, Chen said. No sooner had he spoken than a car horn sounded in the distance, and a bus pulled up outside the community gate. Students and parents heading to the warrior stage assessment, please board the bus. A man on the bus shouted through a megaphone they had been specially assigned to provide transportation. Today was a major event so significant that even employees at major companies were practically off work. The crowd quickly formed an orderly line and boarded the bus. The driver stepped on the gas and steered the bus forward. Inside the bus, many students were chatting among themselves, feeling uncertain. I hope I pass the assessment. Most students clasped their hands together and prayed silently, though it was merely a way to comfort themselves. To pass the warrior stage assessment, one must have reached warrior stage or possess the corresponding combat power, a threshold most of them hadn't met. Just then, the bus suddenly stopped. The doors opened, and new passengers quickly boarded. Chen. One of them spotted Chen, smiled, and sat down right next to him. Ha! Chen smiled back. Where have you been lately? I was actually planning to ask you to team up with me, Hung began chatting as soon as he sat down. Chen asked, why are you so cheerful? Aren't you worried about this warrior stage assessment? This warrior stage assessment was a moment that determined one's fate. If they failed, they would be sent to the battlefield to kill monsters, where the chances of survival were slim. Even if they did survive, many would likely refuse to leave the battlefield, because for those with common talent, the only way to grow stronger was to kill monsters and obtain more cultivation resources. It was like having seen a true, supreme powerhouse once you'd witnessed that, you could never willingly settle for being an ordinary person. I could have grown accustomed to the darkness, had I never seen the light. That was roughly the idea. What's the use of worrying? If I pass, I pass. If I don't, so be it. Hung, however, took it in stride. In this warrior stage assessment, the number of candidates who would actually reach the warrior stage was likely very small. If 500 out of 10,000 passed, that would be considered a good result. After all, there was only a small group of people with exceptional talent, and even they might not be able to break through to the warrior stage without diligent cultivation. For someone with a common talent like him, passing was practically impossible. Rather than worrying about such trivial matters, he might as well enjoy himself a little. Although reaching the warrior stage would allow me to be accepted into a martial arts school or even join various factions, and if I wanted freedom, I could even open my own small school, it's just too difficult. Sometimes, you just have to accept your fate. As Hein spoke these words, he let out a heavy sigh. His eyes held a hint of longing, but mostly, they were filled with disappointment. There were some things he could choose not to think about, but once they were brought up, he still felt a sense of reluctance deep within. Chapter 26: The Training Camp. The Top 10 Geniuses Emerge. Chen naturally understood the shift in his friend's gaze. If he hadn't awakened the system, he would likely be just like his friend, feeling only endless despair and resignedly accepting his fate.
You're right. Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, let us not dwell on these gloomy topics. We'll probably end up on the battlefield together.
When that time comes, we'll slay monsters side by side. Who knows, maybe we'll achieve something great someday.
Hong patted Chen on the shoulder, speaking with apparent optimism.
Chen was just about to explain that he likely wouldn't be heading to the battlefield just yet. But at that very moment, a young man with a defiant expression walked over and sat down in the row behind them.
Isn't that Chen?
Suddenly, the defiant young man recognized Chen and stood up, speaking in a sarcastic tone.
I heard you taught Lu Hai a lesson last time.
That good-for-nothing wasn't fit to be my brother's follower and has already been kicked out, but you've offended my brother.
During this warrior stage assessment, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget.
The defiant young man's name was Wang Kai. He had short black hair, wore all black, and sported a pair of sunglasses, giving him an air of arrogance.
Just a lackey, yet you sure talk big. But a loser is always a loser.
Facing the provocation, Chen replied with an icy tone. Chen recognized Wang Kai as Wang Long's cousin. They were distantly related, and Wang Kai also possessed an excellent level of talent.
You!
Wang Kai was furious and nearly lunged at Chen, but managed to restrain himself at the last moment.
Today was the crucial day of the warrior stage assessment.
If he caused trouble now, he'd likely be barred from participating in the assessment altogether.
Chen, your tone is still so arrogant.
A calm voice rang out, and everyone's gaze turned to the speaker. A young man in a black suit walked over slowly. He had long, silky golden hair and eyes that shone with a piercing intensity. He wore an expensive watch on his wrist, a clear sign of immense family wealth. Usually, people like him would have a private car to pick them up. But today was the warrior stage assessment, and everyone had to take the bus together, otherwise, most people wouldn't even be allowed into the testing grounds. Wang Long had arrived. He possessed elite-level talent and an incredibly formidable vitality, which was why he drew everyone's attention so strongly.
What incredible power!
Some of the young people's pupils contracted, even Lu Ling was no exception, his eyes filled with shock.
They could all sense that the vitality radiating from Wang Long was far more powerful than their own. Too bad you're all talk and no action.
After saying this, Wang Long found a seat at the back and sat down. He was even more arrogant and haughty than his cousin. Apart from exchanging a single word with Chen, he completely ignored everyone else around him, projecting an air of "keep your distance."
Cousin.
Wang Kai, who had been looking so arrogant just moments ago, immediately rushed over with a smile on his face the moment he saw Wang Long arrive.
Hong rolled his eyes at Wang Kai's sycophantic demeanor.
Soon, more people began boarding the vehicle one after another. Several of them, upon seeing Wang Long, immediately gathered around him. They were all Wang Long's followers, nearly all possessing excellent level talent.
Young Master Wang, the guy sitting up front is Chen.
Rumor has it he offended you in the past.
Should we go teach him a lesson?
Someone volunteered, eager to beat Chen up. This person had long black hair and an effeminate appearance. Anyone unaware might mistake him for a woman, as his features were exceptionally delicate. His name was Chu Chuan, also an excellent talent, confident he would pass this warrior stage assessment. Yet in Wang Long's presence, he adopted a subservient demeanor. He knew that while he could merely pass the warrior stage assessment, Wang Long was bound to shine brilliantly this time and would remain a major figure in his future.
You can teach him a lesson after the warrior stage assessment. Don't bother me with such trivial matters. My goal is to be among the top 10 geniuses. Ordinary people aren't worthy of my attention, let alone a worthless loser.
Wang Long spoke these domineering words in the calmest tone, looking utterly arrogant and completely indifferent to others' opinions.
Got it.
Chu Chuan nodded and replied respectfully. Not far away, Chen heard these words and smiled without a word. For this group to want to teach him a lesson and dare to say so right in front of him, that was truly brazen. However, when they met later, the roles of hunter and prey would likely be reversed.
Chen felt no ripples of emotion. Although Wang Long and his crew were arrogant, Chen didn't consider them opponents at all.
His goal this time was also to be among the top 10 geniuses and to take first place. The one he needed to watch out for most was Feng Chantian. As for the other geniuses, Chen was highly confident he could defeat them.
The bus soon pulled up outside the entrance to the exam venue and successfully entered the grounds.
From a distance, they could see several banners bearing the names of various schools. Chen and his group walked toward the flag of Star City First High School, where a large crowd of students had already gathered. They blended into the crowd. Aside from Wang Xiao standing out and the teachers being particularly enthusiastic, the rest of the group didn't attract much attention. Chen's parents and younger sister were seated in a different section of the stands. Since they weren't participating in the warrior stage assessment, they were in a separate area from Chen.
Lu Sheng is here,
someone suddenly exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on a young man. He was also a teenager, but he exuded a cool, aloof aura. He had a well-proportioned build, wearing a white long-sleeved shirt on top, light-colored jeans on the bottom, and a pair of canvas sneakers on his feet.
Without uttering a word, he captured everyone's attention.
He was the most dazzling genius in all of Star City and one of the top 10 geniuses.
Ying Bai Qi. After Lu Sheng left, another wave of gasps followed.
This person drew even more attention, as he was ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses. He was also a tall, imposing youth with bronze-colored skin. He radiated vitality, giving off the aura of a ferocious monster.
Bai Qiu Yu. Another wave of gasps followed as a girl with blue hair appeared.
She was breathtakingly beautiful, with skin as white as snow, looking as if a fairy had descended from the heavens. Her appearance was exceptionally striking. It was said she had countless admirers at school and was even the goddess of countless people's dreams. At that moment, she appeared wearing a blue school uniform, capturing everyone's attention. She was ranked 3rd among the top 10 geniuses and was said to have awakened an epic talent, destined to become a powerful female warrior stage in the future. A beautiful female warrior stage was all the more captivating to others, as powerful female warrior stages were a rare sight.
Feng Chantian is here.
Another wave of gasps followed as a somewhat lazy-looking young man appeared. He wore a red and white school uniform, his face expressionless, his eyes seeming to find everything rather boring. The moment he appeared, everyone else seemed to fade into the background. This was a top-tier epic talent, a once-in-a-century phenomenon, destined to become a formidable warrior stage. In the eyes of the crowd, he was even destined to join one of the 10 great guilds.
So that's Feng Chantian. Even from a distance, he certainly has an extraordinary presence. Hong remarked with admiration, his eyes brimming with envy.
They say that in this 36th floor assessment, the top 5 will be admitted to the training camp, receive C-rank martial arts rewards, and be given special cultivation. They'll have access to martial arts and resources that the school can't even dream of. In the future, they'll have a chance to join the 10 great guilds, the holy land of the human race.
The others are all up for debate, but Feng Chantian? No one can compare to him.
The internet was now flooded with coverage of Feng Chantian. Everyone knew he was the undisputed champion of this competition.
C-rank martial arts.
Chen felt a stir of excitement.
Although his current martial arts were already quite good, the prospect of even more powerful techniques naturally made him eager to train.
Moreover, what he valued even more were the superior cultivation resources.
Chapter 27, Combat Power Test.
Chen waited in the area for about half an hour before an instructor walked over and said,
"Line up properly and follow me. It's time for the warrior stage assessment." Upon hearing this, the students immediately fell into line and followed the instructor to the entrance of a massive plaza.
9 gates had been erected here, each teeming with people, with dedicated soldiers maintaining order. Led by the instructor, the crowd began lining up in an orderly fashion, entering one by one, picking up a number at the front desk, and then waiting. Chen and Hang were naturally together. One was number 1000, and the other was number 1001. Number 1, step up for the combat power test. A voice called out from above. A young boy walked up but quickly came back down, disappointed, as his combat power was only 3,000, far below the warrior stage standard. The tester inside this gate was a woman with a blank expression. She didn't even need to announce the result. The massive LCD screen on the testing machine displayed the first tester's score immediately. You need 5,000 to pass. Looks like we have no hope for this warrior stage assessment. Many wore expressions of disappointment, some even clenching their fists, their hearts filled with resentment. The warrior stage assessment was simply too difficult. Just the first test alone was enough to stump countless people. After all, most of them didn't even have a combat power of 5,000. One by one, the young test takers stepped up, their faces etched with disappointment, making the atmosphere here feel somewhat oppressive. Passed. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out from the stage. Everyone looked up and saw a defiant-looking youth, none other than Wang Kai, whom Chen had spotted not long ago. Wang Kai shot Chen a provocative glance, but Chen paid him no mind. The other youths looked at Wang Kai with envy, wishing they could take his place. The assessment continued in an orderly fashion. Out of 100 people, only 5 actually met the combat power requirement. The examiner standing nearby shook his head, thinking the quality of this assessment was a bit low. But just then, Wang Long, dressed in a black suit, stepped onto the stage. He wasn't wearing a school uniform, making him look somewhat out of place compared to the others. But at that moment, no one paid attention to such details. On the day of the assessment, whether you chose to wear your school uniform or not was entirely up to you. Boom! Wang Long struck the testing machine with a blank expression, and blood-red text quickly appeared on the screen. 50,000. Even the examiner was startled by the number and couldn't help but glance at Wang Long again. Combat power, passed. Please step down and wait over there. The examiner handed Wang Long a token. Only with this token could he proceed to the next stage of the test. Wang Long took the token and quickly walked off the stage. Holy shit! Who is this Wang Long? His combat power is insane. The passing score is 5,000, and he hit 10 times that. What a freak! Look how effortless he makes it. It seems he wasn't even using his full strength. The crowd below was already buzzing with excitement, as if a pot had exploded, everyone discussing the incident. Wang Long instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Subsequently, others stepped forward to take the test, but most barely passed. Even more lacked such formidable combat power and were immediately eliminated. Whereas Lu Shang? Where is he? Someone looked around, asking. Since Wang Long was already so monstrously strong, they wanted to see just how terrifying Lu Shang really was. Don't bother looking. The top 10 geniuses have a separate testing area. They don't even need to take the first combat power test, they're automatically passed. Someone explained. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more envious. While they had to wait patiently in line for their tests, the top 10 geniuses could skip right through. It was practically a guaranteed pass. But they couldn't really complain, because the top 10 geniuses were bound to pass anyway. The first round of testing was practically meaningless to them. Boom! Just then, another deafening explosion rang out, and everyone's gaze turned to a young boy on the stage. This boy wasn't wearing a school uniform either, and his hair was dyed red. That's by Gue Yuan from Star City 3rd High. Someone in the crowd recognized him. The others realized who he was and found it only natural, since he possessed an elite fire-type talent, a type known to boost vitality and increase combat power. This is really disheartening. Since the first stage tests combat power, we're nothing but extras here. Yeah. Compared to these geniuses, I feel like the worst of the worst. I couldn't even pass the first stage. I used to think that once I hit 5,000 combat power, I'd be considered pretty strong among the crowd, but compared to true geniuses, it's like the difference between a firefly and the full moon. Whether they were common talents or uncommon talents, everyone in the crowd was sighing in despair, realizing just how far they still fell short of the true geniuses. They were on completely different levels. These geniuses could likely wipe them out in an instant. Number 980, step up. Another teenager stepped forward and began the test. After testing so many people, 9 geniuses had emerged, all with combat power reaching 50,000, leaving the others filled with envy. The examiner had initially thought the quality of this test was a bit low, but after these geniuses appeared, he changed his mind. I never expected to see such talents this year, with combat power rivaling that of the late warrior stage. They're far superior to the group from 2 years ago. There was even a hint of anticipation in his eyes, hoping for the emergence of some truly extraordinary prodigies. Although the odds were slim, what if one did appear? Chen, I don't think we need to go up for the assessment. Hong looked utterly despondent. He had tested himself yesterday and knew his combat power was around 3,000 going up now. Wouldn't T change the result much? Chen didn't answer him. His expression remained calm. Seeing the combat power readings these geniuses produced left him unmoved. To others, these people were geniuses, but in Chen's eyes, they were just ordinary people, essentially background characters. He had long since surpassed 50,000 combat power, and now that he had broken through the master stage and multiplied that figure several times over, he naturally felt nothing. Soon, Hung went up for his test as well. As he had expected, he failed to pass, and he walked down from the stage with a look of disappointment on his face. Number 1001, take the stage. The examiner announced from above. Chen walked up with a calm expression, looking at the machine in front of him. Meanwhile, the examiner held a tablet, swiping through it and glancing at Chen a few times to confirm his identity. The rules are simple. You may use any techniques or martial arts you like, but you have only 3 attempts. I will calculate the average score. However, if you're confident, you may choose to perform just once, or forfeit the test entirely. Chen nodded slightly. He felt no nervousness whatsoever regarding the combat power assessment. Because he was destined to pass. Chapter 28, Startling the Examiner. The examiner scrutinized Chen carefully, then raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. In her eyes, Chen had little to offer beyond his good looks. His vitality was mediocre compared to the others. She could barely even sense it. According to the record she just reviewed, Chen possessed nothing more than an ordinary talent, which made her even less concerned. In the examiner's eyes, Chen was destined to fail. Once the assessment was over, he would be sent to the front lines. If you're ready, we can begin the test. The examiner said casually, signaling that Chen could proceed. Chen nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state of mind. Ha! Chen unleashed a punch, and the vitality within him converged into a single point before exploding outward. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, yet the machine remained motionless. The LCD screen on it suddenly lit up, and the numbers began to rise rapidly. In just a few breaths, the count had already surpassed 10,000 and continued to climb. The examiner Han Ti paid much attention at first, her gaze somewhat dismissive. In her view, Chen was destined for nothing great, but she Han Ti expected that he had already passed the first test. Even if his combat power stopped rising, Chen would still be considered a true warrior stage practitioner. The numbers continued to climb. Before long, they broke through the 50,000 mark, showing no signs of stopping as they kept surging upward. This caused the examiner's expression to grow slightly grave, and her gaze toward Chen was filled with astonishment. Chen's records clearly indicated he possessed only an ordinary fire elemental talent. How could his cultivation progress be this rapid? The examiner's initial indifference gradually gave way to a sense of awe. Chen Han Ti held back at all. He had unleashed his true power. Although he hadn't employed any martial arts techniques, his raw combat power was still quite impressive even among those at the master stage. Beep, beep, beep. When the measured combat power reached 100,000, the display suddenly began to flicker violently, then started smoking. Right before everyone's eyes, it emitted a loud explosion. Boom! The machine was completely destroyed. The surrounding area fell deathly silent. All the students were stunned, staring at the young figure on the stage. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. 50,000 combat power was already outrageous enough to be considered a genius, but Chen's combat power had actually broken through 100,000? What kind of monster was this? Hong was also in the audience. At that moment, a cacophony of thoughts swirled in his mind. It felt like a dream. He had originally thought Chen was just like him, simply quick to grasp things. After all, some people do learn martial arts faster than others. As for Chen's claim last time that he had broken through to the warrior stage, Hung had assumed Chen was just making it up. But now, the true combat power Chen had displayed had far exceeded his imagination, over 100,000 combat power. Wasn't he that on par with the master stage? Chen, you've been hiding your true strength all this time. Hung chuckled wryly, feeling that everything he said to Chen earlier made him look like a complete clown. Still, Hung was genuinely happy for Chen. With his good friend possessing such terrifying combat power, he was bound to become a major figure in the future. Who knows, maybe he'd even get to ride on Chen's coattails someday. This is a true dark horse. A genius with 50,000 combat power exclaimed in astonishment. As an elite-level talent, he naturally understood the gap between 100,000 and 50,000. The disparity was enormous, more than double the strength. If they actually fought, he'd likely be wiped out in an instant. Someone like this was nothing short of a monster. A genius like him was understandable. But a talent as monstrous as this was truly beyond reach. For a genius like you to say something like that is truly pathetic. Just then, another genius with a head of red hair, Bai Guiyuan, let out a series of cold laughs, finding the other S-words utterly ridiculous. What do you mean? The other genius frowned, glaring at Bai Guiyuan with obvious displeasure. Bai Guiyuan replied nonchalantly, "It's obvious the machine is broken. How could he possibly be that terrifying? I know this guy too. He is Chen, the top student at Star City First High School. But he has only awakened a common talent. His actual combat power is lucky to reach 10,000. The other geniuses all wore expressions of sudden realization. If the machine was malfunctioning, then it all made sense. Wang Long remained utterly impassive, his expression showing no change. Even when Chen's true combat power broke through 100,000, his gaze remained as calm as still water. It seemed as though nothing in the entire world could shake his composure. Test suspended. The female examiner had also considered this possibility and assumed the machine had malfunctioned, so she stepped away for a moment. Before long, she returned with a team to bring up a new machine, while the broken one was carried away to be scrapped, dismantled, and disassembled for parts. This is a new model capable of detecting up to 300,000 combat power. The female examiner said, then instructed Chen to retake the test. Is 300,000 combat power the maximum it can measure? Chen had originally intended to make a spectacular debut, so this time he was going all out, using his most powerful martial arts technique. But if he really used the stacked blazing 9 slashes, this machine would surely be scrapped again. That would delay the tests for the people behind him. Forget it. The first stage isn't that important anyway. Chen stepped forward, took a deep breath, and threw a punch without even using his full strength. Whoosh! The combat power gauge climbed steadily, and soon the blood-red number 110,000 appeared on the display. Seeing this dazzling figure, the crowd fell silent once more, the room becoming completely still. Earlier, they could have blamed it on a malfunctioning machine, but how could they explain this test result? Could it be that the second machine had broken down too? That was simply impossible, utter nonsense. How could you possibly have such terrifying combat power? The female examiner was completely taken aback, even wondering if the reading was incorrect. How could a common talent possess such high combat power? Even if it were possible, it would require years of cultivation. Yet she recalled that Chen had only awakened a little over a month ago. How could his cultivation progress be so rapid in such a short time? What is going on here? Other examiners, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Tests in other areas had already concluded, only Chen's remained, as the machine replacement had caused a delay. Upon seeing those dazzling numbers, the examiners were all stunned. They simultaneously assumed a figure had emerged who could rival the top 10 geniuses. They felt it was highly likely a dark horse had appeared, one who might even break into the top 5 of the rankings. Chapter 29, Monster Corridor, Practical Assessment. Chen's best friend, Hung, was once again stunned, his lips even trembling slightly.
What was his own combat power? 3,000, not even close to the passing mark, yet Chen S was dozens of times higher. What a crushing blow!
The remaining test takers were all overcome with despair, feeling as though Chen S' figure had grown towering before them. Some young, beautiful women's eyes sparkled as they gazed at Chen S retreating back, as if he were an idol. In this era, warriors of the stage with formidable strength or extraordinary talent naturally became the center of attention. They attract the opposite sex the most. Almost every woman wants to latch onto these highly talented warrior stage practitioners.
However, for most, it remains nothing more than a fantasy.
A warrior stage practitioner with exceptional talent is akin to a celebrity from Chen S' past life. They have countless fans.
They're like the Prince Charming of everyone's imagination, desirable but out of reach. At that moment,
the 9 examiners gathered together, studying the numbers on the screen and discussing them.
What kind of talent does this person possess? Why didn't anyone notice it before?
To have 110,000 combat power in just over a month, it must be an epic talent. It looks like we'll have to add one more to the top 10 geniuses. The examiners discussed the matter with some excitement. The more geniuses the test produced, the better the rewards they would receive.
Ha!
Suddenly, among the 9 examiners, a woman in her 30s spoke up. This female examiner had a sleek, short haircut, fair skin, and a robust vitality. She was clearly in the prime of her life. She wore a form-fitting uniform on top, black stockings on her legs, high heels on her feet, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her appearance resembled that of a sexy, attractive schoolteacher.
How can he be just a common talent?
The beautiful examiner shook her head, a look of disappointment crossing her face. Upon hearing this, the other examiners all exchanged incredulous glances, then also wore expressions of disappointment.
What a waste!
The other examiners sighed, instantly losing interest.
Examiner, I'd like to ask, why do you look down on a common talent who has reached 110,000 combat power? A student in the audience voiced the question on everyone's mind.
The female examiner knew their discussion wasn't exactly quiet, so it was only natural that those below had heard it.
Since you're curious, I'll explain it to you.
As everyone knows, talent is divided into several tiers. I won't go into too much detail about that, I'm sure you're all aware of it.
But do you know why these tiers exist? It's because talent determines everyone's ceiling. The highest ceiling for a common talent is merely reaching the master stage.
If you want to break through to the grandmaster stage, unless you have a major stroke of luck, it's impossible in this lifetime. I see that this student named Chen must have also obtained some special opportunity to enhance his combat power, but his own potential has almost been fully tapped out. From here on out, improving his strength will become extremely slow. As for those with the next tier up, uncommon talent, reaching the pinnacle of the master stage is far easier for them than it is for those with common talent. As long as they train diligently, they can reach the master stage without needing any special opportunities.
Elite-level talents, if they develop smoothly, can all reach the grandmaster stage.
Even the top-tier rare talents have a chance to reach the archmaster stage.
These people don't need special opportunities, their innate talent is their greatest opportunity.
So while a common talent might shine brightly at this moment, possessing combat power that astounds others, as time goes on, such a person will eventually fade into obscurity.
Of course, this isn't just my opinion, there have been such cases in the past, and they've been documented.
There isn't just one to date, over a dozen have been identified, all of whom made a sensation early on. Take Zhang Ai, for example.
I'm sure you've all heard of him.
He made a sensation a few years ago and even joined the ranks of the top academies, but later on, he was surpassed one by those around him. Although he has now reached the master stage, those he once defeated have all become grandmasters.
That is the gap in talent.
The beautiful examiner's words left the crowd in a state of deep contemplation. They had indeed heard of Zhang Ai, once a dazzling figure hailed as the light of Star City, with hopes pinned on him reaching the archmaster stage. They never imagined that after all this time, he would still be stuck at the master stage. It was said that after his awakening during the assessment, he obtained a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. After consuming it, his vitality surged and his combat power soared, yet the outcome turned out to be this. They knew that Zhang AI had already broken through to the master stage back then, but they never expected that after all these years, he hadn't made much progress. It seemed that, in the end, talent was what determined everything. Hearing these words, Chen sneered inwardly. If he truly possessed only common talent, he would likely be feeling quite disheartened right now. But that wasn't the case, so he didn't let the remarks get to him. His talent and potential surpassed everyone else's, so naturally, he had no need to worry about hitting a bottleneck in the future. All he needed to do was bask in the sun and level up. The Grandmaster stage wouldn't be long before he reached that realm himself. Congratulations! You've passed the first test. The examiner tossed a token into Chen's hand and motioned for him to move to the other side. That was the area for those who had passed. Chen took the token, gave a slight nod, and then waited to the side. Soon, everyone had finished their tests. Those who passed would proceed to the next round, while those who failed could leave immediately. Of course, they could also stay in the audience seats to continue waiting and watching. I'll briefly explain the second round. You must pass through a corridor, but there are monsters inside. You must kill them to clear the stage. The first to finish will receive monetary and martial arts rewards. The second place finisher will receive. The examiner gave a brief explanation, but the main focus was on the first place reward, a powerful C-rank martial art manual. The moment he said this, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Hundreds of geniuses gathered there, each itching to prove themselves and vie for first place. After all, even the least valuable C-rank martial art was worth at least 30 million, several times more precious than a D-rank martial art. No one had expected such a prize to be offered as a direct reward. Alright, there are 18 passages in front of you. Line up in order and enter one by one. The examiner pointed ahead, where a dozen small portals glowed with light. Opening a door and stepping through meant entering the passage. Everyone nodded in unison, checking the numbers on their tokens and beginning to line up. First, a group of geniuses entered together, while the rest waited outside, unable to see what was happening inside. Do you think Chen has a chance of making it through the passage? The examiners, bored with the wait, began whispering among themselves. I doubt it. This is a combat assessment. Even with raw power, facing some vicious monsters, he might not be able to win. To kill a monster, brute strength alone isn't enough. Even if he passes the assessment, I doubt any top academy would be willing to accept a common talent student. After all, they've already learned their lesson once before. You're right. Chapter 30, a shocking scene. The first group of examinees emerged shortly thereafter. Several of them were pale with fear, and some would never come out again. During this live-action assessment, the examiners were not allowed to intervene. It was a matter of life and death, left entirely to fate. Of the 18 who entered, only about 13 emerged successfully. 6 of them looked as though they were on edge, still visibly tense, their nerves stretched to the limit. Let me reiterate, this is a combat assessment. You may die, because once you're inside, you'll face powerful monsters and experience genuine life and death crises. Although rumors outside suggest that passing the warrior stage assessment means you have to go to the front lines, a true warrior stage shouldn't be for greenhouse flowers. That's why the monsters inside are all captured from the front lines, ferocious monsters. In fact, facing these monsters is even more dangerous than going to the front lines. If any of you wish to withdraw, you may do so now. As the tall, imposing male examiner finished speaking, several people actually began to waver, silently taking a couple of steps back. But the examiner's expression didn't change. He seemed to be used to this. If you want to quit, go ahead. Just consider yourselves failed. Not everyone has the courage to face those vicious and powerful monsters every year. Some people voluntarily give up on the assessment. I'm out. I'd rather go to the front lines and kill monsters. After a genius with a combat power of around 20,000 voluntarily withdrew, several others followed his lead and left, unwilling to continue the assessment. It seems those who remain are prepared. However, I must remind you once more, this time, we will release level 3 monsters, creatures on par with the master stage. Be mentally prepared. The examiner's words caused the remaining geniuses' faces to pale. Among them was Wang Kai. His own combat power wasn't particularly high, and he knew his own limitations. If he really encountered a level 3 monster, wouldn't that mean certain death? What kind of level 3 monster is it? One of the geniuses asked. The examiner replied calmly, "You'll find out once you enter the passage. We can't reveal that now." "Alright, that's enough chatter. The rest of you, please enter the passage." This time, the 10 top geniuses entered the passage, and the examiners focused their attention primarily on them. In their view, these 10 were certain to pass. The release of these level 3 monsters wasn't intended for them to slay them, but to test their survival skills. As long as they could hold out for 5 minutes after encountering a level 3 monster, they would pass. Of course, it was also possible they wouldn't encounter a level 3 monster at all. Since this monster corridor, built by the human race, covered a vast area with hundreds or even thousands of monsters in each passage, there was no guarantee they would come across one. This test largely depended on their luck. If they were lucky enough not to encounter any level 3 monsters, they could still pass the assessment. Chen glanced at the token in his hand. It bore the character 2, indicating he was part of the second group to enter. Chen stepped forward, pushed open the gate before him, and entered the monster corridor. The moment Chen entered the corridor, he immediately sensed a vast, desolate aura. This place seemed somewhat similar to the outer second layer region. It must have been constructed as an imitation. No sooner had he entered than Chen spotted a monster with a terrifying aura. It was none other than the ghost-faced tiger he had first encountered. However, the aura of this ghost-faced tiger was even more terrifying than the one he had met before, surpassing even that of the blazing tiger he had encountered previously. It was a vicious, terrifying level 2 monster, its eyes glowing with a dangerous light that sent a chill down one's spine. But Chen felt nothing in his heart, for in his eyes, the monster before him was nothing more than trash. At least, that was how he saw it. It was merely fierce in aura. Outside the human race's fortress, there were far more terrifying monsters, ones countless times more powerful than these. If he couldn't even pass this test, he certainly wouldn't be able to go beyond the stronghold to slay even more terrifying monsters in the future. "You're out of luck for running into me." Chen unleashed his vitality and began channeling his martial arts. The ghost-faced tiger sensed the danger and suddenly let out a roar. Roar! In the next instant, the leaves in the nearby woods rustled slightly, and 2 more ghost-faced tigers appeared. It turned out there were 3 of them in total. Encircling Chen from 3 directions, they cut off all his retreat routes, intent on finishing him off. Roar! A series of tiger roars echoed through the air. All 3 ghost-faced tigers simultaneously spewed black light from their mouths, which transformed into beams of light, aiming to pierce Chen. Meanwhile, their limbs moved with lightning speed as they closed in rapidly. For an ordinary warrior stage fighter, this was a fatal crisis, a dead end from the moment they entered. But Chen's eyes remained cold and indifferent. "Bring it on!" He even let out a loud laugh, then unleashed his vitality without restraint, radiating a terrifying aura of dominance that actually overwhelmed the 3 ghost-faced tigers. Chen passed right through them. The 3 ghost-faced tigers were instantly decapitated, their headless corpses dropping to the ground, reeking of blood. And that scent of blood immediately drew even more monsters from the vicinity. Meanwhile, outside, the examiners were watching the video feeds, focusing primarily on channels 1 through 10, where the 10 prodigies were navigating the trials. "His reputation truly lives up to the hype. Feng Changtian is a true prodigy," exclaimed the examiner monitoring Monster Channel 1. As soon as Feng Changtian entered, he encountered several warrior stage, 9th tier monsters, yet he dispatched them with ease, making it look effortless. This Lu Sheng isn't bad either. He took down a warrior stage, 8th tier monster with a single move. Ying Baiqi and Baiqiui's performances are also extraordinary. It seems that as long as they don't encounter a tier 3 monster, they'll likely be able to plow right through the monster channels. The examiners were filled with admiration. Such geniuses were truly dazzling. Not only did they possess immense combat power, but they also remained completely unfazed when facing monsters, dispatching them with ease. These top 10 geniuses truly live up to their reputation.
Such a performance was simply flawless. Even on the battlefield, they would likely be monster-slaying machines. Their mental fortitude was truly exceptional. Just as they were expressing their admiration, the tablets in their hands suddenly began to beep. This signaled an anomaly in one of the corridors. The evaluators instinctively tapped their tablets, and an image appeared on the screen. The corridor shown was Corridor 12, the very one Chen had entered. When the evaluators saw the scene inside the corridor, their eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Is the tablet malfunctioning? The examiners found it hard to believe, for the scene on the screen was even more shocking than the one where the 10 geniuses had slain monsters, a sight they would never forget. Chapter 31, Monster Cores. Monster Passage Number 12. The ground was covered in pools of blood, all of it from monsters. A young boy stood there like a demon god, with the corpses of monsters at his feet numbering a staggering 12. And these were all monsters with terrifying auras. Even in death, they continued to radiate an astonishing presence. Among them were 2 terrifying monsters comparable to a warrior stage 10th rank fighter, the kings of the second-tier monsters, the exploding rabbits. Those 2 monsters were pure muscle, standing an astonishing 10 meters tall. They looked massive, with a pair of rabbit ears and blood-red eyes. Yet now, these mighty monsters lay completely motionless on the ground, not a breath remaining in them. After Chen had slain these 2 terrifying monsters, he noticed something glowing inside them. He reached out and sliced open the monster's abdomen, revealing a translucent crystal-like stone that emitted a crimson glow. These are monster cores. Only when the demon cores of certain powerful monsters mutate do such crystals form. These items are extremely valuable. Even the cheapest ones cost tens of millions. To have obtained 2 of them at once was nothing short of a stroke of incredible luck. However, Chen felt a strange sensation, a craving deep within him, as if his body were yearning to absorb them. Yet the books he read warned that these were extremely dangerous. One must purify the malevolent energy on them before absorbing them, and it was best to refine them into elixirs. Chen fell silent for a moment, closing his eyes in thought, then opened them again, his gaze sharp and intense. I possess an unprecedented mythic talent. I may not need to follow the book's instructions and refine them into elixirs to absorb them. Chen decided to give it a try. If it didn't work, he would simply stop absorbing it. Chen channeled his vitality and began refining it. The monster core transformed into pure mana, surging into his body. Chen's vitality kept increasing steadily, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. As for the malevolent energy, it had long been easily purified by the flames burning on the surface of his body. Chen immediately began devouring the second monster core, feeling the power within him grow ceaselessly as his vitality became increasingly formidable. Chen felt as though he were a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with inexhaustible strength from head to toe. The sensation was both wondrous and exhilarating, making him want to let out a triumphant roar. About 10 minutes later, Chen sensed that his physical strength had increased by another 100,000 jin, bringing his physical power to a terrifying 500,000 jin. Converted into combat power, that equated to 250,000 combat power. And this was merely his base combat power. Another breakthrough. It seems every time I break through a level, my strength increases by 100,000 jin. Chen clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him. He had originally thought this practical combat assessment wouldn't pose much of a challenge, so he hadn't been particularly interested. In fact, he was certain he could secure first place no matter what. But now, Chen's interest was fully piqued. There were still plenty of monsters here, and he might even encounter that level 3 monster. If he managed to slay a level 3 monster, there was a chance it might drop a monster core. After all, the stronger the monster, the higher the drop rate. Now that he had reached the second level of the master stage, he felt incredibly confident and even hoped to encounter a level 3 monster sooner rather than later. It seems this is my big break. Chen grinned and headed deeper into the monster corridor. To get through here, he had to make his way out of this monster passage, where he would encounter a large number of monsters along the way. Chen hadn't gone far when a sudden sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He sensed a deep, dangerous aura permeating the air. Chen turned around and saw a massive demon beast.
It was over 10 meters long, its tongue hanging out of its mouth as it sprayed a strange black liquid.
Chen instinctively leaped to the side, subconsciously dodging the strange liquid.
Then he saw the black liquid land right where he had been standing just moments before. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. White smoke billowed from the ground, instantly corroding a crater over a meter wide, while emitting a nauseating stench 100 times worse than durian.
Poison.
Chen's expression changed instantly, and he quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothes. Although his vitality was strong and his constitution remarkable, this monster before him was highly toxic. It seemed he'd have to be extra careful and finish this quickly. The massive python's pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Chen, radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Chen realized this monster was even more terrifying than the 2 warrior stage, 10th tier monsters he had encountered earlier. But this wasn't a level 3 monster either after all. If it were, its vitality would be at an astonishing level. The leap from warrior stage to master stage was massive, almost 2 tiers apart, and one could sense it just from the aura the monster emitted.
You dare ambush me? I'll kill you.
Chen's power had just surged, and he wanted to see how many moves this monster could withstand. Seeing Chen charge at it, the giant python monster grew even more ferocious, spewing venom from its mouth as it lashed out with its massive tail toward Chen.
Moments later, a deafening sound echoed across the ground.
The giant serpent monster that had been there moments ago was now lifeless, lying in a pool of blood. Its head had been completely shattered, leaving only a headless corpse.
Monster cores, just as I thought.
Chen sliced open the monster's body and found another blood-red crystal inside.
This item would be of great use to him. Chen absorbed it on the spot.
Although he hadn't broken through to the next realm, his strength had increased by 50,000 gene. If he could get another one next time, he would be able to break through again. After that, Chen fought his way through, and one monster after another fell in pools of blood, but he didn't find any more monster cores. After all, the probability of finding such a thing was too low. On the other side, several examiners stood there in a daze. Watching the footage on the tablet, they were speechless with shock. This was simply beyond belief.
Who exactly is the monster here?
A male examiner's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. In the video, a teenager was slaughtering monsters with frenzied intensity. Not a single monster could withstand a single strike from him. Each was killed with a single, precise blow.
The slightest delay meant being torn apart by overwhelming force. What are you talking about?
Zhang Lin, the beautiful evaluator from Lane 3, had just opened the video herself and was immediately stunned. Her flawless, delicate face was etched with shock. Chapter 32: The Performance of the Top 10 Geniuses. In the video, the young boy, seemingly dissatisfied with how slowly he was killing the monsters, began to accelerate. His speed began to surge, becoming even more terrifying. No matter what kind of monster it was, they were killed in an instant, without even the strength to resist. The monsters that had looked fierce now resembled a flock of sheep, while the youth charging in to kill them had transformed into a ferocious tiger, beginning a frenzied slaughter.
It was nothing short of a bloodbath. That's the king of level 2 monsters, the golden cicada.
Suddenly, Zhang Lin cried out in shock. She felt that Chen had finally met his match. He could slaughter those ordinary monsters, but now he was facing a terrifying entity among the level 2 monsters. It would definitely not be so easy to kill anymore.
The other examiners felt the same way.
Because Chen was killing monsters too quickly, it had caused an anomaly, and they were somewhat displeased.
So they hoped Chen would learn a lesson.
That level 2 monster was entirely golden, with a golden horn protruding from its head. It looked like a cicada magnified 1,000 times. The moment this ferocious monster appeared, the surrounding monsters all looked terrified and began to scatter. The handsome young man gave the level 2 monster a cold glance, then clenched his palm into a fist.
Rolling boulder skill.
Moments later, the powerful monster's body was blown to pieces on the spot, shattered into fragments with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Once again, it was instantly killed with a single strike.
The battle ended just like that.
The examiners watching from the sidelines were all left speechless, even swallowing hard involuntarily.
Is this a common talent? How could such a freak appear among the common talents? It's truly brutal and savage.
He seems even more terrifying than those top 10 geniuses. The examiners buzzed with discussion, their minds unable to settle for a long time. Only the beautiful examiner, Zhang Lin, shook her head and said, even if he performs exceptionally well in this round, so what? He is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, he is ultimately just a common talent. Even if he is strong now, he'll still be easily surpassed by other geniuses in the future. Even though his physical strength now rivals that of the master stage, and his combat experience is ample, the highest level he can ever reach in this lifetime is the master stage. Perhaps he stumbled upon some stroke of luck that allowed him to cultivate to this level as a common talent, but his path ahead has already nearly reached its end. Sometimes, one simply has to accept one's fate. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, the other examiners fell silent. Although his remarks were indeed harsh, and Zhang Lin was admittedly a bit extreme in this regard, he was speaking the truth. Most of them were uncommon talents, so their highest possible achievement was the master stage. Breaking through that barrier would require a stroke of extraordinary luck.
Wasn't Zhang Lin essentially saying the same thing about them?
She's right. No matter how dazzling this Chen was in the early stages, in the end, he is no different from us.
Forget it. Let us not pay him any more attention.
Even now, no matter how outstanding he is, I doubt any academy would accept him. Let us go take a look at the other 10 geniuses instead.
They possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps a few of them will reach the Archmaster stage in the future.
The examiners immediately lost interest and switched the video feed on their tablets. The first to appear was still Feng Changtian. This young man's speed in slaughtering monsters was no slower than Chen Se2 took them down with a single strike, yet he gave off an air of elegance.
The Feng family behind Feng Changtian was said to have produced several Archmaster stage warriors. They were a true warrior stage noble house. So Feng Changtian's performance came as no surprise to anyone.
This might show you her evaluation seems a bit low. One examiner watched the video on the tablet, his gaze narrowing slightly. The other examiners quickly switched the video to Monster Channel 3. There was a blue-haired girl there, as cold as a 1,000-year-old block of black ice. Wherever she passed, the ground froze solid, a clear manifestation of her ice elemental talent. Since she had awakened an epic talent, the endless frost seemed capable of freezing everything in its path.
That's the Bai Clan's D-rank martial art, Frost Freeze. One examiner recognized the technique.
It wasn't sold on the open market but was an exclusive martial art passed down within the Bai Clan. It was said that among D-rank martial arts, this was the most powerful, and it possessed unique properties not found in those circulating on the market. These properties were said to conserve stamina, which was why Bai Chou Yue could unleash her martial arts so unrestrainedly.
You're right. Bai Chou Yue should rank second.
The original second-ranked genius among the top 10 truly pales in comparison to her.
Another examiner nodded in agreement.
His tablet was displaying the scene from Channel 2, where an ordinary-looking teenager was slaughtering monsters. This person looked unremarkable, just like an ordinary passerby, the kind you'd forget the very next day. His name was Sikong Yen. He had awakened an extraordinary fire elemental talent. When he used his martial arts, flames would surround him. He was backed by the Sikong family, another powerful clan.
This Lu Sheng is performing surprisingly well. Zhang Lin switched to Channel 9.
The man on screen also possessed an ice elemental talent, but his martial arts didn't freeze everything in sight.
Instead, he condensed ice into blades to slay the monsters.
His killing speed was extremely fast, like a merciless monster reaper, and his performance was equally impressive.
Lu Sheng should rank in the top 5. One of the examiners remarked. And then there's Bai Qi.
Everyone says his talent only ranks 5th, but judging by his strength, I think he could break into the top 3. In the footage from Channel 5, a bronze-skinned youth was literally tearing apart dozens of monsters, bathed in their blood, looking like a god of slaughter. His eyes were filled with a murderous glint, and the killing intent radiating from his body felt as though it were about to solidify into a tangible form. While others usually killed monsters with a single strike, he was different. He beat them to death, their piercing screams sending shivers down one's spine.
Moreover, no matter the monster, he remained overwhelmingly powerful. His physical strength seemed hardly inferior to Chen's.
Here was yet another figure rivaling master stage combat power. The examiners even believed him to be stronger than Situ Yen.
Of course, aside from the top 10 geniuses, there was another standout talent, Wang Long. His talent was also elite level, though not the absolute best.
Yet, compared to the other top 10 geniuses, his performance was so impressive that he managed to rank within the top 7. It seems Wang Long's father recently broke through to the Grandmaster stage, remarked one examiner, whose sources were quite reliable.
No wonder he is performing so well.
The cultivation resources a Grandmaster stage practitioner can secure are far superior to those available to a Master stage practitioner. But having resources doesn't necessarily mean one can cultivate faster.
It seems this Wang Long is truly quite exceptional.
The examiners held Wang Long in high regard, believing he deserved the 7th spot, though they saw little hope for him to crack the top 5. Even Lu Shang, the lowest ranked among the top 5, was far beyond Wang Long's reach. As for the top spot held by Feng Changtian, they felt no one could replace him, truly living up to his reputation as a top-tier epic talent. He seemed to have been holding back while killing monsters, making it look effortless. He hadn't even used any powerful martial arts techniques, creating a stark contrast with the other geniuses.
Chapter 33, The True Number 1. Corridor 1. Boring. So boring.
A seemingly lazy-looking teenager was walking step by step forward. This dangerous monster corridor was, to him, as easy as walking on flat ground. Even the aura he emitted was enough to deter some monsters from approaching him. For at this moment, Feng Changtian had truly broken through to the master stage, his vitality astonishingly powerful. Coupled with his cultivation of the Feng clan's most powerful martial arts, he could even amplify his own presence.
He simply hadn't used it yet.
In his view, level 2 monsters were far too weak, not worth his effort. Only level 3 monsters were worthy of him deploying his martial arts.
In Feng Changtian's view, first place was his for the taking.
His speed was extraordinary, though he hadn't counted the monsters he'd slain. There were at least 100.
Corridor 3. Bai Chouyue was also brimming with confidence.
She believed that the martial arts passed down through her clan would allow her to easily take first place in the practical assessment, and she felt no significant pressure at all.
Corridor 9.
Lu Shang was equally confident, convinced the first place was his for the taking, a confidence born of his genius.
Wang Long felt the same way.
How much weaker could he possibly be compared to the top 10 geniuses? This time, all those so-called geniuses would merely serve as his foil. In the other corridors, the top-tier geniuses all shared this mindset. For ordinary trainees, the combat assessment was hellishly difficult. Passing it was a near impossible feat. But for these elite geniuses, the combat assessment posed no challenge whatsoever. It was merely a matter of speed. There was virtually no pressure at all, unless they happened to encounter a level 3 monster.
Feng Changtian is about to emerge.
But his luck is just too good. He hasn't even encountered a level 3 monster yet.
One examiner felt a bit disappointed.
The scoring criteria here stipulated that if a candidate encountered a level 3 monster and managed to hold out, they would receive bonus points. However, even if Feng Changtian did encounter a level 3 monster, he would likely be able to hold out for several minutes with ease. He is truly the undisputed first place. First place is Feng Changtian. There is no point in us competing.
The other examiners all agreed. Feng Changtian had breezed through the assessment without ever having to go all out. His overall strength was undoubtedly number 1. Bai Chouyue should be coming out soon too.
Oh no, she has encountered a level 3 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf.
Looks like she'll be a bit late. She actually froze the Silver Moon Wolf on the spot.
What terrifying martial arts! The examiners in Lane 2 were utterly stunned. When others faced the level 3 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf, they were constantly dodging and struggling to hold their ground. Yet this prodigy managed to pass simply by freezing it. It was truly breathtaking. Ying Baichi also encountered the Silver Moon Wolf.
His power is even more terrifying than the Silver Moon Wolf's. He suppressed it. Holy crap! He actually drove the Silver Moon Wolf away.
The Silver Moon Wolf's speed is among the fastest for a level 3 monster. While its strength is admittedly a bit weaker, the fact that someone could drive a level 3 monster away means Baichi's power is nothing short of monstrous. It truly left them in shock. At the entrance to Corridor 1, the Silver Moon Wolf was actually lying in ambush here, launching a surprise attack on Feng Changtian. The Silver Moon Wolf failed. Feng Changtian severed one of its forelimbs, and it fled. An examiner couldn't stop exclaiming in astonishment, deeply impressed by how effortlessly Feng Changtian had severed the Silver Moon Wolf's foreleg. The top 5 contestants' stunning performances were largely in line with their expectations. As for Lu Sheng in Corridor 9, his performance was also extraordinary. He showed no fear of the Silver Moon Wolf and engaged it in a head-on battle. Meanwhile, Corridor 12. The monsters here had piled up like a mountain. Over 100 lay in pools of blood, emitting a foul stench. The pooled blood of these monsters was enough to make anyone feel nauseous. 500 monsters, and yet only 3 monster cores? That's a truly dismal yield. Chen had refined all those monster cores, yet he had only managed to break through to the 3rd level of the master stage. It seemed that advancing in the master stage wasn't as easy as he'd thought. Forget it. Warm-up's over. I should get out of here soon. Chen burst forth with astonishing speed, vanishing from the spot in an instant. He had originally stayed behind specifically to hunt monsters, but now he was charging straight toward the exit of the passage. Nothing could stop him. After moving forward for about 10 minutes, Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He spotted a massive, pure white wolf. Its teeth were as long as a saber-toothed tiger's fangs. The wolf exuded an aura far more terrifying than other monsters. It glared at Chen with a ferocious expression, looking as if it might pounce at any moment. A level 3 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf. Chen recognized this monster. While not the most terrifying among level 3 monsters, it was extremely fast, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Killing you should drop some new monster cores, right? Far from being alarmed, Chen was delighted. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes, and his aura grew dangerously intense. Meanwhile, outside, the examiners were all intently watching a single screen, Channel 1. Feng Changtian was only 10 minutes away from Channel 1. If he made it through, he would be the first to finish. Moreover, there were no monsters left to block his path. They were all waiting for the first-place finisher to emerge. But just then, one of the examiners happened to glance at the scene in Channel 13. The tablet screen showed that Chen had also encountered a Silver Moon Wolf. Instantly intrigued, he wanted to see how Chen would overcome the Silver Moon Wolf and charge toward the end of the corridor. Yet the next moment, his mouth dropped open, and he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. People are speechless when they are most shocked, just like this examiner at that moment. This male examiner felt as though he were witnessing a legend come to life. He actually killed the Silver Moon Wolf, and with just a single move. It took him a long time to snap out of it and exclaim in amazement. Hearing this, the other examiners felt a sharp jolt of shock run through them. Their gazes all converged on Corridor 12. They saw that after Chen had slain the Silver Moon Wolf, he had burst forth with astonishing speed, charging toward the exit of Corridor 1. And judging by the looks of it, if he kept up that pace, he would likely be out completely in just 3 minutes. Their assumptions had all been wrong. It seemed the true first-place winner was likely Chen. Chen's performance had been the most spectacular. This stage tested not only speed but also monster-slaying ability. Even if Chen wasn't the first to clear the stage, he had killed a level 3 monster, the Silver Moon Wolf, so in the overall evaluation, he should be considered first. It seems we were all wrong. First place should go to Chen. A common talent coming in first? That's hard to swallow. Are we supposed to let him join the genius training camp? The examiners were deeply shaken at that moment, overcome by an indescribable feeling. If word of this got out, people from other cities would likely mock the residents of the 36 cities. Chapter 34, More Monsters? Not far from the examiners stood teachers and principals from various schools. At that moment, the principal of Star City First High School, holding a thermos, was beaming with joy. Beside him, Zhang Jingguo was equally thrilled. He had originally believed, based on the principal's words, that Chen wouldn't be able to shine this time, perhaps not even making it into the top 30. But he never expected Chen to give him such a huge surprise. It was simply too unexpected. The other teachers were watching the massive LCD screen in front of them, which was easily over 100 inches wide. There were a total of 18 such screens here, representing the 18 monster channels, each with its own number. The teachers were also allowed to watch, as the examiners were selected from among the teachers of these various schools. Each school took turns hosting the event every year. No, it can't be. We absolutely cannot let Chen come in first. The female examiner, Zhang Lin, had lost control. Seeing the scene on the video, she couldn't accept this reality. Did she want them to become the laughingstock of other cities again? That's exactly what happened back then. That prodigy had been discovered by her father. Though merely a common talent, he was incredibly dazzling. Who could have known he'd turn out so ordinary? Even her father, who should have been promoted, was expelled from the school instead. The reason for his expulsion was that a high-ranking figure from one of the 10 great guilds was deeply dissatisfied. A single offhand remark was taken to heart. In the eyes of those powerful figures, they mere master stage practitioners were nothing more than ants. A single word from them could decide their fate. She would never allow history to repeat itself. Why not? Why is it impossible? The female examiner's voice was so loud that Principal Wang of Star City First High School was deeply displeased. Was she denying their authority? Zhang Jingguo also looked indignant, glaring fiercely at Zhang Lin, seething with frustration. When Zhang Lin saw Principal Wang, a hint of apprehension flashed in her eyes. Anyone capable of holding the position of principal was at the Grandmaster stage far more powerful than her at the Master stage, so she naturally dared not offend him lightly. As Principal Wang and Zhang Jingguo approached, Zhang Lin explained, "Principal Wang, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to give Chen first place, but giving it to him would simply be a waste. Feng Changtian is a top-tier epic talent. If he's self-awarded first place and joins the genius training camp, he'll undoubtedly grow rapidly." However, Principal Wang and the others did not agree with her reasoning, and the other examiners also shook their heads. If they actually did that, wouldn't it imply there was some under-the-table deal? The warrior stage assessment they were conducting had to be absolutely fair and impartial, otherwise, if any bias were exposed, how could they possibly win the trust of the people? I disagree with your explanation. I believe Chen is the undisputed first-place winner. His assessment speed has already broken the record for the 36 cities, and on top of that, he has the ability to single-handedly take down a silver moonwolf. First place must go to Chen, otherwise, awarding it to anyone else would be hard to justify. The other examiners and instructors all nodded in agreement, believing the male examiner was right. Principal Wang was also very satisfied with what the male examiner had said. The 36 cities assessment they organized might not even take place once every 10 years. It was a grand event, so absolute fairness had to be maintained. Otherwise, it would be an insult to these talented candidates. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Why can't you understand? Do you have any idea how brutal the genius training camp is? With ample cultivation resources, those formidable geniuses could surpass Chen in an instant. By then, even if Chen were to enter, he'd quickly find himself at the bottom of the pack, and there's a very real chance he'd be eliminated. Moreover, the true top-tier geniuses are almost all nobles. Having had unlimited resources and deep-rooted foundations since childhood, their strength has likely far surpassed Chen's by an immeasurable margin. They're simply not on the same level. Only by making Feng Changtian the top student with his top-tier epic talent and the foundation built since childhood can we bring glory to the 36 cities. As for the others, just making it through the genius training camp is enough. The top spot largely determines the prestige of our 36 cities. Are we really going to send Chen? Upon hearing Zhang Lin's words, everyone fell silent, for what he said indeed made sense. Nonsense! Zhang Jingguo was furious, looking thoroughly displeased. What you're saying is utter rubbish. Chen earned this through his own abilities. He didn't cheat. First place can only go to him. Zhang Lin's expression turned cold as he retorted,
Then can you guarantee that Chen will be able to break through to the Grandmaster stage in the future?
He has just a common talent, after all.
How do you know he has a common talent? Couldn't he awaken a second talent?
Zhang Jinghua argued forcefully. Zhang Lin sneered, geniuses capable of awakening dual talents are truly one in a million, even rarer than the highest tier divine talents. Even the others present now felt that what Zhang Jinghua was saying was indeed a bit far-fetched. How could a warrior stage with dual innate talents possibly appear in a small star city? If that were the case, the 10 great guilds would likely have sent representatives to recruit Chen into their academies. A warrior stage practitioner with dual talents is said to possess immense potential, rivaling even that of a divine talent. Such individuals are so rare that finding one is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
Zhang Jinghua's expression darkened. He couldn't be certain whether Chen truly possessed dual talents from birth.
Alright, arguing about this is pointless. Let me put it this way, if first place goes to Feng Chantian, the human race will gain a peerless powerhouse in the future, and he'll bring honor to all 36 cities. But if it goes to Chen, that would be a waste of a divine gift and it would bring severe disgrace upon our 36 cities. You should know in your hearts which choice to make. I know none of you want to be the bad guy, but for the sake of the 36 cities, I'm willing to take on that role. I'll go find him personally and persuade him to give up this reward. Zhang Lin spoke with righteous conviction, appearing at that moment as if she had transformed into a messenger of justice. The crowd began to debate. Some felt it shouldn't be done this way, while others believed it should. The discussion failed to reach a consensus.
Since no one can convince anyone else, I'll enter Monster Corridor number 12 first. I'll meet with Chen and discuss it with him. If he agrees, you won't have any objections, will you?
Zhang Lin's gaze swept across the crowd's faces.
It's the only way.
A principal stepped forward, nodding in agreement, and the other principals and examiners followed suit.
Zhang Lin then left the crowd and headed straight for corridor number 12. Inside Channel 12.
A handsome young man with an extraordinary aura exhaled softly, and a violent gale suddenly swirled around him, emitting a fierce howl.
Devouring the monster cores, I've finally reached the 4th tier of the master stage. The young man was none other than Chen. He now felt an endless surge of power coursing through his entire body. The Silver Moon Wolf's crystal indeed provided a greater boost than those of other monsters.
His current strength had reached 700,000 gene and was still growing, as he hadn't yet fully assimilated the power of the Silver Moon Wolf's crystal. Converted to combat power, his raw combat power alone had already reached 350,000. This was a terrifying figure, and it was merely his base combat power, achieved without utilizing any martial arts techniques. Chen had now reached the entrance of the passage. Just a few meters away, he could leave at any moment.
But just then, Chen suddenly heard footsteps and sensed an incredibly profound surge of vitality. Could there be another monster?
Chen could sense that this vitality was even more terrifying than that of the Silver Moon Wolf, and he became deeply intrigued. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he channeled the vitality within his body, his gaze fixed intently on the front.
Chapter 35, Overpowering the Examiner.
In Chen's line of sight, a shadow appeared. The shadow gradually lengthened, and the footsteps grew closer and closer.
Kill!
Chen surged forward instantly, like a ferocious tiger. His terrifying vitality erupted in that moment. He clenched his fist tightly and slammed it forward with all his might. The power of that punch was so terrifying it made one's scalp tingle. It seemed as though the very void itself was about to be shattered by that pure, overwhelming force. At this moment, Chen no longer resembled a human being, but rather a terrifying monster in a frenzy. That astonishing and unparalleled terror sent shivers down one's spine.
Zhang Lin had just stepped into Corridor 12 and hadn't gone far when she sensed a terrifying force bearing down on her.
She didn't think much of it, knowing the force came from Chen. She noticed that Chen seemed particularly fond of killing monsters to obtain monster cores. Still, she could understand his motivation. After all, Chen was just a child from an ordinary family. It was different for the major clans. Their prodigies were trained from a young age using monster cores, so most of them relied on clearing the dungeons to advance. They had no interest in slaying monsters here to gradually collect monster cores. They didn't lack such cultivation resources, and their foundations had long been firmly established.
Let me see just how strong you really are.
Zhang Lin let out a cold laugh. She didn't believe Chen's strength could harm her. This was the confidence that came with being in the late master stage. Those selected to serve as examiners for this assessment were the elite among the instructors. Some might even break through to the grandmaster stage in the future, though the probability was extremely low and required a certain degree of serendipity. Without such serendipity, the highest achievement one could reach in this lifetime was merely the master stage. She extended her pair of fair hands, reaching out toward him. Her vitality erupted instantly, and she immediately activated her martial art.
Martial art, Dragon Seizing Hand.
Her delicate hands had now become harder than steel, seemingly capable of shattering anything in their path, while also generating a powerful pulling and suction force. Chen felt his fist being forcibly pulled toward her by a tremendous force, which actually neutralized a full 30% of his power. However, Chen's expression didn't change much. He was merely a bit surprised. He had assumed it was a monster, but such a refined martial art could likely only be performed by a human. Still, Chen had no intention of stopping. He wanted to see just how powerful he could be when he truly unleashed his full strength. This suddenly appearing powerhouse, likely an examiner or the like, would be the perfect opponent to test his skills against.
Meanwhile, outside,
at the entrance to Corridor 1, a lazy-looking teenager emerged. He glanced at the other corridors, then withdrew his gaze, wearing an expression of boredom.
Looks like first place is mine. Feng Changtian didn't feel much about it.
He'd taken first place so many times since childhood, always first, with no one even close to matching him. Even this time, despite the presence of other so-called geniuses, none could hold a candle to him. They were all just a bunch of losers, not worth his attention. He believed that his true rivals would likely only be found in the genius training camp. Rumor had it that the genius training camp would gather prodigies from all over the country. That was when things would get truly interesting.
Unlike now, the loneliness of facing no worthy opponents was truly tedious.
Soon after, other prodigies began emerging one after another from the exit of the passageway.
The second to appear was a blue-haired girl named Bai Chou Yue.
Her martial arts could freeze everything and were extremely energy efficient, so it came as no surprise to anyone that she had taken second place. However, the third place was somewhat unexpected. It wasn't Si Kongyan, but Ying Baiqi.
Fifth place went to Lu Sheng.
More geniuses emerged one after another, and the top 5 had been firmly established. Si Kongyan secured a spot, but his ranking was only 4th. The top 5 have been firmly established.
This ranking is so unexpected.
It seems some of the top 10 geniuses have limitless potential. The crowd erupted in a stir.
What top 5? Haven't only 4 come out so far?
Ying Baiqi heard the discussions and looked utterly confused. He wasn't the only one. The other prodigies felt the same way, as they overheard people saying the top 5 had been definitively determined.
They didn't dwell on it, though.
After all, the full results would be announced shortly, and then they'd know for sure whether there had been a mistake.
At that moment, Wang Long emerged from lane 11.
He glanced at the number of people who had come out so far, his expression darkening. He had thought he could surpass those top 10 geniuses, but he had underestimated them.
He was actually the 10th to emerge, which meant he was ranked 10th.
Could he only surpass one of the top 10 geniuses? Wang Long felt a pang of resentment, but he had no choice but to accept this reality.
However, this result was viewed quite differently by others. For instance, his followers, those geniuses with excellent talent, were all ecstatic.
I knew it. Brother Long is definitely no weaker than the top 10 geniuses. Brother Long making it into the top 10 this time, that's so impressive. One of the top 10 geniuses got knocked out.
Brother Long is awesome.
On the other side,
in Corridor 12. Boom! A massive, muffled explosion rang out. Zhang Lin, clad in black tights, looked utterly disheveled.
Both her arms trembled uncontrollably, and a look of shock spread across her face.
What a little monster!
Zhang Lin had never imagined that she, a proud master stage 7th tier practitioner, would be knocked back by a single punch from a junior. Even though she had used her martial arts to weaken Chen's power, she still felt as if her arms were about to snap. Her arms were now tingling, and she couldn't stop them from trembling. However, as a powerful master stage practitioner, she adjusted her vitality and quickly suppressed the sensation. The stinging and numbness in her arms subsided.
Interesting. Again.
Chen got a clear look at the female examiner, yet he showed no sign of stopping. It was the first time he'd seen anyone withstand the full force of his punch.
Though he hadn't yet used his martial arts, such power would be unbearable even for a monster. It seemed this beautiful examiner before him was even stronger than a monster. Wasn't that fascinating?
Having finally found someone to spar with, Chen naturally had no intention of giving up. Instead, he wanted to unleash his full potential.
Stop. I'm not here to fight you.
Zhang Lin saw the look in Chen's eyes and heard the words coming from his mouth, and immediately sensed that the situation had taken a turn. She had come merely to persuade Chen, not to engage him in combat.
It was a pity, though.
While Chen's power was formidable, his achievements still fell short of others. Compared to true top-tier geniuses, he might impress at first, but eventually, his strength would wane.
Chapter 36, Give Up? This is how the gap between a genius and an ordinary person widens. Time will prove everything.
Seeing that the examiner had spoken, Chen naturally couldn't continue fighting. He had no choice but to rein in his vitality, then looked at the examiner, wondering what exactly the other party wanted to say. He didn't believe the examiner would enter the monster crossing for no reason. After all, the examiner had stated earlier that they wouldn't interfere in any aspect of the assessment. Now that he had suddenly barged in, there must be something he needed to convey. And it was highly likely that this matter had something to do with him. Otherwise, the examiner wouldn't have gone out of his way to come in and address it early. Your performance during the practical assessment was indeed spectacular. It left even us examiners utterly astonished. Zhang Lin didn't state his intentions right away. Instead, he began by lavishing praise on Chen. No need for all that nonsense.
Get to the point. Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to this. It was pointless. Alright, then I'll be blunt. I want to discuss something with you. I hope you'll agree to forfeit your ranking this time. Zhang Lin's expression was serious. It was clear she wasn't joking with Chen. Chen's expression darkened. He glanced at her and said, "If this is an evaluation, there is absolutely no need for that. If this isn't an evaluation, then you're out of your mind."
Zhang Lin didn't get angry at Chen's words. Instead, she continued in a gentle tone, "Do you know what rank you're in for this assessment? You're first. First place represents the face of our 36 cities. A person must know their place. For someone with a common talent like you, what good would joining the genius training camp do? It's a place teeming with geniuses. If you go in there, you'll be left far behind by the other geniuses. That will crush your confidence, and it's even quite possible you'll never recover from it." Chen didn't listen to the rest of what the female examiner said. He only picked out the parts he liked. "So I really am first place." This result didn't come as much of a surprise to Chen. He simply took it for granted. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was still chattering on.
"You're ultimately just a commoner.
The others have families backing them. They have access to better cultivation resources and have built a stronger foundation from an early age. If you gave them a C-rank martial art, they'd instantly become much stronger and master it in no time. But if you gave it to you, you'd never be able to unleash its full power in this lifetime. I know this might make you angry, but nobles are nobles, and commoners are commoners. You should just give up on the first place reward." Chen hadn't taken her words to heart at first, but when he heard that last remark, he felt particularly annoyed. This female examiner kept bringing up the word commoner all the time. So what if he was a commoner? Did having a powerful family behind them and being a noble mean they could do whatever they wanted? If that were truly the case, why would they even hold the warrior stage assessment, allowing both commoners and nobles to participate? How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Just because you're crazy doesn't mean I am. Get lost." Chen spoke to the beautiful examiner in front of him with no holds barred. Although the examiner was quite pretty, and wearing black stockings certainly made her a pleasure to look at. The words coming out of her mouth were those of a fool, always assuming everyone was just like the people in her own narrow-minded world. Upon hearing Chen's words, Zhang Lin snorted coldly, "You're ungrateful. You'll definitely regret this once you get to the genius training camp." Since Chen was completely unyielding, she didn't bother trying to persuade him further. She had once had the opportunity to visit the genius training camp and witness the geniuses there. Some of them, though at a lower cultivation level than her, possessed astonishing vitality. She had even seen a video where some of these prodigies had directly slain monsters of terrifying strength. Those were all level 3 monsters, even she would have fled the moment she encountered one. So she knew all too well that the genius training camp was a gathering place for truly extraordinary prodigies. Not a single one was an easy opponent, they were all geniuses with astonishing talent. By now, after leaving the genius training camp, these geniuses had likely grown to a level far beyond his reach, perhaps 1 or 2 had even reached the Archmaster stage. Zhang Lin turned and walked away, leaving Chen with her back to him. Chen paid it no mind and headed toward the exit. He was confident he was second to none. Once he reached the genius training camp, he would trample those geniuses one by one, leaving them unable to rise again. Chen believed in his mythic talent and his own hard work qualities that others could not easily surpass. Chen stepped out of the passageway and looked around. Many of the geniuses had already emerged, they all carried an air of arrogance, even casting scrutinizing glances his way. Chen felt a pang of resentment. After all, he knew he was the top-ranked student. Even if these people had come out before him, they could only be ranked behind him. If it weren't for that female instructor who suddenly appeared, he would likely have been the first to appear before everyone. The last one out. "Chen, you really are a loser," Wang Kai sneered. "Though I'm surprised you even made it out alive. I thought you'd die in there." He spoke without restraint, deliberately mocking Chen. Chen shot him a cold glance. Wang Kai suddenly felt as if he'd been locked onto a chill ran down his spine. He glanced around nervously, then let out a sigh of relief. "Chen, my older brother, Wang Lon, came in 10th. He is one of the new top 10 geniuses now," Wang Kai whispered, lowering his voice. He had assumed that one of the geniuses had just released an aura to intimidate him because he was being too loud. 10th place? Chen sneered dismissively, not taking the rankings seriously at all. What could someone who barely scraped into 10th place possibly be capable of? He didn't even have the qualifications to join the genius training camp. He was nothing but a good-for-nothing. But in Wang Kai's eyes, it looked as though Chen had been shaken, and he immediately wore a smug expression. Wan Long felt quite pleased to hear Wang Kai praising him so highly. He glanced at Chen without a care in the world, convinced that in the future, one would be in the heavens while the other would be in the depths of the earth. Their future achievements would be worlds apart. Perhaps many years from now, looking back, today's events would be nothing more than a laughable memory. Wang Long didn't pay Chen much attention anymore. In the future, they were destined to be worlds apart. They had once been rivals, but from now on, they likely wouldn't even have the chance to meet again. Although 10th place meant he couldn't join the genius training camp, he could still enter the academy, where he would gain access to higher-level martial arts, perhaps even surpassing his father. Then, the remaining geniuses also entered the monster corridor one after another to undergo their assessments. By the time all the geniuses had entered the monster corridor and emerged, it was already dawn the next day. Now that you've all emerged, it's time to announce the assessment rankings. A tall, burly examiner stepped forward. He was the chief examiner for this session. Chapter 37, Doubts and Scandal? Everyone's gaze turned to the chief examiner. They didn't know his name, but their hearts were filled with anticipation for the rankings he was about to announce. I will now display the results on the screen. Of course, only the top 30 will be announced. The rest may be considered to have passed the Warrior Stage assessment and become official Warrior Stage members, but they will not be included in the rankings. The chief examiner addressed the crowd with these words. Hundreds of geniuses were all on edge. Only the top 30 were eligible for the rankings, and those left behind likely wouldn't even be considered geniuses. 30th place, Su Xing. 29th place, Li Fei. The rankings were announced one by one, all the way down to 11th place.
Wang Long saw that Chen's name wasn't even among the bottom 10, realizing Chen had been completely eliminated.
However, this was entirely within his expectations. In his view, Chen was nothing more than a common talent. He might have a bit more brute strength, but he'd be helpless against a true monster, so he didn't deserve a spot on the leaderboard.
Chen really is a good for nothing, he can't even make the rankings. Wang Kai sneered repeatedly.
Although he hadn't made it either, Wang Long had. He was Wang Long's follower and a relative, too, which would bring him plenty of benefits down the line. He knew Wang Long had always hated Chen, so now he wanted to keep belittling Chen to impress Wang Long.
Wang Rong's other followers also began to attack Chen at that moment.
He actually dared to compete with my brother Long for a woman before.
Why doesn't he take a good look at himself? Does he even think he is worthy? A loser is a loser. A country chicken will never turn into a phoenix, no matter what.
Chen remained calm inside, paying no mind to the trash talk spewed by these fools. He would soon give them a taste of their own medicine. Chen knew full well that these utterly foolish idiots weren't even in the same league as him. Why waste his breath on them? Getting into a verbal spat with these fools would only lower his standards.
Someone might even snap a photo of it, and it would instantly trend on social media.
First place in the 36 cities warrior stage assessment, yet he lacks the decency to avoid a verbal altercation. In Chen's view, these people who were deliberately targeting him were no different from keyboard warriors online. They started attacking him without even understanding the truth of the matter.
Once the truth came out, they flip-flop.
After all, they had nothing to lose. All they had to do was spew mindless insults. To argue with this bunch here would be beyond foolish.
11th place, Wang Long.
Wang Long, who had been beaming with pride, froze on the spot the moment he saw the announcement on the LCD screen, his eyes filled with disbelief.
I don't believe it. Why am I 11th?
Wang Long felt like he was going crazy.
His ranking was supposed to be above one of the top 10 geniuses. Why was he only given 11th place? Who exactly had taken his spot? Could there be foul play in this assessment? Or had a disciple from one of the major clans secured the spot in advance?
Wang Long clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his skin, yet he felt nothing, convinced he had been humiliated and wronged.
As for the spectators in the stands, they were also taken aback.
They remembered that Wang Long had indeed been the 10th to emerge, so why was he ranked 11th?
Who on earth was in 10th place?
The answer was revealed shortly thereafter.
10th place, Morong Chueshue.
She was one of the original top 10 geniuses. In everyone's estimation, she should have ranked 9th, yet she ended up one spot lower.
The remaining rankings were announced one by one.
The examiners, teachers, and the entire audience remained calm, for they had known these results all along. They had been standing by while the examiners deliberated on the rankings.
For this warrior stage assessment, they were authorized to observe the proceedings and even offer their opinions.
However, whether the examiners chose to accept those opinions was entirely up to them. The only certainty was that absolute fairness and impartiality must be maintained. In the audience, gasps of surprise filled the air. Clearly, this ranking had taken everyone by surprise.
5th place, Lu Sheng. 4th place, Si Kongyan. 3rd place, Bai Qiu Yue. 2nd place, Feng Changtian.
When the rankings were announced, a startling light flashed in Feng Changtian's eyes, like two bolts of lightning slicing through the void. The geniuses around him felt a bone-chilling sense of pressure, as if a dormant beast had awakened at that very moment. They sensed a palpable threat, and goosebumps involuntarily rose on their skin.
What terrifying vitality!
This is surely beyond the early master stage.
Bai Qiu Yue assessed the situation, feeling that overwhelming vitality.
Though she herself was a master stage cultivator, Feng Changtian's aura was clearly far more powerful than hers.
If even Feng Changtian could only come in second, who on earth was the first place winner?
When had such a freak of nature emerged among them geniuses, someone capable of surpassing Feng Changtian? The other geniuses also suspected that there might be some underhanded dealings behind this assessment. In their view, if Feng Changtian had taken first place, they would have accepted it without question. But if it were someone else, they simply couldn't accept it.
Facing Feng Chantian, many of them knew they were no match for him. But if this suddenly emerged first-place finisher wasn't as strong as them, what gave them the right to take first place? Moreover, among the remaining geniuses, they didn't believe anyone's strength could surpass Feng Chantian's. First place, Chen.
Just as everyone was filled with doubt and speculation, blood-red numbers appeared on the screen, and the first-place finisher of this assessment was finally revealed. But what greeted this first-place finisher wasn't awe or shock, it was complete silence throughout the venue. Even the spectators found it utterly unbelievable. Lu Lunat and her husband exchanged glances, staring at the displayed number, convinced it must be someone with the same name.
"Mom and Dad, that's my brother's name. Is my brother first place?"
Snow was still young, she was thrilled and had no doubts. She simply believed that Chen being first place made her feel proud.
"Keep your voice down, it might not be your brother." Luna quickly cut her daughter off before she could ramble on.
Those of us in the audience could only see the rankings, we couldn't see the actual test content. In our minds, we thought Chen would be lucky to pass the first-tier assessment, the vitality test, let alone come in first in the subsequent rounds.
If we said that out loud, others would probably laugh at us.
It wasn't that we didn't want to believe it was just that our son was only a common talent. How could he possibly outshine everyone else? Unless their son came out and told them so himself, they simply wouldn't believe it.
Back in the testing area, Wang Long's face was twisted with jealousy. He immediately voiced his doubts. "I don't believe it. Chen was clearly the last one to come out.
Why is he first?
Is this some kind of fix? If so, what's the point of this warrior stage assessment? Making us geniuses play second fiddle to a common talent, what's the point of that?"
Chapter 38, A Single Punch to Subdue the Genius and the Clown.
Upon hearing the objections, the chief examiner stepped forward from the crowd.
A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from his body. Everything around him seemed to thicken in that moment, as if the very air had been sucked out of the surrounding space.
Everyone felt an unparalleled pressure, as if a massive mountain were bearing down on their shoulders.
As the head examiner, his strength was beyond question. He was a figure just one step away from entering the Grandmaster stage.
"Silence!"
His voice carried out as if amplified, instantly subduing Wang Long, who was on the verge of an outburst.
Wang Long clenched his teeth, his face etched with resentment.
He didn't believe the chief examiner was right. On the contrary, he felt the man was deliberately covering something up.
The underhanded dealings here were utterly disgusting.
Though he didn't know how Chen had managed to bribe these examiners, he simply couldn't accept it.
How dare someone with merely average talent step on his head? "Examiner, you owe us an explanation." Feng Chantian spoke up.
As proud as he was, if not for this incident, he too would have found the situation strange. He would never have asked on his own initiative. The chief examiner glanced at Feng Chantian and offered a friendly smile. He might not care about Wang Long's thoughts, but Feng Chantian was a future powerhouse who would inevitably surpass him. Facing such a genius, the chief examiner naturally adopted a polite demeanor.
"Feng Chantian, I know you all have objections. I'm sure the other geniuses feel the same way, don't they?
However, this warrior stage assessment guarantees absolute fairness and impartiality. Please watch the video on the screen now, and you'll see the truth for yourselves." He then opened a video and began playing it on the large screen. On the massive LCD screen, a handsome young man was furiously slaughtering monsters, the ground covered in blood. Hundreds of monsters lay dead in pools of blood, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine.
But that wasn't the most shocking part.
The most terrifying moment came when the youth encountered a silver moon wolf, a level 3 monster known for its blinding speed. Even those with superior strength might not be able to kill one.
Then, the handsome youth on the screen struck.
Without any unnecessary movements, he simply unleashed a martial arts technique.
Arg! The silver moon wolf let out an agonized howl as it was struck by the blow.
It plummeted to the ground instantly, blood spilling everywhere, and died on the spot. Watching this, Feng Chantian's pupils contracted slightly. He had encountered a silver moon wolf before, but this monster was extremely cunning. It seemed to sense that his aura was stronger than its own and remained highly vigilant toward him. That was why he had only severed one of the silver moon wolf's forelimbs, allowing the beast to escape and vanish without a trace. I have no further objections. After watching the video, Feng Chantian no longer doubted the authenticity of the event. In truth, he could have killed the silver moon wolf himself, but he had concealed his aura beforehand, allowing the creature to prepare its defenses. He had once looked down on those who preferred to suppress their vitality, but now he understood that sometimes a single decision could alter one's fate. For instance, he had only managed to rank second this time, but if he had known to suppress his vitality earlier, he might have secured first place. He had lost this round, and he accepted the result with full conviction. Principal Wang and Zhang Jingguo watched the footage play, their smiles never fading from their faces. Not long ago, when they first saw the footage, they had found it hard to believe. They couldn't understand how a common talent could be so powerful. The fact that he was able to kill a silver moon wolf proved that Chen had already reached the master stage. An 18-year-old at the master stage. It was just a pity that he was a common talent. Breaking through to the grandmaster stage would be incredibly difficult in the future, with the probability practically zero. However, becoming a top-tier master stage might not mean much in the outside world, where geniuses abound, but in Star City, it could change one's social standing. Moreover, someone like Chen, having already shattered people's expectations once, might just do it again. Wang Long watched the silver moon wolf lying on the ground, his face filled with disbelief, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. I don't believe it. You're faking this. Wang Long felt as if he were going mad. How could someone he had clearly left far behind suddenly turn the tables on him? Even Wang Long's followers wore expressions of disbelief. Not a single one dared to speak another word. They had been mocking Chen just moments ago, but now they only hoped Chen wouldn't hold a grudge and come after them later. Even if Chen's natural talent was limited, his current cultivation was far superior to theirs, and he had even been accepted into the genius training camp, making him stronger than any of them. If he returned from the camp and decided to teach them a lesson, they likely wouldn't stand a chance. But at that moment, Chen couldn't care less about what Wang Kai and the others were thinking. Chen, do you dare accept my challenge? If you don't, it proves you cheated. Wang Long roared, pointing his finger at Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen sneered and said, "Why should I accept your challenge? I don't need to prove anything to you." Wang Long burst out laughing the moment he heard this. Ha 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 ha. You're scared. I knew this had to be a fake. Otherwise, how could a worthless common talent like you have made it this far? He was now increasingly convinced that Chen had deliberately cheated. As for the other geniuses, they all remained silent, thinking Wang Long had gone mad. How could slaying a silver moon wolf with a single strike possibly be a fake? Could a level 3 monster really be acting in concert with Chen? Chen, since he is questioning you so much, why don't you just spar with him? Zhang Jingguo said. He was Chen's homeroom teacher, so Chen naturally had to give him some face. Since teacher Zhang has said so, I agree to spar with him. Chen nodded in agreement. For him, it was really just a matter of throwing a single punch. He said those things earlier on purpose, just to rile Wang Long up. As far as he could recall, this Wang Long had often opposed him in the past, even going so far as to do some pretty outrageous things, deliberately targeting him. Should we prepare the arena? The chief examiner asked Chen. Chen shook his head, it'll be over quickly. Just wait a moment. Hearing Chen's words, Wang Long laughed scornfully. You actually think you can take me down with a single move? Who do you think you are? Chen offered no explanation, replying calmly, make your move. Otherwise, you won't get the chance. You're asking for death. Wang Long's hair stood on end with rage. He channeled his vitality throughout his body and immediately unleashed the D-rank martial art, Double Serpent Whip. Flames surged around his body, coalescing into 2 fiery whips that lashed out toward Chen. Facing this attack, Chen didn't even glance at it. He simply used the most basic F-rank martial art, the rolling boulder skill. Of course, the rolling boulder skill didn't provide much of a boost to his current power, but Chen didn't care. His base combat power alone was enough to crush his opponent. Sure enough, the moment his fist struck the fiery whips, it shattered them instantly. The blow landed squarely on Wang Long, forcing him back dozens of steps and leaving a fist imprint on his body. The battle ended just like that. Feng Changtian and the others were all visibly moved, their faces betraying expressions of shock. Interesting. Very interesting. Feng Changtian was even somewhat excited. He had finally encountered someone worthy of being his opponent. Bai Qiuyue, however, wore a grave expression, her heart filled with a sense of disbelief. Why had another freak like Feng Changtian appeared? Lu Shang, Si Kongyan, and even Ing Baiqi, who had ranked 6th this time, were all secretly stunned by the vitality Chen had unleashed. They knew full well that Chen hadn't even been using his full strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to the lowest tier martial arts. Yet even so, he had managed to completely overwhelm Wan Long. Just how terrifying must his true strength be? His vitality is even stronger than mine. In a head-on clash, I wouldn't stand a chance. No wonder he's ranked first, Lu Shang thought to himself. He, too, had broken through to the master stage and cultivated the very best D-rank martial arts. He had expected to come in first this time, but ended up 5th, proof of just how rigorous this warrior stage assessment was. It seems it's not just about who emerges first in this practical test, killing monsters must also be a bonus. Ing Baiqi understood this best. He had clearly emerged from the ground, yet ranked only 6th, likely because he had killed too few monsters inside the passageway. Now he was beginning to regret it. He was just one spot short of qualifying for the Genius training camp. Yet, in terms of raw talent, he was in no way inferior to the top 5. Just as everyone stood in shock, the female examiner, Zhan Lin, shook her head and said, "Chen, so what if you're in the spotlight right now? In the Genius training camp, you'll ultimately be nothing more than a clown. You'll soon realize just how ridiculous your choice today was." Chapter 39, The Campus Queen's Regret, and the Important Figure from the Academy. At that moment, Wang Long's mental defenses completely collapsed. Unable to accept his failure, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. He even knelt on the ground, looking as though he'd rather be dead than alive. But no one was paying him any attention now. Amid the crowd, a young woman wearing an exquisite, expensive bracelet stood utterly stunned. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes bright and luminous, like 2 precious gems. She had even helped Chen back then, but later felt they were from different worlds, so she hadn't given it much thought. She never expected that this time, Chen would not only pass the assessment but also come in first place, and her thoughts began to race. Originally, she had intended to keep her distance from Chen and deliberately avoid him. She felt that helping him back then was the ultimate repayment she could offer him. Chen should be grateful to her, otherwise, he would be an ungrateful wretch. But then she recalled how everyone had assumed Chen wouldn't come in first. She'd been laughing along with them at the time, yet now she'd been thoroughly proven wrong. Zhu Xian felt a stinging heat on her cheeks. However, upon further reflection, if this were true, then she could continue interacting with Chen. Who knows, maybe they could even end up together? She knew Chen had harbored feelings for her back then, though neither had spoken it outright. Their attitudes had been somewhat ambiguous. If I reach out to him now, he'd probably be grateful, right? Zhu Xian smiled. After all, he was now considered a rare talent, and his future potential was guaranteed to reach at least the Grandmaster stage. To marry a female Grandmaster stage powerhouse, wasn't that the dream of countless men? Surely someone like Chen wouldn't turn that down. Zhu Xian stepped forward, intending to approach Chen, but at that moment, another woman stood in front of him. This woman had long blue hair, an astonishing aura, and a vitality so powerful it was almost frightening. "Chen, I never expected a common talent like you to outshine us geniuses. That's truly impressive." Bai Qiuyue exclaimed in admiration. Her demeanor was cold, yet when she smiled, she resembled a blooming snow lotus. "Chen, I never expected someone as unknown as you to ultimately outshine Feng Changtian and take first place. That's truly impressive." Lu Shang also stepped forward to express his goodwill. Upon hearing this, Feng Changtian remained unconcerned. He had claimed first place countless times since childhood, so what if he lost it this once? After all, he was a top-tier epic talent with limitless potential, destined to become a major figure in the future. A single victory or defeat meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. Other prodigies also rushed to offer Chen their congratulations, but Chu Xian was initially unable to make her way through the crowd. The auras of those prodigies were simply too overwhelming. Although she possessed elite-level talent, she was still far inferior to Wan Long. Even when unleashing her martial arts to their fullest, her current combat power barely reached 30,000, a vast gulf compared to these top-tier prodigies. However, once everyone had left, Chu Xian hurried over. With her beautiful, silky long hair and delicate features, she was impossible to miss. "Chen, congratulations on taking first place this time." A smile blossomed on Chu Xian's face as she extended her fair hand. Chen reached out as well. Their hands met briefly before parting. At that moment, Chen could clearly sense the warmth in Chu Xian's gaze, a stark contrast to the look she'd given him when she first helped him. Back then, her eyes had carried an air of superiority. It had felt like charity, as if her assistance were some kind of favor bestowed upon him. Chen nodded in thanks, but he no longer felt anything for Chu Xian. Although this campus beauty was stunning, she was very pragmatic. As long as she believed your future achievements would be limited, she wouldn't pay you much attention. But now that he appeared to have a bright future ahead of him, and she was actively pursuing him, a woman like this could betray him at any moment. She was simply not worth it. She was only after his promising future. Once he no longer had a future, she would likely abandon him without hesitation. Chu Xian noticed that Chen was keeping his distance, but she didn't give up. "Chen, we're still good friends, right?" Chu Xian asked with a smile. "We're friends. Let us keep in touch over the phone," Chen replied with a smile of his own. Chu Xian's expression changed instantly. Did Chen mean he didn't want to see her in person anymore? Men are so practical. Chu Xian turned and walked away, her face clouded with resentment. After all, she was the school beauty. Even without Chen, she could find someone else. But to act this way just because she won first place, people really do change quickly. Still, deep down, she felt a twinge of regret. If only she spent more time with Chen back when he first awakened his talent, instead of deliberately keeping her distance. Hong watched the school beauty walk away, shook his head, and wore a look of disdain. She is the one who has changed so quickly, and she is no different herself. He had originally intended to bring Chen and Chu Xian together, but now he felt they were simply not meant for each other. Chu Xian, despite being the school beauty, was nothing but a two-faced opportunist. She had never been kind to him or Chen, always putting on that cold, aloof goddess act. Now that Chen had won first place, she was suddenly fawning over him, trying to rekindle their old relationship. As if that were going to happen. Meanwhile, a man dressed in an exquisite purple robe stepped forward from the crowd. He appeared to be in his 30s, but the vitality radiating from him was incomparably powerful, overwhelming everyone the moment he appeared. Even the principals of the various academies treated him with the utmost respect. "I am Zi Jing, sent by the academy to oversee this assessment," he introduced himself. "In light of your exceptional performance, 2 additional spots have been added to the Genius Training Camp. I hope that once you enter the camp, you will train even harder." Upon hearing this, the geniuses, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, instantly lit up with excitement. "Looks like I'm qualified to join too." Ing Baiqi grinned widely. The 7th-ranked genius was also overjoyed. The others looked on with envy, knowing that the top 7 geniuses would soon be worlds apart from them. Especially Chen at that moment, he seemed to tower even higher than the surrounding peaks. Chapter 40, A New Quest, 2 C-Rank Martial Arts Manuals. At that moment, however, Chen paid no heed to the envious glances of others, for the system's melodious voice echoed within him. "Ding! Congratulations, host! A new quest has been activated. Enter the Genius Training Camp and graduate with the top ranking. Reward, double mana gain from sun exposure, and unlock the solar body phenomenon. As a divine body capable of absorbing the true fire of the sun and forged through countless trials, the awakened phenomenon will possess the might to scorch the heavens and destroy the earth, while also significantly enhancing your combat power. A new mission had been activated, and this filled Chen with excitement. As long as he could complete this mission, his strength would undergo another leap forward.
The awards ceremony is about to begin. The top 10 finishers will each receive rewards of varying amounts, starting with the 10th place winner.
Zijing's voice echoed throughout the venue, audible to nearly everyone present.
First to take the stage is the 10th place winner.
You will receive a cash prize of 1 million gold coins. The awards were handed out one by one, and soon it was Chen's turn.
First place, please come to the stage.
Your performance was outstanding, so this time, we're giving you an extra C-rank martial art as a special reward for first place, along with a cash prize of 5 million, which will be deposited directly into your account.
Zijing personally placed a medal around Chen's neck.
It was a golden medal inscribed with a single character, symbolizing honor.
There are 10 C-rank martial arts in total. You may choose them yourself.
Zijing immediately produced 10 books for Chen to select from. Chen examined them carefully and finally chose a fist technique and a breathing method.
You have excellent taste.
Zijing nodded upon seeing the breathing technique Chen had chosen. The breathing technique was called the Sun Breathing Technique, the most precious and valuable of all C-rank martial arts. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more one comes to appreciate the true value of breathing techniques. This is because breathing techniques can significantly enhance one's combat power in other martial arts, and they do not conflict with one another, they can be stacked simultaneously. As for the other C-rank martial art, it was a fist technique called the burst fist skill. This burst fist skill was an even more formidable martial art than the blazing 9 slashes. It was said to double one's combat power. With his current combat power of 350,000, if he could double it again, he would instantly reach over 1 million. Of course, what Chen values most is the breathing technique. He knows just how precious it is among all martial arts. A breathing technique is 10 times more valuable than ordinary martial arts. If the burst fist skill is worth 30 million, then the breathing technique must be worth 300 million. Though it sounds absurd, that is the true market price. Breathing techniques can provide an additional boost to combat power and also strengthen one's vitality, so their value is self-evident. However, when Chen opened these books, he found them completely blank.
Chen looked at Zijing with a puzzled expression.
He knew this was a figure of great stature, likely a top-tier grandmaster stage or even an archmaster stage cultivator. Such a person, by all logic, wouldn't he be joking around, so why would he hand over 2 blank books? C-class martial arts are incredibly rare naturally, I wouldn't he just hand them over so easily. Besides, if I actually gave them to you, grandmaster stage cultivators might try to snatch them right out of my hands along the way. So, once you return home, I will personally deliver these martial arts manuals to you. Hearing this, Chen's expression turned understanding. He realized he had misjudged this influential figure. The other prodigies, meanwhile, were filled with envy. They knew full well that Zijing was likely the true chief examiner. Although there was already a chief examiner, that person was merely a representative sent by the various academies. Zijing, however, had been sent by the academy itself.
No one would dare defy such a high-ranking figure. He held absolute decision-making authority. Moreover, having such a prominent figure personally deliver martial arts manuals was an immense honor.
I'm so jealous of the first-place finisher.
If I'd known, I would VE killed more monsters. Maybe I could VE competed for first place too. Stop spouting nonsense.
You only ranked 9th this time. You don't even qualify for the genius training camp. You're only 8th, just 1 spot above me.
You don't qualify either.
These geniuses began chatting among themselves, each filled with envy. At that moment, a pleasant voice sounded within Chen's body once more.
Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. Absorption of the sun's mana has doubled. Ding! Mana plus 20, plus 20.
Seeing the notification inside his body, Chen was overjoyed. The sun was so scarce here, and the absorption rate was already this fast. If he were outside the city, the increase would be even faster.
Just as his mana was surging, a genius who had remained largely silent suddenly stood up and walked toward Chen.
At that moment, the other top 7 geniuses all turned their gaze toward him.
For this person was none other than Feng Chantian, ranked second.
He was a true prodigy, having amassed countless honors since childhood, the very model child every parent spoke of.
Feng Chantian was no exception.
Even before his talent awakened, he had consistently ranked first. After his talent awakened, he had never lost to anyone. Even the head of the Feng family believed that Feng Chantian would lead the Feng family to new heights. Feng Chantian appeared somewhat laid back, but the moment he became serious, he instantly became extremely dangerous. The other geniuses all sensed a strong sense of threat. It was as if they had encountered a natural predator, a purely instinctive physical reaction. Their expressions instantly turned grave as they stared intently at Feng Chantian. Only Chen remained completely unfazed. Even in the face of Feng Chantian's storm-like aura and overwhelming pressure, he felt nothing. Chen could sense that Feng Chantian's vitality was indeed powerful, but compared to his own, it was still somewhat weak. Faced with the pressure emitted by someone weaker than himself, Chen naturally felt nothing.
Chapter 41, Genius Assessment Tournament, Grandmaster Stage-Level Genius. Feng Chantian stood before Chen, his hands clasped behind his back. "Chen, you're impressive. I've taken note of your name.
You're one of the few whose name I've remembered, but once we enter the genius training camp, I'll reclaim the top spot." If an ordinary person had said this, the others would likely have burst into laughter. But when Feng Chantian spoke these words, not a single person laughed. Instead, they all wore solemn expressions. Clearly, they all knew that Feng Chantian wasn't just talking big. He was truly confident he could surpass Chen. In truth, the other geniuses shared this sentiment, though they didn't voice it openly. Although Chen was currently dazzling enough to be considered the top genius, his talent was ultimately too ordinary. To them true geniuses, such talent was nothing more than run-of-the-mill. Given enough time, each of them was confident they could surpass Chen. Of course, this was on the condition that Chen did not encounter any extraordinary opportunities in the future. Naturally, many of the geniuses also considered another possibility, that someone like Chen might still catch a stroke of luck down the line and break through to the Grandmaster stage. That was why they extended goodwill toward Chen, essentially a strategic move. If Chen did reach the Grandmaster stage, they would at least not have offended him. If he failed to reach the Grandmaster stage, then they would have no further dealings with him. However, they would never go as far as Feng Chantian, standing directly before Chen and openly declaring their intent to surpass him. "You're sincere, but I must tell you this, those I've defeated will never see my back again in this lifetime. They will forever live in my shadow," Chen declared with domineering confidence, showing not the slightest hint of fear in the face of Feng Chantian, even going so far as to utter words laced with provocation. This caused the other geniuses to frown, deeming Chen's words somewhat arrogant. A momentary victory or defeat does not determine future achievements. Feng Chantian remained calm, showing no sign of anger. "It's good that you're confident, but once you've faced the harsh reality, you might regret the words you're speaking now." Feng Chantian was graceful and dignified. He didn't care what Chen said, focusing only on the goal he held dear. His goal had never been the modest 36 cities, but the 10 great guilds. He wanted to become a standout among them. He heard that within the academy, there were no shortage of geniuses whose talent surpassed his own. To him, Chen was likely nothing more than a pebble on the road. Those geniuses within the academy were his true targets. Of course, to enter the academy, one must first join the genius training camp, where the top performers would eventually become students of the academy. Chen smiled without speaking, too lazy to argue further with Feng Chantian, as it was pointless. He would show Feng Chantian through his actions what true genius really was. "I like that attitude. Maybe he'll be able to keep outshining Feng Chantian in the future." Ying Baiqi found Chen quite intriguing at that moment. He truly lived up to his reputation as the top scorer in this assessment. Feng Chantian was like a mountain looming over all the other geniuses. No one dared speak to him like that. But Chen had the courage to do so, and for that alone, Chen was already superior to most of the people here. How full of vitality! Zi Jing watched the scene unfold and remarked with a smile. The other principals and teachers nodded in agreement. Only the female examiner, Zhang Lin, sighed deeply, how utterly ignorant of his own limitations. With merely average talent,
he dares to speak such arrogant words, and even deludes himself into thinking he can keep suppressing Feng Chantian? It's utterly ridiculous. Within a year, you'll absolutely regret the words you've spoken today.
Perhaps it won't take long. Once you've truly joined the genius training camp, you'll learn what true cruelty really means. Just then, Zijing suddenly spoke up. By the way, there's one thing I almost forgot to tell you.
In a month's time, you'll participate in the Genius Selection Tournament. This is also one of the assessments for entering the Genius Training Camp. This selection tournament will also weed out some of the geniuses. Moreover, the better you perform, the more cultivation resources you'll receive once you enter the Genius Training Camp. You'd better be mentally prepared.
In this Genius Assessment Tournament, you'll face off against geniuses from other cities. From what I've heard, there might even be a Grandmaster stage-level genius appearing this time. When this influential figure finished speaking, the entire hall was stunned, and everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Some were even so overwhelmed that they could barely speak, completely speechless with shock.
What exactly is the Grandmaster stage?
In the past, those who had perfected their skills were considered Grandmaster stage, but on the path of martial arts, the true Grandmaster stage represents absolute power.
Every Grandmaster stage practitioner can determine the rise and fall of a clan.
For instance, within the 36 cities, once one reaches the Grandmaster stage, they instantly transform into a major clan and become nobility. A true Grandmaster stage practitioner can project their energy outward, capable of decapitating an opponent from 100 meters away. While the public could understand an elder reaching the Grandmaster stage, the emergence of a Grandmaster stage among the younger generation was practically the stuff of myth.
Feng Chantian's pupils contracted, and a blazing battle intent surged from his body.
At that moment, it seemed as though his entire body was glowing.
A Grandmaster stage-level genius? I'd love to see one. Feng Chantian was brimming with confidence. It seemed he was determined to face off against a true Grandmaster stage genius in the Genius Selection Tournament. He was practically acting like a madman.
As for the other geniuses, they all felt an unprecedented sense of pressure.
You must show the spirit of the 36 cities. Don't disgrace Jinling, and don't get eliminated in the first round. Zijing admonished.
He, too, was a genius who had come from this place, so naturally he hoped his hometown would continue to thrive. Everyone nodded in unison, silently resolving in their hearts to train diligently over the next month.
Chen, come here for a moment.
Principal Wang beckoned to Chen with a friendly smile. Chen walked over, and Principal Wang praised him. You did very well this time. I'm very pleased that Xingqing No. 1 High School has produced a genius student like you.
You flatter me, Principal.
Standing before Principal Wang, Chen noticed that the man had already suppressed his powerful vitality, appearing just like an ordinary person.
Chapter 42, The Future, Returning Home. Zhang Lin watched Principal Wang lavishing praise on Chen, feeling indifferent, even thinking it was a pity and a waste. Having an ordinary genius take first place in Jinling would likely bring utter disgrace upon them at the Genius Selection Tournament.
Although she believed Chen had a good chance of passing the selection after all, his strength was undeniable.
What good would passing do? Wouldn't he just end up at the bottom of the training camp?
Sometimes she really couldn't understand what these teachers were thinking. And those examiners who presided over the assessment with her were simply beyond foolish. They wasted this top spot for nothing. If Jinling keeps this up, its 36 cities will become a laughingstock among the other cities.
We might even end up at the very bottom compared to them, and then we'll get even fewer cultivation resources.
Zhang Lin felt the future was bleak. She was filled with anxiety over her hometown's fate.
Teacher Zhang, why are you worrying so much?
A commanding voice suddenly rang in her ears, and she immediately saw Zijing, clad in a purple robe. Zhang Lin hurriedly curtsied respectfully and said, "Greetings, Archmaster Zijing." This high-ranking official dispatched by the academy was about 10 years her senior.
She still remembered him as the third-place finisher in the warrior stage assessment.
Actually, your worries are completely unfounded.
Even if he has a common talent, so what? Chen might just pull off a miracle.
Zijing seemed to hold high hopes for Chen. Zhang Lin replied, but didn't that prodigy from Jiling back then, who was equally brilliant, still fail to break through to the master stage?
You're talking about Junior Zhang AI, aren't you?
Zi Jing knew exactly who she was referring to the moment she heard it. Junior Zhang has indeed not yet broken through to the Grandmaster stage, and in the end, he didn't join one of the 10 great guilds. However, I've heard that the ordinary academy he has joined now has a top-tier Archmaster stage who holds him in high regard and is currently searching for rare treasures and rare herbs for him. Although his natural talent has indeed held Junior Zhang back, as long as he has enough rare treasures, his achievements will definitely surpass mine.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Lin wore an expression of astonishment. Here was an Archmaster stage cultivator, and yet he was saying such things? Could it be that Zhang AI's talent was truly that extraordinary?
But why had the high-ranking figures within the 10 great guilds flown into a rage and stripped her father of his position? This was something she couldn't quite fathom.
I've heard about your father's situation as well.
That dignitary at the academy was in a bad mood at the time. He expected to recruit a peerless genius as a disciple, but ended up disappointed, so he took his frustration out on your father. That dignitary values only the level of talent, he doesn't care about anything else.
So when he learned that Zhang AI couldn't break through the Grandmaster stage for so long, he became dissatisfied. Zi Jing revealed this secret.
Zhang Lin bowed her head slightly, feeling deeply wronged.
Why did her father have to endure such suffering?
Still, I believe that for someone with common talent, if they can't break through the Grandmaster stage, it means their lifetime achievements will be limited. True treasures of heaven and earth are extremely rare, let alone the top-tier Archmaster stage. Even more powerful figures might not be able to obtain them.
Everything depends on fate. Without sufficient fate, one simply cannot break through.
Zi Jing nodded slightly, her gaze drifting toward the azure sky, where vast white clouds formed all manner of shapes. What you say isn't wrong, but who can say for certain whether we'll ever encounter such a stroke of luck in the future?
Meanwhile,
Principal Wang, his face beaming, promised Chen a reward of 3 million yuan. Hearing that figure might have excited Chen in the past, but now he remained calm.
To a powerful warrior stage practitioner, that amount of money was practically nothing. Zhang Jingguo was also overjoyed, feeling he had unearthed a true dragon.
Even if Chen couldn't come in first every time, ranking first in the warrior stage assessment would undoubtedly boost the reputation of Star City First High School. As for Wang Kai and his group, their faces were grim. None dared to look Chen in the eye, instead lowering their heads.
Chen, I'm sorry.
In the end, Wang Kai approached and apologized to Chen. They had mocked Chen so harshly earlier. If they didn't apologize now, they feared he might hold a grudge against them, and that would spell disaster. Chen glanced at Wang Kai and his group of clowns but didn't express his thoughts, completely ignoring them. Because he didn't care about this at all. As the top-tier mythic talent, he wouldn't even have the chance to meet Wang Kai and his group again in the future. Why bother arguing with this bunch of clowns over something like this? His focus was entirely on the Genius Selection Tournament. His mission this time was to enter the Genius Training Camp and graduate at the top of his class. That meant he had to take first place in the Genius Selection Tournament as well. He certainly didn't want to give those people any cause for mockery. Especially that female examiner. Just thinking about what she said made him seethe with irritation. So he would show those who wanted to see him fail exactly how he would claim another first place. So what if his opponents were at the Grandmaster stage? He'll crush them all. A blazing light flared in Chen's eyes, as bright as the stars in the sky. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence and boundless ambition. This warrior stage assessment was just the beginning. The road ahead was long. Eventually, he would join one of the 10 great guilds and compete against the true elite prodigies. With the ranking rewards announced, the crowd in the stands began to disperse. From their vantage point, they could only see the rankings, hardly a glimpse of the participants themselves. So when the results were revealed, everyone was buzzing about the first-place finisher. Chen's parents were no exception. Yet they didn't believe their son could have taken first place. It was as if an ordinary family were suddenly told their son possessed noble lineage, the bearing of a sovereign, and was a true dragon emperor. If something like that happened in a TV drama, they might find it amusing, but in real life, they considered it impossible. Lu and Luna had been waiting outside for quite some time and noticed that Chen hadn't come out yet.
Let us just go home for dinner first.
You can call Chen later and tell him to come home for a hot meal, Luna suggested.
Lu thought about it and agreed there was no harm in going home first.
He dialed the number, and the call was answered almost immediately. Upon hearing that his parents were going home to cook, Chen naturally had no objections. He simply nodded and said he understood. After all, he couldn't leave just yet. Principal Wang and teacher Zhang were being incredibly hospitable. Not only did they insist on giving him money, but they also kept praising him and even encouraged him to do his best at the genius training camp.
An hour later,
Chen finally returned to the residential complex and stood at the base of his building. He pressed the elevator button, rode up to his floor, and just as he was about to step inside, he heard voices coming from the apartment across the hall.
Ah, our family is finally going to produce a truly powerful warrior stage warrior.
With your grades, you might not make it into the 10 great guilds, but you'll definitely get into a decent university.
You'll bring honor to the family.
From the voices, he knew it was his neighbors, the Lius. He remembered their son's name was Lu Ling. They went to the same school, but he didn't have much of an impression of him. After all, he wasn't exactly the social type. Aside from one best friend, he didn't really remember most of his classmates. Chen slipped on a pair of slippers and walked into the house.
Chapter 43, The Warm and Proud Old Lu.
As soon as he stepped through the door, he caught the aroma of delicious food.
The table in the living room was laden with a feast: 6 dishes and a soup. It was far more lavish than their usual meals.
Chen's back.
Luna smiled as she carried 2 more meat dishes to the table.
A full 8 dishes and a soup. It looked like he was in for a real treat today. Chen found a seat and, without hesitation, picked up a piece of beef, chewed it, and found the flavor truly excellent. I passed the warrior stage assessment, but I'll have to participate in the genius selection tournament in a while,
Chen said as he ate. Lu and Luna exchanged a glance, thinking their son was being too playful. They knew that only the top 7 seemed to be eligible to participate in the genius selection tournament, right?
They were already grateful their son had passed this assessment, let alone participating in the genius selection tournament that was practically impossible, with an extremely low probability.
Bro, you've been getting funnier and funnier lately.
His younger sister, Snow, came out of her room and burst out laughing the moment she heard Chen's words.
Seeing the look of disbelief on her face, Chen said, "What if I really did come in first?" Hearing this, Snow laughed even harder. Ah, bro, you really know how to brag. Now you're the number 1.
Back when she was in the audience, she had seen the name Chen listed as first place and had actually thought it was her brother. But after getting scolded by their parents, she realized that the first place winner probably wasn't her brother.
First place in common talent? Who would believe that? Everyone else would probably think they were crazy.
It's best not to get carried away with such a near impossible scenario.
Alright, let us eat. Luna thought Chen was just trying to save face, so she hurried to smooth things over. Eat more of your vegetables. So what if your brother came in first? In our hearts, he is already number 1. Lu scolded Snow, implying she should stop provoking Chen.
Snow had no choice but to stop laughing and obediently began eating.
Chen watched this heartwarming scene and smiled.
He had actually planned to take out the money first. His account now held a full 8 million. Surely, once his parents saw this money, they would know it was all true. But there was no rush. He'd deal with that after dinner.
Meanwhile, at the old Lu household,
when they learned their son was about to become a warrior stage, the couple was overjoyed. With such a prodigy in the family, their fortunes were bound to soar.
Son, you're truly amazing. You've really brought honor to the Lu family.
At the table, old Lu gave his son a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with pride.
Having a son like this was the greatest fortune of his life. Wouldn't he look up to him now?
As the saying goes, parents hope their sons will become dragons and their daughters phoenixes. In their eyes, their son had already become a dragon, an object of envy for everyone.
Surely it wouldn't be long before suitors were lining up at their doorstep who wouldn't want to marry into their family?
Old Lu's wife was cooking in the kitchen, feeling particularly energetic today as she envisioned a bright future ahead. Their son was truly destined for greatness. Just thinking about it filled her with excitement and anticipation.
This is what so many people dream of. Xiaoling, didn't old Chen's son from next door take the assessment with you? How did he do?
Old Lu asked casually. Lu Ling thought for a moment and shook his head, probably not very well. We weren't tested in the same place, so maybe he was eliminated in the first round. He had been so nervous during the assessment that he hadn't really paid much attention to Chen. Besides, someone like Chen wasn't exactly the kind of person who would have caught his attention anyway. Plus, after he successfully reached the warrior stage, he left right away and didn't stick around to watch the top few geniuses. He was a bit proud by nature, and seeing so many geniuses who were stronger than him naturally made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he went back on his own. Now that he had reached the warrior stage, he naturally had a brighter future ahead of him and didn't need to care about anyone else. Although, compared to the top-tier geniuses, his achievements were indeed nothing to write home about. But since he usually compared himself to ordinary people, he could naturally find a sense of superiority.
Look at the name in first place on the screen, it's Chen. It must be someone else with the same name.
Old Lu recalled the rankings they had seen while in the audience.
First place?
Upon hearing this, Lu Ling was startled at first, but his expression soon returned to normal.
Just because Chen is a common talent, does that mean he deserves first place?
There are plenty of people with the same name in this world, maybe it's some top-tier epic talent. He didn't believe for a second that Chen could have taken first place, so he didn't think much of it and didn't give it a second thought. Old Lu couldn't help but scoff, saying, "I must be out of my mind, why did I even bring that up?" Afterward, father and son discussed which academy they should join in the future.
Reaching the warrior stage granted the right to choose an academy.
Although they couldn't select the very top academies, they were free to choose from the ordinary ones.
An academy was essentially a university. The Chen household.
The Chen family had finished their meal. Chen was about to take out his money to show his parents, but they didn't linger at the table at all and left immediately.
His younger sister, Snow, leaned in close to Chen and said, "Brother, are you hiding some pocket money? Why don't you give me some?"
Snow saw that Chen seemed to be reaching for something and assumed he must be hiding some secret stash of money.
Chen glanced at his young, pretty sister and said, "Have you finished your homework? Go back and study properly."
Snow snorted coldly at this and left the room. The mention of homework really annoyed her. She'd just finished it and come out, and now he was telling her to do it again.
What a annoying brother. Chen, you should go back to your room and rest too. You've worked hard today. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Luna's voice came from the kitchen.
Chen had no choice but to return to his room, but not long after he got there, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Chen immediately rushed out of his room, looking very excited.
Chapter 44, The Birth of Mana, 1 Million Combat Power.
Chen opened the door himself, and sure enough, he saw a man dressed in a purple robe. At that moment, Zi Jing had suppressed his powerful vitality, making him look just like an ordinary person.
"Here is your martial art. But remember, you must not reveal it to others, or you will be held accountable," Zi Jing warned. This was a special reward from the Warrior Stage Assessment Tournament.
Especially the breathing technique, such a priceless martial art that ordinary people aren't even qualified to see, certainly couldn't be shared casually. Truly powerful martial arts are always like this. Chen accepted the 2 C-rank martial arts manuals and bowed in gratitude.
"Master Z, would you like to come in for a drink of water?" Chen asked.
Chen knew only that the other was a prominent figure who had come from the academy, so addressing him as teacher should be fine. Zi Jing shook his head and said, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't linger here. Remember to train diligently and strive to shine brightly in the Genius Selection Tournament." After giving these instructions, his figure vanished instantly, looking almost as if he had teleported. Chen could only see a series of afterimages. That's a movement-based martial art. Chen realized that the martial art the other person had displayed was incredibly profound. It seemed far more powerful than a C-rank martial art, likely a higher-tier technique.
Sure enough, this teacher was even stronger than he had imagined. He was probably an Archmaster stage practitioner. After all, there wasn't a single Archmaster stage practitioner in the entire Star City. Why am I thinking about this so much? I should just hurry up and start training. Chen closed the door. Chen, who was that just now? Luna emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands with a dish towel.
It was an examiner who came to deliver my martial arts manual. Chen left that one sentence and hurried back to his room. Seeing Chen so confident, Luna began to suspect that her son might have truly passed the warrior stage assessment. If that were the case, her son wouldn't have to go to the battlefield instead, he could join the academy.
Chen returned to his room and immediately began practicing the breathing technique.
He found the breathing technique to be the most difficult to master. It took him a full hour to finally succeed. As he inhaled and exhaled, Chen discovered that his vitality was actually increasing. The breathing technique was truly astonishing. It allowed him to draw mana from the air.
This mana continuously replenished his vitality and even restored his stamina.
As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. Once he had mastered the basics, his progress accelerated significantly. As time went on, Chen's breathing technique became increasingly refined. He discovered that the breathing technique could always draw out new strength at the most critical moments, continuously developing his body and making his constitution even stronger. Every time he felt muscle soreness, his vitality would increase. Even steam began to rise from his body, and he noticed he was emitting a heat far beyond that of an ordinary person. Of course, just as his vitality seemed on the verge of reaching its peak, another kind of power was born within him.
This power was even more formidable than vitality.
If ordinary vitality were a single chopstick, then this newly born power was like a bundle of chopsticks tied together. Chen opened his eyes, feeling the sound of blood surging through his veins, and a golden light appeared in his hand. This was the new power that had just been born after practicing the breathing technique.
Could this be the legendary mana?
This golden power was incredibly strong and could be condensed into any shape. Moreover, as this mana circulated ceaselessly within his body, he felt a strength he had never experienced before. Reaching the second level of the master stage allows one to cultivate mana, though according to the texts, the process is said to be excruciatingly painful and extremely difficult.
Yet once successfully cultivated, one becomes incredibly powerful.
During his cultivation, however, he didn't seem to feel that extreme agony. It felt more like a natural progression. They say that once you possess mana, not only can you conserve your stamina significantly, but the power of your martial arts techniques will also be amplified. Chen clenched his fists, eager to test it right there in the room, but afraid he might destroy the entire place.
But they say you can only project mana outward after reaching the Grandmaster stage. What about me?
Chen looked at the golden light he had condensed and wasn't quite sure what to say. If others saw him like this, they might even mistake him for a Grandmaster stage practitioner.
Chen withdrew the golden mana, allowing it to flow back into his body.
It is said that once one reaches the Grandmaster stage, projecting mana can both protect the body and kill enemies.
If an enemy cannot break through this mana, they cannot harm him at all.
In other words, anyone below the Grandmaster stage would be virtually powerless against a true Grandmaster stage opponent, unable even to breach their defenses. I still have the burst fist skill to master. I'd better go practice outside so I don't disturb my parents. It was late at night, and the sky was dotted with stars.
Chen quietly opened the window and leaped straight down from there. For an ordinary person, jumping from such a height would almost certainly be fatal.
But he was now a powerful master stage practitioner. By employing his breathing technique, he leaped down and landed lightly on the ground without disturbing anyone or sustaining a single injury.
Soon after, Chen arrived outside the city.
He found a quiet, deserted spot and began training there. Of course, he immediately unleashed his vitality to intimidate those reckless monsters. The burst fist skill was much easier to master than the breathing technique, and it took Chen only a few hours to master it completely.
This fist technique was indeed far more powerful than the 9 styles of Blazing Flame.
However, Chen still preferred to call the 9 styles of Blazing Flame the 9 slashes of Blazing Flame, since it consisted of 9 slashing strikes. Chen activated his breathing technique, and a gale suddenly swirled up around him without a sound. Then, his vitality erupted with honor as he slammed a fist forward. Boom! A violent howl echoed through the void as massive flames coalesced into a fist-shaped energy. A colossal fist, 5 meters in diameter, slammed forward, shattering the ground and leaving a crack over 10 meters long, along with a crater several meters deep shaped exactly like a fist. The monsters nearby vanished in an instant, completely terrified and fleeing the scene. What incredible power! If combined with mana, it would likely be even more terrifying. Chen was thrilled. This was true C-rank martial art, truly powerful enough to excite anyone. The primary effect of that strike wasn't destruction, but pure, unadulterated power. In that moment, Chen sensed that his combat power had surpassed 1 million. Chapter 45, Passers-by Kneel Grandmaster Stage? 1 million combat power. This was a direct doubling of his previous level, representing a qualitative leap in strength. Huff! Chen exhaled a long breath of stale air. His entire mental state had reached its peak. The vitality surging through his body was incredibly dense, radiating out now. It gave off a terrifying, monster-like aura. Such a profound reservoir of vitality was already considered formidable even among those at the master stage, perhaps even capable of holding its own against the grandmaster stage. However, Chen had never actually fought anyone at the grandmaster stage, and since such experts were extremely rare, he wasn't entirely certain in his heart. To be deemed a grandmaster stage, breaking through 1 million combat power is likely just the baseline. Otherwise, how could one be called a grandmaster stage? Of course, this was merely Chen's speculation. The true grandmaster stage practitioners were the principals of the major academies. But these principals wouldn't normally unleash such staggering vitality, as no one was worth their effort. Grandmaster stage powerhouses stood high above the rest in Star City. Their word was law. Chen shook his head, putting these complex questions aside. It wouldn't be long before he became a true grandmaster stage himself, and then he'd know for sure. But before that, Chen wanted to test just how powerful his burst fist skill could become when combined with the mana within his body. No sooner said than done. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen channeled all his power into a single point, concentrating it in his fist. The fist-shaped energy he manifested was a mere meter in size. Yet this fist, formed purely from flames, was enveloped in a layer of golden light. The light shimmered and flowed, radiating an enigmatic aura. Ha! Chen let out a deep roar and unleashed a punch. The air suddenly froze for a moment, then erupted with a sound like thunder. The void seemed to shatter at that instant. Boom! Chen watched as a golden beam streaked across the sky, striking a massive mountain face dozens of meters away. Inside the city, a young warrior stage, brimming with confidence, arrived at the first city district just outside the city walls. This warrior stage was about 22 years old, with dark skin and a short, slender build. At that moment, he felt a bit anxious. This was his first time venturing outside the city to slay monsters, and naturally, he was heading to the second district. Off to the battlefield again to face monsters. This young warrior stage felt uncertain. His family was desperately short on money, which was why he decided to go out and slay monsters. Otherwise, relying solely on his salary that would allow him to live quite comfortably, he'd likely have to work his entire life just to afford a decent house. The quickest way to make money was by killing monsters. Back then, with his average talent, he'd barely survived the battlefield by the skin of his teeth. After successfully returning to the city, although he longed for the life of a powerful warrior, he knew he wasn't cut out for it. Unexpectedly, while in the city, he managed to break through to the warrior stage by sheer luck, gaining the strength to independently slay level 2 monsters. He had thought he would never have to go back to the battlefield, but now, here he was, facing those terrifying monsters once again. However, just as he had walked a short distance into the first floor area, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Boom! Instantly, he saw a golden flash of lightning streak past him. The intense sense of danger made his eyes widen in shock. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He felt his heart pounding, his very soul trembling. That was Mana, a Grandmaster stage practitioner training here. The young warrior stage warrior was named Lu Wan,
and he had once witnessed a Grandmaster stage in action.
When that Grandmaster stage slew monsters, he was like a blazing sun.
Invincible. Overwhelming.
He had thought he would never see a Grandmaster stage in action again in his lifetime, yet here he was, experiencing it firsthand. His gaze then shifted to the spot where the golden light had struck. A massive crack had appeared on the mountain wall, from which white smoke was continuously rising.
Boom!
The mountain wall then collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into countless boulders that rained down from the sky, crashing onto the ground and sending a cloud of dust into the air. A single punch had shattered a small mountain over 20 meters tall apart from a Grandmaster stage. Who else could possibly achieve such a feat?
Grandmaster stage, spare my life.
Grandmaster stage, spare my life, I didn't mean to disturb your cultivation.
Lu Huan suddenly remembered that some Grandmaster stage practitioners had bad tempers. If disturbed, they might well kill someone.
After all, Grandmaster stage practitioners held such lofty status that if one were to kill a mere warrior stage like him, no one would dare to stand up for him.
Of course, such incidents were rare. Grandmaster stage practitioners possessed the magnanimity befitting their rank. But one must always fear the unexpected. If such a thing were to happen, if he were killed by a Grandmaster stage, wouldn't that be a terrible injustice? So the immediate priority was to beg for mercy. If he admitted his mistake first, surely the Grandmaster stage wouldn't lay a hand on him. At that moment, Chen looked at the punch he had just unleashed and finally understood why Grandmaster stage practitioners were so powerful. Projecting his mana outward, he condensed his power before unleashing it in a burst, like a bolt of lightning. He couldn't even estimate the combat power of that punch.
But it must have been over 1.2 million combat power combined with that speed. It was simply impossible to defend against. Below the Grandmaster stage, likely no one could withstand it.
Chen was thoroughly satisfied with the power unleashed by his mana.
Ignoring the figure kneeling on the ground, he gave a faint smile and turned to leave. After all, the opponent hadn't gotten a clear look at him.
Shortly after Chen left, Lu Huan quickly scrambled to his feet.
Still shaken, he hurriedly fled the scene.
Meanwhile, Chen had already returned to the city and made his way home.
Lying on the sofa, he sensed his power steadily growing, yet he felt it was still insufficient.
Although mana could stimulate his muscles and bones to generate even greater vitality.
Those geniuses could do the same, and the martial arts they mastered were likely far more powerful than his own. He recalled that C-rank fist techniques were clearly divided into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper. The C-rank martial arts mastered by those nobles were likely of the middle or high tiers. They might even have mastered B-rank martial arts.
With his current combat power, it would likely be insufficient to take first place. Chapter 46, The Powerful One Comes Calling.
However, this was not something that could be rushed. At least he had now surpassed 1.2 million combat power. Spending more time basking in the sun during this period would further enhance his cultivation. As for the 8 million I have on hand, it seems like a lot, but that amount won't buy me higher tier martial arts. I can't even afford the burst fist skill. If I want to acquire more powerful martial arts, I'll probably have to go out and kill monsters to earn money.
Level 3 monsters should be more valuable.
With my strength, taking down any level 3 monster shouldn't be too difficult. Chen set his goal: first, bask in the sun for half a month, then head out to slay some powerful monsters. With a clear plan in mind, Chen got up from the sofa, drank a large bottle of water, stretched, and prepared to go back to his room for a good night's sleep. Upon entering his room and seeing the soft bed, Chen lay down immediately. Soon after, he drifted off to sleep, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over his entire body.
That night, Chen had a wonderful dream. The next morning,
Luna had already gotten up and was making breakfast: some fried dough sticks, soy milk, some steamed buns she made herself, and some plain congee. Although these items were available for purchase outside, Luna preferred to make them herself. Since her homemade versions better suited her family's tastes, she stuck with it. Chen heard the sounds from the kitchen and opened his eyes, feeling full of energy today. In fact, as his cultivation grew stronger, Chen felt he was always in peak condition. After getting up, Chen brushed his teeth and washed his face, ready to enjoy a hearty breakfast. It was already 8 a.m. when a knock suddenly sounded at the door.
Luna walked over to open it and saw Mr. and Mrs. Lu standing there. "Please, come in." Luna welcomed them politely. After all, the two families had been neighbors for so long, so they had to go through the motions of proper hospitality. Once inside, the Lius sat down on the sofa, acting as if they owned the place. Luna poured them 2 glasses of water. Without even glancing at the drinks, they got straight to the point. "How did your son Chen do on his warrior stage assessment? If he doesn't make it, we'll just have to send him off to the battlefield sooner rather than later. It can't be helped, everyone who fails the warrior stage exam has to go. Unlike our son, Lu Ling. He passed the warrior stage exam and even placed quite well. He'll be joining the academy soon, and when that happens, we'll be moving away from here." The moment the couple walked in, they started spouting some unpleasant remarks. Hearing this, Luna's face darkened, and she wanted to kick the two of them right out. She had originally been considerate of their neighborly relationship and didn't want to make things too awkward between them, but these two had been bragging everywhere ever since their son passed the warrior stage exam. Now they'd even come to her house to say things like this. It was nothing short of an insult. This was going too far. Luna was so furious she felt like hitting them with a frying pan. "Humph. You two are so annoying." Her younger sister, Snow, was also home since she didn't have school today. She had just come out to have breakfast when she overheard old Lu and the others speaking. So Snow was fuming. Although she was usually quite quiet, seeing these people speak so disparagingly about her brother made her incredibly upset. Chen was her brother. After all, how could she let anyone talk down to him like that? Even if Chen really hadn't passed the warrior stage exam, what business was it of theirs? "Hey, you little girl, how dare you be so rude? I'm your senior, is that any way to talk to an elder?" Old Lu started acting like a know-it-all, glaring fiercely at Snow. He'd been riding high lately. No one had dared to talk back to him yet. "You know you're an elder, but how can an elder come into someone else's home and say things like that? Have some decency." Snow didn't mince words. "You." Old Lu stood up in a huff, flung his sleeves, then sat back down. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. Goodwill is taken for granted." Snow didn't want to deal with him either. Luna, however, felt a sense of vindication. Just then, Lu stepped out and said to Old Lu, "Old Lu, I know your son did well on the warrior stage exam, but if you're going to say things like that, go say them somewhere else. You're not welcome here." He could say whatever he wanted, but mentioning his son made Lu furious. "Fine, then. Get out. You're a bunch of narrow-minded fools. Just wait until my son joins the academy, then you'll see the difference between a genius and a mediocrity. As for your son Chen, even his cultivation is a waste of resources. You might be using your salaries to buy him cultivation resources, but he'll never amount to anything in his life. You'd be better off not wasting your money." Before leaving, the old Lius hurled some cutting remarks, their expressions smug and condescending, looking every bit the petty people who'd risen above their station. Luna suppressed her anger, not bothering to engage with this crowd any further. Those who walk different paths cannot travel together. The old Lius were no longer the neighbors they once knew. Now that their son had made something of himself, they'd grown too arrogant to look down on ordinary people. Just then, the front gate creaked open. Chen stepped out of his room. He had, of course, heard every word the other party had just said, so he looked at the old Lius with no trace of politeness in his voice. "Weren't you just implying, both directly and indirectly, that I'm a good-for-nothing? But let me tell you this, even if I am a good-for-nothing, I'm still 100 times better than your son. Your son, Lu Ling, is nothing in my eyes. I could knock him down with a single finger." Hearing Chen's brazen words, the Lius burst out laughing on the spot. "You're just a common talent, yet you dare to spout such arrogant nonsense. A good-for-nothing is indeed a good-for-nothing. If you're sick, go see a doctor." The Lius sneered, convinced Chen had lost his mind. But just then, the sound of a car horn suddenly rang out from downstairs. A black sedan pulled up outside the building. On the hood was an emblem featuring 4 golden stars, a sign that the car's owner was a true Grandmaster stage cultivator.
The door opened, and 3 people stepped out.
Chapter 47, Grandmaster Stage pays a visit, stunning the old Lu couple. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black suit with chiseled features and an extraordinary air about him.
Behind him stood an elderly man who looked very kind, holding a thermos just like any ordinary old man. It was Principal Wang, and beside him was Chen's homeroom teacher, Zhang Jinghua. They had come specifically to discuss some matters with Chen. Just then, another car pulled up at the back of the complex. Seeing no parking spots available, the driver immediately began cursing.
Who is this?
There aren't enough parking spots in this complex to begin with, and yet they dare to hog a spot.
Beep, beep.
The driver, known for his hot temper, honked the horn a few times to vent his frustration, then got out of the car. The sun was blindingly bright today, and he hadn't been able to make out the license plate clearly just now. But as he approached, he saw the gleaming license plate, X000001. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurried back to his own car. The City Lord's vehicle signaled the arrival of a figure at the Grandmaster stage in this era. Immense power was synonymous with immense status.
How could such a figure suddenly appear in their neighborhood?
Meanwhile, the Lu couple, who were currently at the Chen residence, heard the honking outside.
They stood by the window and glanced down. Their eyes widened instantly.
Both were dumbfounded, completely stunned by the sight.
They recognized the license plate. It was the City Lord's exclusive plate. The City Lord has come to our neighborhood. For such a prominent figure to make a special trip here, could it be for Linger?
Mr. and Mrs. Lu were overcome with excitement, their faces beaming with anticipation. If that were true, it would be an immeasurable honor, truly a blessing that would bring glory to their ancestors' graves. Hearing the honking, other residents in the complex also stepped out of their homes one by one and looked down.
That's the City Lord's car. Why has the City Lord come to our complex? Isn't Lu Ling from the old Lu family our complex's finest? Someone's getting out there heading toward the old Lu residence.
The old Lu family is about to rise to great heights. The residents of the complex began discussing the matter with great excitement. They didn't even have the privilege of meeting such a high-ranking official in their daily lives, yet today he had come to their complex of his own accord. Mr. and Mrs. Lu hurried out of the Chen family's home and made their way to the elevator. Lu Luna and her group were also there at that moment. Upon seeing the license plate number downstairs, they too wanted to catch a glimpse of the rumored City Lord and stepped out the front gate.
They'd never seen such a big shot before.
Mr. and Mrs. Lu cast a casual or perhaps deliberate glance at the Chen family, their faces betraying disdain and disgust.
What a nuisance! A family of good-for-nothings, how dare they live in the same complex as us? They're dragging down the standards of our neighborhood.
Mr. and Mrs. Lu now felt intense loathing toward the Chen family. At that moment, everyone in the Chen family except Chen himself was completely baffled, having no idea what was going on.
What's the City Lord doing in our neighborhood? That's absolutely unheard of. Lu exclaimed.
He must be here to see me about something, Chen said. His younger sister, Snow, laughed. Brother, you're getting funnier and funnier these days.
Luna smiled and shook her head clearly. She also thought Chen was joking. Who was the City Lord, after all? Why would he come looking for his son out of the blue? That's hilarious. The City Lord coming to see you? Who do you think you are? Chen, when you see the City Lord in a moment, don't be so scared you fall to your knees.
The old Lius looked down on Chen with a sharp, scornful expression. Back when Chen had good grades and might have awakened a powerful talent, they treated him with respect. But now that Chen was a good-for-nothing, there was no need to be polite. Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with these two ordinary people. They'd find out soon enough. Principal Wang, holding a thermos, was just stepping out of the elevator when it opened, and he happened to run into Chen.
The Lius stepped forward with beaming smiles, eager to greet him, but Principal Wang and his entourage didn't even glance at them.
Instead, they waved and greeted Chen, who was standing behind them.
Student Chen, it's good to see you again, Principal Wang said with a kind smile.
Shin South first place finish had brought great honor to Xingqing No. 1 High School and boosted its reputation even further. Countless parents were now eager to send their children to the school.
Hello, Principal Wang.
However, Chen maintained a composed and confident demeanor toward Principal Wang, for he believed that sooner or later, he would surpass him.
Chen, this is Lord Long of Xingqing, Principal Wang said with a smile, introducing the middle-aged man. Greetings, Lord Long Chang. Chen greeted him with a bow.
You truly are a rare gem, a man of exceptional talent, Lord Longcheng praised Chen as soon as he saw him.
You flatter me, Lord Longcheng. It's not convenient to speak here. Please come inside, everyone.
You must be tired from the journey. Let us go in and have a drink of water first.
Chen invited them. Lord Long nodded and walked into the room.
Meanwhile, Lu, Luna, and his younger sister Snow all had their mouths wide open, wide enough to fit a cup inside. They were in a state of indescribable shock. Lord Long was a truly powerful Grandmaster stage cultivator. They were not normally qualified to meet such a prominent figure. Yet here he was, paying them a visit today. Though he appeared to be an ordinary person, they sensed no vitality. They knew he was a Grandmaster stage cultivator who had deliberately concealed his aura. Most crucially, he was being so courteous to their son.
You've raised a fine son.
He is the top scorer in this warrior stage assessment, the true number 1 and the pride of our school,
Zhang Zhenhua announced.
Lu Luna was deeply moved, overwhelmed by immense excitement and joy.
My brother is first.
Snow was also stunned. She had assumed it was just a case of shared names, but never expected it to actually be her brother. First place in the warrior stage assessment, it was their son, Snow's own brother.
The Chen family.
At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Lu looked absolutely ghastly. They had originally believed their own child was the brightest star in the neighborhood. But compared to the Chen family's child, it was like night and day. They weren't even in the same league. It was practically an insult to even compare them. No wonder Chen had spoken so boldly earlier.
It wasn't because he was arrogant or delusional, it was simply the truth.
Mr. and Mrs. Lu turned deathly pale, their heads buzzing. Both of them lost their balance and collapsed onto the ground. They had thought that their new status allowed them to look down on everyone in the neighborhood from on high, and they had even completely severed ties with the Chun family. The two struggled to get back up, just as their son, Lu Ling, returned from buying fruit, still wearing a Bluetooth headset. They stumbled right into him.
Thud. 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 The entire bag of apples immediately fell to the ground, clattering loudly. Mom and Dad, what's wrong?
Lu Ling took off his Bluetooth headset, still unaware of what had happened, only to see his parents looking dazed and muttering to themselves.
It's over.
The Chen family's son actually came in first in the assessment. Chapter 48, National Exchange Tournament, the training camp's astonishing reward.
What?
Lu Ling had been looking quite relaxed, but now his eyes suddenly widened, revealing an expression of disbelief.
Mom and Dad, did you hear that wrong? How could Chen possibly be first in the warrior stage assessment?
It didn't matter who came in first, but for Chen to be first, he thought it was simply impossible.
We didn't hear wrong. He really is first.
The city lord came in person, and he just went into the Chen family's house. Old Lu looked dazed and filled with regret. He used to have a pretty good relationship with the Chen family, but now, he probably won't get any of that glory. In fact, they might even hold a grudge against him. The other neighbors were also pointing fingers at old Lu's family. Old Lu really got too big for his britches.
Who'd have thought he'd cross old Chen?
Old Chen's son is so accomplished, yet he never brags about it. Compared to old Lu, the difference is stark. They originally thought the city lord had come to see Lu Ling, but they never imagined he'd actually come for Chen. So now they were deliberately keeping their distance from the Lu family, unwilling to have anything to do with them. After all, old Lu had long been boasting that they were leaving this neighborhood for a better one, acting as if he had his sights set on the stars. Since he already started looking down on the people in their neighborhood, they usually kept their anger to themselves, afraid of offending old Lu. But now it was different. Old Lu was likely in trouble himself.
The commotion outside was barely audible inside the Chen residence. But City Lord Long and Principal Wang, being Grandmaster stage cultivators, could hear every word clearly. Still, they didn't interfere. To them, the old Lu family was just a bunch of ordinary people not even worthy of their attention. Such trivial matters were best left for Chen and his family to handle on their own.
Lord Long and the others were seated on the sofa as Chen personally poured them several glasses of water.
Lord Long took the glass and said, "Student Chen, thank you for your unannounced visit.
First, I'd like to congratulate you on achieving first place in the Warrior Stage Assessment. You've brought honor to our Star City. At the same time, I hope you'll perform well at the Genius Training Camp and strive to achieve excellent results in the upcoming National Exchange Competition." Lord Long paused to gather his thoughts before delivering these words.
"I'll do my best." Chen nodded with a smile.
Lord Long took a sip of water and continued, "Regarding this Genius Training Camp, I've heard that the first place winner will receive an A-rank martial art, along with a wealth of cultivation resources and other rewards. The prizes are quite generous. Furthermore, it's said that the top 10 finishers will each receive their own substantial rewards." Upon hearing this important news, Chen's eyes lit up, and he was instantly filled with interest. A-rank martial arts. Precious martial arts of this caliber are generally not available for purchase. They require bartering. Of course, money can be used, but the probability of actually acquiring them is extremely low. True A-rank martial arts can only unleash their full potential once one reaches the warlord stage. He hadn't expected the training camp to possess martial arts of this caliber. It seemed that, no matter what, he simply had to secure that first place spot. "Student Chen, the training camp is full of hidden talents, geniuses and prodigies from all over the country. While it's difficult to stand out there, I hope you'll train diligently and perform well. I hope you won't bring shame to Jinling," Lord Long said earnestly. Chen represented not just the prestige of Xingqing, but that of all of Jinling, which was why Lord Long had come personally to impart these words to him. Surely, after hearing this, Chen would train diligently to ensure he didn't finish at the bottom of the Genius Training Camp. Otherwise, it would truly invite ridicule from the other cities. "Rest assured, Lord Long. I will take first place in this Genius Training Camp." Chen spoke with calm confidence, as if first place were within his grasp. Lord Long set down his cup and smiled. "Good. It's a good thing you have that confidence. I have high hopes for you. You must work hard during this time." In truth, Lord Long didn't fully believe Chen's words. To win first place? That was practically a pipe dream. Although the Genius Training Camp was divided into several regions, no one from Jiling had ever managed to take first place in a single division. There were simply too many geniuses from outside, especially those from larger cities, who had access to better cultivation resources and possessed greater natural talent from a young age. Therefore, the most valuable resources in the Genius Training Camp were reserved for the very top tier of geniuses. As for Jiling, it was practically impossible. Just making it into the top 50 would be a stroke of incredible luck. After all, it was a place teeming with geniuses. "Chen, focus on cultivating your newly acquired martial arts," Principal Wang said with a smile. If he could successfully master those C-rank martial arts before entering the Genius Training Camp, he would certainly perform well. But he didn't know that Chen had already perfected both martial arts. Hearing Principal Wang's words, Chen smiled and nodded slightly. Lord Long and Principal Wang didn't stay for dinner, as they sensed that Chen's family felt somewhat uncomfortable. After all, with their status, paying a personal visit to an ordinary family was bound to make the hosts feel uneasy. "We'll be leaving now." Lord Long stood up, and Principal Wang followed. Suzheng Zhanghua also hurriedly rose to his feet. "Take care." Chen rose to see them off, escorting them downstairs and waving goodbye. As the roar of the car engines filled the air, Chen took the elevator back upstairs. He noticed that every neighbor in the complex was watching him, all with smiles on their faces. Chen paid no mind to this, but when he reached his door, he saw the Lius, the elderly couple, holding several exquisite gift boxes. "Chen, we were wrong earlier. We've come to apologize." Mr. and Mrs. Liu had completely changed their demeanor, now looking obsequious. Chen glanced at their gifts, pointed behind him, and said, you'd better leave right now.
I don't know you.
Mr. and Mrs. Lu, their faces grim, held onto their gifts, bowed deeply to Chen, and then slunk away. At that moment, they realized beyond a doubt that their relationship with the Chen family had completely broken down, with no room for reconciliation. Having offended Chen, they would find it difficult to continue living in the neighborhood. Not a single neighbor would associate with them anymore, effectively isolating them.
They deserve it. Looking at old Lu's expression, I bet they'll have to move out in less than a week. It's for the best if they move.
At least we won't have to listen to him brag about how amazing his son is every day. The residents of the complex were abuzz with gossip, and many even hoped the old Lu family would leave as soon as possible. At the same time, they envied the Chen family deeply for producing someone like Chen. First place in the warrior stage assessment, and reportedly a powerful master stage cultivator in terms of cultivation level alone, he had already surpassed everyone in their complex.
Chapter 49, Leisurely Days, Growing Stronger. Chen returned home. He found his parents sitting at the table, waiting for him to come back. Chen walked over with a smile and pulled up a chair to sit down. Is there something you want to ask?
Seeing their curious expressions, Chen knew they must have a whole list of questions.
Brother, when did you get so strong? Even the city lord paid you a personal visit and he has a grandmaster stage. A grandmaster stage.
Snow kept emphasizing those two words, her eyes brimming with excitement and awe.
When have I ever not been awesome? Chen asked back, running his fingers through Snow's beautiful long hair.
Normally, if he did this, Snow would probably get upset and say she wasn't a little kid anymore. But today, Snow didn't mind at all. On the contrary, she felt it was only natural.
That's right. My big brother is the best. Without a second thought, Snow gave Chen a thumbs up. As for Luna, she didn't have anything she wanted to ask Chen.
They had initially considered asking him something, but upon second thought, they decided it wasn't necessary.
Chen was their pride and joy now, knowing that was enough. Meanwhile, in the sedan. This Chen is actually pretty good. I just wonder how he'll perform once he enters the genius training camp.
Lord Long sighed. As the ruler of a city, he had his own share of worries.
He should do well.
Although we've never even made it into the top 100 at the Jiangnan Faction's annual genius training camp in Jilin, maybe this year will be different. Principal Wang Hengti believed in Chen at first, but Chen had created a miracle.
If he could create one miracle, why couldn't he create a second? So now, he was the one who believed in Chen the most. Let us hope so.
Lord Long slowly closed his eyes.
Jinling's rankings had been far too low for far too many years.
If they could produce a few truly outstanding geniuses, their region might receive more resource allocations. Then, he too could successfully break through to the Archmaster stage. That was why Lord Long took this matter so seriously.
The day passed quickly.
Luna came out of her room in the morning, just as she was about to go grocery shopping, when she suddenly spotted a middle-aged couple standing at the door.
This couple was none other than old Lu and his group, carrying a large pile of gift boxes, their demeanor humble and pitiful.
Ever since yesterday's incident, everyone in the neighborhood had been ignoring them, treating them as if they were invisible. Not a single soul would even speak to them. That was why they had come to the door again today with gifts. It was understandable that Chen, being young and headstrong, wouldn't want to accept their gifts, but they could take a roundabout approach, give these gifts to Chen's parents.
Surely they would be more easily persuaded and accept their offerings. What are you doing standing at my door? Luna asked. This is a small token of our apology. We were wrong yesterday, we spoke out of turn. Can you forgive us?
Mr. and Mrs. Lu said in a very submissive tone. But Luna couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. She walked right past them, treating them as if they were invisible.
Bowing and scraping like that, hoping she'd forgive them as if it were that easy.
After this incident, Luna had seen the Lu family for who they really were and didn't want to have anything more to do with them, to spare herself the frustration.
Watching Luna's retreating figure, old Lu was livid and took his anger out on his wife. It's all your fault. You're always nagging in my ear, talking and talking. Now look what we've done. We've offended the Chun family, and none of us will come out of this unscathed. Old Lua's wife, her face now full of hurt, retorted, "Aren't you the one who brags every day about how great our son is? Why are you blaming it all on me now?" Smack! Old Lua's face darkened, and he slapped his wife across the face. "Shut your mouth. You're just a woman, what do you know?" Old Lua's wife clutched her face and glared coldly at him. "You hit me? You actually dared to hit me? I'll fight you to the death." Unable to bear the immense pressure, the Lius began fighting amongst themselves. However, Lu Ling eventually heard the commotion and came out to stop them. Word of the incident spread throughout the neighborhood, with everyone snickering and making fun of the Lius. Meanwhile, Chen showed no signs of wanting to practice. He came out to the balcony in the morning to soak up the sun, constantly increasing his mana. To others, this looked like laziness, but only Chen himself knew that his qi and his vitality were steadily growing stronger. A powerful breathing technique allowed him to draw on the pure mana from the heavens and earth with every breath, tempering his body. Moreover, the mana generated within him was growing in volume, and his vitality was increasing at an ever faster rate. At this pace, it would likely more than double within another half a month. Chen's strength had now reached 800,000 jin. It was important to note that this wasn't the result of breaking through a cultivation realm, but rather the result of his body being tempered by mana. Before he knew it, it was noon. Snow suddenly came over, glanced at the sun in the sky, then looked at Chen, who was clearly enjoying himself. "Bro, aren't you supposed to be really strong? You were first in the warrior stage exam. Why are you just sitting here soaking up the sun every day?" Snow was puzzled. How exactly did her brother practice? He seemed to rest even more than she did, so how had he managed to come in first in the warrior stage exam? Soaking up the sun is a form of cultivation. Your brother here gets stronger just by basking in the sun. Chen didn't even open his eyes as he casually replied. Snow was at a loss for words. Was he just brushing her off like that? She wasn't a little kid anymore. "Mom, my brother says he gets stronger just by soaking up the sun." "Do you believe him?" Snow ran straight to the kitchen to find Luna. Luna was cooking in the kitchen. She glanced toward the balcony and said, "Don't go bother your brother unless you have to. He has his own reasons." Lu, who was sitting on the couch scrolling through her phone, chimed in. "Your brother's already number one, he naturally knows what he is doing. You should focus on your studies and learn from him in the future." Seeing that neither her mom nor her dad was on her side, Snow instantly got a little angry. She stormed over to Chen and said, "Bro, I'm going to become a warrior stage who is even better than you." Chen opened his eyes and gave her a thumbs up, but his tone was a bit nonchalant. "You'd better work hard." Realizing she had no advantage here, Snow ran back to the living room to watch TV. It was much more relaxing to watch the dramatic revenge plots on TV. My brother is so annoying. Ding. Mana plus 20, mana plus 20. Chen basked comfortably in the sun, listening to the constant notifications inside his body, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. This feeling of getting stronger just by lying around was truly blissful. Soon he caught the scent of fragrant fish soup and immediately went to the living room to pour himself a bowl. After eating his fill, he went back to sunbathing, as if he intended to live like this day after day. Chapter 50, The Genius's Disdain. Is Chen ruined? The next morning, Chen opened his eyes and gently stretched his body. His entire body crackled with a crisp sound. Chen ran his hand over his skin, and a layer of black residue remained on his palm. These were impurities expelled from his body. Ever since the birth of his mana, this constant sensation of growing stronger was simply intoxicating. My strength is nearly 850,000 jin. Chen's inhalations and exhalations followed an incredibly peculiar rhythm. This was the true power of the breathing technique. Likely no one knew that Chen had perfected the breathing technique in such a short time. After all, even the most basic breathing technique is dozens of times harder to master than other martial arts. After waking up, Chen took a shower to wash away the residue from his body.
Standing in the bathroom, Chen looked at himself in the mirror. The person reflected there had longer hair, and a fierce gleam blazed in his eyes. Upon closer inspection, there was a sense of profound depth and unfathomable mystery.
Is that really me? Chen smiled faintly.
He felt that as he grew stronger, he had also grown taller, and his features had become increasingly handsome.
If one had to describe it in words, unparalleled would be the only fitting term.
After drying his hair with a blow dryer, Chen stepped out of the bathroom. After finishing breakfast, he returned to the balcony to bask peacefully in the sun. Days passed in this lazy, unhurried manner, one after another. Meanwhile, downstairs in Chen's apartment complex, a few shadowy figures were peering up at his home.
Doesn't T-chan practice cultivation? We've been watching him for days now.
He just goes out on the balcony to soak up the sun every day.
I just don't get it. Young Master Feng specifically sent us to keep an eye on him, and this is the result?
That's right, this group had indeed been dispatched by Feng Changtian. But their only goal was to see exactly what Chen had been up to lately. After all, Feng Changtian believed Chen was his only rival. Meanwhile, Chen, who was currently basking in the sun, had actually noticed the people below in the residential complex long ago. This group did nothing but hang around downstairs every day, constantly staring in his direction. It was hard not to notice.
However, after he sunbathed for a few days, these people didn't stay downstairs any longer. Instead, they all left. Chen couldn't be bothered with them.
As long as they didn't do anything out of line, there was no need to pay them any mind. Soon, word spread about Chen sunbathing at home every day, and Feng Changtian was the first to hear the news. At that moment, Feng Changtian was in the midst of cultivation, practicing his clan's martial arts. Endless gales surged around him, swirling together to form a tornado. A 10-meter-tall tornado materialized on the spot, then slammed violently into the front. The machine trembled violently, displaying a staggering number.
400,000. Feng Changtian was also breathing in a peculiar manner, and mana was being generated within his body.
Ha! Truly worthy of being the prodigy of the Feng family. A white-haired old man walked over with a cheerful smile. He was the patriarch of the Feng family and a true archmaster stage cultivator.
You flatter me, patriarch. Feng Changtian replied humbly.
I never expected you to master the wind-breathing technique so quickly. And to possess such formidable combat power while still only at the 5th level of the master stage. You will undoubtedly surpass me one day. The Feng patriarch held Feng Changtian in high regard. Just then, several servants of the Feng family ran back. Upon seeing the Feng patriarch, they hurriedly bowed in excitement before beginning their report. Young Master Feng, you asked us to keep an eye on Chen and see what he has been up to these past few days. We found that he has been sunbathing and sleeping every day. He hasn't even left the house. After hearing the report, Feng Changtian furrowed his brow, then sighed. Never mind. He is far too arrogant. I thought he might be a worthy opponent, but it seems he won't get very far on the path of the warrior stage. Recall all the men watching him immediately. He has finished. As a powerful warrior stage cultivator, failing to train diligently and improve himself during this prime time, but instead wasting his days basking in the sun, it was nothing short of a joke. He had actually thought he might encounter a true rival, but the result had left him deeply disappointed. Old Master Feng patted Feng Changtian on the shoulder and said, Tianer, you shouldn't limit your rivals to the confines of Little Jingling. Once you enter the Jiangnan faction's genius training camp, the geniuses there will be your true targets. Feng Changtian nodded, his anticipation for entering the genius training camp growing stronger by the day. Before he knew it, several more days had passed. It had been a full half-month since the last warrior stage assessment. Over the past half-month, news of Chen sunbathing every day had spread throughout Star City. Many people were even discussing the matter. After all, the top-ranked student in the warrior stage assessment had given up on himself and spent his days sunbathing. It was a hot topic. Many people enjoyed watching the footage, and the view count was staggering. Upon hearing this news, Lord Long frowned and angrily slammed his phone onto the ground. Why is this Chen so arrogant?
Time is running out, which genius isn't training hard, yet he is wasting his days basking in the sun.
Lord Long was furious. Meanwhile, Chen had already gone outside the city to soak up the sun. The sunlight here allowed him to replenish his mana at a faster rate. Sure enough, during this time, Chen had broken through 3 cultivation realms in a row and had now reached the 7th level of the master stage. More crucially, due to the explosive growth of his mana, Chen's vitality was increasing at an ever faster rate. His base combat power had likely already surpassed 1 million. Chen could sense that his raw strength alone had reached 2 million Jin. And this was without utilizing any martial arts techniques.
My power is growing stronger and stronger.
Chen casually clenched his fist, and his vitality blazed like a furnace, radiating boundless light and heat. He was currently in the 2nd tier zone, yet not a single monster dared to approach him. Sensing this vitality from afar, they were all scared off. Chen exhaled lightly as his invisible power coalesced, unleashing a terrifying force onto the ground that caused the stones to shatter. This surge of power made Chen feel as though he were invincible. Of course, this was due to his power growing far too rapidly. After all, just a month and a half ago, he had been nothing more than a lowly apprentice stage practitioner, yet his current strength was immeasurably greater than it had been back then. I wonder if I could kill a grandmaster stage practitioner with my martial arts. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen's eyes. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, and his body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Chen had originally intended to return directly to the city, but upon reaching the 2nd floor defense zone, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had spotted a combat power testing machine set up in an open area. The sign read, "New model maximum test capacity, 2 million combat power."
Chen glanced around and saw no one else nearby.
Intrigued, he walked up to the machine. He gathered all his strength into his palm and slammed it down with all his might.
Boom!
Beep, beep, beep. The machine shook violently as the numbers flashed rapidly, finally settling at
Chapter 51, Surpassing 1 million Combat Power Archmaster Stage? 1 million.
The machine displayed a striking blood-red number, a full million combat power. Looking at the figure, Chen smiled. It was exactly as he had estimated. Previously, he had only had a rough idea of his combat power, but now he could be certain. His combat power had indeed reached this level. Let us test my martial arts. Chen activated his breathing technique as flames danced between his palms. With a single breath, he condensed 9 fire blades.
9 blazing slashes.
The 9 fire blades merged into one, slashing forward. With this D-rank martial art, he no longer needed to stack the techniques one by one. He could now combine them directly.
Boom!
The massive impact caused the machine to tremble violently. The numbers on the display flashed rapidly, and the machine seemed on the verge of breaking under the strain. Finally, the numbers settled at 1.6 million.
Just as I thought.
Chen knew that the D-rank martial arts he had previously relied on no longer provided him with such a significant boost. Perhaps it was because he himself had become too powerful. If I were to unleash the explosive fist, I might very well break through 2 million combat power, but it could damage the machine. Chen thought for a moment, decided against it, and then turned to leave.
Shortly after Chen left, several staff members arrived.
These staff members were responsible for cleaning the machine's grime every day, as well as maintaining and repairing it.
Machines like this were extremely expensive. Lu, what are you doing rubbing your shoulder like that? The staff members were all dressed in blue uniforms.
One of them, who looked older, asked a young staff member in his 20s. I bumped into someone earlier, and it still hurts here. Lu was a portly man with a large belly. He rubbed his shoulder, looking quite uncomfortable.
Don't be such a wimp, kid.
That guy looked younger than you. The older staff member laughed heartily, and the others joined in. They were all warrior stage players with decent vitality, and since their job didn't require them to go to the front lines and kill monsters every day, countless people envied them.
Boss, look at the numbers up there.
Suddenly, one of the staff members cried out in surprise. Curious, everyone turned to look at the numbers on the machine's screen. Then everyone was left speechless, frozen in place like statues.
This can't be possible. The older staff member was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, his mind flashing back to the young boy they'd encountered when they first entered. That boy looked so cheerful, and his features were exceptionally handsome, he seemed almost like a figure stepped out of a painting. It was that boy who had bumped into Xiao Lu just now. It was simply because Xiao Lu hadn't seen him clearly and accidentally bumped into him, after which he quickly apologized. Over 1 million combat power. Could that guy from earlier have been a true Archmaster stage player? The older staff member muttered under his breath. The remaining staff members all swallowed hard, then looked in the direction Shen had left, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. They had just brushed past an Archmaster stage player. Especially Xiao Lu, he actually bumped into the guy. Thankfully, this Archmaster stage player had a good temper, otherwise, Xiao Lu would been dead meat. Archmaster stage. Xiao Lu's mouth hung open in shock, it was wide enough to fit a cup inside. His legs were trembling, and the image of that young face kept replaying in his mind. At such a young age, and already a peerless powerhouse. On the other side, Chen, having left the second defense zone, had already returned to the city. As he walked along the street, he suddenly ran into an acquaintance. "Ha!" Chen greeted him with a smile. Hang's face lit up with delight upon seeing Chen. "Chen, ever since you took first place in the warrior stage exam, you've barely kept in touch with me. I thought you'd forgotten about your old buddy here." Chen replied, "How could I forget?" Chen knew Han was just joking with him. The two chatted for a while, then Hang invited Chen to a bubble tea shop. The shop had a nice atmosphere and was packed with people. Chen and Hang found a corner to sit in and ordered 2 cups of bubble tea. "Chen, I heard you've been just lazing around lately. All those so-called geniuses are saying you're a waste of space." Hong brought up the topic. Hearing this, Chen shrugged indifferently. "What do they know? I'll still take first place next time." The first place Chen was referring to was first place in the Genius Selection Tournament, a title he was determined to claim. "Impressive, you've got guts." Hong gave him a thumbs up. He knew Chen never made promises he couldn't keep. After all, Chen had previously declared he'd take first place in the warrior stage assessment, and he'd already done just that. "By the way, how about you? When are you heading to the front lines?" Chen asked. At the mention of this, Hong sighed and said, "I've got some connections, so I can put it off for a while longer. But at most, in a year, I'll have to go to the front lines." Deep down, Chen really hoped Hong would make it back alive from the front lines. After all, he was his best friend. The two chatted for a while longer, then went their separate ways. Chen returned home, took a shower, changed into clean, neat clothes, and picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. After scrolling for a while, it was already late, so Chen went to bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Although Chen had boasted to Hong yesterday that he could stand out in the Genius Selection Tournament and win first place, he wasn't entirely confident in his own heart. Rumor had it that this time, there were Grandmaster stage-level geniuses participating. Although Chen knew his combat power had reached an incredibly terrifying level, he had never actually faced off against a Grandmaster stage-level genius before. Even though he had over 1 million combat power, those Grandmaster stage-level geniuses might be even more terrifying. "I need to get even stronger." Chen sat there pondering for a moment, then finally decided to head to the Kanglan Mountains to hunt powerful monsters. There were an enormous number of monsters there. While money might not necessarily buy stronger martial arts, the Kanglan Mountains were teeming with monsters, and rumor had it that one might even encounter a level 4 monster at the Grandmaster stage. Those monsters were extremely valuable, perhaps he could barter them for higher-level martial arts techniques. Chen was quick on his feet and immediately prepared to set off for the Kanglan Mountains in South City. However, before leaving home, Chen stopped by to say goodbye to his parents, informing them that he wouldn't be returning for quite some time and that they didn't need to prepare meals for him. Luna didn't ask many questions, she simply reminded Chen to be careful. Then, traveling light, Chen set off for South City. After half a day's journey by carriage, Chen finally arrived at his destination. Here stood a massive fortress, soaring over 100 zhang high, like a colossus reaching from the earth to the sky.
Just looking at this fortress gave one the sense of its impregnability, along with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Exiting here would lead to the Kanglan Mountains, where terrifying monsters roamed.
Of course, this area was also teeming with warrior stage cultivators, and there were no shortage of master stage cultivators either. One could even occasionally sense the presence of grandmaster stage cultivators with terrifying vitality passing by.
This is a true metropolis, but also an extremely dangerous frontline where a monster siege could break out at any moment.
Yet the South City has stood here for hundreds of years, never once faltering. Chapter 52: The Level 4 Monster Lair.
Arriving at this legendary city, Chen was deeply awed. This area does not belong to Star City, and if his strength were insufficient, Chen would never have come here. Originally, Chen had intended to choose the 4th tier area of Star City, where Grandmaster stage monsters roamed. But to go there, he would need the city lord's approval and would have to deal with all sorts of cumbersome procedures. That's why Chen simply came here, to the Kanglan Mountains. This was a relatively open area, anyone could come here, or even leave the city to slay monsters and earn a fortune. Yet the danger here far exceeded that of other places. Every day, countless people perished in the Kanglan Mountains, reduced to nothing but bleached bones.
Just then, a Grandmaster stage figure walked past Chen.
Even with his aura suppressed, this Grandmaster stage exuded a presence as radiant as the sun. This Grandmaster stage was a middle-aged man in his 40s, expressionless yet exuding a dangerous aura. No one dared to approach within a few meters of him, and the gazes directed at this Grandmaster stage were filled with awe. Yet Chen stood less than half a meter away from this Grandmaster stage, and he felt no sense of intimidation or danger whatsoever. It was as if this Grandmaster stage posed little threat to him. Chen brushed past the Grandmaster stage and walked toward the city gates. Just then, the Grandmaster stage glanced back at Chen and muttered under his breath, "What a strange vitality. To be unfazed by my aura, could he be a Grandmaster stage as well?" After all, he had just returned from slaying monsters outside the city.
The others watched Chen's retreating figure with astonishment.
To remain so unflappable in the face of a powerful Grandmaster stage, this young man was truly remarkable. The middle-aged Grandmaster stage withdrew his gaze and quickly left the area. By then, Chen had reached the city gates.
Mana plus 20. Basking in the sunlight, Chen's mana levels rose.
What a young warrior stage! He actually exudes a faint yet palpable aura of power. A group of warrior stage warriors who had ventured outside the city were discussing this. Among them were several powerful master stage warriors, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment as they looked at Chen.
"Hello, do you happen to know where I can find some powerful monsters?" Although Chen didn't recognize these warrior stage practitioners, he still picked someone at random to ask. "This place is teeming with powerful monsters. Young man, are you planning to go monster hunting?" A burly warrior stage practitioner dressed in black asked with a smile. Chen nodded and said, "By powerful monsters, I mean those of level 3 or higher." The warrior stage in black fell silent for a moment, then scrutinized Chen closely. To be honest, he couldn't read Chen at all. Although Chen hadn't fully unleashed his vitality, he still sensed that the young man before him was dangerous. The level of danger was similar to the feeling he had when he was being chased by a level 4 monster and had to flee for his life. Yet he could also sense that Chen wasn't at the Grandmaster stage. Because a true Grandmaster stage possessed a powerful will and an aura of authority, something one could sense the moment they came into contact with it. "I know where there's a level 4 monster." Standing beside the warrior stage in black was a young man in his 30s. He had long, shoulder-length hair, wore a sun-protective jacket, and had fair skin, giving him a somewhat feminine appearance. "I'd love to hear the details," Chen said politely. 5,000 meters ahead from here. "A few days ago, I heard from someone who escaped back that there's a level 4 monster, a golden 2-headed lion, and that's where its lair is," the somewhat effeminate young man informed them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked in the direction the man was pointing and silently took note. A level 4 monster was a deadly threat, a creature truly on par with Grandmaster stage level monsters. Although level 4 monsters lacked the intelligence of Grandmaster stage experts and were hunted by them, they were still far beyond the reach of master stage hunters like them.
A single blow from a level 4 monster could kill them instantly. A single touch meant certain death. So when faced with such terrifying monsters, people generally keep their distance.
Thank you. Chen thanked him politely.
Then, light as a sparrow, he left the area and headed toward the direction of the golden two-headed lion. To obtain even more powerful martial arts, he had to acquire items of sufficient value.
The monster cores of level 4 monsters are extremely precious, but that alone is far from enough.
However, spiritual herbs are usually found near the lairs of level 4 monsters, and these herbs might be traded for higher level martial arts techniques. Spiritual herbs are also highly valuable. They can enhance one's physical constitution, and some are essential ingredients for refining elixirs.
As the crowd watched Chen's retreating figure, expressions of surprise spread across their faces. Who is that young man?
He is so bold. He must be a powerful prodigy, so overconfident.
He is asking for trouble.
A master stage cultivator daring to hunt a level 4 monster. The crowd shook their heads in unison, convinced Chen was doomed. There had been others with such overconfidence before, but the price was always severe. Almost all paid with their lives. Facing a level 4 monster, most master stage cultivators were certain to die. Only a few managed to escape with their lives.
Meanwhile,
deep within the Kanglan Mountains, a group of people appeared. One of them was an acquaintance of Chen's, a man with golden hair who no longer carried his former rebellious air but instead exuded a more reserved aura.
He was none other than Wang Long.
Ever since Chen defeated him last time, he had finally come to understand that talent alone does not determine everything. Since he had managed to surpass one of the top 10 geniuses, it only made sense that Chen could surpass him as well.
Chen, I will definitely become stronger than you. Sooner or later, I will defeat you with my own hands.
Wang Long silently vowed to himself. This time, he wanted to break through to a higher realm more quickly, so he had specifically sought out his father. Most of the people behind him were guards from the Wang family, though among them was also a lean man with a black beard. The man wore a black suit, and his piercing eyes emitted a dangerous glow.
Uncle Bai, I'll be counting on you shortly.
Wang Long said politely to the man.
Uncle Bai smiled and nodded. Your father has already instructed me.
This time, I'll help you take down the golden two-headed lion and retrieve the spiritual herbs. He had watched Wang Long grow up and was a close friend of Wang Long's father, which was why he had come here at his own risk to face the powerful level 4 monster. Wang Long was filled with gratitude toward this man. On the other side, Chen had already arrived outside the golden two-headed lion's lair, and among his men were several warrior stage practitioners crouching nearby.
Most of these warrior stage practitioners were skilled at concealing their auras.
Their goal wasn't to kill the golden two-headed lion, but to steal the spiritual herbs from the lair. These were priceless treasures. If they succeeded, they would strike it rich and never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. That is why countless people risked coming here, even knowing the danger was immense. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The crowd saw a young, handsome boy walking straight toward the lair.
Chapter 53, Slaying the Golden Two-Headed Lion. Is the boy a Grandmaster stage? Is this guy crazy? The golden two-headed lion is inside the lair right now. We'd better get out of here fast.
If that level 4 monster goes berserk, we're all dead. Some had already lost their nerve and hurriedly left the area. Others, however, those who valued wealth more than their lives, remained lurking nearby, their eyes gleaming with greed.
Ha ha!
If he is willing to risk his life, all the better. Hopefully he'll lure the golden two-headed lion away so I can sneak in and steal the elixir. A warrior stage fighter with a somewhat sleazy appearance smirked coldly, convinced that Chen was as good as dead.
There were no rules here. What did one death matter?
Especially when it was someone they didn't even know, so these warrior stage fighters remained indifferent. Originally, this group had also planned to send someone in to die, so they could go and steal the spiritual herbs. Those who remained all shared this mindset, though they were wary of one another, as they were all competitors. At that moment, Chen had already entered the lair, but before he could venture deeper, a massive aura of pressure swept over him. Then the ground began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Thud, thud, thud. A tremendous rumbling echoed from within, as if some colossal creature had emerged. Before long, a 10-meter-tall colossal lion emerged from within. This giant lion possessed 2 heads and looked ferocious and menacing. The vitality radiating from its body was as thick as molten mercury, and its physique was as hard as refined steel, impervious to blades and spears. Naturally, the aura it emitted caused hearts to race violently, and fear welled up involuntarily within everyone's hearts. Those outside who had originally intended to steal the spiritual herbs now trembled instinctively with fear. A Grandmaster stage monster was in a completely different league from ordinary monsters. They were worlds apart. Just as they, at the master stage, were as insignificant as ants compared to a true Grandmaster stage monster, who could crush them with a single flick of the wrist. A level 4 monster, the golden 2-headed lion. It certainly looks imposing. Chen looked up at the massive level 4 monster, thinking how impressive it would be to tame one. But for now, it was best to kill it. Boom! The golden 2-headed lion cut through the air with a piercing roar, its massive golden claws slamming down toward Chen's location, whipping up a gale. The wind ruffled Chen's hair, yet he breathed steadily, a faint glow emanating from his body. Come on, let me see what a level 4 monster is capable of. Chen took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing began to change. Sun breathing technique. At that moment, Chen's entire body glowed like a sun, and flames surged from his body. Then, with a flick of his body, Chen vanished from his spot in an instant. After activating the breathing technique, his speed became astonishing. He charged straight toward the golden 2-headed lion, clenched his fist, and slammed it upward. Boom! The terrifying level 4 monster was blasted several meters away before coming to a halt. Its cold eyes fixed on Chen as it spat out crimson flames. This time, Chen did not meet the attack head-on but dodged the blow. Boom! The crimson flames struck the ground, spreading over 10 meters. Some warrior stage warriors hiding in the woods were instantly engulfed in flames, turning into burning figures as they rolled on the ground. In just a few breaths, they were reduced to ashes. Seeing people die, Chen's expression remained calm. These fools didn't know when to quit. They'd been lurking outside hoping to get a free ride, so it was only natural they'd get caught in the crossfire. Besides, he hadn't killed them, the monster had. Looks like I need to finish this quickly. This level 4 monster's flames are too dangerous. Chen thought to himself, deciding to end the battle quickly. The terrifying monster, having failed to kill Chen on its first attempt, let out another roar. Roar! It began sprinting across the ground, lunging toward Chen while continuously spewing flames from its mouth. Meanwhile, the warrior stage fighters hiding in the shadows were all breaking out in a cold sweat. They couldn't even flee now. The level 4 monster's aura was too terrifying. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would likely meet the same fate as the warrior stage fighter moments ago. Terrifying flames raged, crimson fire erupting in all directions, setting the entire forest ablaze. Yet these flames didn't even touch the hem of Chen's robe. His speed was simply too great. Burst fist skill. Chen channeled his breathing technique and unleashed his most powerful martial art without hesitation. Chen's heart pounded violently as his entire body erupted with vitality, nearly transforming into a crimson pillar of light shooting skyward. At that moment, golden flames burned upon Chen's body. These golden flames appeared even more terrifying than the crimson ones, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Chen clenched his fist tightly, channeling his power into a fist-shaped energy that shot out with a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying impact struck the golden 2-headed lion. Thud! The monster, which had looked so formidable just moments ago, was now flung backward like a rag doll, slamming violently into the stone wall and shattering it. Soon, the level 4 monster began to emit wisps of blue smoke. Its eyes dimmed, and all signs of life vanished. The warrior stage warriors hiding nearby, having narrowly escaped death, all breathed a sigh of relief. That's Grandmaster stage. To instantly kill the golden 2-headed lion, he must be among the very best Grandmaster stage warriors. Perhaps even on par with Archmaster stage. The surrounding warrior stage players were utterly shocked, their gazes toward Chen filled with awe. In this era, the strong are always held in high esteem.
Having witnessed Chen's power, these warrior stage players all dispersed.
Someone capable of killing a level 4 monster with a single punch was not someone they could afford to offend. Whether or not he was a top-tier Grandmaster stage, killing them would likely be as easy as squashing an ant. After slaying the golden two-headed lion, Chen sliced open its abdomen with his hand, extracted a red monster core from within, and pocketed it. Chen ventured deeper into the lair, which was quite spacious after all. It had to accommodate the golden two-headed lion's massive frame. Inside, Chen spotted several snow-white lotus flowers, and his heart leapt with joy. These are level 4 spiritual herbs white lotus. Chen quickly plucked all the herbs and placed them in a box. Chen had originally thought that finding even a single one would be a good haul, but to his surprise, he had gathered a full 5. These were all priceless treasures, enough to trade for even more powerful martial arts techniques. A smile spread across Chen's face, and he turned to head back outside. Chapter 54, Farewell to Wan Long. Grandmaster stage makes way. Outside the golden two-headed lion's lair. Wang Long had led his group to this location, but now everyone was on high alert. There were signs of a battle here. Vast swaths of the forest were still ablaze with crimson flames, and thick smoke billowed skyward. Uncle Bai looked at the scene of destruction and said, "It seems someone beat us to it. Only a Grandmaster stage cultivator could cause this much damage." Wang Long furrowed his brow. "Young master, what should we do?" a guard in his 30s asked. Wang Long was also pondering in his heart what exactly should they do? The situation was now quite troublesome. Someone had beaten them to it, and it was highly likely that person was also a Grandmaster stage. If they tried to seize what the other party held, the opponent would most likely not hand it over easily. "Uncle Bai, are you confident you can handle this Grandmaster stage?" Wang Long asked. Uncle Bai's expression grew grave as he replied, "Every Grandmaster stage has their own strengths. I can't guarantee a certain victory, but I can absolutely protect you and ensure we leave safely." Hearing this, Wang Long felt more confident. "Let us go inside first. The rest of you stay outside and make sure no one gets out," Wang Long ordered. "Yes, young master." The guards nodded in unison. Some remained outside, while Uncle Bai stayed close by Wang Long's side, tasked with ensuring his safety. They entered the lair. Not long after, they suddenly came upon a corpse, a massive golden lion with 2 heads, though both eyes were now lifeless. Although an aura of power still emanated from its body, there was no sign of life left. One side of its body appeared scorched, as if by fire, leaving a mark that resembled a fist imprint. Its abdomen had also been slit open, as if something had been removed. Uncle Bai immediately stepped forward to inspect it. Upon seeing the startling fist imprint, he turned to Wang Long and said, "The Grandmaster stage practitioner who did this is likely even stronger than I am. It would be best not to make an enemy of them." Wang Shou's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Uncle Bai's words, then he nodded. At the same time, deep within the lair, Chen was overjoyed after collecting 5 white lotus flowers. But as he made his way out, he suddenly spotted a spirit herb not far away, radiating a crimson glow, and his eyes immediately lit up. "This is a grade 4, top-tier fireweed." Chen was deeply excited. This item was even more precious than the 5 white lotus flowers he had just obtained. White lotus flowers were only considered grade 4, low tier. 10 of them were worth as much as a single top-tier specimen. Chen plucked the fireweed and placed it in an exquisite box items he had prepared long ago. "With this firegrass, perhaps I can even acquire a top-grade B rank martial art." Originally, Chen had thought he could only trade for a low-grade B rank martial art, but now he felt a surge of confidence. It was a completely different situation. "I'm really looking forward to the boost in power that a powerful B rank martial art will bring me." A flash of lightning seemed to pass through Chen's eyes, giving off an aura of pressure even stronger than that of an ordinary Grandmaster stage cultivator. His current vitality was on par with any Grandmaster stage practitioner, and with his ability to project mana, though not yet at the Grandmaster stage, he was effectively surpassing it. Now, Chen was even more eager for the Genius Selection Tournament. First place was his for the taking. Anyone who dared to challenge him would be beaten into submission. Chen was in high spirits today. After suppressing his aura, he walked toward the exit. As he neared the exit of the lair, Chen suddenly spotted several shadows. It seemed someone had entered. But Chen paid them no mind. At this moment, he feared no one, even a grandmaster stage practitioner, would fall at his hands. Such was the confidence of a true powerhouse. Wang Long and Uncle Bai were currently walking in chatting. Uncle Bai, is the grandmaster stage player who killed the golden two-headed lion really that powerful? Wang Long was deeply curious. Uncle Bai replied, he is even more terrifying than you imagine. But upon closer inspection, it doesn't look like a grandmaster stage player did it. It appears to have been a one-hit kill, overwhelming power pierced from the outside, shattering all life within the golden two-headed lion. The opponent didn't even seem to use mana. What? Wang Long was startled. If it was that terrifying without using mana, who on earth could it be? It could also be an Archmaster stage, but an Archmaster stage wouldn't bother with a level 4 monster, nor would they come all the way here on purpose. Uncle Bai was also filled with doubts. Deep down, he couldn't figure out who had actually killed the golden two-headed lion. Could it be an Archmaster stage who happened to pass by, killed the monster, and left? Wang Long speculated. Uncle Bai thought this was a possibility and nodded slightly. If that were the case, although they hadn't managed to kill the golden two-headed lion, they could still obtain the spiritual herbs inside. That would count as a stroke of luck and save them from a dangerous encounter. After all, fighting a level 4 monster could have resulted in serious injury or even death. But just then, Uncle Bai's eyebrows shot up. Someone's coming out from inside, but they're not at the Grandmaster stage. As a Grandmaster himself, he could naturally sense whether the other party was truly at the Grandmaster stage. Is it an Archmaster? Wang Long asked. Bai Shuran shook his head. It's a strange sensation. It should be a master stage, but their vitality is far stronger than that of an ordinary master stage. Upon hearing this, Wang Long wore an unconcerned expression. Then, Uncle Bai, please step in later and seize everything they're carrying. Bai Shuran nodded. Outside the city, it was perfectly normal for the weak to have their possessions plundered by the stronger. Outside, there were no rules to bind them. Life and death were left to fate, and wealth and fortune were in the hands of heaven. Soon, a young figure came into view. He was slender, with a flawless face, as handsome as a character from mythology. This youth was even more handsome than the stars on TV, and he possessed a unique aura. When Wang Long's guards spotted him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Uncle Bai was no exception. He was already poised to strike. It was all the young man's fault for coming out from inside. Did he really think the opportunities here were that easy to snatch? But when Wang Long saw the youth, his pupils contracted, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Attack! Uncle Bai waved his hand, signaling the guards to move. Given his status, there was no need for him to act immediately. He would let his guards handle it first, and only intervene if they couldn't resolve the situation. Wait! Wang Long watched his guards, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, but quickly called them to a halt. Don't attack. I know him. Step aside, all of you. Wang Long's sudden outburst left the guards utterly bewildered, and they immediately reined in their killing intent. Uncle Bai also wore a puzzled expression. Uncle Bai, I'll explain everything to you later. Just step aside for now. Wang Long offered his apologies to Uncle Bai. All right. This Grandmaster stage practitioner suppressed his own vitality and made no further move to intervene. Meanwhile, as Wang Long looked at the youth who had appeared before him, he felt a deep sense of respect welling up inside. Chen, we meet again. He then smiled and greeted Chen. He wasn't stupid. For Chen to go from an ordinary person to topping the warrior stage exams, it was impossible without some special opportunity. But he hadn't expected Chen to dare come alone to the lair of the golden two-headed lion. That courage alone was worthy of his respect. Moreover, back when Chen had defeated him, it had actually elevated his own state of mind to a higher level, and he felt a certain gratitude for that. Of course, the more crucial point was that he now found Chen increasingly inscrutable. After all, Chen had walked out from inside, and even upon seeing so many of them gathered here, his expression hadn't changed in the slightest.
Either Chen was powerful enough not to fear them, or he had other hidden cards up his sleeve, or perhaps someone backing him. Perhaps the killing of that influential figure, the golden two-headed lion, was intricately linked to Chen. Of course, these were all just Wang Long's speculations. Chapter 55, Conversation, Admiration. Wang Long. Chen looked at Wang Long, feeling a bit surprised inside. He hadn't expected to run into this fellow student from the same school out here. Back then, the other guy had always been a step behind him. His academic performance never surpassed Chen's. Later, during the warrior stage assessment, he'd been utterly crushed by him. "You've gotten stronger." Wang Long sized up Chen, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Although he desperately wanted to surpass Chen, he was no match for him right now. Maybe someday he would be, but certainly not now. "What are you guys doing here?" Chen had just sensed a murderous intent. It seemed this group intended to attack him. However, he didn't care. If they dared to make a move, he wouldn't hesitate to cripple them all. After all, this was a place where no rules applied. Killing someone within the city walls meant paying with one's life, but outside the city, even if you killed someone, as long as no one found out, there would be no consequences. After all, with so many warrior stage players out there every day, it was only natural for powerful monsters to be slain. Although Chen usually considered himself to have a fairly even temper, he would show absolutely no mercy to anyone who tried to kill him. "Chen, I suppose you've already claimed the opportunity within the lair," Wang Long said bluntly. Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Uncle Bai quickly stepped in front of Wang Long. He could sense the intense killing intent emanating from Chen. Although Chen was hiding it well, he could still feel it. "Uncle Bai, it's fine. We're friends," Wang Long said with a smile as he stepped forward. Grandmaster stage. Chen sensed the unusual aura emanating from the middle-aged man before him and recognized his cultivation level. But he didn't care much about that right now. So what if he was at the Grandmaster stage? If he dared to take what was in his hands, Chen wouldn't hesitate to kill a Grandmaster stage today. Although he wasn't certain he could kill him, Chen was absolutely confident he could leave unharmed. "This is a master my father sent to protect me. He means no harm," Wang Long hurried to explain. He certainly didn't want Uncle Bai to take action against Chen that would bring him no benefit whatsoever. The killing intent on Chen's body faded, and he asked, "Then may I leave?" He didn't want to linger here any longer. He wanted to go in exchange for even more powerful martial arts. "Of course." Wang Long gestured, and everyone quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for Chen to leave. Seeing that they truly had no intention of attacking, Chen calmly walked past them. "Chen, in this genius selection tournament, I hope you can achieve a high ranking and bring glory to Jinling," Wang Long called out, waving from behind. Chen turned, his gaze resolute, and said calmly, "First place will be mine this time. Anyone who dares to challenge me will be defeated." As Chen spoke, golden sunlight bathed him, making him look from a distance as if he had stepped out of a painting. The moment was like a world-famous masterpiece. Everyone was finally stunned by Chen's bold declaration. Even Uncle Bai felt he had misjudged him. Only after saying this did he dare to turn and leave without hesitation, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wang Long watched the direction Chen had left, his eyes filled with respect. It took him quite a while to snap back to reality. As expected, a genius even more formidable than me possesses even greater ambition, Wang Long remarked with admiration. He had also heard rumors that this genius selection tournament might feature a Grandmaster stage-level genius. The fact that Chen dared to make such a statement clearly demonstrated just how confident he was. He certainly didn't have the courage to say something like that. "Chen, is he the one who ranked first in the warrior stage assessment?" Uncle Bai asked. Wang Long nodded. "That's him." The guards around them looked stunned. They had all heard that this warrior stage assessment was incredibly fierce, with geniuses from all 36 cities participating. To come in first in such a cutthroat competition was truly worthy of respect. "Young master, I heard he has a common talent. Is that true?" one of the guards asked.
It's true. Wang Long naturally felt there was no need to hide such matters, as the rumor had already spread far and wide. Upon hearing the words common talent, Uncle Bai immediately lost interest. He had initially thought it was just a rumor, but if he really was a common talent, his potential was simply too limited. What a waste of a promising young talent. Otherwise, he might have reached the Archmaster stage. Hearing Uncle Bai's words, Wang Long replied, "You're still underestimating him. Back then, I also thought that as a common talent, he wouldn't make much of a splash. But the fact is, I was crushed. He is a miracle maker, a person with limitless potential. Although deep down I still believe that sooner or later I'll surpass him, my intuition tells me that that's just wishful thinking. Especially after meeting him today, it made me fully realize the gap between us." Uncle Bai was somewhat surprised he'd never heard Wang Long speak so highly of anyone before. It seemed he truly admired and respected this man. "Young master, you're overestimating him. He has just a common talent, not worth it at all. If we're going to bring glory to Jinling, we should send Feng Chantian instead." One of the guards stubbornly believed that talent was everything. Since he was an excellent talent, he could never measure up to an elite level talent. So, in his mind, anyone without exceptional talent was a waste of space. Hearing this, Wang Long gave a cold laugh. He pointed at the corpse of a level 4 monster not far away and said, "If you're a common talent, could you slay a level 4 monster?" The guard was immediately silenced. He glanced at the monstrous corpse, his heart filled with unease, let alone actually taking on such a monster himself. If he were really forced to do it, he'd probably be scared to death. That level 4 monster wasn't necessarily killed by him, it was likely the work of a powerful figure behind him, Uncle Bai interjected. He didn't believe Chen possessed that kind of strength at all. Deep down, he was more convinced that there must be a powerful figure backing Chen. Wang Long didn't dwell on the matter either. Whether Chen killed it or not, the monster was dead either way. "Uncle Bai, do you think it's possible for someone to hide their talent?" Wang Long suddenly asked. Uncle Bai thought for a moment and replied, "Talent cannot be hidden, unless he has awakened a dual talent." Wang Long nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Before, he hadn't been able to figure out why Chen had suddenly become so powerful. But now, he seemed to have figured it out. Chen's common talent might truly be just one of his 2 talents, with the other remaining hidden. Everyone said Chen was just sunbathing these days and was destined to be a laughingstock at the Genius Selection Tournament. Looks like those were all just rumors. Wang Long remarked with a sigh. They felt that the Chen they saw now was far stronger than the one who had participated in the warrior stage qualifying matches. Even a single glance from him exerted an indescribable pressure. The other guards all fell silent. Chapter 56, The Price of Spiritual Herbs, Selecting Martial Arts. Chen returned to South City without incident. The Beta Trading House was located here as well, and Chen strode purposefully inside. The Beta Trading House was even more lavishly decorated and bustling with activity. A large number of warrior stage participants had come here to exchange money or trade for precious items. There was even a line stretching over 100 people long. If you wanted to make an exchange, you had to wait your turn patiently. Moreover, there was only one staff member here, who looked completely swamped. Chen didn't join the line, but instead stepped forward to ask, "Hello, is your manager here?" The receptionist was a young, attractive woman who was helping customers exchange items and appraising their value one by one. Hearing Chen's question, she didn't even look up, completely ignoring him. "Young man, just get in line like everyone else. Don't go around asking for the manager, thinking you can cut corners just because you have connections." Someone in the crowd spoke up, thinking Chen was just trying to draw attention to himself. There were plenty of people every day who wanted to see the manager, but the manager of Patek Philippe in South City was a very busy man, dealing with major business deals. Why would he come out so easily? Hearing this, Chen felt a bit annoyed. He pulled a red monster core from his robe, placed it on the counter, and asked, "Will this get your manager to come out?" The receptionist, who had been unconcerned moments before, immediately widened his eyes upon seeing the blood-red crystal. That SA level 4 monster core. The receptionist was completely taken aback. Only someone at the Grandmaster stage could have slain a monster of this caliber. Most of the people waiting in line here were at the warrior stage, with only a few at the master stage. The items they brought naturally weren't considered particularly valuable to the Bata trading company. But for a young Grandmaster stage cultivator to produce such an item, its value was simply too high. Oh, and these too. Chen pulled out a few more spiritual herbs and placed them on the table, their medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. The people in line nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. They stared at the items on the table, desperate to snatch them up. A warrior stage cultivator who had just accused Chen of cutting corners was now somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly young boy standing before him to be able to produce such items. Either his family had connections and had hired a Grandmaster stage cultivator to accompany him on a monster hunt to obtain these spiritual herbs. Or this young man right in front of him was a Grandmaster stage cultivator himself. No matter which was the case, he was someone he couldn't afford to offend. I'm sorry. I was wrong to speak out of turn just now. Smack! Smack! The warrior stage slapped himself twice across the face. The sound echoed in all directions, loud enough for everyone present to hear. Get lost! Chen waved his hand impatiently. The warrior stage who had mocked Chen moments ago scrambled away from the area as fast as he could. The other warrior stage players looked at Chen with eyes filled with both respect and fear. If the person standing before them was truly a teenage Grandmaster stage, then his future achievements would likely be limitless. To witness such a genius with their own eyes was a once-in-a-lifetime privilege. Sir, please wait. I'll go get the manager right away. The front desk operator made a call and briefly explained what had just happened. Before long, the manager emerged. She was a woman in her 30s, wearing a form-fitting black dress, black stockings, and high heels. Esteemed guest, is it you who wishes to sell an item? The beautiful manager glanced at the items on the table, her tone and demeanor extremely respectful. Yes. Chen replied. This isn't the place to talk. Please follow me. The beautiful manager wore a professional smile, revealing a row of neat, white teeth. All right. Chen followed the beautiful manager to the reception area of Patek Trading Company. The entire space was exquisitely decorated, with the walls covered in fine, white stone slabs adorned with beautiful floral patterns. The beautiful manager personally poured Chen a cup of tea and placed it before him. Esteemed guest, may I ask if you're bringing these items to exchange for money or to barter? The manager got straight to the point. How much are these worth? Chen wanted to know the value of his items. The manager explained, as for the spiritual herbs, 5 of them are worth around 50 million. The level 4 monster cores are worth about 20 million. Hearing these figures, Chen felt the money was coming too easily. Wealth comes from martial prowess, he thought. With his strength, killing a single monster could net him this much money. Of course, Chen had even more precious spiritual herbs, which he hadn't brought out just yet. If I want to trade these items for a grade B martial art, is this enough? Chen took a sip of tea and asked casually. The beautiful manager nodded without hesitation and said, it's enough to trade for a lower grade B martial art. Satisfied with the answer, Chen then produced a box. He opened it to reveal a red spiritual herb, its surface even glowing with a faint flame. Fire flame grass. Even the beautiful manager was startled upon seeing this herb. Such items were virtually priceless. The lowest price was 100 million, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed to be available at auction. Can this be traded for a more powerful grade B martial art, say, a high grade one? Chen asked. What he wanted now was a high grade B martial art. He didn't care much for anything else. If you wish to trade for a high grade B martial art, you'll have to combine everything you have, the beautiful manager replied honestly. After all, high grade B martial arts were all uniformly priced, and the cost was astronomical. All right. Chen nodded, ready to make the trade without hesitation. These items were mere trinkets to him. What mattered most now was obtaining a more powerful martial art. Esteemed guest, there is one thing I must inform you of. It is strictly forbidden to privately teach grade B martial arts to others. While these items can be traded, there are strict regulations regarding the martial arts you practice. If you were to privately teach them to others, you would be held accountable. The beautiful manager informed Chen with a serious expression. Chen didn't look surprised by this, because he knew that martial arts of this level were created by formidable masters. The descendants of those masters could amass wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people simply from the proceeds of selling martial arts manuals. Moreover, this wealth was a never-ending stream used to strengthen their clans. Whether they bought them with money or goods, they were merely purchasing the right to use them. They had no authority to teach them to others. "Don't worry, I'm just practicing for myself." Chen indicated that he understood. The beautiful manager then picked up a tablet beside her, swiped through it a few times, and placed it in front of Chen. "These are all top-tier grade B martial arts. Please choose for yourself." Chen took the tablet and began selecting martial arts. Chapter 57, The Genius Selection Tournament begins. The youth reaches the Grandmaster stage. Sword of Annihilation, Floating Pagoda Poem. Chen began browsing the martial arts on the tablet, but found himself somewhat overwhelmed, as every single one looked incredibly powerful. The Sword of Annihilation could amplify power up to 4 times, but it required a sword, which meant an additional expense. Other martial arts also had their own strengths, and various effects could stack. For example, Fudu Poem could temporarily stiffen a person's body, causing paralysis. Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose the last B-rank superior martial art he saw. Frenzied Sun Fist. This martial art could amplify power up to 5 times, but its drawback was obvious: it had no other special effects. "Get me this one." Chen handed the tablet to the beautiful manager. The manager nodded, left the area, and soon returned with a book, handing it to Chen. "Please burn it after you've finished training," the manager instructed Chen. Chen nodded to acknowledge her words, then left the premises. "We look forward to seeing you again." The manager escorted Chen out and bowed in farewell. Chen left without looking back, then took a car out of South City and returned home to let his family know he was safe. He then sat down at the table to eat lunch. It must be said that his mother's cooking was excellent. Chen never grew tired of it. He devoured 3 large bowls of rice before returning to his room. Once inside, Chen began practicing the Mad Sun Fist technique. This was the most formidable martial art he currently possessed. As he opened the book, his eyes lit up. Fierce Sun Fist, ultimate combat power amplification. As single force shatters all techniques capable of massively mobilizing one's own power to unleash a fatal strike. The description was lengthy, but Chen didn't bother reading much of it. He began studying the introductory training methods. Since the rank of this martial art was exceptionally high, it took Chen a full 3 days to finally master it completely. After reaching mastery, Chen's entire body felt scorching hot. He felt as though he were a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. He could even feel his muscles and bones becoming denser. The mana within his body was flowing faster. The faster the mana flowed, the faster his physique was being tempered. However, Chen also felt the pain in his muscles intensifying. His entire body felt as if it were being forged. Yet Chen was delighted, for he found a strange pleasure in this cultivation. It made him feel incredibly comfortable. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air and stepped out of the room. A warm meal was still on the table, clearly set aside just for him. After eating a little, Chen left the house and headed outside the city. Arriving at the second-tier area of Star City, Chen saw that the machine for testing combat power was still there. He didn't use any martial arts techniques. Instead, he simply unleashed his raw strength and slammed a punch into the machine. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers on the machine flashed wildly before finally settling at 1.2 million. My strength has grown even stronger. Chen's base combat power had, without him realizing it, increased by another 200,000. Although he had now broken through to the 8th level of the master stage, this was largely due to the refinement of his mana. This made Chen realize that cultivating higher-level martial arts would bring him countless benefits. Not only had the flow of his mana accelerated, but it had also grown stronger. Chen activated his breathing technique, causing the air to whistle, then slammed a fist into the machine. Boom! As Chen struck, his palm was instantly enveloped in a layer of golden flame, a flame radiating an incredibly ferocious aura.
Boom!
The expensive machine immediately emitted a cracking sound. The numbers on its display flickered incessantly before finally vanishing completely, the screen going dark. Chen had destroyed the machine with a single punch. I almost forgot in the heat of the moment the maximum this machine can test is 2 million combat power. What Chen had just unleashed was the fierce sun fist technique. He hadn't expected that a single strike would actually break the machine. Chen glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then quickly left the area. After all, the machine was placed here for people to test, so breaking it shouldn't be a problem. Chen was also very satisfied with the mad sun fist technique. He hadn't even used his full strength just now. He only unleashed about half of the technique's power, and he already surpassed 2 million combat power. True to its reputation as an Archmaster stage martial art, the boost it provided was truly terrifying.
Shortly after Chen left, the same group of staff members from before returned.
They were chatting and laughing, but when they saw the damaged machine, they immediately got a headache and hurried to report the incident to their superiors. They were at a loss for words. The only one capable of breaking the machine was likely an Archmaster stage practitioner, but why would an Archmaster stage practitioner wander into the second-tier area for no reason?
They must have been really bored. Chen returned home and spent several days soaking up the sun.
One day, his phone suddenly rang. Chen immediately unlocked his phone to find a message addressed specifically to him. He tapped the message, and a line of text appeared.
Student Chen, the Genius Selection Tournament is about to begin. Please proceed to the Northern Mountains to take the assessment.
You must arrive within 3 days.
This was sent to him by a teacher from the school. Is it finally starting?
A look of anticipation spread across Chen's face. Sending them to the mountains likely meant they'd be hunting monsters outside the city. That sounded pretty interesting. Of course, what Chen wanted most was to spar with other geniuses, especially those who had reached the Grandmaster stage.
Meanwhile, the Feng family. Feng Changtian also received the message immediately.
A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from his body, and countless gales swirled around him as the wind danced at his will.
I've been waiting for this day, the Genius Selection Tournament, for a very long time.
The other geniuses also received the message one after another. Bai Chouyue, who had been in the midst of cultivation, opened her eyes with a smile, left the Bai family, and set off for the northern mountains. Of course, aside from the 7 geniuses from the 36 cities of Jinling, geniuses from other cities had also received the news.
Wangdu City.
The Xianyuan family. This city was immense. Its area alone was equivalent to the combined total of Jinling's 36 cities. In a room, sat a youth with short black hair. This young man looked quite ordinary, but when he opened his eyes, he exuded an indescribable sense of intimidation. Red mana surged from his body and flowed around him. Mana radiating outward. This is the hallmark of the Grandmaster stage.
Has the Genius Selection Tournament begun?
The Grandmaster stage youth lifted his phone to glance at the message, then set it aside. Someone, prepare the car. The gate swung open, revealing a group of bodyguards dressed in black standing outside.
Yes, young Master Xianyuan Hui.
An elderly man stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He was the Xianyuan family's butler.
Chapter 58, The Geniuses of the Jiangnan Faction. The Jiangnan Faction.
It comprises a total of 36 cities.
Jinling is one of these 36 cities.
However, compared to the others, although Jinling boasts a considerable territory, it has never produced any truly dazzling geniuses throughout history. Most of them shone brightly for a time only to fade away quickly, as if under some kind of curse. The strongest genius to emerge from Jinling had achieved no higher than the Archmaster stage. In contrast, other cities had produced powerhouses beyond the Archmaster stage, even reaching the Warlord stage. Consequently, Jinling received the fewest cultivation resources within the entire Jiangnan faction. After all, there was little point in investing significant cultivation resources in a place that produced so few geniuses.
Baiyun City.
This is one of the top 3 cities in the Jiangnan faction. It is said to have produced 2 Warlord stage-level figures. Inside a luxurious mansion, the decor is exquisite and grand, reminiscent of an ancient imperial palace, exuding great elegance. This is the domain of the Morone clan, the leading family among Bayun City's three great clans. Bayun belongs to the Murongs. This is common knowledge among the people of Bayun City. As the leading family among the three great clans, the Morone clan has produced city lords bearing the Morone surname for generations. All 10 geniuses from Bayun City who participated in the Genius Selection Tournament hail from the Morone clan. At this moment, 9 young geniuses of the Morone clan had gathered here to chat.
Has the Jiangnan faction produced any standout geniuses recently? It's always the same few, isn't it?
Xian Yuanhui from the Xian Yuan family, Gulong from the Gu family, and Qing Feng Wangyu from the Qing Feng family.
You're right, but those are all freaks.
There's no need to compare ourselves to them. When these names were mentioned, a look of apprehension flashed in the genius's eyes, as if these names were taboo. After all, the people they were discussing were all teenagers at the Grandmaster stage. It's important to note that breaking through to the Grandmaster stage isn't actually that difficult for a group of geniuses like them. But those who can achieve this breakthrough at such a young age are absolute prodigies, far, far stronger than these so-called geniuses. In the future, these individuals might well become renowned warlord stage masters, looking down upon them from on high.
Let us not talk about those prodigies, it's too demoralizing. Let us talk about the other geniuses instead. Morong Jun quickly changed the subject.
This young man wore a purple robe and had soft, tousled black hair. He looked somewhat youthful and slightly thin. But the moment he spoke those words, the other members of the Morong clan obediently stopped discussing the topic.
Morong Jun was the second-ranked genius of the Morong clan.
Though he couldn't compare to the first-ranked genius, the other members of the Morong clan held him in high regard. Brother, I heard that another genius has appeared in Wangdu City this time. Rumor has it he is about to break through to the Grandmaster stage, and apparently, he is not from the Xianyuan family.
Someone spoke up. What is his name? Morong Jun asked. Zheng Tian.
The Morong clan member paused for a moment before uttering the name.
That is interesting. I hope we'll run into him during the Genius Selection Tournament. Morong Jun nodded slightly with a smile.
He was a genius of this caliber himself, yet he had always been just half a step away from breaking through to the Grandmaster stage. However, that half step felt like an insurmountable chasm. It required time and accumulation of cultivation before he could cross into that realm. The top-tier geniuses, on the other hand, had no such limitations.
Speaking of geniuses, I actually recall a rather amusing anecdote.
A youth clad in gray stepped forward, licking his lips as he spoke.
What is so amusing? The others asked, their interest piqued. Let me take a sip of water first.
The youth in gray took a sip, building the suspense. Seeing everyone's eager expressions, he finally spoke slowly.
It's Jinling. Do you know who came in first in this year's Jinling Warrior Stage Assessment?
That backwater who cares about their top scorer in the Warrior Stage Assessment. I could take down their top scorer with just one hand. The prodigies of the Morong clan looked down on the people of Jinling, likening the place to a true backwater, and no one took them seriously.
And they certainly had every right to feel that way.
After all, every year, geniuses from the Morong clan joined the 10 great guilds and achieved extraordinary success. In the eyes of these prodigies, Jinling was nothing more than a place unworthy of mention.
Do you know what is the most ridiculous part? This year's top scorer in Jinling's Warrior Stage Assessment is a common talent.
The gray-clad youth burst into laughter. There was a moment of silence, then the group of Morong clan prodigies all began to chuckle.
Ha ha ha. That is absolutely hilarious. Jinling is really going downhill. If a common talent can take first place, wouldn't one of my Morong clan bodyguards be able to do the same?
These geniuses couldn't stop laughing. It was the funniest joke they heard all year. Even Morong Jun couldn't help but chuckle softly, a look of scorn in his eyes. Jinling really is a place that churns out good-for-nothings. A few years ago, they produced a guy named Zhang Ai, whom they hyped up to the skies, yet now he hasn't even broken through to the Grandmaster stage. The other Morong clan prodigies nodded in agreement. If you ask me, Jinling should just be expelled from our Jiangnan faction and merged with other cities.
Wouldn't that make everyone happy?
I think you're right, those 36 backwater towns in Jinling shouldn't even exist. Thank goodness this bunch of good-for-nothings won't be leaving the Jiangnan faction, otherwise, they'd probably make a laughingstock of us in other regions. These young geniuses spoke at length, completely unconcerned whether others were listening or not. If you ask me, I'll notify the other geniuses in the group chat. When the time comes, let us have them eliminate Jinling in the very first round, that way, we won't have to make a fool of ourselves. The gray-clad youth said with a smile, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. These geniuses had formed several group chats, as most of them had known each other since childhood. For instance, members of the Morong clan, the Xianyuan family, the Qingfeng family, and others had played together since childhood and were all friends.
That's a great idea, Tuesday. Go notify the others in the group and kick them out.
The other Morong clan geniuses chimed in agreement.
Morong Ju nodded in tacit approval.
They were nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings, unworthy of participating in any genius selection tournament, let alone entering the genius training camp.
Bro Jun, I'll send the message right away.
2. The gray-clad youth pulled out his phone and typed a message to send to the group. Soon, the other geniuses received the message as well, each wearing a smirk of contempt.
Agreed. Kick out that bunch of losers from Jinling. Don't let them disgrace our Jiangnan faction.
Trash common talents competing against him in the genius selection tournament is an insult to me. Don't let me run into this Chen, or I'll make him regret being born into this world. 2 looked at the messages in the group chat, an even brighter smile spreading across his face. Jinling is just a city that churns out good-for-nothings, it shouldn't even exist. On the other side, beside the high-speed rail station, a group of strikingly handsome and beautiful young men and women were lining up to board the train. Several examiners stood nearby, mana flowed around their bodies, clearly marking them as Grandmaster stage cultivators. They had been dispatched by the Jiangnan faction's main branch to personally escort this group of geniuses to the assessment site.
Qingfeng Wangyue is here.
Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd. A beautiful woman walked slowly from a short distance away. Dressed in red, she was slender with snow-white skin, and her delicate, oval face exuded an air of aloof elegance. Her eyes were as bright and clear as amber. Upon seeing her, the group of prodigies made way, allowing her to board the high-speed train first. Even the examiners couldn't help but look on in awe when they saw her.
A Grandmaster stage at such a young age, truly enviable.
The Qingfeng family has produced Grandmaster stage prodigies for generations. To reach the Grandmaster stage at such a young age, her future is boundless and extraordinary.
The examiners discussed among themselves and granted this special privilege.
It seems Jinling is going to come in last again this time. I heard they originally had a top-tier extraordinary wind element talent, but they ended up ranking second. If they had awarded first place to that top-tier extraordinary wind element talent, they might have achieved some results and avoided becoming a laughingstock among the other cities of the Jiangnan faction.
I really don't know what those people were thinking.
A female examiner shook her head. She held no hope for Jinling, her tone even tinged with mockery. The other examiners remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her words. As all the geniuses boarded the high-speed train, the white train, like a roaring white dragon, began to race off into the distance.
Chapter 59, Farewell, the Journey. Jinling. Xingcheng.
A large crowd had gathered at the entrance to the residential complex.
Chen is going to be a star someday.
You've raised a fine child.
This was Chen's neighborhood.
Knowing he was heading off to the genius selection tournament, everyone had come out to see him off, smiling and offering kind words.
Chen's father, Luna, felt immensely proud.
Lately, the neighbors had been exceptionally kind to them, almost to the point of fawning. They knew it was all because their son had taken first place in the warrior stage assessment.
Snow, your brother is so amazing.
My dad said that if I ever become half as good as him, he'll buy me a remote-controlled plane to play with. Standing next to Snow was a girl who looked about her age, bright-eyed and fair-skinned, wearing a white long dress. This was her best friend. Hearing her friend's words, Snow replied, "Of course. After all, he is my brother." She, too, felt an overwhelming sense of pride.
"Chen, I've heard rumors that you've been slacking off lately, but I don't believe it.
You need to give it your all in this genius selection tournament and prove those rumor mongers wrong." Principal Wang stood beside Chen, his expression stern.
"Chen, you're the most talented student I've ever taught.
You must prove through your actions just how ridiculous those rumors are."
Zhang Jinghua stood beside Principal Wang, encouraging Chen. Chen smiled. "Don't worry. I'll win the Jiangnan faction selection tournament."
Having mastered powerful martial arts, Chen was now brimming with confidence. Just then, a chartered bus bearing a banner that read Genius Selection Camp pulled up from a short distance away.
"Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now.
Take care of yourselves. And Snow, make sure to study hard during this time. Don't give Mom and Dad any worries." Chen waved goodbye to his family, then boarded the bus in front of everyone. The bus started up again and drove off into the distance. Once aboard, Chen saw that the driver wearing white gloves was driving with a blank expression, completely focused on the road. At the very front sat a middle-aged man, presumably the examiner leading this expedition. But as Chen took his seat, he noticed that besides the examiner, there were figures radiating terrifying vitality sitting there as well. These were all teenagers, brimming with youthful vigor, yet each possessed a vitality that was terrifyingly powerful. They were all at the master stage, and among them were several at the late master stage, that is, master stage level 7 or higher. Just seeing these geniuses sitting there made one feel somewhat uneasy. However, this had little effect on Chen after all. He was now stronger than everyone else on the bus. Chen made his way to the back of the bus and found an empty seat. The rest of the seats were occupied by geniuses from Jinling.
"Chen, take a seat here."
Bai Qiu Yue greeted Chen with a smile. Chen nodded and sat down, glancing at those beside him: Si Kongyan, Lu Shang, Ying Baiqi, a youth he didn't recognize, and a genius with a cold expression, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed. And that cold-faced genius was Feng Changtian. Chen could sense that, apart from Feng Changtian, whose aura was on par with the other geniuses, everyone else in the carriage seemed to fall slightly short of them. Among geniuses, even the slightest gap can lead to being surpassed by others. Feng Changtian, having improved significantly during this period, stood out as the very best among the geniuses in the carriage, virtually on par with anyone.
"Chen, do you think we'll place well in this genius selection tournament?" Ying Baiqi asked.
Although he and Chen weren't very close, they did come from the same place.
"Are you feeling anxious?" Chen glanced at Ying Baiqi and shook his head. Ying Baiqi lowered his head slightly.
He had always considered himself a genius, one of the top contenders even within the genius selection camp. Otherwise, why would he have been granted special permission to participate in this competition? But even before the competition began, he realized that the geniuses from Jinling were simply too weak. Apart from Feng Changtian and Chen, who seemed unfazed by the other geniuses in the vehicle, everyone else felt an indescribable pressure. It seemed as though everyone here was stronger than them, completely shattering their pride as so-called geniuses. When the other geniuses in the car first saw Chen, their eyes lit up. After all, Chen was undeniably handsome, possessing a unique aura that made him a pleasure to look at.
Moreover, the aura emanating from Chen was something these geniuses couldn't fathom.
When Chen looked at them, he appeared completely at ease, seemingly feeling no pressure at all. However, when they saw Chen walk over to the group from Jinling, the gazes of these geniuses began to soften. Especially after hearing Chen's name, some of the geniuses who had looked solemn now wore scornful smirks on their faces. It seemed they held the people of Jinling in utter contempt. In their eyes, Jinling was nothing more than a backwater. Although it was divided into 36 cities, to them it was like 36 villages, a complete joke. As for Chen, they'd heard of him. He was nothing but a good-for-nothing, a common talent who, relying on having consumed rare treasures and possessing a powerful physique, had actually suppressed all of Jinling's geniuses to take first place. It was nothing short of a joke. The rest of Jinling's people were all a bunch of good-for-nothings, not a single one worth mentioning. They were bound to be the first to be eliminated this time. The bus pulled up at the station and came to a stop. The lead examiner standing at the front opened his eyes and said, "Get off and follow me. We're switching to the high-speed train." The geniuses all stood up and followed the examiner step by step, boarding the high-speed train once more. They didn't have to wait a single moment, for there was no one else there. The high-speed train was reserved exclusively for this group of geniuses, a special privilege of the Genius Selection Tournament. However, as soon as they boarded the train, Chen and the others immediately sensed a series of even more terrifying auras. This was because there were other geniuses from different regions on board, and their auras were far more formidable. A Grandmaster stage youth. Bai Qiuyue, with her blue hair and striking presence, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes as she looked at a figure ahead. That figure was a handsome young man dressed in black, resting with his eyes closed. White mana flowed around him, giving off an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. It was as if a sheep had encountered a lion. That feeling of fear was simply impossible to suppress. "It's Gulong!" One of the geniuses who had come with Chan and the others gasped, gazing at the youth with awe. Feng Changtian's expression had remained unchanged until now, but suddenly his pupils contracted, revealing a look of profound apprehension. The words Grandmaster stage felt like a mountain crushing down upon him. He was confident he could surpass Chen, but he had no confidence in facing a youth at the Grandmaster stage. Only Chen remained composed, facing the Grandmaster stage with inner calm. Chapter 60, Selection Tournament Rules for Grandmaster Stage Youths. Chen and his companions found seats on the bus, yet their minds remained unsettled for a long time. In Jinling, they were among the top geniuses, but compared to the entire Jiangnan faction, they were like a bunch of country bumpkins. Pick just any random person, and their aura would be stronger than most of them. Bai Qiuyue, in particular, found this the hardest to accept. She had been a prodigy since childhood, the center of attention wherever she went. But here, she was just an ordinary genius, nothing special. Compared to the young Grandmaster stage candidates, she felt like a complete failure. She didn't even deserve to be taken seriously by them. Can we really shine at the Genius Selection Tournament? Bai Qiuyue felt utterly disheartened. The other geniuses weren't faring much better. So what if he is a young Grandmaster stage? He hasn't even entered the competition yet, and you're all hanging your heads in defeat. It's a disgrace. Feng Changtian snorted coldly. Although he was shocked as well, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a top-tier epic talent. Sooner or later, he would reach the Grandmaster stage himself. Chen didn't say a word. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the scenery, seemingly completely unconcerned about the matter. Bai Qiuyue glanced up at Chen, then shifted her gaze to the young Grandmaster stage ahead, before finally sighing, "This time, Jinling will probably end up at the bottom again." Only after leaving Jinling did they realize just how narrow-minded they had been. There were so many geniuses out there. They had originally thought that even if their group couldn't stand out as the best, they could at least rank among the top, but now it seemed that was nothing but a pipe dream. She even felt that Chen wouldn't be able to shine this time either. He would likely end up just another ordinary genius. After traveling for a while, the high-speed train stopped again, and another group of geniuses boarded, each finding a seat. Among this group, there were even a few whose vitality surpassed Feng Changtian's. There were already over 400 people on the high-speed train, but that wasn't even the full complement. It was unclear how long it had been traveling, but the train was eventually filled with a full 1,000 geniuses. Although they were all in different carriages, one could still sense the overwhelming vitality. Some geniuses possessed such overwhelming vitality that they felt like massive furnaces, easily detectable. Especially the Grandmaster stage geniuses, they filled one with awe. After another 2 hours, the high-speed train came to a gradual stop, and the lead examiner began organizing everyone to disembark. "We've arrived at our destination. Line up and get off one by one." The geniuses stood up one after another and began lining up to wait for their turn to get off. Once everyone had exited the high-speed train, they arrived at a massive square. It was an oval-shaped plaza surrounded by a large crowd of people who had arrived there earlier. They were all young geniuses, and a few stood out in particular because their auras were exceptionally powerful. One of them was a woman wearing a red dress, stunningly beautiful, with red mana flowing around her. There was also a cold-faced young man who exuded an air of nobility, surrounded by a crowd of people fawning over him.
These two were Qingfeng Wangyue and Shen Yuanhui.
But just then, the crowd suddenly parted to make way for a tall, imposing young man. This young man had piercing eyes and gave off an extremely dangerous aura. He seemed even more formidable than the other Grandmaster stage youths.
"Star, you're a bit late,"
Shen Yuanhui spoke up.
Star, his face bearing a defiant expression, laughed. "What good would it do to arrive early? You're all just here to make me look good."
His words brimmed with confidence, and he couldn't care less about how the other geniuses felt.
But no one dared to speak up.
This was, after all, the Morone clan's foremost genius, rumored to have slain 3 Grandmaster stage monsters, a truly fearsome reputation. Even Shen was slightly taken aback when he looked at this man, for he sensed that Star was more dangerous than any Grandmaster stage opponent he had encountered before.
The man before them was likely even more terrifying than everyone realized.
"You're still as full of yourself as ever." Qingfeng Wangyue, clad in a crimson gown, exuded an ethereal aura, resembling a goddess descended from the heavens, drawing the gaze of countless geniuses.
"Little sister Wangyue, if you say that again, I won't hold back during the assessment."
White mana flowed through Star's body.
Qingfeng Wangyue gave a dismissive smile.
As a Grandmaster stage genius herself, she didn't believe she was inferior to anyone. Gulong soon joined the conversation as well. Though they were rivals, they had known each other for a long time. The few Grandmaster stage geniuses had their own circle, while the other geniuses had theirs, and they all gathered together to discuss. On this vast plaza, dozens of aircraft were parked up ahead, with cameras and countless surveillance devices everywhere.
Just then, a helicopter slowly rose into the air.
Its door opened, revealing a woman in military uniform standing inside. Mana flowed from her body as well. She was clearly a Grandmaster stage practitioner.
Silence.
Standing on the helicopter, the woman leaped down, landing on the stone platform in the center of the square.
All eyes turned to this female Grandmaster stage practitioner. "Allow me to introduce myself.
I am Jiang Meng, one of the examiners presiding over this selection process.
As in previous years, this selection will be brutal. Most of you will be eliminated.
We are looking for true geniuses without sufficient strength. You have no right to enter the genius training camp."
Now, I will briefly explain the rules.
First, once you board these helicopters, you'll leave the square and enter the northern mountain range.
Your mission is to hunt monsters and survive there for a full day and night. Second, killing monsters earns you points, with the amount determined by the monster's strength.
Before you enter, you'll be fitted with a smartwatch that automatically records your points after each kill.
You must earn 1,000 points to pass.
Of course, you can also compete with each other for points as long as you make it out in time. Upon hearing the first 2 rules, most of the prodigies felt uneasy and began to watch their friends warily.
In this prodigy selection competition, a large number of people would be eliminated. Couldn't they be betrayed by their own friends?
Especially with the ability to steal points from one another, they had to be on high alert.
Third, this is also the most important point.
If you feel the monsters inside are too dangerous, immediately sound the alarm on your wristwatch, and we'll send someone to retrieve you.
Don't try to tough it out.
This is a selection competition, not child's play. If you insist on pushing through, even if you die inside, it will be a meaningless death that only brings grief to your family.
I've finished speaking. Someone will distribute the watches to you shortly.
When you receive your watch, you must sign the contract. If there are no further questions, you may now board the aircraft and enter the mountain range.
If any of you are afraid, you may stand up and leave now.
Examiner Jiang Meng explained the rules and the details of this selection process.
Chapter 61, Ambush, Action.
The geniuses all fell silent for a moment, but not a single one withdrew. They were all geniuses selected from various regions. Naturally, they each possessed their own pride and would not back down simply because of the danger. The northern mountain range, they had long heard of its fearsome reputation.
It was said that countless warrior stage practitioners died there every year, including many Grandmaster stage practitioners.
To survive there, one likely needed not only formidable strength but also a certain measure of luck.
If ambushed by a level 4 monster, even an average Grandmaster stage practitioner would meet their end on the spot.
But if they were truly afraid, they wouldn't have come to participate in this selection upon hearing the words Northern Domain Mountains.
True powerhouses grow by facing countless dangers. So powerful.
A young man suddenly walked past Feng Changtian. He had delicate features and a slender build, yet his body radiated a terrifying vitality. Feng Changtian could clearly sense that this person who had just passed by was likely only slightly weaker than the 4 young Grandmaster stage cultivators.
That's Lu Tian. He's one of the 10 great geniuses. Rumor has it he's just a hair's breadth away from the Grandmaster stage.
Among the top 10 geniuses, aside from the 4 Grandmaster stage youths, the rest are all top-tier Master Stage 10th level powerhouses.
They've all cultivated substantial mana within their bodies, though they can't yet project it outward. They could even be called half-step Grandmaster stage. Only they can be considered true geniuses, destined to join the genius training camp.
The surrounding youths began to discuss.
The Jiangnan faction's top 10 geniuses?
Chen listened to their conversation and became intrigued. People these days seem to love ranking geniuses. They started ranking them even before the genius selection had begun. However, Chen felt no fear. On the contrary, he was somewhat looking forward to facing them. The Jiangnan faction's top 10 geniuses are the real geniuses. The rest of us are just too ordinary.
Bai Qiuyue sighed. Chen didn't entirely agree. The top 10 geniuses were indeed true geniuses, but that didn't mean he was weaker than them, did it?
Soon, some staff members handed out a watch to each genius and had them sign for it.
Everyone complied, their hearts filled with anticipation.
However, most of the geniuses looked at Chen and his group with ill intent. They planned to eliminate the useless Jinling group the moment they entered the northern mountain range.
After signing, they all boarded the helicopters.
With a series of roaring sounds, the helicopters soared into the sky, carrying the many geniuses toward the northern mountain range. Each helicopter was packed with a large number of geniuses, transported in batches. On the helicopter carrying Chen and his group, there were about 30 people, but they all glared coldly at them.
They even began discussing things right in front of Chen and his group.
Look at these good-for-nothings from Jinling. If you don't like any of them, just eliminate them right away.
That girl's actually pretty.
It'll be fun to smash her face in later.
A bunch of losers. How dare they compete in the selection trials with us? They're really dragging us down.
Hearing these words, Bai Qiuyue glared at the genius who had just spoken about her with a murderous look in her eyes. He was a rather ugly-looking teenager with 6 large moles, standing about 1.6 meters tall, short and chubby, who seemed to take pleasure in others' misfortune.
I haven't done anything to offend you. Why are you picking on me? Bai Qiuyue asked.
She couldn't understand why these geniuses from other regions harbored such intense hostility toward them.
It's not about you, it's about you lot, you bunch of good-for-nothings. Everyone from Jinling deserves to be eliminated.
A young genius with dyed yellow hair, who looked somewhat like a delinquent, spoke with a tone as cold as ice in a snowy wasteland.
Feng Changtian furrowed his brow, a terrifying surge of vitality welling up within him, radiating a dangerous aura.
Chen glanced at the genius who had spoken and made a mental note of him.
A loser actually dares to spout such nonsense here?
If it weren't forbidden to fight here, he would have slapped him across the face.
However, he didn't join the argument. It was completely unnecessary.
Once they went downstairs, he would be the first to eliminate this loser he couldn't stand.
You bunch of spineless cowards, what kind of skill is it to eliminate a woman?
If you're going to eliminate someone, you should eliminate the one in first place, the one with common talent. A man with a soft, effeminate appearance stepped forward, looking at Chen with a sneer. Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this man, but he added him to his elimination list in his mind.
So he loves picking on me, does he?
In a moment, he'll learn exactly what pain and despair feel like.
You all have numbers on your watches. Number 1, step forward. A male examiner called out from the front.
The short, chubby teenager stepped forward and was dropped from the helicopter. He deployed his parachute mid-air and landed safely.
One after another, a person was dropped at regular intervals. Soon it was Jinling's 7th ranked contestant's turn. Chen didn't have much of an impression of this person. However, an accident occurred during this contestant's descent.
The genius who had already been dropped, the short, chubby number 1, Zhaobin, suddenly attacked just as the contestant was about to land. His hands, sharp as blades, slashed viciously across the 7th contestant's head, causing his vitality to surge and sending him crashing to the ground.
Useless!
The short, stocky Zhaobin spat on the ground, his eyes brimming with contempt. The helicopter was flying high. Ordinary people would certainly be unable to see the scene below, but the passengers were all geniuses with exceptional eyesight, capable of seeing everything clearly. Ying Baiqi and the others watched helplessly as their fingernails dug into their skin, drawing red blood. They felt no pain, only humiliation. Although that stocky genius had ambushed them, a single strike had left Jinling's 7th ranked contestant severely injured and immediately eliminated a display of strength that surpassed most of them.
You people from Jinling, know your place and get the hell out of here.
The selection tournament isn't something the likes of you should even be participating in, a young man sneered.
The remaining Jinling geniuses felt humiliated. But just then, Bai Qiuyue was about to be dropped.
Equipped with a parachute, she leaped straight down from the helicopter and appeared to be about to touch down. But just as she was about to touch down, that short, stocky Zhaobin launched another sneak attack.
Only this time, Bai Qiuyue was prepared. Frost freeze.
As she landed, a thick layer of frost appeared on her body, spreading toward the ground and briefly freezing Zhaobin's movements. Then, upon landing, she condensed the frost into her palm and struck back at Zhaobin's head.
Ah!
Zhaobin, having been too careless, hadn't even had time to activate his martial arts before Bai Qiuyue's palm struck his temple. The blow left him dazed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious.
Beep, beep, beep. The watch sounded automatically. He had been eliminated.
The other geniuses fell silent, some even looking surprised.
Looks like Jinling isn't all full of good-for-nothings. There's still one worth watching.
The other geniuses didn't think much of it.
So what if there was one whose talent was on par with theirs?
It was just that the person from earlier had been too careless.
As long as they took it seriously, Bai Qiuyue would be eliminated too.
The other geniuses from Jinling felt a sense of vindication, and Feng Changtian felt much better inside.
May I ask if we're allowed to fight on the helicopter? Suddenly, the effeminate-looking genius in the pink outfit addressed the examiner. The examiner glanced at him and said, theoretically, yes. But if you damage the helicopter, I'll be the first to break your legs and eliminate you.
The examiner was also a grandmaster stage cultivator. Mana surged around him, giving off an extremely dangerous aura.
All right.
The effeminate man's name was Huang Yu, and he had no intention of waiting for Chen and the others to disembark before making his move.
Jinling's number 1, dare you fight here and settle this quickly? Huang Yu asked with a defiant look.
Chen had originally thought he couldn't fight, for fear of damaging the helicopter, but now that the examiner had said it was allowed as long as the helicopter wasn't damaged, it was a simple matter for him.
Why wouldn't I dare? A fierce glint flashed in Chen's eyes, and a menacing aura instantly emanated from his handsome face.
He thrust one palm forward, employing no martial arts techniques whatsoever, relying solely on his immense vitality. The temperature around them began to rise sharply at that moment, and a sense of extreme danger welled up in everyone's hearts. At that instant, the expressions of all the geniuses changed. Even the Grandmaster Stage Examiner, who had remained composed throughout, stood up abruptly, staring at Chen with a look of astonishment and uncertainty in his eyes.
Chapter 62, Elimination, Descending into a Horde of Monsters.
With a clenching of his fingers, Chen's palm erupted, releasing an indescribable surge of vitality as a searing heat radiated outward. His opponent, Huang Yu, tried to mobilize the vitality within his body to unleash his martial arts and resist. But he discovered that his meridians felt as if something were blocking them, forcibly suppressed by a terrifying force. He watched helplessly as Chen's palm slammed toward his face.
No!
Huang Yu roared in frustration. He was a genius, after all, and wouldn't lose so easily.
Smack!
The palm struck Huang Yu's face with brutal force, knocking out several of his teeth and causing him to spit a mouthful of blood. But at the very last moment, his watch suddenly glowed, unleashing a unique power that saved his life.
This was the selection tournament's safety mechanism. The watch possessed the power to protect their physical safety once.
But this had not been explicitly explained to them, precisely to prevent them from thinking they were immune to danger and thus going out to hunt monsters far stronger than themselves.
Thud!
Huang Yu collapsed to his knees, his gaze unfocused, before finally falling to the ground, his breathing growing faint. Chen withdrew his hand, the power receding from his palm, and looked down at the youth lying on the ground. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes.
Was this guy really this weak?
He hadn't even used his full strength, just half of it, and yet he reduced the other to this state. Chen had expected the boy to fight back, to put up some resistance, but who knew he'd be this weak? Most crucially, this person had recklessly challenged him, acting as if he were invincible.
Is this what they call a genius? Chen asked Feng Changtian, who stood beside him.
At that moment, Feng Changtian glanced at Chen, his heart unable to find peace. He had originally believed he would surpass Chen sooner or later, but now he realized that notion was utterly off the mark. The Chen he saw now gave him a sensation akin to that of the Grandmaster stage.
But when Chen's aura receded, that feeling vanished, leaving him even more baffled. Just how much control must one have over one's own power to achieve this?
Moreover, the force behind that slap just now had likely reached 500,000 combat power.
And he hadn't even utilized any martial arts techniques to amplify his power. If he were to go all out, wouldn't he be capable of reaching 1,000,000 combat power? 1,000,000 combat power is considered the Grandmaster stage.
Of course, it's merely approaching the Grandmaster stage after all. The baseline for the Grandmaster stage is 1,000,000 combat power. And that's without utilizing any martial arts techniques. The examiner sitting in the helicopter took a few careful glances at Chen and said, "No need to continue.
He has already been eliminated."
Chen nodded slightly, then turned to a blonde-haired teenager and said, "Come here for a moment." He remembered that this guy had just said people from Jinling were all useless and intended to target them. Well, now he'd show him who the real useless one was. The blonde-haired teenager glanced at Huang Yu's pitiful state on the ground and quickly shook his head. "I refuse your challenge."
Chen pricked up his ears and asked, "What? I didn't catch that."
Seeing Chen's expression, the blonde-haired youth trembled with fear and quickly turned to the examiner.
"Examiner, he wants to fight. He should be eliminated."
But the examiner paid him no mind. Because the moment they boarded the helicopter, the assessment had already begun. "Chen, you may continue, as long as you don't damage the helicopter," the examiner reminded Chen. He found the scene quite amusing after all. There were 2,000 geniuses this time, and 1,000 had to be eliminated. It didn't matter if these geniuses on the helicopter were eliminated, there would be another batch anyway.
Chen continued his attack, landing another slap across the blonde-haired boy's face.
This time, however, he deliberately held back and struck him 3 times in a row. The blonde-haired youth's face swelled up like a pig's head. His protective mechanisms had kicked in, so he didn't die, but he was severely injured. He wouldn't recover without spending several months bedridden.
"Who just said that all of us from Jinling are useless?"
Chen looked up at the surrounding geniuses. Aside from their group from Jinling, only 6 or 7 people remained, the rest had already gone down. "We're withdrawing from the genius selection tournament." The remaining geniuses pressed their watches one after another, triggering a series of beeps.
They weren't fools. If they didn't voluntarily withdraw now, they'd get beaten up and waste several months of cultivation time.
One must know one's limits. The man before them possessed terrifying vitality. He was likely nearing the Grandmaster stage. They were no match for someone like that. Perhaps only the top 10 geniuses could defeat him. They no longer believed in any so-called common talent.
Common talent? Who would believe that?
There were also numerous cameras on the helicopter, now flashing red lights.
Meanwhile,
in a vast control room, several figures sat. There were 4 of them in total, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in military uniforms, each with an imposing gaze. They all appeared to be in their 30s, though the woman was exceptionally well preserved and looked like a young woman in her 20s. They were currently watching the screens in front of them. There were over 1,000 images displayed, but one quickly caught their attention.
This Chen is quite interesting, very intriguing.
His strength is formidable. With martial arts training, he might actually reach 1,000,000 combat power. But his potential isn't there. Otherwise, he'd surely shine if he entered the genius training camp. He is destined to be nothing more than a supporting act to the top 10 geniuses. These individuals were the highest-ranking commanders overseeing this assessment. All of them could be called chief examiners. As for the 4 of them, their vitality far exceeded the Grandmaster stage. They were clearly all at the Archmaster stage. They only glanced at Chen a few times before looking away, paying him little attention. In their eyes, the focus should be on the top 10 geniuses. As for Chen, although his performance was excellent, it wasn't enough to draw their attention. To Archmasters, all of this was merely childish play. On the other side, the Jinling group sharing the plane with Chen were now staring at him as if he were a monster. Many of those so-called geniuses were no weaker than them, yet they'd been so terrified they'd immediately conceded defeat. 2 of them had even been beaten so badly they looked as if they'd been tortured. Just how powerful must he be?
Lu Shang and the others all thanked Chen.
It's nothing. Good luck to you all. Chen waved goodbye to them, as it was now his turn to land.
Feng Changtian watched as Chen leaped from the plane and deployed his parachute mid-air.
No! That's a swarm of monsters. His gaze swept downward, and his pupils contracted sharply. Where Chen was landing, there were over 100 terrifying monsters. It was practically a death trap. Then he looked back at the male examiner and noticed a smile on his face. It seemed this had been deliberately orchestrated. Let me see just how strong you really are, the male examiner muttered.
Chapter 63, Slaughtering Monsters, Eliminating by Chou Yue.
Chen felt the howling wind in midair. The cold breeze whipped across his face, but he felt nothing. The temperature in the northern mountains was lower than elsewhere because of its northern location, where heavy snow fell every year.
Chen had long since sensed the multitude of monsters below.
Their eyes glowed blood red, and the way they looked at him was as if he were a piece of meat. Most of the warrior stage candidates who had been dropped in first let out cold laughs upon seeing this scene. They thought Chen was incredibly unlucky, facing a hellish difficulty right from the start. The areas where they had been dropped were mostly open ground, posing little danger. But landing in the midst of a monster horde was a near certain death sentence. There was simply no chance of survival. Even Lu Shang and the others on the helicopter shared this view. The thought that just moments ago Chen had avenged Jinling for them, only to now face certain death at the hands of the monsters, left a bitter taste in their mouths. Facing over 100 monsters, even a Grandmaster stage cultivator would have to lie low, let alone Chen, who wasn't Grandmaster stage but merely possessed power approaching that level. When Chen was still 30 meters above the ground, he ripped the parachute from his back and activated the sun breathing technique, breathing in a peculiar rhythm. Mana began to flow through his body, vitality erupted, and his body grew incredibly hot, with golden flames burning on his arms. Yet these golden flames did not burn Chen's clothes clearly, he controlled them with complete mastery. Burst fist skill. Chen plunged from the sky like a falling meteor, relying not at all on the parachute's cushioning. The sheer force of his descent was so terrifying that even the monsters sensed the danger, immediately clearing a large open space for Chen to land. But what greeted them were fists harder than steel. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Chen slammed a punch forward. A massive burst of flames shot into the sky as a fist imprint literally blew a level 3 monster, a 2-headed giant snake, to pieces. He spun around and struck again. A massive white wolf had its teeth shattered, and its skull exploded on the spot. These were all ferocious level 3 monsters, but in Chen's hands, they were as helpless as lambs. Chen had transformed into a ferocious tiger, his combat power terrifyingly formidable. Blood spattered everywhere, and the ground was pitted with craters. All of this had happened in just a few dozen minutes. The scene looked as if it had been ravaged by a powerful monster. Yet all that lay on the ground were the corpses of monsters, not a single one left standing. Amidst the pile of corpses, Chen stood there, glancing at the 3,000 points displayed on his watch. Normally, this score would mean he had passed this trial of the Genius Selection Tournament. He still held 3 crystalline monster cores in his hand. Although there were many monsters, very few of them produced monster cores. Still, Chen was thoroughly satisfied with these monster cores. He could once again boost his power. He wiped the blood from his body, found a nearby stream, and washed his face. The water was icy cold, but for Chen, it was bearable. Then, Chen sat down on the ground and began refining the monster cores. These monster cores were of a higher rank than the monsters he had originally slain, so the boost they provided to Chen was significant. 10 minutes later, Chen had fully refined all the monster cores. He could feel the terrifying power surging within him. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the master stage, and his vitality had become even more robust. His mana had increased by a quarter. My combat power has likely reached 1.5 million. Having tested his combat power so many times, Chen could now accurately gauge the extent of his improvement. With his combat power boosted, Chen could now project an even more terrifying aura of dominance. It's time to go hunt more monsters. Chen stood by the river, gazing into the distance where he could sense the presence of monsters. He planted 1 foot on the ground, causing it to shatter instantly. His figure shot out like a cannonball, streaking across the sky before vanishing from where he stood. Moments later, 2 powerful monsters lay sprawled on the ground, their blood quickly staining the earth red. Both were level 3 monsters, boar-like creatures with human arms still clenched in their jaws. They clearly belonged to other candidates. Those people had been eliminated. Though they weren't dead, losing an arm would likely cripple them for life. Chen felt nothing about this. Since they had chosen to participate in the genius selection camp, those lacking the necessary strength were destined to pay a price. At the same time, on a wide open plain in the northern mountains, there were 7 figures. The leader among them was a youth dressed in gray. This gray-clad youth had an oval face and fair skin, but his eyes gave off a cold, ruthless aura. "Bro 2, it's bad." Suddenly, a youth from outside rushed in. "What's the panic?" The gray-clad youth, too, glanced at him, his expression calm. "They've been eliminated." The boy who had run in was panting heavily, barely able to form coherent sentences. Isn't it only natural that those good-for-nothings from Jinling were eliminated? Tu looked as though he already knew exactly what had happened. "No, it's Zhao Bin and Huang Yu. They've been eliminated." All the geniuses from Jinling managed to land successfully. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Tu's eyes. Those good-for-nothings, they can't even handle something this simple. Tu shook his head, finding it utterly ridiculous. The followers around him also burst into laughter. "Brother Tu, why don't you let me go?" "I'll take care of those good-for-nothings from Jinling," said a burly, mature-looking teenage prodigy. He wanted to make a good impression on Tu. "None of you are to lift a finger. Find out exactly where those Jinling good-for-nothings are. I'll handle this personally and show them what true fear feels like." Tu licked his lips and said in an icy tone. Seeing Tu like this, his followers all shuddered. They knew he meant business. Although Tu wasn't ranked among the top 10 geniuses, he was a true genius in his own right, with only a slight gap separating him from them. He held the 12th spot in the genius rankings. He had awakened an extraordinary level ice talent, allowing him to condense ice into weapons to fight enemies and unleash freezing cold to immobilize opponents. Yes! His followers sprang into action. They soon tracked down the whereabouts of one of them, Yuchobai, and returned to report to Tu. Upon receiving the news, Tu left the area. On a small hill, thick white mist rose from the ground, which was littered with ice blocks and pitted with craters. Only 100 points. Bai Choyue, after struggling to kill a monster, sat on the ground and looked at the points displayed on her watch, feeling that this was simply too difficult. A common level 3 monster only added 30 points, while a powerful one added 50. Yet killing a monster like this had drained an astonishing amount of her stamina. At this rate, saving up 1,000 points would be incredibly difficult. Thud, thud. Bai Choyue heard a sound nearby. She turned her head and saw a teenager dressed in gray. The gray-clad teenager quickly stood before her. He glanced at Bai Choyue's beautiful face and said, I'll give you a chance to fight. Bai Choyue knew this person meant her no good, so she didn't ask who he was. Instead, she unleashed her martial arts, causing ice to form on the ground and spread out before her. Crack! An astonishing burst of vitality erupted from Tua's body, shattering the ice on the ground. Then, a massive amount of ice coalesced into a blade in his hand, his eyes flashing with a savage glint. Moments later, Bai Choyue lay sprawled on the ground, her watch emitting a beep-beep sound signaling her elimination. Bai Choyue had never felt such despair. As a prodigy, she had been crushed by her opponent with a single strike, utterly powerless to fight back. Chen, you must join the prodigy training camp. Bai Choyue slowly closed her eyes. Soon, a helicopter landed and carried her away from the site. Chapter 64, Master Stage, 9th Tier 1V finally found you. After Bai Choyue was eliminated, she returned to the plaza, where countless eyes turned toward her, some filled with regret, others with scorn. In truth, Bai Choyue's strength wasn't all that bad. If Tu Han specifically targeted her, she wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. People from Jinling really are all useless eliminated this fast. Isn't the Jiangnan faction in Jinling notorious for being terrible? This result is only to be expected. Some of the geniuses who had been eliminated earlier sneered, completely forgetting that they had been eliminated before by Choyue. Of course, they were doing this because they resented Chen for eliminating them. Bai Choyue lowered her head, her lovely face flushed red as she felt deeply humiliated. Bai Choyue, it's okay. Footsteps approached. Bai Choyue first noticed a pair of black stockings, then looked up to see a beautiful face. It was Zhang Lin, the examiner from their warrior stage assessment. She had come to watch the genius selection tournament as well. However, she was here merely as a spectator and, of course, thanks to the city lord, she had accompanied Lord Long here, otherwise, she wouldn't have had the qualifications to watch. You've already tried your best. It's just that your opponent was too powerful. He is a scion of the Morong clan too. The tall and imposing Lord Long remarked with a sigh. He had seen the list of these geniuses. Tua's true strength was on par with the top 10, making him one of the very best among them. It would have been a miracle if Bai Choyue had been able to hold her own against him. The achievements of someone like him were unimaginable. He was destined to become a top-tier archmaster stagemaster. Among these thousands of geniuses, Bai Choyue could only be considered slightly below average, so her elimination was to be expected. Morong clan. Bai Choyue had been feeling dejected, but upon hearing those 4 words, she felt her defeat was only natural. Although she also had a prominent family behind her, one that could be considered noble, it was in a completely different league compared to the Morong clan. Her noble family was like a country noble, while the Morong clan was a noble family of the big city. The Morong clan was renowned far and wide within the Jiangnan faction's territory. Virtually no one dared to defy their word, and anyone who did was almost always eliminated by them. No wonder she had been completely overwhelmed and utterly powerless against this person just now. After all, the Morong clan's cultivation resources far surpassed those of an ordinary noble like her. Even if they possessed the same level of talent, the scions of the Morong clan would undoubtedly cultivate several times faster than she could. This doesn't make sense. Why would someone from the Morong clan target me? Bai Choyue was filled with confusion. She sensed that the other party seemed to be deliberately targeting her, but there was absolutely no reason for it. A major clan like the Morong clan, weren't their rivals supposed to be other prominent families? Could it be the same reason those geniuses had targeted them earlier, simply because Chen had ranked first in the Jinling assessment? Bai Choyue found that idea somewhat absurd. Logically, it shouldn't be like that. Soon, Zhang Lin cleared up her confusion. Unfortunately, according to the information I've received, Tu is deliberately targeting the people from Jinling. He sent someone to find you and forcefully eliminated you because he believes the people of Jinling aren't worthy of joining the genius training camp with him. Upon hearing this, Bai Choyue froze on the spot, thinking that this too was truly insane. Although he was a genius, he must have some mental issues. He'll likely go on to eliminate the rest of the Jinling contingent next. Not a single one will escape. Zhang Lin sighed, glancing at the LCD screen ahead. It's also my fault for being too weak. If I were just a little stronger, even if I couldn't beat him, I could have at least escaped.
Bai Qiuyue clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with resentment.
She had come here with dreams in her heart, only to have them brutally shattered by her opponent. Tu may be a genius, but he is petty and acts recklessly.
Chen and the others are likely to suffer next.
Lord Long was also deeply frustrated. He had hoped to see some of Jinling's people enter the genius training camp and shine, but it seemed their journey might be cut short. If they failed to pass the genius selection tournament, they would lose their eligibility to enter the training camp. As a Grandmaster stage cultivator, Lord Long should have stood out, but here, aside from the trainees, there were numerous other Grandmaster stage cultivators, city lords from other cities who were also watching the match from the sidelines.
The people of Jinling are truly unlucky.
Having offended the Moron clan, it seems not a single one of them will pass the genius selection tournament.
That Feng Changtian isn't half bad. He hasn't even shown his full strength yet.
The city lords from other cities spoke without reservation. They all held high hopes for Feng Changtian. Because Feng Changtian possessed a top-tier extraordinary wind element talent, and in their eyes, such a person held immense potential. Although his cultivation progress was still relatively slow at the moment, the heights of his growth were destined to surpass even them, the city lords. Unfortunately, Feng Changtian hailed from Jinling. If he were eliminated now, it would set him back significantly in his cultivation, wasting his astonishing talent for nothing.
Hearing this, Zhang Lin felt a pang of unease.
Although she had always hoped Chen Wunti take first place, hoping the top spot would go to Feng Changtian, it was all for the good of Jinling. But now, hearing others speak this way, she felt deeply unsettled. These people now firmly believed that Jinling's participants were destined to be eliminated, with not a single one remaining.
If that were truly the case, wouldn't Jinling become the biggest laughingstock of the Jiangnan faction?
Ah! Zhang Lin sighed heavily. If we had let Feng Changtian take first place back then, perhaps none of this would have happened, and you wouldn't have been eliminated in the first round. In the end, she still felt that Chen was to blame for everything.
A common talent who insisted on showing off at Wunti be long before he was eliminated too. Bai Qiuyue didn't answer the question. Instead, she fell deep in thought. But she didn't blame anyone.
She simply wished her own strength were a little greater. If she were strong enough, she wouldn't have been eliminated so easily. As a genius, she wouldn't pin the blame on others. She preferred to look for the reasons within herself. Lord Long stared silently at the LCD screen, trying to find Chen's whereabouts. But Chen seemed to be in a corner beyond the camera's reach, so he couldn't see him for the time being.
Meanwhile,
by the shore of a lake, willow trees cast their reflections on the water.
On the bank, beneath the willows, stood a young boy.
He held several monster cores in his hand and was refining them. It was unclear how much time had passed when the youth suddenly opened his eyes. A staggering aura erupted, whipping up a gust of wind that sent ripples across the lake's surface. He glanced at his skin. It was flawlessly white, yet faintly shimmering with a golden glow. His vitality surged like the roar of a raging dragon at this moment. He was even more formidable than an ordinary level 4 monster.
Master Stage, 9th tier. The youth was none other than Chen.
He glanced at the points on his hand. They had already surpassed 10,000. Just moments ago, he had hunted down a level 4 monster of the Grandmaster stage. Combined with the monster cores he had accumulated earlier and refined, he had finally broken through to a new realm. Chen could feel his combat power had surged significantly. It likely reached 2 million combat power.
I've finally found you.
Not far from Chen, a figure strode toward him across the waves. Clad in gray, he walked upon the lake's surface, causing the water to freeze solid beneath his feet.
Chapter 65, Golden Vitality Body, Forbidden Artifact.
On the vast expanse of the lake, a long path had frozen solid under the gray-clad youth's cultivation technique. At this moment, the gray-robed youth resembled a god of ice. His mastery of the power of ice was nothing short of divine, far surpassing even Bai Qiuyue's. Chen stared at the gray-robed youth. He could sense that the youth's vitality was likely below the Grandmaster stage, yet still stronger than Feng Changtian's.
Are you one of the 10 great geniuses? Chen asked calmly.
The gray-robed youth stopped 3 meters away from Chen, but a blast of cold air swept toward him.
Chen remained unmoved. The vitality within him effortlessly neutralized the force.
Do you really think you're worthy of provoking the top 10 geniuses? The gray-robed youth retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm.
Chen chuckled.
They might be able to make me take this seriously, but it's unlikely they'll force me to unleash my full power. Chen's strength had risen by leaps and bounds, so he was now brimming with confidence and feared no enemy. Even the most formidable genius of the Jiangnan faction would be nothing more than a defeated foe to him. As a genius, one must possess such confidence, otherwise, how could one ascend to higher realms?
You're quite an interesting fellow.
It's a pity you're a talentless waste, though otherwise, we might actually have become friends.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tu of the Morong clan. I'm here today to defeat you and eliminate you.
Of course, if you can't withstand my attacks and die by my hand, you'll have only yourself to blame. For a worthless common talent like you to participate in the genius selection tournament is an insult to the event itself. A waste of space like you has no business being here. Tu carried himself with an air of superiority, looking down his nose at everyone, as if even speaking a few words to Chen were a favor he was bestowing upon him.
Who told you I'm a common talent? Chen asked.
Tu glanced at Chen, snickering coldly, and said, while your genius is renowned far and wide, your reputation as a good-for-nothing is just as infamous.
Don't you even have that much self-awareness? I hear you come from an ordinary family. It must be been no easy feat for your family to train you to reach the warrior stage. Why on earth did you come to the genius selection tournament just to make a fool of yourself?
Seeing this man's clownish demeanor, Chen realized he might be a bit off his rocker and couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on him.
If you want to fight, go ahead. But you only get one chance.
A murderous glint flashed in Chen's eyes.
If the other man wanted him dead, why should he show mercy?
Even if he didn't kill him, he would teach him a lesson he'd never forget.
You talk a big game. Well, then, go to hell. Countless shards of ice surged around Tu, coalescing in the sky into icicles that locked onto Chen, radiating a dangerous aura. Go! Countless ice spikes flew toward Chen, leaving him with nowhere to hide.
Nearby, the geniuses who had accompanied Tu stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold. They shook their heads in unison, convinced that Chen was in for a world of trouble. Tu was clearly serious this time. Even with such an attack, Chen had no confidence he could withstand it.
Moreover, Tu was a madman.
He didn't care about killing people. In fact, he had accidentally killed someone when he was very young. Of course, accidentally was just the story he told the outside world. In reality, Tu had simply taken a dislike to that servant and stabbed him through the heart with a small knife, killing him instantly. In an ordinary household, he would certainly have been arrested and sent to prison. But in the Morong clan, the death of a servant was simply settled by paying some compensation to the servant's parents, and the matter was easily put to rest. Now they believed it was quite possible that Tu had killed Chen as well. Of course, they weren't as reckless as Tuesday. After all, there were numerous surveillance cameras here, though they moved through the sky and might not necessarily capture this area. But if they were caught on camera committing intentional murder, it would inevitably reflect poorly on them. Besides, they didn't have such a cold heart. They weren't like Tu, that madman with no scruples.
Is that all you've got?
Chen stood his ground as terrifying vitality erupted from his body, accompanied by howling gales and rumbling roars.
A golden light even shone from his form.
At that moment, he gave off an aura so overwhelming it was almost blinding, as if he were the one and only true god of heaven and earth. Before any of the ice spears could even reach him, Chen shattered them with his overwhelming vitality, melting them mid-air into droplets of water that fell to the ground.
Golden vitality body.
Tu was startled by the sight, a hint of fear flickering in his otherwise cold eyes. The golden vitality body, its energy as thick and intense as the blazing sun, was a power only the very top Grandmaster stage practitioners could master. Moreover, not even all top Grandmaster stage practitioners could manifest it, some required reaching the Archmaster stage to do so. Yet Chen had just manifested it. How was this possible? Even the 4 genius Grandmasters could never have reached such a level. This must all be an illusion, perhaps some kind of mental illusion attack. Tu struggled to suppress his fear, raising his right hand as vast amounts of ice coalesced into a massive icy palm, slamming toward Chen. Chen still had no intention of dodging. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch outward. Without employing any martial arts techniques, his raw vitality alone was enough to overwhelm everything. Boom! The giant ice palm shattered, turning into countless shards of ice that fell to the ground. However, in Chen's line of sight, Tu had already vanished, dashing right in front of him. He had transformed into an ice sword, pressing it against Chen's throat, ready to thrust it in with all his might. "You're asking for trouble." The golden light surrounding Chen faded, giving way to blazing golden flames. His left arm pulsed with unparalleled vitality. Burst fist skill. Boom! The ice sword shattered. Tu was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing violently onto the ice. His hair was disheveled, and he looked utterly bedraggled. His gray robes had been scorched and torn to shreds by the golden flames, exposing large patches of pitch-black skin and leaving him in rags. How can he be this powerful? That lowly commoner! Tua's face twisted into a ferocious grimace, his heart brimming with resentment and rage. He believed that the members of the Morone clan were royalty, and that the common people were merely a group of servants meant to serve them, including even those at the warrior stage from ordinary families. Anyone who dared to disobey the Morone clan deserved to die, just like that damned servant who had once dared to defy his orders. He deserved to die. Besides, he couldn't possibly lose. He practiced the Morone clan's grade B martial arts. There was no way he could be beaten into this state so easily. He must be cheating. Carrying a forbidden artifact. A so-called forbidden artifact is a weapon forged by a powerful cultivator, imbued with immense power. Any warrior stage cultivator can wield it, but a forbidden artifact can generally only be used once before it is completely ruined. He had one in his possession as well. He had originally intended to use it in the final stage of the Genius Selection Tournament, but now, he could not accept the reality of his defeat. "You lowly commoner, die." He drew a short blade from his robe. The blade emitted an icy blue glow. As he channeled his vitality into it, the blade burst into a brilliant blue light, and a chill so intense it felt like being in a frozen wasteland swept wildly across the area. The entire lake's surface froze solid in an instant. The willow trees along the shore were also frozen into ice without a sound. The blue blade, radiating an unbeatable aura, charged toward Chen, freezing everything in its path. The geniuses watching the battle all recoiled in fear, retreating dozens of steps to avoid getting near that area. The might of a forbidden artifact was no joke. It contained the power of the Grandmaster stage, something they, at the Master stage, were utterly incapable of withstanding. Young Master Morone has actually brought out a forbidden artifact. Chen is as good as dead. Not even his body will remain. It's his own bad luck. No one who crosses young Master Tu ends well. Chapter 66, Tua's Death, and the Shock of the Archmaster Stage. The blue blade's glow was accompanied by a piercing whistling sound and a chill capable of freezing everything in its path. It was a near-fatal strike. No one below the Grandmaster stage could withstand it. Even a Grandmaster stage cultivator in the early stages would likely suffer injuries if they tried to block it. Boom! Even Chen had to take this seriously. As he planted his foot on the ground, the earth instantly shattered, cracking into countless fissures as flint fragments flew everywhere in a spectacular display. Immediately afterward, his body once again radiated a golden glow, unleashing terrifying vitality without restraint. This vitality began to boil, and in that moment, Chen felt an unparalleled sense of power. The golden vitality body, this terrifying power elevated his physical defense to an astonishing level. However, facing the forbidden artifact's strike, Chen had no intention of using martial arts to block it. Instead, he wanted to test the might of his vitality. Chen crossed his arms over his chest and braced himself against the blue blade's glow. He could feel an intense stinging pain radiating through his arms, and a white mark even appeared on his skin. Yet this blue blade light could not truly harm him. This ferocious force lasted for about half a minute before dissipating into the air on its own. "You monster!" Tu, standing closest to Chen and witnessing everything firsthand,
finally realized this was no illusion, nor was it a mental martial art. Chen was simply a monster.
No wonder he had dominated the competition and claimed first place in the Jinling Warrior stage trials. This monster must be hiding his true potential. To have condensed a golden vitality body at such a young age, he is even stronger than Star and the others.
I'd better get out of here fast. Tu wasn't a fool.
Though he looked down on Chen's background and considered himself of noble birth, he knew that if he didn't flee now, Chen would certainly not spare him. After all, he had just called Chen a lowly commoner. No matter how good-natured a person might be, they wouldn't show him mercy.
I have to tell Star and the others about this.
They must be careful of this monster. Tu turned and fled, a stark contrast to the composed demeanor he displayed upon arrival. He fled at a speed several times faster than when he come.
Moreover, he was running straight toward his followers. Those followers were also geniuses.
Earlier, the biting wind had raged, and heavy snow had buried everything. They hadn't seen clearly and didn't know what had happened. They only saw Tu frantically fleeing toward them, a look of terror seemingly etched on his face, and they were at a loss as to what was going on.
Tu, stay here. A piercing whistle echoed through the air.
Chen planted his foot firmly on the ground, and his entire body shot upward like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. A long, shrill whistle reverberated from the heavens. The geniuses all looked up and saw a golden figure. The vitality radiating from him was even more terrifying than that of some level 4 monsters.
An overwhelming aura of power spread out.
Thud! Everyone fell to their knees, unable to control themselves, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Chen leaped 30-odd meters to reach this spot. His speed began to slow as gravity pulled him down, and he landed on the frozen surface of the lake. Crack! Crack! The ice shattered in vast quantities, sending countless shards flying in all directions with a deafening roar.
Chen looked up at Tu.
At this moment, the genius no longer possessed the haughty, aloof demeanor of moments before. His face was now etched with sheer terror, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. The other geniuses following Tu, upon seeing Chen's face, finally understood why Tu had fled. To survive a strike from a forbidden artifact was simply beyond belief. What was even harder for them to accept was the overwhelming aura of vitality radiating from Chen, giving off an air of invincibility. It was even more terrifying than facing the 4 Grandmaster stage youths.
You just called me a lowly commoner, didn't you, the noble young master too?
Chen's tone was calm, yet one could sense the rage simmering within him. A chill crept into everyone's hearts, and they shivered uncontrollably. This chill wasn't caused by a change in temperature, but by the fear in their hearts reaching its peak. Especially Tu. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself across the face.
But you couldn't even break through my physical body. Aren't you a bit too weak?
Chen asked, not striking the fatal blow immediately.
But for Tu, this was the most agonizing moment.
Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his palms clenched unconsciously, yet he couldn't stop them from trembling. The man standing before him might very well kill him. He could sense the killing intent radiating from Chen, for he was highly sensitive to such things. Tu had a sudden flash of inspiration and shouted, "You may be powerful, but you can't hurt me or eliminate me.
You must also give me all your points. Otherwise, even if you win first place in the Genius Selection Tournament, you'll regret it." Upon hearing this, Chen burst out laughing and said, "Tell me, what could possibly make me regret it? You have parents, don't you? You have family. If you don't listen to me, I'll send someone to secretly take care of your parents."
Tu was confident that Chen would obediently follow his orders. If all else failed, he would quickly press the button on his watch. At worst, he'd be eliminated first. But he would take brutal revenge on Chen and his family.
If he couldn't take on Chen, surely he could handle those ordinary people? Others had reservations, but he had none. Chen might be powerful here, but would he dare to storm the Morong clan?
Any Archmaster stage cultivator from the Morong clan could easily subdue Chen, which was why Tu dared to speak so boldly.
Click. Beep.
Tu suddenly heard a crisp sound, as if something had shattered. He saw a light barrier form around his wristwatch, enveloping him, but the barrier was already cracking. he saw a golden fist, engulfed in blazing flames.
The fist burned like a blazing sun, radiating an overwhelming aura. No. Wasn't there supposed to be a safety mechanism? Wasn't I supposed to be safe?
Tua's face turned ashen with fear. The terror of death gripped his heart. He frantically pressed the buttons on his watch, trying to strengthen the shield's power, but unfortunately, he was facing Chen.
Boom!
The shield formed by the watch shattered completely. Tua's head was instantly engulfed by the flames on the fist, melting away in an instant as he collapsed onto the frozen surface of the lake.
Chen exhaled lightly.
This was the first time he had taken a life, yet he felt little emotion. This man before him had dared to threaten him and even target his parents.
Don't bring your family into this. Do you understand?
Since he dared to break that rule, Chen no longer cared about anything else.
Young Master 2 is dead. The sky is falling.
Fear spread through the hearts of these prodigies. Their gazes toward Chen were filled with awe and dread. They feared that Chen might accidentally kill them as well. But clearly, Chen had no such intention. He merely gave them a cold glance. Without hesitation, the prodigies pressed the buttons on their watches.
Beep, beep, beep. This signaled that they had all been eliminated. All the points went to Chen. Chen turned and walked away, choosing not to kill anyone else.
Tu had offended him, but the spectators were innocent. He sensed no killing intent from them. They were clearly just Tu's henchmen. Chen wasn't some bloodthirsty maniac. He killed Tu because the latter had threatened his family.
Meanwhile, in a conference room, 4 Archmaster stage practitioners stood up abruptly from their chairs, their faces betraying their shock.
On the screen before them, Chen's figure was displayed clearly. They had just witnessed everything.
Who let that freak in here? Golden vitality body? What a freak!
If anyone tells me he has a common talent again, I'll have them spar with Chen. He shattered a Grandmaster stage-level protective barrier with a single punch. His combat power must be over 2 million.
I wonder if he used a forbidden artifact.
These 4 Archmaster stage cultivators were unable to calm their minds. Their emotions were in turmoil. Through the screen, they could only see the sheer power of Chen's punch, which had instantly killed Tu, but they couldn't discern the nature of that power. However, they had clearly witnessed the golden vitality body. Chen was definitely not a common talent. The assessment must have been wrong. This was likely a top-tier epic talent, or even a legendary talent. But he is still too impulsive. The Moron clan probably let him off the hook.
An Archmaster stage practitioner sighed. The Moron clan is an ancient family, deeply rooted and brimming with powerful members.
Tu was a direct descendant. With someone like him dead, the Moron clan would certainly not let this go. They would likely dispatch Archmaster stage practitioners to hunt down and kill Chen, to uphold their prestige.
Chapter 67, Rapidly Growing Stronger, Reactions from All Sides. One of the male Archmaster stage cultivators snorted coldly and said, "So what if it's the Moron clan? Does he think he can defy heaven?
We signed an agreement for this genius selection tournament. Even in death, there can be no retaliation."
Does the Moron clan really intend to challenge the authority of the Jiangnan faction?
This Archmaster stage cultivator, who also served as the chief examiner, wore an expression of righteous indignation, convinced that Chen was entirely in the right. He, too, had once come from an ordinary family, though fortunately, he had awakened with extraordinary talent. However, his cultivation resources were scarce, and compared to those from noble clans, his cultivation progress was far too slow. He had once suffered humiliation at the hands of these nobles, but back then, he could only endure it. Even after reaching the Archmaster stage, he remained powerless against them. Every noble family boasted a multitude of powerful cultivators, including many at the Archmaster stage.
If he were to retaliate against even one of them, those noble families would stop at nothing to hunt him down.
Even now that he had joined the Jiangnan faction, the situation remained the same.
To appease the wrath of those noble families, the leader of the Jiangnan faction would almost certainly hand him over.
After all, the leader of the Jiangnan faction was himself a member of a noble clan, and they shared common interests. But those nobles also had to abide by the Jiangnan faction's rules. too arrogant, overbearing, and full of himself.
He once slaughtered the innocent just because his clan was powerful. Though he is a genius, I've had my eye on him for a long time.
This Archmaster stage cultivator, named Drake, spoke with a hint of hatred in his eyes when mentioning the Morone clan. The person who had bullied him back then was from the Morone clan, and that person was now far stronger than he was. Rumor had it that he had cultivated to the peak of the Archmaster stage and was already testing the threshold of the Warlord stage.
So, seeing two killed, Archmaster stage Drake felt a sense of relief.
The Morone clan had grown accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. This time, they finally hit a brick wall. Losing one of their core disciples was exactly what they deserved. At the same time, he was stunned by Chen's astonishing talent. He knew full well how much effort a common talent would need to put in to reach Chen's level. Most cultivation resources are controlled by the nobility, which is why they produce so many powerful figures. Their cultivation speed is several times, or even dozens of times, faster than that of ordinary cultivators. For Chen, coming from an ordinary family, to cultivate this quickly, he must have had his own stroke of luck.
As for Chen being a common talent,
no one in their right mind would believe that. Perhaps those uninformed geniuses might buy it, but they, the Archmasters, knew Chen's talent far surpassed anyone's imagination. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated a golden vitality body at such a young age? To cultivate the golden vitality body, one's combat power must reach at least 1.8 million, an astonishing figure.
Generally speaking, for an ordinary Grandmaster stage cultivator, 1.8 million combat power would already place them in the late Grandmaster stage. Of course, for some geniuses, 1.8 million combat power would only mark the mid-Grandmaster stage.
However, many at the warrior stage, who haven't reached this level, mistakenly believe that exceeding 1 million combat power marks the Archmaster stage. In reality, even the weakest Archmaster stage practitioner possesses a base combat power of 2 million. Not to mention the powerful Grandmaster stage practitioners. Some geniuses can even reach 3 million combat power, or even higher, upon breaking through to the Archmaster stage.
However, those powerful Grandmaster stage practitioners almost exclusively come from true noble families.
This is why the true elite are generally members of aristocratic clans, while those from humble backgrounds are few and far between, holding almost no influence. Although the 10 great guilds recruit from all over the world, the majority of their members are nobles. They are the true rulers of this world. The other Archmaster stage cultivators fell silent upon hearing Drake's words. Although there was an agreement in place, no one could predict what underhanded schemes a noble house like the Morone clan might be plotting behind the scenes. They might not need to act directly. Simply by offering some cultivation resources, they could attract powerful cultivators who would flock to assist them. So while Chen appeared safe on the surface, behind the scenes, anything was possible. By the way, do you think it's possible that Chen has awakened a rare talent that amplifies strength? One of the Archmaster stage cultivators spoke up. His name was Kong. Unlike Drake, he was a noble and preferred to view matters from a noble's perspective. In his view, Chen should be executed by the Morone clan. It's possible, but having cultivated the golden vitality body, it would be difficult for anyone at the Grandmaster stage to break through his defenses, said the female Archmaster stage.
That's not necessarily true.
Kong smiled mysteriously. On the other side,
it was late at night.
A full moon hung high in the sky, casting bright moonlight that illuminated the face of a handsome young man. The youth was slender, with skin as fair as jade, and eyes that radiated a piercing intensity. On his wrist was a watch displaying a score of 14,000.
This youth was Chen.
With his current score, as long as he made it through the night, he would undoubtedly pass the selection trials. However, Chen had no intention of resting. This was a prime location for leveling up. With so many monsters, he was certain to obtain even more monster cores. Chen planted his foot on the ground, causing an explosion around him. A violent howl erupted as he leaped high into the air, scanning the ground below, and quickly spotted more monsters.
A minute later, dozens of monsters lay dead on the ground.
Chen shook his head in disappointment. Not a single one of these level 3 monsters had a monster core.
Chen then continued hunting monsters. Tonight was destined to be a tragedy for the monsters. Meanwhile,
in the square, a group of examiners stood in utter shock.
These examiners were all Grandmaster stage cultivators, 8 of them in total. Each held a tablet, allowing them to view the live footage from the cameras in real time. As for the crowd outside in the square, the footage they were seeing on their screens was several steps behind what the examiners were seeing, since those images were recorded and transmitted by the examiners themselves. Only the examiners could view the live feed. The footage being broadcast to the crowd was merely a recording. At that moment, the 8 examiners were in a state of utter disbelief. Although they were all at the Grandmaster stage, their faces were now etched with shock. Especially the male Grandmaster stage examiner who had escorted Chen into the testing arena. His face had turned deathly pale. He had thought Chen was already formidable enough for slaughtering so many monsters, but to actually withstand a forbidden artifact and even dare to kill a genius from the Morone clan? This was utterly lawless, a truly ruthless individual. Why is this year's genius selection tournament producing nothing but these monstrous prodigies? The male examiner exclaimed in disbelief. The other Grandmaster stage examiners all wore grave expressions, fully aware of the gravity of the situation even though the footage hadn't been released yet. But if this footage were to actually spread, it would likely cause a massive uproar. In the northern mountain range, Star stood over a massive wolf-headed monster lying at his feet. The creature exuded an astonishing aura, the overwhelming pressure of a Grandmaster stage being. In other words, this was a level 4 monster at the Grandmaster stage. What a stroke of luck to find a level 4 monster! Bloodstains still clung to Star's body, and he radiated a domineering aura. Ranked first among the 10 great geniuses, he was the true top-tier powerhouse of the genius selection tournament. Star, we've just received word that Tu has gone to hunt down a man named Chen. A young man approached to report the news. He was one of Star's followers. You're coming to tell me about such a trivial matter? Star shot him a glance. In his eyes, Chen was nothing more than a nobody, the sort of person he couldn't even be bothered to remember. At the same time, the other 9 geniuses also received reports from their followers. Interesting. Looks like this Chen guy is in for a world of trouble. Shen Yuanhui didn't care much about the matter either, he merely found it amusing. Tu really is a madman, just like that Star. Qingfeng Wangyue chuckled, unconcerned. Upon hearing the news, Gulong didn't even bother to open his eyes. He had already accumulated enough points and was simply waiting for the night to end. Morong Jun, along with the other members of the top 10 geniuses, merely chuckled upon hearing that Tu was hunting down Chen, paying it no mind at all, for the outcome had long been decided. Time passed swiftly. Outside, dawn had broken. The sun's rays rose from the east, rapidly spreading to illuminate all things. The time for the first round of the assessment has arrived, and all the prodigies will emerge one after another. Zhang Lin stood in the square, convinced that Chen was destined to be eliminated. He was sure Chen would soon regret having snatched first place in the warrior stage from Feng Chantian, leading to this outcome. 2. A member of the Morone clan. These formidable scions of noble families were simply beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Chapter 68, Master Stage, 10th Tier. Astounding combat power. The helicopter roared through the sky, its rotors whirring loudly. It began to enter the northern mountain range to pick up the group. The first to step off the helicopter was Star. His aura was unfathomable, and his vitality blazed like a furnace, making him stand out strikingly. As he stepped off the helicopter, everyone instinctively held their breath. They also clearly saw the number on Star's watch, a full 12,000 points, more than 10 times the required passing score. In that moment, Star became the center of attention, leaving everyone in awe. That must be Star from the Morone clan. Truly worthy of a scion of a great clan. A Grandmaster stage youth is truly extraordinary. Everyone was praising him, filled with envy and awe toward Star. The top of the Jiangnan faction as 10 great geniuses, his reputation was well deserved. Zhang Lin looked at Star and said, if only Ji Ling could produce such a genius, how wonderful that would be. Lord Long shook his head, finding Zhang Lin's words nothing short of a pipe dream. Bai Qiuyue suddenly saw Chen's figure flash through her mind, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought as absurd. She knew Chen was powerful, but he couldn't possibly compare to someone like Star.
Soon, other geniuses emerged, and the 3 other Grandmaster stage youths also drew attention.
The most striking among them was Qingfeng Wangyue.
Her beauty was breathtaking, giving her the air of a proud swan, with mana flowing freely through her body and an aura that was truly formidable. Beautiful women often attract more attention simply because they are a pleasure to look at.
Soon, the other geniuses emerged as well: Zheng Tian, Morong Jun, and others.
All ranked among the top 10 geniuses and received a great deal of attention. At that moment, the 4 Grandmaster stage youths stood together chatting. The others didn't even have the right to join them and automatically cleared a space around them.
Even the remaining 6 prodigies didn't dare to approach. One couldn't join that circle until reaching the Grandmaster stage. Star, I heard a member of your Morong clan went after a man named Chen. I wonder if they succeeded.
Xian Yuan Hui said with a smile.
Star remained expressionless. That Chen should be dead by now.
Though I don't particularly care for 2S methods, he is, after all, a member of my Morong clan. When someone from my Morong clan takes action, they never miss their mark. Mentioning the Morong clan, he exuded confidence and pride.
What if he is not dead? Qingfeng Wangyue chuckled lightly, secretly hoping the Morong clan would stumble.
Although they were all prominent clans and nobles, she couldn't stand the Morong clan's way of doing things. Especially the 2 back when she hadn't broken through to the Grandmaster stage, the look in his eyes had been somewhat aggressive, making her feel extremely uncomfortable.
Even if he is not dead, he is crippled. Star replied without hesitation, as if it were a fact.
Gu Long stood to the side, saying little, merely listening quietly. There was no need for him to join the discussion over such a trivial matter.
The group from Jinling had all emerged by now.
Aside from Feng Changtian and Lu Shang, everyone else including Ying Baiqi had been eliminated. They hadn't accumulated enough points and had become a laughingstock in the first round of the assessment. They knew the genius selection tournament would be difficult, but they hadn't expected it to be this hard. Feng Changtian and Lu Shang exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile wryly. But upon hearing the crowd's chatter, their expressions darkened. Logically speaking, if only the 2 of them remained, Jinling would likely finish last again, and that would truly be a laughingstock. Lord Long's face was also filled with disappointment. He felt Jinling had no hope left, and his chance to become an archmaster had vanished. It was always like this, year after year. It was hard not to feel despair. Even he, as city lord, didn't want to come here anymore. He could clearly see the mockery in the eyes of the other city lords as they looked at him. Zhang Lin also felt deeply humiliated and kept her head slightly bowed. Feng Changtian and the others clenched their fists, filled with a sense of injustice, but there was nothing they could do to change the situation. In truth, there were originally more than just the 2 of them from Jinling who had passed the qualifying rounds. The main issue was that a large number of prodigies would actively pursue them, attempting to force them out of the competition. This left them with little time to slay monsters, which ultimately led to the current outcome.
Meanwhile,
in the northern mountains, atop a lofty peak shrouded in mist, a young man sat cross-legged. The vitality radiating from this youth was so dense it was almost frightening. Even just sitting there, he gave off an aura of being as steadfast as a mountain, standing tall and unshakable. The presence he exuded conveyed an air of invincibility. After a night of slaughter, Chen had finally gathered enough monster cores. At this moment, the score displayed on his watch had reached a staggering 24,000.
However, that wasn't the main point.
Having devoured a massive number of monster cores, Chen's cultivation level had successfully reached the 10th tier of the master stage. He was just 1 step away from advancing to the Grandmaster stage.
It was said that once one reached the Grandmaster stage, their combat power would surge dramatically.
Chen's combat power had risen again, increasing by roughly 200,000 to reach a staggering 2.2 million. Of course, this was Chen's own estimate. The exact figure would require a machine test. However, machines capable of measuring such high combat power are indeed quite rare. At least, he hadn't seen any in Jinling. After all, with combat power this high, he could likely easily defeat even a Grandmaster stage opponent.
The assessment time for the trainees below is up. Please come up immediately.
The roar of an aircraft echoed from the sky as it began to descend slowly, dropping a rope from above. Chen grabbed the rope, suppressed his aura, and quickly made his way into the helicopter.
Chen, we meet again.
Inside sat a Grandmaster Stage Examiner, the very same one who had brought Chen here earlier.
Hello, Examiner. Chen didn't know the man's name. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Shu. The examiner, with a friendly demeanor, seated Chen on a seat equal to his own.
Chen wasn't sure why this examiner named Bai Shu was being so kind to him.
But he didn't dwell on it.
There was no need to overthink things he couldn't figure out.
You performed very well this time.
I hope you'll keep up the good work and shine even brighter. Bai Shu seemed extremely enthusiastic, even a bit excited, because he, too, had come from a humble background and worked his way up to this position step by step. Chen nodded and slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, the image on the Square S screen began to shift, then quickly froze, displaying a list of names. List of those who passed the first round: Chen, Star, Xian Yuan Hui. There were only 500 names on the list. The remaining 1,500 plus participants had all been eliminated, highlighting just how brutal the competition was. Keep in mind that this was merely the first round, yet the elimination rate had already reached a staggering 3/4.
However, the most prominent name on the list left everyone in disbelief.
Chen's score was displayed next to his name, over 20,000 points, surpassing Star's total, which was simply unbelievable. Zhang Lin and the others were completely dumbfounded, staring intently at the screen, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. She had originally assumed Chen would surely be eliminated, yet he had emerged as the top scorer in the first round of the assessment. Bai Qiuhui gazed at that dazzling name, her shock beyond words. Lord Long stood frozen in astonishment, then his face broke into an expression of wild joy.
The other Jinling prodigies wore expressions of joy.
Just then, a member of the Morone clan approached Star.
Brother Star, Brother 2 is dead. The killer is Chen.
He delivered the news with a trembling voice, and the surrounding area instantly fell silent. In an instant, Star's gaze turned sharp and dangerous, as if he were about to lose control at any moment.
Dare to kill a member of the Morone clan? I will make him pay dearly. Star's voice was icy.
Killing a member of the Morone clan was a direct provocation against the clan.
However, he didn't regard Chen as a worthy opponent.
As a young Grandmaster stage cultivator who had already reached the mid-Grandmaster stage, Chen, no matter how strong, was no match for him.
Killing 2 shows he has got some skill. He has earned our respect now.
The few young Grandmaster stage cultivators discussed it, but none of them took the matter seriously. They were merely making casual remarks. 6 of the remaining 10 geniuses heard the news. At first, they were somewhat surprised, but then they shrugged it off. 2 was strong, but in their eyes, he was still slightly weaker than them. Otherwise, how could they be ranked above him? 2 might have been too careless and been killed by Chen, but they wouldn't make the same mistake. Besides, Chen was merely famous for his brute strength. They all had countermeasures against him. Chapter 69, the entire crowd in shock, comments from the bigwigs.
Impossible.
How could he have taken first place? Zhang Lin snapped back to her senses and shook her head vigorously, completely refusing to accept this outcome. Deep down, she secretly speculated that perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity or something similar. Chen couldn't possibly be that strong. She wouldn't believe it. Lord Long, on the other hand, had accepted this reality, his face beaming with a joyful smile.
Who says it's impossible?
Since Chen's name is listed first, then he is the winner of the first round. When he first heard that Chen spent his days basking in the sun, he assumed Chen was a lost cause, but never expected such a huge surprise. Basking in the sun was surely just a facade, a ploy to deceive others. If it's him, it's only because of his powerful physique. Zhang Lin was clearly displeased. She couldn't accept Chen, shattering her assumptions time and time again.
Lord Long glanced at Zhang Lin and said, "Don't you see it yet? Chen is definitely not a common talent.
Otherwise, he couldn't be this powerful, with such an astonishing cultivation speed."
Not a common talent?
Zhang Lin furrowed her brows, her face filled with confusion.
But she thought this possibility was very low. Could Chen be the legendary dual talent? Such a talent was 1 in 10,000. How could that be possible?
Based on my observations, anyone capable of such rapid cultivation must possess at least elite-level talent, perhaps a twin talent, or perhaps there was an error during the initial assessment. Lord Long felt a sense of vindication the more he looked at Chen's ranking, the more pleasing it became to his eyes. His gaze swept over the faces of the other city lords, each wearing an expression of astonishment, a sight that gave him great satisfaction. So what if your city is full of geniuses? They still can't hold a candle to Chen. Zhang Lin couldn't fathom why Chen kept shattering her expectations time and again. Yet she stubbornly clung to the belief that Chen couldn't make it to the end. After all, there were other prodigies here. And the most prodigious of them all, Star, was from the Moron clan.
Chen had offended the Moron clan. He was bound to pay the price.
Just then, however, a video suddenly played on the giant screen in the square. In the center of the video stood a tall, cold-faced youth. Vitality roared around him, and even through the screen, one could feel an indescribable aura of pressure. The youth's opponent was none other than Tuesday. The video simply showed a brief clip of Chen and Tu's duel. All the geniuses stared intently at the screen, and when the video finished playing, the crowd fell completely silent.
Everyone fell silent, clearly stunned. A complete rout. Golden vitality body.
Lord Long's lips trembled slightly.
Although he had also manifested the golden vitality body, how old was he? And how old was Chen? Moreover, Chen didn't even seem to have broken through the Grandmaster stage. He wasn't projecting any mana at all.
This made it all the more terrifying. In other words, Chen had reached at least 1.8 million combat power at the master stage. No wonder he could kill Tu so effortlessly. Any technique Tu employed was nothing but a joke in Chen's eyes, utterly pathetic. This wasn't a duel at all, but a one-sided battle. Zhang Lin's pretty face had drained of all color. She sat on the ground, pale as a sheet. How could his physical body be this powerful? If not for this video, she would never have believed that Chen, the one she had once held in the lowest regard, had actually reached such heights.
Chen, you really aren't just an ordinary talent.
Feng Changtian's eyes burned with intensity as he silently vowed to himself that he would absolutely catch up to Chen. Not long ago, while watching Chen slaughter the monsters below from the plane, he had already realized that Chen's talent was likely no weaker than his own and that it leaned toward enhancing strength.
Is that Chen?
Lu Shang was also startled, finding the figure in the video, radiating golden light, simply too terrifying.
Chen is too strong.
Bai Chouyue gazed at the figure on the screen with admiration, feeling a sense of vindication. On the other side, at the venue of the talent selection tournament, sat a man with golden pupils. He wore an exquisite blue suit, a pure white tie around his neck, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the air of a high-ranking figure. When he saw the video, his heart remained completely unmoved.
Quite interesting.
It appears to be a talent for enhancing physical prowess. However, with this level of strength, he likely won't make it into the top 5.
The aura emanating from this man was terrifying.
He occupied a special seat, a massive chair crafted to resemble a throne, reserved solely for him. The reason was simple: he was a member of the Qingfeng family, named Qingfeng Jintian, and he was also Qingfeng Wanyue's uncle. He held high hopes for his younger relative, Qingfeng Wanyue, which is why he had come personally to watch the competition. He was a true top-tier Archmaster stage expert, possibly even on the verge of entering the Warlord stage, a figure far more powerful than the 4 Archmaster stage examiners, a true heavyweight. In his view, Chen had already reached his limit by achieving this level, especially since he wasn't a noble. Moreover, raw combat power wasn't the sole determining factor. Chen's combat power relied on physical strength alone, leaving far too many vulnerabilities.
Even if he possessed vitality, they as members of these noble clans had plenty of methods to counter it.
Therefore, Chen was not someone worthy of his undivided attention. The 10 great geniuses watched the broadcasted footage with disdain.
So what if he was strong? Did that mean he could defy the heavens?
Most of them had cultivated mental attack techniques. This was the confidence granted to them by the clans behind them. Ordinary commoners had absolutely no access to spiritual combat arts. They were monopolized by these great clans. Even if they could get their hands on them, they couldn't afford them. Not only were they exorbitantly priced, but they were also incredibly difficult to master. People from great clans like them began training from a young age, practicing meditation and tempering their spiritual energy. Once fully awakened, they could begin their cultivation, and their spiritual arts progressed by leaps and bounds. This is the true strength of their great clans. That is why they believe Chen can't possibly compete with them. After all, his status is so lowly. He has no great clan backing him. Just then, a female examiner in military uniform appeared. She was none other than Jiang Meng, the examiner who had explained the rules. Standing on the high platform in the square, she was clearly visible to everyone. Congratulations to all of you on successfully passing the initial selection, but don't get cocky, this is only the beginning. Next will be the ranking matches. I won't go over the rules just yet, but I can tell you this. The top 3 finishers in the ranking matches will represent Jiangnan Province in the final Genius Selection Tournament. The final Genius Selection Tournament is held nationwide, and you will face the strongest geniuses from other cities. Chapter 70: The Astonishing Rewards of the Selection Tournament. As examiner Jiang Meng announced these rules, Star and the others' eyes flashed with a fierce determination. They were young Grandmaster stage players in the Jiangnan faction region. Apart from themselves, they could find no rivals at all. Having been the darlings of the heavens since childhood, they all possessed an invincible confidence, believing themselves to be equal to anyone. They also hoped to face even more formidable geniuses in fierce battles, as that was the only way to achieve significant growth. Otherwise, being too invincible all the time would be far too boring. Chen's eyes also lit up. He was determined to secure a spot in the top 3. Moreover, aside from qualifying for the nationwide Genius Selection Tournament, there were likely other benefits as well. Examiner Jiang Meng watched as the many geniuses jostled for position, their bodies radiating a fighting spirit, clearly determined to secure a spot in the top 3. She was very satisfied with their performance and continued. The top 3 finishers in this ranking tournament will receive tremendous rewards. Third place will receive a high-grade B rank martial art in 1 by Ling pill, which can boost vitality. The reward for second place is also quite good. It includes a top-tier B rank martial art as well, plus 3 by Ling pills. As for the first place reward, it consists of a lower-tier A rank martial art and a cold attribute spiritual herb. This is a 4th grade spiritual herb that can enhance the strength of one's internal mana. Upon hearing the first place reward, Star's eyes lit up. He knew exactly what this 4th grade cold attribute spiritual herb represented. This item was extremely rare. As for the grade A martial art, he didn't have much of an opinion on it, since he had already cultivated this style himself, though he was unable to unleash its full potential. A grade A martial art required a warlord stage level powerhouse to unleash its true power. As for the subsequent rewards, pills, grade 4 crystals, and so on, these were nothing special to them. Their major clans provided these in abundance. They had already consumed countless amounts. Take the level 4 cold attribute spiritual herb, for instance. Such items are rare and hard to come by. You might not even be able to buy them. It can enhance the strength of one's mana and imbue it with the cold attribute, providing an additional means of attacking enemies that is difficult to defend against. Chen's eyes burned with intensity. He was also very covetous of the first place reward, though what he valued most were the martial arts manual and the cold attribute spiritual herb. The benefits of this spirit herb would surely exceed his wildest expectations. Combined with those cultivation resources, it could propel him straight to the Grandmaster stage. Although he could gradually accumulate mana and break through simply by basking in the sun, that would take an incredibly long time. Furthermore, Jiang Meng informed everyone, in addition to the generous rewards, the top 3 finishers will be selected by the 10 great guilds and successfully admitted into the academy. This was exactly what all the geniuses wanted to hear, and they all became visibly excited. Why were they participating in the Genius Selection Tournament? Wasn't the ultimate goal to join the 10 great guilds? Securing a spot in the top 3 would guarantee admission to the academy of their dreams. Who wouldn't fight tooth and nail for that? The other geniuses would have to join the genius training camp, or only a select few would be chosen. The top 3, however, meant direct admission. Though the geniuses were thrilled, they also knew that the top 3 spots were likely reserved for those few Grandmaster stage youths and had little to do with them. Only Chen felt that first place was his for the taking and was determined to fight for it. There is one more piece of news: if you can participate in the final Genius Selection Tournament and secure first place, you will receive rewards more than 10 times as generous as these. The moment examiner Jiang Meng finished speaking, the crowd below erupted into a frenzy. The room became a cacophony of voices as everyone began discussing the news. My goodness, a reward more than 10 times greater, that's incredibly generous. Doesn't that mean there will be top-tier A-grade martial arts techniques? With that many cultivation resources, one could probably advance several levels in the Grandmaster stage. It truly lives up to its reputation as the National Genius Selection Tournament. I wish I could take first place. You're dreaming. Unless you can beat a young Grandmaster stage cultivator. Everyone was talking about it, unable to contain their excitement. Even some of the usually quiet geniuses chimed in with a few words. Xian Yuanhui, Star, and the other young Grandmaster stage cultivators were all tempted as well. These were resources capable of elevating a Grandmaster stage cultivator by several cultivation levels. Even the major clans possessed only limited quantities of such resources. Chen stood silently among the crowd, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. He was going to take first place in the Genius Selection Tournament. He knew he was different from the geniuses of those great clans, for he was sorely lacking in cultivation resources, especially ones this abundant. With so many cultivation resources, how much time spent basking in the sun could he save? Basking in the sun depended on whether the weather was clear. If it rained, he'd waste an entire day. First place is mine. None of you need even think about it. Star declared domineeringly, completely unconcerned with the thoughts of the other Grandmaster stage youths. Xingfeng Wanyue blinked and said, but I think first place in this Genius Selection Tournament should be mine, including first place in the National Genius Selection Tournament. Shen Yuanhui looked haughty and declared, then let us settle this in the ranking matches. None of you will surpass me. Gulong spoke with determination, I won't be outdone by anyone. All 4 Grandmaster stage youths had set their sights on first place and on the National Genius Selection Tournament, each determined to be the champion. At that moment, Zheng Tian, one of the 10 great geniuses, spoke up, so what if there are 4 Grandmaster stage youths? I won't let anyone take first place from me this time. As he spoke, mana began to flow from his body clearly. He had also broken through to the Grandmaster stage, though he had kept it a secret and hadn't told anyone else. The other members of the top 10 geniuses were all harboring competitive ambitions as well. Several of them even had mana flowing through their bodies. They had clearly reached the Grandmaster stage too, but had deliberately concealed it, unwilling to let others know. Now, driven by the rewards, they were determined to fight for a spot in the top 3. As for Chen, these geniuses completely overlooked him. One might even say they ignored him entirely. So what if Chen had killed too? He was still unremarkable and had absolutely no business competing with them. After all, they had all awakened top-tier epic talents, and some even possessed legendary talents. The elemental powers they commanded included lightning, fire, and more. These were far more powerful than the talent Chen had awakened. Even if Chen's talent were not a common talent but a special rare talent, in their eyes, he would still be no match for them. If they were to unleash their full power, Chen would inevitably be eliminated. He simply had no chance of competing with them. Such was the confidence of the top 10 geniuses. Of course, if Chen didn't have the system, the gap between him and these geniuses would indeed be vast. But they had no idea what kind of prodigy they were up against. They didn't take Chen seriously, and Chen didn't take them very seriously either. In fact, Chen believed that none of these top 10 geniuses was worthy of him giving his all. Otherwise, even someone at the Grandmaster stage would die. Chen had never once used his truly formidable martial arts. Those were his trump cards, and there was no need to unleash them right away. Take a grade B martial art, for example. If he were to unleash it at full power, even if he couldn't unleash its full might. As long as he tripled his combat power, which of these young Grandmaster stage practitioners could possibly withstand it? Brute force overcomes all, that was his confidence. Alright, enough discussion.
Next, I'll explain the rules of the ranking tournament. Examiner Jiang Meng's voice echoed throughout the arena, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. Chapter 71, the second round begins. This ranking tournament is also a live combat competition. To make the competition for rankings more intense and select the 3 strongest members to participate in the national qualifiers, the rules are as follows. Each of you will start with 100 points. With these points, you can exchange for various items and access training rooms to accelerate your cultivation. Remember, these 100 points are your only means of survival. In a moment, you will enter a designated area. Once inside, I will explain how to earn points. Remember, anyone can take points from anyone else. That means you must be wary of everyone there, even your closest friends. You must always be on your guard. Examiner Jiang Meng briefly explained the rules to the group. The geniuses shrugged it off. Wasn't this just like the first round of the assessment? Jiang Meng snorted derisively. How could it possibly be that simple? Once they entered the camp, they would realize just how difficult it was. Alright, everyone, follow me. Examiner Jiang Meng led the way, and the 500 geniuses followed him in an orderly fashion. Soon, they arrived at a passageway with a large gate. The group walked through the gate and emerged into a vast campground filled with numerous structures, resembling a small town. This is your camp. But remember, everything here requires points. If you run out of points, you'll be eliminated. Also, be careful when you sleep at night, because monsters might launch a surprise attack. You must stay on high alert at all times. You need to be wary not only of your teammates, but also of the monsters. After the examiner finished speaking, the young geniuses' expressions turned grave. Only then did they realize just how different this was from the first round. With no time limit whatsoever, they would be eliminated one by one while having to remain on absolute high alert. Wouldn't staying here for too long drive them mad? Out of your 500 participants, only 50 will remain. The final 50 will face off against each other to determine the final rankings. So, young men and women, your first task is to do your best to survive and make it to the very end without being eliminated. Then, you must work to improve your strength and condition yourselves for the final showdown. As for how to earn points, please look at the screen. The examiner explained the rules in full to everyone. Everyone looked up to see the massive LCD screen displaying the rules for earning points. Earn 10 points for cleaning. Earn 30 points for slaying a level 3 common monster. Earn 3,000 points for slaying a level 4 monster. Earning points was difficult, and the most lucrative option was slaying a level 4 monster. However, most of the geniuses present weren't confident they could handle the ferocious level 4 monsters. Moreover, there was no guarantee they'd even encounter one, so almost everyone ignored this option. Selling a C-rank martial art yields 5,000 points. Selling a level 4 spirit artifact yields 7,000 points. Spirit artifacts also have a strict hierarchical classification. Level 4 spirit artifacts are generally used by Grandmaster stage practitioners, and so on. Upon seeing these exchange rules, some geniuses felt it was unfair. This gave members of major clans far too much of an advantage. But they couldn't argue, because these were the rules of the selection tournament uniform across the nation. Holy shit! Suddenly, one of the prodigies let out a startled cry, as if he witnessed something unbelievable. At the very bottom of the screen, some numbers began to appear. The rules for spending points. Meal, 20 points per meal. Accommodation, 30 points per stay, valid for 1 night. Seeing these rules, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In other words, 100 points would only allow them to stay here for a single day. If they didn't earn more points, they'd be eliminated in 3 hours, so they had to hurry up and hunt monsters or clean up. However, these geniuses looked down on the 10-point cleaning task. Since they couldn't even afford a single meal, there was simply no point in wasting time on such menial work. Only those lacking confidence in their own abilities would bother with it. Chen's gaze fell to the very bottom of the screen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had discovered that points could actually be exchanged for even better items. C rank mental secret art special martial art, points required, 30,000. This type of mental secret art was similar to breathing techniques.
Breathing techniques could generate mana in advance, making one stronger and continuously boosting one's power. Mental martial arts, on the other hand, were special mental attacks. It was said that such attacks could counter even those possessing absolute power. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was useless, because the attack targeted the soul. Once the soul was injured, one might become a fool or even suffer from dementia, and no matter how strong the body was, it would be of no use. Chen had never seen this specific martial art for sale in any shop clearly. Its price was astronomical, and ordinary people couldn't afford it, so it wasn't even stocked. But now, here it was, available for free. All it took was killing a few monsters. 30,000 points seemed like a lot, but as long as he went on a rampage slaughtering monsters, he'd eventually save up enough.
This is exactly what I need.
Chen knew that he absolutely had to obtain these mental martial arts. He wanted to ensure he had no weaknesses. As for Star and the others, a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes when they saw the mental martial arts, as they hadn't expected the selection tournament to offer martial arts of this caliber. However, they didn't pay it much mind, since they had already cultivated such arts themselves. They didn't think much of them now and saw no need to trade for them. The mental martial arts within their clan were even more advanced, though the difficulty of cultivation was immense. Most practitioners only managed to reach a modest level of mastery, but that was sufficient. Against those who hadn't cultivated mental martial arts, they could defeat them with ease. There's even a storage ring of full 100 cubic meters.
A genius suddenly exclaimed.
He was a noble himself, but treasures of this caliber were usually reserved for his father. He had no right to own one. His father had told him he'd only buy him one once he reached the Grandmaster stage. He hadn't expected that such items could be exchanged for points here. Upon hearing this, Chen quickly looked at the bottom of the screen and, sure enough, saw it. Storage ring, exchange points required, 10,000. This item cost only a third of what a mental martial art would, could be worn on a finger, was almost weightless, and contained a special space capable of storing vast quantities of items, which was excellent news for Chen. After all, these items were practically impossible to find on the market. Even with money, one might not be able to buy them. Here, however, they could be obtained simply with points. Since hunting monsters was the fastest way to earn points, he'd just have to kill as many monsters as possible.
Beast attracting pill, exchange points required, 100.
On the panel above, there was also a type of pill capable of attracting large numbers of monsters, but few geniuses would even glance at it. Although this pill could attract monsters, it was also extremely dangerous.
Who knew how many monsters it might draw, triggering such a terrifying beast tide?
Unless several Grandmaster stage youths joined forces, they might be able to attempt it, but the risks were immense. If even a few terrifying level 4 monsters were to appear amidst the swarm, it would be a catastrophe, perhaps even costing them their lives. Only Chen looked at this pill with burning desire, eager to exchange for it without hesitation. While this posed immense danger to others, for him, the risk was worth taking. So what if there's danger? Generally, danger and reward are directly proportional.
Who knows?
Maybe the monsters they attract could be dealt with in a single wave, earning him enough points to exchange for spiritual martial arts techniques and a storage ring. This place was paradise to him. No matter how many monsters came, he would kill them without hesitation and convert them into points. Chen glanced at his watch. The points displayed had already reached 100. If you want to exchange the rewards for points, there's a dedicated staff member here. Just go to her to make the exchange.
Jiang Meng pointed her finger below the screen, where there was a room.
Inside stood a woman in a black uniform with short hair. She looked delicate and had a polite smile on her face.
You've explained everything clearly.
Now, the second round of the ranking tournament officially begins. The examiner left those words with Meng, then turned and walked away, waiting for the final rankings.
Exchange for a beast summoning pill. Chen approached the screen.
All right. The woman, her face expressionless, deducted the points from Chen's account and handed him a brownish-yellow pill.
Chapter 72, The Beast Summoning Pill. Is this the end? Just crush it to attract a monster.
The short-haired woman instructed. Chen nodded, catching the pill in his hand, his eyes burning like flames. He was determined to take first place this time, and he intended to claim all these valuable rewards as well.
What a madman!
A man in a black long-sleeved robe shook his head, his eyes brimming with contempt. He was one of the 10 great geniuses, Qingfeng Lai of the Qingfeng clan. He stood over 2 meters tall, yet his slender build made him look like a bamboo pole from a distance. Dangerous flashes of light occasionally shot from his eyes. The surrounding geniuses clearly held a mix of awe and fear toward him. Upon hearing this, Chen turned to look at Qingfeng Lai. He could sense the immense spiritual power radiating from the man.
Qingfeng Lai let out a cold laugh.
He had originally planned to wait until Chen had accumulated enough points before intervening to stop him from snatching them, but now he felt there was no need.
Who does he think he is? Just because he has awakened the golden vitality body, he dares to lure a horde of monsters? Isn't that just asking for death?
The golden vitality body has its limits. Isn't invincible. He specializes in spiritual power, and there are certain monsters that also excel at spiritual attacks. If he encounters such a monster, Chen will likely meet his end.
No matter how strong Chen's physical strength may be, he'll be utterly defenseless against spiritual attacks. The other 10 great geniuses, watching Chen recklessly swap out his elixirs, couldn't help but sneer. No wonder he dared to kill two. His actions are utterly reckless. A hint of regret flashed across Qingfeng Wanyue's beautiful face. She had actually wanted to see how Chen would humiliate Star, but now that he was courting his own demise, no one could save him. Gulong glanced at Chen and said, "He is either trying to show off or hopelessly stupid." Mao Ronghue chuckled, "Maybe a miracle will happen?"
Star snorted coldly, "Why don't you go swap out a beast summoning pill and see if a miracle happens to you?" Even he was unwilling to use a beast summoning pill to attract a monster, unless he was teaming up with others.
Idiot! The more Morong Jun looked at Chen, the more ridiculous he found him.
Originally, he intended to step in and deal with Chen himself, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. No need to waste his own time. Chen felt waves of spiritual energy sweeping over him. Each of these people's spiritual energy was stronger than his own. He even felt a sense of oppression. Spiritual energy attacks were impossible to guard against. While he could briefly block them using mana or his own spiritual energy, he couldn't sustain it for long. In everyone's understanding, spiritual energy completely overpowered the way of power, but Chen didn't see it that way.
In the face of absolute power, even mental energy is powerless.
If you try to erase my spirit first, I'll destroy you first, leaving you with no place to be buried.
We should go train. There's no need to pay so much attention to a commoner. Star turned and left first.
As a member of the Morong clan, he had no need to actively hunt monsters. Among the 500 geniuses who had cleared the trial, each had their own followers.
These followers would actively hunt monsters for them to earn sufficient points. Moreover, even if no one helped them hunt, they could still acquire points by selling weapons or their own secret manuals.
This was the advantage of belonging to a major clan, the very thing that set them apart from ordinary warrior stage practitioners. They possessed an abundance of cultivation resources and did not need to struggle to obtain them like ordinary warrior stage practitioners. While Chen is out luring and hunting monsters, they can spend this time training diligently in the cultivation chambers to improve their cultivation levels. They have access to the best cultivation resources and don't need to worry about such things. Even if Chen is lucky enough that the beast luring pill doesn't attract a terrifying monster, and he successfully kills the wave of monsters he faces, that would be no challenge at all for these geniuses.
They've never even given Chen a second glance.
Perhaps it's because of their different backgrounds. They've stood on high ground since childhood, looking down on the warrior stage practitioners from ordinary families. That's why each of them carries an air of superiority. They naturally look down on Chen. No matter how strong Chen is, he is still just a commoner struggling to obtain cultivation resources.
By the time Chen has painstakingly hunted down monsters, their strength will have already skyrocketed.
Even if Chen had somehow survived, he would never have been a match for them. They would have sent him flying 10,000 miles away. This is the pitiful reality of commoners. Even with the same natural talent as them, Chen could never surpass them. He could only submit to them like other geniuses and become their follower. Or he could struggle through cultivation, climbing upward step by step only to fall soon after, covered in scars. The 10 great geniuses departed one after another, heading to their training rooms to practice. As for their followers, they actively sought out monsters to hunt, aiming to accumulate enough points for the 10 great geniuses. Because most of them knew they were merely there to serve as a backdrop for the 10 great geniuses, they would never be able to surpass them.
Chen, you mustn't use the beast summoning pill lightly. Feng Changtian also entered and cautioned Chen.
Although his original goal had been to surpass Chen, now that they came from the same place, they could be considered comrades in arms. Their fortunes were intertwined. What affected one affected the other. If Chen were to be eliminated first, it would be a severe blow to Jinling. Though Feng Changtian was proud and confident, he knew the gap between himself and the other top geniuses would take time to bridge. Right now, Chen was Jinling's strongest contender. He absolutely could not be the first to be eliminated.
Chen smiled.
Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Chen didn't seem the least bit concerned about the matter, as if there were no danger at all. Lu Shang wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He respected Chen's choice.
Feng Changtian also fell silent.
Geniuses all have their own pride and stubbornness. He had it himself, so he understood that it was only natural for Chen to act this way. Only after stumbling himself would he come to understand.
I understand.
Chen, you must do your best to make it to the very end.
Feng Changtian and Lu Shang left after saying this.
They, too, needed to earn points and strive to stay in the competition. The examiner hadn't specified a time frame. None of them knew how long they'd have to stay here, so they could only do their best to remain and grow stronger.
Meanwhile,
Zhang Lin was now absolutely certain that Chen was the top performer in the first round. Especially when she saw Chen kill two with a completely expressionless face, her heart gave a violent jolt. She was clearly terrified. She couldn't imagine that the boy who had seemed somewhat stubborn back during the warrior stage trials could have become this powerful.
Not quite Grandmaster stage, yet surpassing it.
Ah!
What a pity. It's a shame he was born into an ordinary family.
Lord Long sighed heavily. Though he was stunned by Chen's power, he was also acutely aware of Chen's weakness. Some of the scions from the great clans likely possessed mental attacks, which would be a severe counter to Chen. If Chen were a scion of a great clan, he would have no weaknesses and might even contend for first place. But this fatal flaw meant he was destined to miss out on first place. His final ranking would depend on how many disciples from those great clans had cultivated mental martial arts.
Even though he stopped here, he is still the pride of Jinling.
For the first time, Zhang Lin felt she had been wrong, and at the same time, she felt a pang of regret for Chen. In a competition like this, even Feng Changtian couldn't shine, yet Chen had shattered her expectations time and time again.
Is this as far as he goes?
By Chou I didn't leave. She simply kept watching the video of that impassive-faced youth defeating two. She always felt that Chen was an enigmatic figure, seemingly without limits.
Chen, I wonder what rank you'll actually achieve.
Bai Chou murmured to herself.
Chapter 73, Monster Attack.
In a valley within the northern mountains. The valley was ablaze with flowers, and the occasional chirping of birds filled the air. Truly a scene of birdsong and blossoms. A brilliant sun hung in the sky, casting its bright light upon the earth and bringing warmth. Unlike the bone-chilling cold of the night, midday offered the most comfortable temperatures. And now, a figure appeared in this place.
It was a young boy.
His eyes shone like stars, and his face was a flawless, exquisite masterpiece crafted by God, smooth as jade. At that moment, he held a pill in his hand. Chen had come to this valley because it was far from the main camp, and he did not wish to harm the innocent.
Let me see just how many monsters the beast summoning pill can attract.
Chen squeezed it hard, and the pill turned to powder.
A strange fragrance then spread out, rapidly wafting through the air.
Chen sat where he was, waiting, knowing it wouldn't be long before a massive horde of monsters would converge here in a frenzy. Meanwhile, in a spot Chen couldn't see, several young men and women were watching him intently. Leading them was a young woman. This woman bore a slight resemblance to Qingfeng Wangyue. She had a slender figure, but dressed in a white dress, she looked like a pure jasmine flower. She was none other than Qingfeng Qian, one of the 10 great geniuses. Moreover, she had also reached the Grandmaster stage, though she was still in the early stages of that realm.
My cousin is really something. Why bother paying attention to a commoner like that?
Qingfeng Qian complained a little. It turned out that not long ago, Qingfeng Wangyue had instructed her to observe Chen's movements and report back to her. Naturally, Qingfeng Qian dared not disobey her cousin's orders, so she hid in the shadows to watch. But whether or not to save Chen depended entirely on her mood. If she was in a good mood, she'd save him. If not, she couldn't be bothered. After all, her time was precious. She still had to go train later.
Yeah.
Let this Chen guy just die.
He's a lunatic. Trying to lure monsters over?
He's asking for it.
Commoners are so stupid.
Behind Qingfeng Qian stood her followers, all chiming in with her words. Qingfeng Qian smiled faintly, causing everyone to glance at her a few extra times, for that smile was truly beautiful. Staying here watching him is too boring. Why don't we place a bet on how long it'll take for the monster to tear Chen apart? Qingfeng Qian looked at her followers and said softly, I have a level 4 monster core here. Let us use that as the prize. Whoever guesses correctly gets it. Although these followers were nobles as well, their clans weren't as powerful as the Qingfeng family. A level 4 crystal was an incredibly precious item to them, capable of significantly boosting their cultivation.
I bet 10 minutes. I think 5 minutes.
The followers grew enthusiastic, voicing their opinions in hopes of guessing correctly.
Then I'll bet 1 minute.
If I'm right, this level 4 crystal 1T be awarded to any of you. Qingfeng Qian smiled faintly, then continued to stare intently at Chen, wanting to see just how long he could hold out. She didn't place much value on Chen's life. If he died, so be it. At worst, she'd tell her cousin that the monster was too powerful for her to save him. He was just a commoner who would care.
Roar! At that very moment, a series of beastly roars echoed out, terrifying roars reverberating in all directions.
The ground shook, and pebbles began to jump, as if an earthquake were approaching. Birds perched in the trees flapped their wings in terror and flew off into the distance. Ants on the ground sensed the danger and began to scatter in all directions. Chen heard the rumbling sounds, but his heart remained calm and undisturbed. He continued to sit where he was, waiting quietly. The sounds grew closer, like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and the ground shook with increasing frequency.
Only then did Chen open his eyes.
Within his field of vision, he saw at least several hundred monsters, 2 of which stood out strikingly. One was a giant serpent, seemingly over 20 meters long, with 2 small horns on its head. It looked as if it were about to transform into a dragon. The other monster was a massive ape, standing about 10 meters tall and covered in black fur, just like King Kong in the movies. These were 2 level 4 monsters, and the vitality radiating from their bodies was clearly on a completely different level from the other monsters. Qingfeng Qian and the others, watching from the shadows, turned pale with fear the moment they saw the 2 level 4 monsters.
That's a level 4 monster, the Black King Kong. A level 4 monster, the Frenzied Death Serpent.
They recognized these 2 terrifying monsters. Even among level 4 monsters, they were considered exceptionally vicious.
The bloodline power of these 2 monsters was exceptionally strong for an early-stage grandmaster. Encountering such a monster was almost certain death.
Qingfeng Qian was startled and wondered if she should leave immediately. These 2 monsters were no pushovers. If they went berserk, she would surely die.
Meanwhile,
in the monitoring room, the 4 Archmaster stage examiners watched the events unfolding on the screen, their faces filled with astonishment.
Has that kid Chen really lost his mind?
Archmaster Stage Kong shook his head, convinced that Chen was actively courting death. The beast summoning pill was meant to be used by a team. For Chen to dare lure so many monsters alone, it would be a miracle if he survived.
What good is a golden vitality body, anyway?
The level 4 monster, Black King Kong, possessed immense strength, with a maximum combat power exceeding 2 million.
Even a golden vitality body couldn't withstand that. He'd be beaten to a pulp. He is still too young, too overconfident. Archmaster Stage Drake felt a sense of regret.
He had originally held high hopes for Chen, believing Chen could reach even greater heights. But now it seemed he wouldn't past the second stage of the trial. This was a situation where death was inevitable.
The female Archmaster stage remained silent, offering no opinion.
She found Chen to be a man she couldn't fathom at all, so she refrained from commenting lightly, choosing instead to observe his subsequent performance. At that moment, the monsters in the valley were closing in on Chen, now less than 20 meters away. Roar! The monsters roared, their voices echoing through the valley, as if they were about to tear the sky apart.
The entire valley erupted into chaos.
The rampaging monsters ranged from 3 meters tall to over 10 meters tall, all terrifying creatures surging forward like a torrent, bellowing madly. The monsters seemed to have gone mad as they charged toward Chen, intent on completely overwhelming him. The first to reach Chen was a massive black boar. Though merely a level 2 monster, it bared its snow-white tusks and slammed into Chen with all its might, aiming to kill him.
Chen's expression darkened.
His vitality surged, a faint golden glow emanating from his body as he delivered a punch straight at the boar.
Boom!
The monster exploded on the spot like a burst of fireworks, but this did nothing to stop the other frenzied monsters from continuing to pounce on Chen. The numbers on Chen's watch shifted slightly, adding 10 points, but he paid it no mind. Because now, he was about to unleash a bloodbath in his eyes. All the monsters were nothing more than points.
Chapter 74, Fists Like the Sun, Archmaster Stage Combat Power. Let us get out of here.
One of Qingfeng Qian's followers, staring at the overwhelming tide of monsters, turned pale with fear and didn't want to linger here any longer. Because the scene that was about to unfold would undoubtedly be brutal.
Qingfeng Qian remained silent for a moment, not answering immediately, then said, "You coward, what are you afraid of?
The monsters won't find us if we hide here. I'm eager to see what Chen is capable of, daring to draw the monsters like this." The followers had no choice but to steel themselves and stay put, watching the battlefield in the valley.
Too weak.
Kill! 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 Chen was practically in a killing frenzy at that moment. Mana surged through his body, radiating a golden glow that shone brightly. With every punch, he obliterated one or even several monsters. The ground was covered in blood, staining the valley red and turning the surrounding flowers crimson. The scene was enough to send a chill down one's spine, making even the bones feel cold. For this was nothing short of a massacre. In just 10 minutes, Chen had already slain over 100 monsters. Even the spectators hiding in the shadows were now shivering slightly. They could smell the stench of blood. The smell was overwhelming, piercing the nostrils. Roar! At that very moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Black Diamond could no longer hold back as he struck. A gale swirled around him as he lunged toward Chen. His form was as massive as a mountain, terrifying power concentrated in his fist, a colossal fist taller than Chen himself. It seemed that if struck by that blow, there would be no place to bury the remains.
Bring it on!
Chen had no intention of dodging. Instead, he let out a long, piercing cry as 9 fiery blades began to coalesce before him. They merged into a single, 3-meter-long blade and slashed forward.
Boom!
The two forces collided with a clanging clang, and the massive Black Diamond was actually forced back. The monster pounded its chest with all its might, producing a clanging sound that revealed the sheer power of its physique. It roared, a terrifying sound that unleashed an aura of intimidation, bearing down on Chen. Chen stood as still as a mountain. Mana surged through his body, manifesting on his skin. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely believe Chen had broken through to the Grandmaster stage. With mana enveloping his fist, Chen experienced a sudden epiphany and unleashed the Mad Sun Fist technique without hesitation. Though he did not draw upon the full power of this martial art, Chen directly activated a twofold amplification, doubling his strength to a staggering 4.4 million combat power. His fist appeared small, but the golden mana enveloping it blazed brilliantly in that instant, as if a sun were shining. As he unleashed this punch, Chen experienced a sudden epiphany, feeling as though his entire being had undergone a transcendence. From the martial art he was performing, he sensed an inexplicable power that now bolstered him. This caused his combat power to surge once more, surpassing 5 million and continuing to rise. It was the first time Chen had experienced this power. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, as if this single punch could destroy everything.
In that moment, Chen's mind and body were in a state of pure clarity.
Everything he saw vanished, leaving only his glowing fist in view. The same was true for those around him, including the monster. Their vision plunged into darkness in an instant, leaving only that sun-like fist, blindingly bright.
Boom!
The moment their fists collided, the Black Vajra's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing into the valley wall and shattering it, leaving spiderweb-like cracks across the surface. The Black Diamond struggled on the ground a few times but could not get back up. Its eyes quickly dimmed, and its aura began to fade. With just a single move, Chen had killed this powerful level 4 monster outright. The power of that punch was enough to shatter the heavens. Its combat power had reached an unimaginable level. Even the surrounding monsters, which had been running amok, were stunned into silence and ceased their rampage. Hiding in the shadows, Qingfeng Qian and her companions, who had witnessed everything firsthand, felt a chill run through their entire bodies. They were nearly frozen to the bone.
How can he be this powerful? What kind of martial art is that? In that moment, I felt like my body couldn't move at all. All I could see was a blazing sun.
This Chen is nothing short of a monster.
Qingfeng Qian's followers were thoroughly terrified.
Even Qingfeng Qian herself was startled. Though she was one of the 10 great geniuses, she felt that if she were to face a freak like Chen in direct combat, she would surely die.
The combat power of that single punch was undoubtedly at the Archmaster stage level. Under such a strike, any Grandmaster stage practitioner would likely perish.
The level 4 monster Black Vulture, known for its formidable strength, had just proven this. It was literally beaten to death with a single punch. It was likely that Chen's punch instantly shattered all life force within its body and crushed its internal organs, which is why the Black Vulture died.
A demonic prodigy.
Her true strength is probably no weaker than my cousin's, perhaps even stronger. For the first time, Qingfeng Qian felt that a commoner could be so terrifying.
Who could possibly withstand such power?
Even among the top 10 geniuses, few could hold their ground against her. Likely, only geniuses with exceptionally powerful mental strength stand a chance of defeating Chen. Ordinary mental attacks would likely be completely ineffective against someone like her. Qingfeng Qian currently knew of only 2 individuals with such formidable mental strength, Shen Yuanhui and Star, whose awakened talents possessed the ability to amplify mental power. Therefore, these 2 Grandmaster stage youths possessed mental strength far surpassing others. As for how much the others among the top 10 geniuses were hiding, she wasn't entirely sure. After all, everyone had their own trump cards. It was impossible for them to reveal everything.
In the monitoring room, the 4 Archmaster stage experts watching this scene all saw their pupils contract violently. They were clearly startled as well. The power of that punch just now was likely at least 4 million combat power. This is a top-tier prodigy. Even Black Vajra couldn't withstand the force of that punch. It's probably on par with the Archmaster stage. Only now did these 4 Archmaster stage practitioners realize they had severely underestimated Chen. He was a figure in no way inferior to the top 10 geniuses, perhaps even stronger. However, although his physical strength was absurdly powerful and allowed him to briefly resist mental attacks, he still couldn't claim the championship. Unless Chen could awaken a realm, but Blade Aura was a 1 in a million occurrence. Even among the top geniuses, not a single one had awakened a realm. At least, none had within their Jiangnan faction. To awaken a realm of intent means one has the potential to become a king stage level powerhouse in the future. His power is truly terrifying, but I've heard that Star has cultivated a top-tier B-grade mental attack martial art capable of directly and forcefully obliterating a person's soul. He won't be able to withstand it. Archmaster Stage Kong said. With that kind of strength, he should be able to make it into the top 3. Drake nodded, agreeing with Kong's assessment. It was inevitable. He, too, had heard of Star's reputation as a prodigy, one of the most terrifying talents in the history of the Morone clan. He was virtually destined to reach the warlord stage, and there was even a sliver of hope that he might one day step into the marquee stage. Such a prodigy, backed by a major clan, was almost certain to claim the top spot in this selection tournament. That is surprising enough for us. To have made it this far without the backing of a major clan, outshining so many geniuses, and still have a shot at the top 3. I've never seen a commoner prodigy like this before, remarked the female Archmaster stage practitioner.
The group of Archmaster stage practitioners then turned their attention back to the screen, eager to see how things would unfold. This was the first time they paid such close attention to a commoner genius. Chen's actions were simply too extraordinary, constantly shattering their preconceptions.
Chapter 75, Half-Step Grandmaster Stage, Realm of Destruction. Boom!
A massive roar echoed as one monster after another fell in pools of blood. Chen was like a god of slaughter, rampaging through the battlefield.
Not a single monster could withstand even a single strike from him. Roar!
The black slaughter snake's massive body swept across the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake.
Its eyes turned blood red as it charged toward Chen with the force of a runaway train.
The terrifying impact caused a constant whistling sound to echo around them, and the air itself seemed to shatter. This was the level 4 monster's calculated, fatal strike against Chen. It had observed Chen slaughtering monsters for too long and deduced his stamina must be depleted. Monsters reaching level 4 possess a certain level of intelligence, especially those with powerful bloodlines.
As it roared toward him, its overwhelming aura was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even ordinary Grandmaster stage cultivators.
Such a terrifying level 4 monster possessed strength beyond human comprehension. The impact of its body could bring down a mountain. At this moment, Chen was completely oblivious to the black fiend snake, instead swinging his fists relentlessly. He sensed that he was on the verge of comprehending some powerful force.
And now, he was just a hair's breadth away.
Chen continued his frenzied slaughter, his fists swinging faster and faster, and the monsters fell at an ever-increasing rate. The black fiend snake was now less than 2 meters away from Chen. But at that very moment, Chen looked up, his icy gaze sweeping toward the black fiend snake. This terrifying level 4 monster's body suddenly froze rigid. It saw a vast expanse of darkness, an endless void filled with the power of destruction.
Its mental faculties suffered unimaginable damage.
Its massive body came to an abrupt halt, its eyes filled with terror as it stared at Chen, then to everyone's surprise it turned and fled.
Boom!
Its massive body displayed astonishing speed as it fled, violently knocking the monsters behind it aside. The black slaughter snake's body was incredibly sturdy, not much weaker than the black Vidra's, yet at this moment, it was filled with terror, as if something unimaginably powerful lurked behind it.
Did I say you could leave?
Chen vanished from where he stood, moving like a soaring dragon as he swiftly closed in on the black death snake. His fist was coated in a layer of mana, an immense power gathered within it. Moreover, an inexplicable force bolstered his hand, and Chen felt his mental power surging at that moment. This power carried an astonishing aura of intimidation, shaking the very spirit of the level 4 monster.
Boom! A deafening explosion rang out.
The black slaughter snake's massive body was torn apart on the spot and collapsed to the ground.
Bathed in blood, Chen's gaze was icy cold.
He then extracted a monster core from the creature's body and immediately began refining it. But he still felt it wasn't enough. He turned back and pulled the monster core from the black Vidra's body as well. The ground was littered with monster corpses. Not a single monster remained standing. They had all been slaughtered. Chen sat where he was, absorbing both level 4 monster cores, causing his power to surge once more. Chen could feel that his combat power had increased by at least 300,000, bringing his base combat power to 2.5 million.
Combined with his martial arts, such power would unleash unimaginable might.
Of course, that wasn't the most important part. Chen's mental power had surged dozens of times over, allowing him to effortlessly scan the surroundings within 100 meters. My current strength has reached the pinnacle of the master stage. I suppose I'm practically at the half-step grandmaster stage now. Lightning seemed to surge in Chen's eyes as a destructive force radiated from his body. That was the blade aura. Chen had heard before that to become a king stage-level powerhouse, one must master the blade aura. To attain this power, one must not only possess astonishing comprehension but also have cultivated at least a Class B martial art to the pinnacle of perfection. And he happened to meet both of these conditions. This blade aura brought him not only an increase in combat power but also a terrifying boost in mental power. In fact, simply by releasing the aura of this blade aura, he could terrify an ordinary person to death.
Of course, if he cultivated mental martial arts, he could even use his mental power to crush powerful opponents. I should have no weaknesses left now.
Chen was brimming with confidence as he hoisted two powerful level 4 monsters onto his shoulders, preparing to return to camp. The meat of a level 4 monster was a prized commodity, not only delicious, but potentially capable of enhancing one's physical constitution. Suddenly, Chen's gaze swept through a nearby grove. He could sense several auras lurking there. He shot a cold glance in their direction and released a faint burst of his destructive blade aura. Ah! Xing Fengqian was startled. In that moment, she felt completely paralyzed, seeing only darkness and a massive fist hurtling toward her. But just as it was about to strike her, the fist suddenly vanished, as if nothing had ever been there.
What is this? Xing Fengqian's face was etched with fear.
She realized she had underestimated Chen. This man was simply too terrifying. That single glance had allowed her to sense Chen's astonishing mental power. His mental strength was absolutely immense, reaching a staggering level. At the very least, he was far more powerful than she was.
What a terrifying gaze! Is that a common talent? Xing Fengqian's followers were also terrified.
In that single glance, they too had seen endless darkness, and their legs were trembling.
Compared to Chen, they felt like mere ants. If Chen were to kill them, they would likely die in a single move. He has spotted us. Chen might just be a contender for first place this time.
Xing Fengqian said, her expression grave. She used to have her own pride, but now that she encountered Chen, she finally understood what a true genius was. This was undoubtedly a prodigy of the highest caliber. Even if he fell short of star, he was likely not far behind. Both were figures beyond the reach of ordinary people.
The others exchanged glances, clearly finding Xing Fengqian's assessment far too high. Who was Star, after all? He was a genius renowned from a young age. Every major family in the Jiangnan faction knew his name.
For Xing Fengqian to actually compare Chen to Star, that was simply outrageous.
Meanwhile, in the monitoring room,
the 4 Archmaster stage experts had already risen from their chairs the moment Chen killed the Black Fiend Snake. One of them, who had just taken a sip of tea, even spat it out, unable to hide the shock in his heart. What had they just witnessed? That unstoppable force had killed the Black Fiend Snake with a single strike. In fact, at the moment of death, the Black Fiend Snake didn't even dare to twitch, as if it had been forcibly immobilized by some mysterious power.
Could that be blade aura? Impossible. His potential can't be that strong.
Only prodigies with the potential to become king stage powerhouses can grasp this legendary realm.
That power destroys everything. A single punch split the Black Fiend Snake in two.
If it is indeed blade aura, it must be the legendary destruction realm, the realm of supreme offensive power. Even among king stage powerhouses, such a blade aura belongs to the very elite.
How could he possibly have mastered it? The 4 Archmaster stage experts spoke one after another, voicing their thoughts.
Yet they also found the whole thing too far-fetched. The destruction realm, that kind of power wasn't something a genius from a place like the Jiangnan faction could possibly master.
Perhaps it was just the overwhelming killing intent that temporarily intimidated the Black Fiend Snake.
Archmaster Stage Kong speculated. The other Archmaster stage experts nodded in agreement with this theory. It was the only conclusion they could accept.
Chapter 76, The Boy Dragging a Monster, the Azure Dragon Ring. Night fell.
Dark clouds obscured the starlight, and the ground below grew even dimmer, plunging into total darkness.
But just then, a tremendous rumbling echoed through the air, as if some colossal creature were moving.
Several young geniuses patrolling the camp grew wary, switching on their flashlights to shine ahead.
That was when they saw it, 2 enormous monsters, though their appearance was utterly pitiful.
Yet the malevolent aura emanating from these 2 monsters sent a chill through their very souls. Even in death, they exuded such terrifying malevolence and pressure. These were undoubtedly level 4 monsters, and not just ordinary ones at that.
It's a Black King Kong.
One of the patrolling prodigies took a closer look and suddenly cried out in shock, his pupils dilated with disbelief. A level 4 monster of this caliber was worth 6,000 points each.
Because this wasn't just any ordinary level 4 monster, it was the overlord among level 4 monsters.
Even a mid-stage grandmaster would turn and flee upon encountering them, otherwise, they risked being torn to pieces by this monster.
Who on earth could possibly kill a monster like this? That person looks like Chen. Holy shit! Is he really that terrifying?
The patrolling geniuses finally got a clear look at who was dragging the corpses of those two level 4 monsters. It was a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin and a determined gaze, exuding a faint yet palpable aura of authority. They had all assumed Shin was dead, but here he was, alive and well, and he'd even killed two terrifying monsters.
Hey, do any of you have a pot? Want some meat? Chen asked.
One of the geniuses suddenly raised his hand.
I do. Chen smiled. Great.
An hour later, a large pot was set up, and the aroma of meat wafted from it, the meat of the level 4 monsters. Chen dug in first, eating heartily. The others tried some meat as well, but they soon couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies felt as if they were on fire. Those geniuses immediately started running in place, seemingly full of energy. Chen ate more than half of the meat from these two level 4 monsters. It was the first time he'd ever eaten his fill like this. He felt he could go without food for days, and the level 4 monster meat was simply too delicious. My combat power has probably gone up by another 100,000. After finishing the meat, Chen could feel his physical constitution had strengthened again, and his vitality was becoming increasingly formidable. After eating his fill, Chen approached a beautiful receptionist to begin exchanging items. Thanks to his frenzied monster slaughter the previous day, the points on his watch now stood at 36,600. He was arguably the one with the most points, but he didn't care much. These points were merely a means to exchange for items. Exchange for a storage ring, Chen said. The receptionist nodded and handed Chen a storage ring adorned with a dragon's head. This is called the Azure Dragon Ring. Simply infuse it with your spiritual energy to activate it and bind it to you, the receptionist explained to Chen. Following her instructions, Chen began to infuse the ring with his spiritual energy. Sure enough, he saw a vast expanse of space open up inside. What a marvelous thing! It was Chen's first time obtaining such an item, and he found it fascinating. A tiny ring could actually contain an entire space. The art of artifact forging was truly unfathomable. His remaining points were nowhere near enough to exchange for any spiritual martial arts. If he wanted to acquire them, he'd have to go hunt more monsters. But Chen had no intention of exchanging them now. He had come to a realization: having awakened the blade aura, his spiritual energy was incredibly stable, and no spiritual technique could harm his spirit. His current soul power was no weaker than anyone else's, and with the power of his spiritual realm, he was already invincible in the innate realm. Even without cultivating any spiritual techniques, his mental fortitude remained unassailable. Right now, I should exchange for some spiritual herbs that enhance my strength and mental fortitude. Chen quickly set his goal and selected 2 spiritual herbs. They were 2 top-grade 4th-level spiritual herbs. Pure Yang Flower, Shadow Grass. These 2 spiritual herbs completely drained his remaining points, leaving him with only a few hundred, which made Chen wince. The points he had painstakingly accumulated were gone again. At the same time, the 10 great geniuses received the news that Chen had returned alive, and they all wore expressions of surprise. In Star's cultivation chamber, Star opened his eyes and said, "This is interesting. It seems he is quite resilient. However, if he manages to make it to me, I will defeat him with my own hands." He then closed his eyes again. Xian Yuanhui and the others also felt a hint of surprise, but they didn't perceive any significant threat. They believed Chen was simply lucky. Meanwhile, among the 10 great geniuses, Xingfeng Wangyue heard a different report. "What did you say?" "Chen killed Black Vidra with a single strike." Xingfeng Wangyue looked at her cousin across from her, her face betraying disbelief. Even she couldn't do that. Why was Chen so powerful? "I saw it with my own eyes, there is no mistake. Plus, his mental power is exceptionally strong. Just one glance from him sent me plunging into darkness. I almost didn't wake up." Xingfeng Qian still trembled with fear as she spoke. The image of Chen's handsome face flashed through her mind again, sending a shiver down her spine. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng Wangyue froze in place, her mind racing with countless thoughts as her pretty face furrowed in concentration. From your description, this sounds a bit like the legendary blade aura. Qingfeng Wangyue voiced her guess. Qingfeng Qian shook her head. Impossible. How could he have awakened such power? Is he even more prodigious than Star? A glimmer of light seemed to ignite in Qingfeng Wanyue's beautiful eyes. This world is full of geniuses. Perhaps the most improbable outcome is actually the correct one. Upon hearing her cousin's words, Qingfeng Qian froze in place, her mouth slightly agape, unable to form a response. If that were true, Chen would be terrifying. She herself was a young Grandmaster stage cultivator, but what was the Grandmaster stage worth? Compared to a genius who had grasped the realm of intent, it was like comparing heaven and earth. On the other side, after exchanging the two spiritual herbs, Chen rented a room, intending to absorb their essence there and grow even stronger. But just then, a defiant-looking teenager suddenly appeared before him. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, the boy glared at Chen with pure jealousy. I hear you managed to survive the monster tide. That's quite an achievement. But hand over what you've got, I'm taking it. The boy hadn't seen Chen dragging a level 4 monster back, so he assumed Chen had just gotten lucky. As for the points Chen had earned, perhaps he acquired them through other means. After all, everyone has their own opportunities. Get lost. Chen didn't even know the guy, so he just coldly snapped at him. Oh, really? You dare talk to me like that? Ah! The defiant teenager had barely finished speaking and was about to attack when a single punch sent him flying, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. You can't even take a single punch from me, and you think you can steal from others? Chen shook his head and snatched all the points from the other's hand. Only 200. Chen looked somewhat disgusted as he walked past the boy. At that moment, the defiant teenager began to question the meaning of life. Chapter 77, The Eye of Martial Arts. Isn't that Zhang Hui? What is he doing lying on the ground? Contemplating the meaning of life? You came late and missed him trying to steal someone else's points only to have his own points stolen instead. That's hilarious. He actually dared to try stealing points? The crowd of geniuses looked at the defiant youth lying on the ground and burst into laughter, treating the whole thing as a joke. Hearing the mocking voices around him, Zhang Hui couldn't take it anymore. He scrambled to his feet and hurriedly left the area. But having just been punched by Chen, his whole body ached. He could barely take 2 steps before the pain became unbearable, and he eventually collapsed back to the ground. Zhang Hui has fainted. Looks like he is going to be eliminated. In a few hours, his watch would sound an alarm signaling his elimination, so no one paid Zhang Hui any mind. By the way, have you guys heard? Yesterday, Chen brought back 2 terrifying level 4 monsters, one of which was a black gold cone. Ha ha. Just take it as a joke. Even if Chen is powerful, he doesn't have that kind of strength. How could he possibly kill a black King Kong? Most of the geniuses didn't really believe Chen's strength could be that formidable. After all, they all knew just how terrifying the black King Kong was. But there was a group who remained silent, the ones who had eaten black King Kong meat yesterday and were still processing the boost that level 4 monster meat had given them. Still, this Chen is really strong. To defeat Zhang Hui with a single move, his strength can't be underestimated. He is stronger than all of us. Do you think he might make it into the top 10? You're crazy. No matter how strong Chen is, how could he possibly compare to the top 10 geniuses? The top 10 geniuses are in a completely different league from us. Let us not go looking for trouble. The crowd buzzed with discussion, all agreeing that while Chen was powerful, he still fell a bit short of the top 10 geniuses. The top 10 geniuses weren't just famous names, they were true powerhouses, so formidable that these guys revered them, even viewing them as invincible. So most of them believed that although Chen was stronger than all of them combined, he still couldn't compare to the top 10 geniuses. It was a fundamental gap, one that couldn't be easily bridged.
Chen heard their discussions, but he didn't offer any further explanation.
As a powerful warrior, he felt no need to justify himself to them.
So what of the 10 great geniuses? Chen now feared no opponent. Even if his opponent had awakened blade aura, he would show no hesitation or fear.
He believed himself to be invincible, no one could defeat him.
Chen returned to his room and began consuming spiritual elixirs, starting with those that boosted vitality.
Originally, Chen felt his physical strength had reached its limit, but after eating the monstrous flesh, his vitality rose once more. His physique seemed to have grown even stronger, with no limits in sight. This surprised him. At this rate, he would soon reach 3 million combat power. Of course, what Chen valued most were the cold attribute spiritual herbs, a special type of elixir, a mutated variety. Even a level 4 elixir could possess the effects of a level 5 elixir, though one had to win the championship to obtain it. An ordinary person with 2 million combat power should have long since broken through to the Grandmaster stage, so why can't I sense it yet?
Chen was actually a bit puzzled.
His combat power was already on par with any Grandmaster stage practitioner, yet he remained unable to step into the Grandmaster stage realm.
He didn't know exactly what was missing.
Perhaps it was because his mythic talent was too formidable, with such immense potential, that it made the breakthrough so difficult. After boosting his vitality, Chen began refining the second spiritual herb to enhance his spiritual power. Just as Chen was refining the shadow grass, he suddenly felt as if a black needle had been violently thrust into his mind. Although he felt pain, he also experienced a sense of exhilaration. This pain brought him a surge in spiritual power. Chen activated his blade aura and began refining it rapidly. Sure enough, the pain vanished quickly, and his mental power surged once more, growing 2 or 3 times stronger almost instantly. The strength of his mental power, or rather, his soul power, filled Chen with even greater confidence. The stronger his soul power became, the more powerful his blade aura would be, and the greater the boost it would provide him. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed, and Chen had fully absorbed the potency of both spiritual herbs. When he opened his eyes, his pupils instantly transformed into a pure golden hue, exuding an air of noble majesty. These pure golden eyes seemed capable of piercing through everything, radiating a terrifying aura of authority as if they were the eyes of a deity. Through these eyes, the world appeared different to Chen. He could even see the tiniest creatures and observe the slightest changes in everyone's facial expressions.
Could this be the legendary martial eye? Chen recalled the accounts in ancient texts.
According to legend, some extraordinary prodigies would awaken the martial eye, capable of seeing through all their opponents' weaknesses, releasing an aura of pressure to forcefully immobilize them, and possessing various other effects. For instance, a massive boost in spiritual power, and so on. He had never imagined that he himself would awaken such a terrifying power at this moment. This was truly an unexpected windfall. Chen's eyes gradually returned to their original color as he completely suppressed the aura emanating from his body. With the martial eye, he had grown even stronger. The 10 great geniuses were destined to become mere stepping stones for him. Before he knew it, another 10 days had passed. During this time, the others rarely saw Chen, nor did they hear of him causing any major commotion. However, there was a group of people who saw Chen every single day, those who were keeping a close watch on him. To them, watching Chen bask in the sun day after day seemed utterly tedious. Here was a top-tier genius, yet he spent his days doing such baffling things. He didn't spend any points to train in the practice rooms. Instead, he just sat in the sun all day, as if afraid he wouldn't get enough of it. They truly couldn't fathom how someone like Chen had managed to reach his current level of cultivation. I heard he dragged 2 level 4 monsters back a while back. Did he get someone else to do it for him? Why would one of the top 10 geniuses help him? Maybe he just got lucky, stumbled upon 2 level 4 monsters fighting each other, both died, and he picked up the scraps.
That must be it.
With his strength, even if he wanted to kill those 2 level 4 monsters, he couldn't have done it without taking any damage. I wish I had that kind of luck. The news had spread far and wide by now, confirming that Chen had indeed dragged 2 monsters back, but no one knew who had actually killed them. If they were ordinary monsters, it would be acceptable to assume Chen killed them. But those were ferocious monster overlords. When they went berserk, even a late-stage grandmaster couldn't withstand them without getting injured. Although Chen had awakened the golden vitality body, he wasn't that absurdly powerful. Yet when he returned, he looked as if nothing had happened.
How could he possibly be that strong?
You have to understand that even if monsters die in a firefight, as long as the watches on their hands detect the monster's death, it turns into points. Now Chen spends his days basking in the sun. It looks like he just doesn't want to put in the effort anymore. He has definitely a lost cause. He has completely given up. Everyone believed Chen probably wouldn't even make it into the top 50, given how poor his current condition was. Actually, it's a good thing he doesn't make the top 50 that way. He won't have to face those two geniuses from the Morone clan. That's true. After all, he is just a commoner's son. Maybe he is afraid of retaliation and is acting this way on purpose. Just as everyone was speculating that Chen would be eliminated soon, Chen had already stepped out of the room. During this time, he'd been basking in the sun to boost his strength, and his combat power had already reached 3 million. And keep in mind, this was just his base combat power, without the enhancement of any martial arts techniques. I've finally gained complete mastery over the power of the martial eye. Let us see just how high my combat power can go. Chen walked up to a machine. There was no one else around it. Chen didn't want anyone to discover his trump card. At that moment, his pupils turned golden, and a mysterious power surged within his eyes. A gentle breeze stirred around him as two golden beams burst from Chen's eyes, shooting toward the machine. The martial eye not only enhances mental power but can also unleash psychic attacks, rivaling those of psychic martial arts. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the machine began to flash rapidly, soon displaying a staggering figure. Chapter 78, The Geniuses Emerge from Seclusion. The ranking tournament begins. The golden light bursting from Chen's eyes left a crimson number etched directly onto the machine. 3.5 million combat power. Such combat power was enough to shock anyone, leaving them in disbelief. It must be noted that this terrifying combat power was unleashed solely through the combination of the martial eye and his own realm of destruction. Chen had barely trained in this type of psychic attack at all. In other words, he now truly had no weaknesses whatsoever. Whether it was the sheer might of his combat power or the strength of his mental power, he no longer feared any opponent. Now, even a mentalist cannot harm me in the slightest. Chen's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and the golden light in his pupils slowly faded. Mentalists are geniuses with mental-type talents, though such geniuses are few and far between. Moreover, as Chen had learned, psychic talents were also ranked by tier. In the eyes of top-tier geniuses, ordinary psychics were simply not worth their attention. For instance, psychics with only ordinary elite-level talent had limited potential for growth and were not even considered worthy opponents. First place in the warrior stage qualifiers. No one can stop me. Chen was brimming with confidence at that moment, even eagerly anticipating the arrival of the final day. During this period, most participants were eliminated due to insufficient points. Some were defeated while fighting monsters, while others were knocked out after their points were stolen by others. As for the status of the top 10 geniuses, no one dared to challenge them, for in the eyes of others, the top 10 geniuses were symbols of invincibility. Deep within a dense forest, two figures were frantically fleeing, with a terrifying monster in hot pursuit behind them. This monster was massive and incredibly fast, a pure white giant wolf with thick fur and eyes that emitted a cold, eerie glow. It was a level 4 monster, comparable to the Grandmaster stage. The ones being chased were none other than Feng Changtian and Lu Shang. To avoid elimination, the two of them frequently went out to slay monsters, but this time their luck ran out. They stumbled upon the lair of a level 4 monster. As a result, they were pursued relentlessly, and the two of them ran for their lives. In the distance, they could see a camp that looked like a small town. Feng Changtian and his group sped up their escape, hoping to make it back to the camp in time. Although the level 4 monster was powerful, there were so many geniuses in the camp that if it dared to pursue them, it would surely meet its end. Suddenly, Feng Changtian and Lu Shang stopped in their tracks, feeling a searing pain rip through their souls. This compelled them to halt and take 2 steps back. Even the level 4 monster that had been chasing them revealed a look of fear in its eyes. "Awah!" The monster let out a roar, then turned and fled, as if it had encountered something utterly terrifying. Feng Changtian and Lu Sheng couldn't help but look up. They felt as though they had just glimpsed a pair of terrifying eyes of pure gold, like those of a deity, etched into their minds, seemingly capable of effortlessly obliterating their very souls. Those eyes seemed to carry a terrifying, destructive power capable of annihilating everything in its path, which was why they had driven the monster away just now. What terrifying spiritual power! Who on earth is that mentalist? Feng Changtian was deeply shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Lu Sheng felt the same way. Under that vast, ocean-like spiritual power, they felt as though they had plunged into the depths of the sea in an instant, sinking endlessly. The immense pressure left them blind and deaf. An opponent like this truly inspires despair. At the same time, in training chambers across the complex, a series of auras began to awaken one after another. The first to emerge from seclusion was Morong Jun. Morong Jun was still clad in a purple robe, his soft, tousled black hair framing his face. Though he appeared slender, his body harbored a terrifying vitality comparable to that of a level 4 monster. After this period of cultivation, one of the 10 great geniuses had finally reached the Grandmaster stage. Mana flowed around his body, and he exuded an aura of authority that sent shivers down one's spine. I've finally broken through. Combined with my mental martial arts, I should be able to compete for a spot in the top 5. Morong Jun was brimming with confidence. He had previously ranked near the bottom among the 10 great geniuses, but now, he felt that aside from the 4 young grandmasters, no one could stand against him. In another training chamber, Qingfeng Qian had also emerged from seclusion. She had long since broken through to the Grandmaster stage. This period had merely allowed her to advance further, strengthening the mana within her body and elevating her to the second tier of the Grandmaster stage. She had also cultivated mental arts, though only at the C rank level. It wasn't that she couldn't cultivate higher tier techniques, but rather that she lacked significant talent in the path of the mentalist. The other members of the top 10 geniuses also emerged from their meditation chambers one after another. Zheng Tian stepped out of his chamber as well, with mana flowing around his body, a clear sign that he, too, had entered the Grandmaster stage. All 10 geniuses possessed the potential to reach the Grandmaster stage. It was merely a matter of time. And during the selection tournament, it was evident that all 10 had broken through this barrier. Everyone was motivated by the rewards. Originally, there were only 4 youths at the Grandmaster stage. Now, all 10 of the geniuses had broken through to the Grandmaster stage. Terrifying vitality radiated from them, and energy flowed through the air. The aura they emitted was so overwhelming that ordinary geniuses dared not approach, able only to watch from afar. However, just at that moment, a woman emerged from the largest training chamber. She was not wearing red, but rather a pink outfit, giving her a distinctly girlish appearance. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes were clear as a pool of water. Yet the aura she emitted made several of the geniuses feel oppressed. Qingfeng Wanyue had emerged from seclusion. The mana pressure radiating from her was stronger than that of Morong Jun and the others, clearly indicating she had entered the mid-stage of the Grandmaster stage. Moreover, golden light occasionally flared across her skin, clearly indicating she had also cultivated the golden vitality body. Qingfeng Wanyue, it seems your cultivation has made significant progress during this time. Gu Long had also emerged from seclusion. Golden light shimmered around her as well. Her mana was profound, accompanied by a staggering spiritual pressure. This came as a surprise to Qingfeng Wanyue. In her understanding, Gu Long should not possess the talent of a mentalist. It seemed she had been hiding it. However, everyone has their trump cards, and she had hers as well. What a lively scene! Xian Yuanhui also appeared. He didn't emit any overwhelming aura, but facing Qingfeng Wanyue and the others, he wore a relaxed expression. This made even Gu Long glance at Xian Yuanhui a second time. The 2 people he found most difficult to fathom were Star and Xian Yuanhui. Both were the strongest geniuses within their respective clans. Although Xian Yuanhui's aura showed no signs of change, he dared not truly believe that Xian Yuanhui had made no progress at all during this time. It seems I was the last to emerge from seclusion. The door to a cultivation chamber swung open, and Star stepped out. At that moment, Star made no attempt to conceal the aura emanating from him. The 10 great geniuses stared in shock at the top of Star's head, where they seemed to truly see a star, radiating brilliant starlight. An indescribable sense of oppression spread throughout the room. Among the 10 great geniuses, the majority actually felt a suffocating pressure, as if they could barely breathe. Psychic pressure. Star is terrifying. Rumor has it his talent as a psychic master has reached the saint level. At this moment, a secret was revealed among the 10 great geniuses. For most of the others were unaware that Xian Yuan Xingchen's greatest talent lay in the realm of the mentalist. A mentalist is a far more dangerous existence than even a warrior stage or grandmaster stage practitioner. A grandmaster stage mentalist can virtually sweep aside all grandmaster stage opponents of the same realm as long as they don't get within striking distance. He can effortlessly obliterate your soul. Star, you are indeed my greatest rival for the championship. Xian Yuanhui knew that what they had sensed from Xingchen was merely the spiritual martial arts Star had cultivated. However, he seemed extremely confident and certain he could handle Star's tactics. With the top 10 geniuses emerging from seclusion, the other geniuses who had remained in the camp also began to appear one after another. Because of that overwhelming aura, they could feel it even from a great distance. Attention, all geniuses. Out of 500 participants, 450 have been eliminated. The remaining contestants are to prepare for the official ranking matches. These matches will determine your final standings. Please assemble at the square immediately. The examiner's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. The ranking matches have finally begun. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen's face lit up with anticipation. Chapter 79, Clash of Geniuses. At the campus square. The 50 geniuses who had ultimately made the cut had all gathered here. Among them were Feng Changtian and Lu Shang. Feng Changtian had earned his place after all, his cultivation was no slouch. Though he couldn't compare to a young grandmaster, he was still stronger than most of the other geniuses. Lu Shang was a different story. His talent didn't match Feng Changtian's, and his survival was purely a matter of luck. Still, Lu Shang was quite satisfied just to have made it this far, because by staying, he had already surpassed most of the other geniuses and secured a spot in the training camp. As for the rankings, he didn't place much importance on them, figuring any position would do. Whether he came in 50th or 49th, it didn't matter to him. Where is Chen? Lu Shang's gaze scanned the area for Chen's figure. They had heard of Chen's astonishing exploits recently. Not only had he avoided elimination, but he was said to have obtained a vast amount of cultivation resources, closing in on the top 10 geniuses. Where is Chen? Feng Changtian's gaze quickly settled on a young boy. This boy's aura was subdued. He looked like an ordinary person, not radiating the powerful presence typical of other geniuses. The gap between us is growing wider and wider. Feng Changtian couldn't fathom Chen, which made him realize that the gap between them had likely reached an unimaginable level. After all, he had made progress during this time and was now on par with a half-step grandmaster stage cultivator, yet he still couldn't see through Chen at all. Aren't those the bunch of good-for-nothings from Jiling? Chen may be powerful, but he has given up on himself now. He just lies in the sun all day. Do you really think he can still place well? Chen probably won't even make it into the top 20. Some of the remaining geniuses sneered at Feng Changtian and his group, looking down on them completely. Lying in the sun? Hearing those 3 words, Feng Changtian furrowed his brow. Back in Jiling, Chen used to bask in the sun every day too, and everyone thought he was a lost cause. Bunch of idiots. Feng Changtian sneered inwardly, making no effort to explain anything to this group of geniuses. They'd find out soon enough when they took a tumble. At that moment, a male examiner stepped forward to address the crowd. The rules for this ranking tournament are one-on-one. In a moment, we will distribute numbered tags one by one. 2 tags will be randomly selected to determine the matchups. As for the ranking system, it's simple, you have 2 chances. After losing once, you may challenge another loser in a one-on-one match. The winner advances. The examiner briefly explained the rules. Everyone nodded in unison once they understood the rules. they began drawing their numbered tags one by one.
Chen drew number 10.
Alright, now that you've all drawn your numbered tags, the ranking tournament officially begins.
First up is number 12 versus number 13.
No sooner had the examiner finished speaking than two prodigies stepped out of the crowd and onto the raised platform.
I'm going to beat you.
Number 12 was a girl wearing white stockings, but her hair was dyed in a rainbow of colors, giving her the look of a delinquent. Number 13 was a rather handsome young man who scoffed at the girl's words. The two unleashed their respective techniques, fighting for a full 10 minutes before the battle ended. In the end, the girl in the white stockings was defeated, her eyes filled with resentment.
Next, come up.
This time, Morong Jun took the stage. His opponent was a burly teenager, but he was already drenched in sweat just facing Morong Jun, clearly lacking any confidence in his ability to win. Sure enough, Morong Jun crushed his opponent with overwhelming ease, facing absolutely no pressure. Next, Qingfeng Lai, one of the 10 great geniuses, took the stage. His opponent was just as helpless. He didn't even have the courage to fight and conceded defeat immediately. This came as a bit of a surprise to everyone. After all, everyone present was a genius. They wouldn't just give up unless they were truly unable to win. You don't know this, but Qingfeng Lai has a strange quirk. When he faces an opponent, he likes to go all out. If you lose, he'll break your bones. Although they can be set, you'll still be bedridden for about half a year.
A well-informed genius whispered.
This made the remaining geniuses realize the truth.
Star is on stage.
Just then, someone suddenly cried out in surprise. All the geniuses turned their gaze toward the stage, for no one had expected Star, the favorite to win the championship, to take the stage so early. His opponent was a girl who looked like a lowly, extremely cute, wearing a long blue dress, with delicate features. But facing Star, the girl's heart was pounding. She had long heard of Star's formidable reputation and never imagined she would now be his opponent. I'm ready to fight. The girl in the blue dress refused to back down. She intended to face Star head-on. You're too weak.
Star's eyes widened as a surge of mental energy radiated outward.
The girl's vitality erupted, but she was unable to withstand the mental assault. It felt as if her soul had been struck by a hammer. Stars danced before her eyes, and she staggered backwards several steps before tumbling off the stage.
Star turned and walked away.
This left the geniuses in the audience with their throats tightening when they looked at Star. It was as if they were gazing upon a god. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as the favorite to win the championship. She was absolutely terrifying.
Number 10 and number 16, please come to the stage. Soon it was Chen's turn.
Chen's opponent was a man who looked quite obese, standing over 2 meters tall with a massive frame, like a moving mountain of flesh.
Chen, I know you're powerful, but the martial art I practice utilizes the principle of redirecting force.
Unless you've broken through the Grandmaster stage, you won't be able to breach my defenses. This obese genius was brimming with confidence and showed no fear of Chen. Chen was inwardly speechless.
So what if he hadn't reached the Grandmaster stage? Boom!
Chen casually threw a punch without even bothering to channel his martial arts energy. The obese man immediately fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his layers of fat offering no resistance whatsoever.
When power is strong enough, any defense is a joke. That was Chen's thinking.
So powerful. Just as clean and decisive as the top 10 geniuses. No wonder he was able to condense the golden vitality body. His strength is truly astonishing.
It seems only a mentalist can handle him.
The geniuses below were discussing this among themselves. None of them wanted to face Chen.
Meanwhile,
in the monitoring room, a figure in a blue suit and gold-rimmed glasses had appeared. This was none other than the influential figure from earlier, Qingfeng Jintian. He didn't actually need to come here. He could have simply had someone send the footage to him. However, in addition to Qingfeng Wanyue, his daughter Qingfeng Qian was also participating in this ranking tournament. He wanted to see the results of the matches as soon as possible, so he had come to the monitoring room.
The 4 Archmaster stage members agreed.
After all, he had only said he was there to watch the tournament. He hadn't mentioned interfering, so he wouldn't compromise fairness or break any rules.
This Chen is quite good.
As long as he doesn't face a mentalist, he might achieve a decent ranking, Qingfeng Jintian remarked after watching one of Chen's matches.
The other 4 Archmaster stage members nodded with a smile.
The ranking matches were in full swing, and soon it was Chen's turn again. This time, his opponent was a young man with long hair flowing down his shoulders. The youth wore a pair of sunglasses and held a folding fan in his hand, showing not the slightest sign of nervousness in the face of Chen. After all, he had managed to rank in the top 20 among so many geniuses, and most crucially, he was a mentalist.
Chapter 80, Come at Me All Together. Outside.
Examiner Jiang Meng, along with several other Grandmaster stage examiners, were staring intently at the large screen. The screen was broadcasting the live feed of the ranking matches. As examiners, they naturally had the privilege of viewing the matches in advance. That Chen really is unlucky he has already drawn a mentalist.
Examiner Jiang Mengyao muttered.
She had often taken notice of Chen after all, for a commoner genius to have made it this far was no small feat. But clearly, his luck had run out now.
Facing a mentalist, his only fate was elimination.
Actually, as long as he doesn't make it into the top 3, it doesn't matter where Chen ends up, said a male examiner. He was also a noble, and in his mind, only nobles could rank in the top 3. For a commoner like Chen to have made it this far was already his limit, there was no way he could go any further.
Maybe he'll make it into the top 3?
Examiner Bai Shu, who had also risen from commoner status to this point, hoped Chen could go even further.
Bai Shu, don't daydream.
Examiner Jiang Meng shook her head, unconvinced that Chen could advance any further. Although she had seen Chen defeat a ferocious level 4 monster, she had never witnessed him employ any mental abilities or similar techniques. Therefore, she concluded that mental power was Chen's weakness. Alright, there is no point in arguing.
Let us just wait and see.
One of the examiners stepped forward to smooth things over. As examiners, their role was simply to evaluate. There was no need to debate something of little significance to them. The remaining examiners fell silent and began watching the ranking match. The footage on the screen continued to play. Chen slowly returned to the stage. He looked at his opponent across from him, feeling no interest whatsoever.
His opponent was simply too weak.
Moreover, despite his own weakness, the opponent thought he was a big shot and didn't take Chen seriously at all. Facing such an opponent, Chen found the whole thing utterly tedious. An ant, always thinking it's invincible, nothing but a narrow-minded, parochial creature. Even defeating such an opponent held little significance for Chen. Seeing Chen lost in thought, his opponent, Long Chen, looked at him with utter contempt. If you're scared, just get off the stage. There is no shame in losing to a mentalist, Long Chen said, feigning magnanimity. He thought Chen had been scared out of his wits and should have gotten off the stage long ago. However, among the 10 great geniuses, 2 young women shook their heads helplessly at that moment.
Qian, isn't this Long Chen your childhood friend?
I remember you two played together since you were little and got along quite well.
Qingfeng Wangyue stood out as a striking sight amidst the crowd.
Cousin, I don't know the person up there.
Qingfeng Qian hurriedly denied.
This was simply too embarrassing. That idiot Long Chen, just because he had a bit of spiritual talent, he dared to recklessly provoke Chen. He was in for a world of hurt. She certainly didn't want to be associated with this disgrace. Qingfeng Wangyue smiled faintly, her beautiful eyes fixed on the stage, her gaze never leaving Chen. She realized that Chen, just like Shen Yuanhui and the others, was someone she couldn't quite figure out. Chen slowly came to his senses, his eyes suddenly brightening as a brilliant idea struck him.
Rather than dragging this contest out, why not make it a grand spectacle?
Having made up his mind, Chen looked at Long Chen in front of him and said, "You're quite interesting.
I'll give you a chance to make your move."
Thanks to the brilliant idea that had crossed his mind, Chen was in a much better mood now. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on what Long Chen had just said. After all, he was going to be carried out on a stretcher anyway.
What?
Long Chen froze for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Are you telling me some kind of fairy tale? But since you want me to make a move, I won't hold back. The martial art I practice is the C-rank soul stab. I can't control the force of the attack perfectly. If your spiritual power is weak, you'll end up a complete idiot. He issued this warning to Chen as he began his move, though, of course, he was also showing off the power of his martial art. You sure talk a lot. Chen was growing impatient and prepared to end the fight quickly. Soul stab. Long Chen slowly closed his eyes as he channeled his mental energy, forming a black, pointed cone that radiated a chilling aura. Everyone could only sense it through their minds. This was the soul attack unleashed by a mentalist. Break! Facing the attack that roared toward him, striking directly at his soul, Chen had no intention of backing down. His fist, covered in a layer of mana, slammed forward. Boom! The powerful mana shattered the spike outright, and with unstoppable force, struck Long Chen. Before he could even react, he was flung off the stage like a rag doll, sliding dozens of meters across the ground and leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Then, his head lolled to one side, and he passed out. The venue fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Chen in disbelief, especially at the mana swirling around his body. They were so stunned they didn't know what to say. He has reached the Grandmaster stage. Mana shielding his body, mana radiating outward. These are indeed the hallmarks of the Grandmaster stage. No wonder he was able to defeat a mentalist. Chen is terrifying. It seems we all underestimated him. He might even secure a spot in the top 5 this time. These geniuses now mistakenly believed Chen had already reached the Grandmaster stage. Chen didn't bother explaining much to them. He did indeed want to reach the Grandmaster stage, but it wasn't going to happen that quickly. However, he didn't care. Even if he wasn't at the Grandmaster stage, he wouldn't be weaker than any Grandmaster stage practitioner. The thick mana of the Grandmaster stage can temporarily withstand a mentalist's attacks. This Chen is quite interesting. So what if he reaches the Grandmaster stage? As long as he stands before me, I'll crush him myself and make him repent for his past sins. Star and Xian Yuanhui were conversing at that moment, neither of them taking Chen seriously. Both of them were already at the mid-Grandmaster stage, and the techniques they wielded were incredibly powerful, nothing Long Chen could even begin to compare to. So they were utterly confident and didn't take Chen seriously at all. Even the examiner presiding over the competition was taken aback, failing to announce Long Chen's elimination right away. At that moment, Chen stood on the stage, facing the crowd, and said, "Everyone, I have a good suggestion. Would you like to hear it? This suggestion will allow the ranking matches to end quickly, without wasting any of your time." All the geniuses looked at Chen with puzzled expressions, not understanding why he would suddenly say such a thing. The examiner was also completely baffled, his gaze fixed on Chen, wanting to see exactly what he intended to say. To be honest, fighting each of you so-called geniuses one by one is truly boring and a huge hassle. Let us change the rules of the ranking tournament. You all come at me at once. Whoever remains on the stage at the end is the champion. Wouldn't that be much simpler? Chen's piercing gaze swept over the crowd of geniuses, his eyes radiating an air of dominance, as if he didn't even consider them worthy of his attention. Hearing this, everyone felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Most of these geniuses possessed their own pride, especially the top 10 geniuses, who believed they could look down on the rest. But now, Chen was looking down on them in this manner. The pride and confidence in his eyes were completely unmasked, as if he had never considered them worthy opponents. Chapter 81: The Dark Horse defeats the enemy with a single punch. Monitoring room. Qingfeng Jintian and the 4 Archmaster stage experts watched as Chen spoke these words with such arrogance even they were taken aback. This Chen, is he trying to start a free-for-all? Such a contest is hardly fair. Actually, it's not that different. The top 10 geniuses are bound to make it to the end anyway, so the rankings shouldn't change much. The Archmaster stage experts spoke one after another. Some thought this approach was unacceptable, while others found it feasible. Of course, most of them felt that Chen was being far too arrogant. Daring to make such a demand, he would likely be the first to be eliminated, and his ranking would plummet to the bottom. What was the point of doing this? They couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. Young people have a bit of youthful arrogance that's understandable. Qingfeng Tian, however, took it in stride. In his youth, he'd been arrogant too, convinced he was invincible. Later, after encountering even more formidable geniuses and going through many trials, he finally understood that there are always those more skilled than oneself, and that the sky is not the limit. Chen wasn't yet his age, so a bit of arrogance was actually normal and, in a way, it even appealed to him. Perhaps I could introduce him to my daughter, Qingfeng Tian thought to himself. After all, his daughter was a genius herself. Two geniuses would surely have plenty to talk about. If he could arrange this, he could also offer Chen the protection of the Qingfeng family. Even the Morone clan wouldn't dare to offend the entire Qingfeng family over a single two. On the vast square, one genius after another was sneering. Does Chen think he is invincible? He wants to challenge all of us left here by himself. Even if he defeated a single mentalist, he shouldn't be so arrogant. He really doesn't know his place. I'll go teach him a lesson. A genius was surrounded by thunder. His clothes fluttered without a breeze, and even his eyes flashed with lightning. His awakened talent was the lightning attribute, granting him terrifying burst power. Wait, let me go instead. A black-haired youth stepped forward. A crimson flame ignited on his body, radiating an astonishing heat. He had awakened an epic talent. His crimson sun flame burned hotter than ordinary fire, its temperature approaching that of magma. Chen, you're too arrogant. So what if you're at the Grandmaster stage? Another genius stepped forward. This one had an ordinary appearance, looking just like any passerby, the kind of person one could easily overlook. Yet the spiritual energy he radiated was at least 3 times stronger than Long Chen's, reaching the Grandmaster stage. Even the auras of the other geniuses were slightly suppressed by this one. Who is he? Could he be a dark horse on par with the top 10 geniuses? I know him. His name is Yi Chang. He is from the Yi family. It didn't take long for people to discover the true identity of this genius with such powerful spiritual energy. The geniuses who had stepped forward all released their auras, bearing down on Chen. Most people would have turned pale long ago, but Yi Fan faced their collective pressure as if it were a gentle breeze, his expression unchanged. Although you've broken through to the Grandmaster stage, you're not the only one who has made a breakthrough. During this time, my progress hasn't been any less than yours. Yi Chang's immense spiritual power formed a gigantic, illusory image of a fierce tiger in the sky, a manifestation of his spiritual energy. The terrifying spiritual pressure left most of the geniuses present gasping for breath. Feng Changtian sensed the tiger's silhouette in the sky with horror, his heart trembling. Too strong. In the genius selection tournament, there are actually so many people stronger than me. Feng Changtian had originally believed that aside from Chen and the 10 great geniuses, there were very few who could defeat him. But now he realized he had been completely wrong. This Yi Chang, who had suddenly appeared, was simply terrifyingly powerful. Lu Sheng's face was grave, his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't even want to linger here any longer. With so many geniuses present, even he, a genius from Jinling, seemed ordinary by comparison. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of looking up to others. This place truly was a gathering of geniuses. Chen is just a commoner. He defeated an ordinary mentalist and now dares to challenge all of us? It's nothing but a joke. Defeat him and show him what a true genius is. 2 of the top 10 geniuses spoke up. They didn't take action themselves, not because they didn't want to, but because they deemed Chen unworthy. If they were to strike down just anyone who challenged them, wouldn't that be a blow to their prestige? So they intended to watch as Chen was mercilessly crushed by the other geniuses, leaving him filled with regret. Face reality and acknowledge the gap. You're out of luck. Since you're the first to attack me, you'll be the first to be eliminated. Chen looked at Yi Chang and said calmly. There was no trace of mockery in his tone. It was as if he were simply stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang burst out laughing on the spot. Then I'll wait and see if you really have the strength to back that up. With that, he began to unleash a mental attack on Chen. Mental martial art, Tiger Gaze.
He, too, practiced a Class C mental martial art. The reason he was stronger than Long Chen was that he had cultivated this art to a level approaching perfection. Consequently, the power he unleashed was terrifying. Some of the surrounding geniuses, whose mental energy was slightly weaker, felt a tearing sensation in their souls. Unable to bear it, they all retreated several steps. Roar! In a daze, the crowd seemed to hear the roar of a tiger echoing from the stage. At that moment, their souls trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of shattering. Many of the geniuses hurried to stabilize their souls to minimize the damage from this soul-crushing pressure. The 10 great geniuses, however, watched all this with icy stares. They remained unaffected by the soul-crushing pressure. The 2 geniuses who had awakened the lightning and fire elements also struck immediately. One was enveloped in surging electric light, transforming into a bolt of lightning, while the other erupted in crimson flames, forming a fiery dragon that charged toward Chen. The 3 geniuses attacked simultaneously, seemingly intent on eliminating Chen in an instant. Facing their combined assault, Chen sneered and said, "One punch and I'll crush you all." Chen wasn't speaking out of arrogance, he was simply stating a fact. The 3 geniuses posed no threat to him whatsoever. Facing such opponents, he found this ranking tournament growing increasingly tedious. Golden mana began to flow through his body. He clenched his fist, crouched slightly, took a deep breath, and swung his fist without hesitation. His punch was imbued with mana. In a daze, the crowd saw a fist imprint ablaze with golden flames, its aura dominating the void. Carrying explosive power and immense pressure, it surged toward the gathering of geniuses. With this single punch, Chen unleashed 3 million combat power, displaying a terrifyingly ferocious force that swept toward the 3 geniuses like a raging storm. Such a battle caused even the top 10 geniuses who had previously paid it no mind to widen their eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of the outcome of this showdown. Yi Chang, who had been full of confidence, and the other 2 geniuses suddenly paled as they faced Chen's punch, a sense of absurdity welling up within them. They felt they couldn't withstand it, but with no way to retreat, they had no choice but to fight with everything they had. Roar! He intensified his mental energy output, and the tigeress roar grew louder and louder, as if it were about to tear everyone's souls apart. The remaining 2 prodigies, one of them channeled his thunderous power, condensing it into a 3-meter-wide thunderous hammer that slammed toward Chen. The other genius condensed crimson flames into a blade and slashed toward Chen. Boom! Each unleashed their formidable techniques, and in the next instant, they collided, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 82, Gathering Momentum, Peerless Geniuses. The 4 attacks collided violently. They separated instantly. 3 of the figures stumbled back several steps, their faces grave. The lion-shaped illusion formed by Yi Chang's spiritual energy had dimmed considerably. The remaining 2 geniuses had seen their vitality drastically depleted, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. They had originally assumed Chen was merely bluffing, even having just broken through to the Grandmaster stage. He couldn't possibly be a match for the 3 of them. But Chen's punch just now carried an unstoppable force. Had he not pulled back in time, the 3 of them would likely have died. A wave of mortal terror had just engulfed them, leaving them with a brush with death. Chen stood with his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the 3 prodigies. "I concede." Yi Chang bowed his head and admitted defeat. He knew that, based on his own strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Chen. The gap between them was too vast. The opponent could effortlessly restrain his power. It seemed he hadn't even used half of his true strength. Facing such an opponent, a sense of despair welled up within him. To continue fighting would only be to invite humiliation. "Thank you. We concede as well." The remaining 2 prodigies set aside their arrogance and conceded defeat. An opponent who had put them at a disadvantage in a single exchange and who could have killed them was simply beyond their ability to defeat. If the fight continued, Chen would likely hold nothing back. The entire arena fell deathly silent. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Even the top 10 geniuses' expressions turned grave. In the monitoring room, Qingfeng Tian, who had been calm and composed, suddenly lit up with surprise when he saw Chen throw that punch. How could he be this powerful? Qingfeng Tian was taken aback. He had only known that Chen had condensed a golden vitality body, which likely gave him a combat power of around 2 million at most. But that punch just now was infused with mana and carried a sense of overwhelming dominance. Such power likely reached at least 3 million. 2 million and 3 million are two completely different concepts, a world of difference. Several Archmaster stage experts were also taken aback. The punch Chen had just unleashed followed a perfect arc as he swung it. The muscles in his arm seemed to come alive, rippling rapidly as they unleashed a terrifying fist imprint. It was clear to them that Chen had executed that punch with ease. This suggested that Chen might still be holding back a significant portion of his true strength. However, the Archmaster stage experts let out a light sigh and regained their composure. After all, they had witnessed Chen kill Blackvidra with their own eyes. Therefore, they could accept this turn of events. Although Yi Chang was said to be on par with the top 10 geniuses, in reality, he was merely close to that level, and his mental attacks had only barely reached the Grandmaster stage. It was only natural that such a technique would be crushed by Chen. Perhaps this Chen really can pull off a miracle. Qingfeng Jintian was now watching Chen with intense focus. Chen is too strong. He has already built up momentum. We must crush him. A genius stepped forward. Although he had witnessed Chen defeat other geniuses, he refused to accept it. He couldn't stand having Chen looming over him. He also refused to accept Chen becoming the next star. To establish one's momentum, one must constantly dominate other geniuses. Once you've defeated enough of them, even a single glance from you can strike fear into the hearts of ordinary geniuses. That was exactly how Star had been back in the day, sweeping through the competition, invincible, never encountering a single worthy opponent. Qingfeng Wangyue, Shen Yuanhui, and the others were the same. They all possessed a certain aura. Just standing there, they gave off an invincible presence, making others feel they could never catch up. You want to suppress my aura and establish your own dominance? Let us see if you have what it takes. Qingfeng Lai, one of the 10 great geniuses, stepped forward, grinning widely as a flash of ferocity crossed his eyes. Chen, today I will sever your path in martial arts. A colossal aura surged from Morong Jun's body as his mana raced through his veins, and he simultaneously unleashed a mental martial art. Above his head, a massive black python materialized, its tongue flickering incessantly as it radiated an overwhelming mental pressure. Chen, even if you're powerful, don't think you can suppress all of us. Qingfeng Qian also joined the resistance, for the pressure Chen was currently emitting had already suppressed all the geniuses except for the original 4 Grandmaster stage youths. If they didn't strike against Chen now, fear and timidity would take root in their hearts, and they might even suffer nightmares. By then, it would truly be impossible for them to ever surpass Chen. They would be left only to watch his retreating figure. Without a word, the 2 geniuses lunged toward Chen. Chen's gaze was unwavering. Facing the 2 charging geniuses, he swung a fist at each of them. Boom! Boom! This time, he held nothing back, unleashing a portion of his power. The 2 geniuses were sent flying backward like cannonballs, plummeting off the stage as they spat blood. However, this did not deter the other geniuses from charging at Chen. None of them were willing to accept being suppressed. This time, a full dozen prodigies charged at Chen, each unleashing their most powerful martial arts as terrifying vitality surged around them. Among the 12 was Qingfeng Lai, one of the top 10 prodigies, who also launched a mental attack. His mental energy coalesced into a blade that seemed capable of tearing through space. With unstoppable force, he swung it forward, aiming to cleave Chen's soul. The power of this strike was clearly far greater than that unleashed by Yi Chang. Just then, the 13th genius struck. Morong Jun's black python, its gaping maw wide open, lunged toward Chen, intent on tearing his soul apart. Faced with this barrage of overwhelming attacks, even the original 4 Grandmaster stage youths dared not take it lightly. They had to give their all to confront the multitude of geniuses. Such arrogance! To delude oneself into forming one's own momentum, it will ultimately lead to failure. Gu Long said coldly. Although he acknowledged Chen's strength, he believed it was impossible for him to withstand the combined assault of so many geniuses. After all, several of the top 10 geniuses had already joined the fray, unleashing their signature techniques to utterly crush Chen. Chen stood his ground, gazing up at the deluge of attacks.
He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Bring it on!
The multitude of geniuses were all ganging up on Chen alone. The scene looked spectacular. However, Star and the others had not yet moved, as they deemed such tactics beneath them. But in the very next moment, Chen's gaze suddenly changed. Though his eyes had always carried a certain sharpness, they were mostly gentle. Now, however, his gaze was filled with nothing but coldness. Chen clenched his fist, and golden flames ignited upon it. Empowered by the fist of destruction, a terrifying aura of pressure radiated from his body. At that moment, the hearts of the many geniuses pounded violently, and many even broke out in a cold sweat. Even Qingfeng Li and Morong Jun felt an extraordinary sensation. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky. Once again, everyone witnessed a golden fist imprint, but the power of this strike seemed to crush the heavens in an instant. Bolstered by the intent of destruction, it carried a force of supreme will. The giant serpent Morong Jun had conjured curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. The blade Qingfeng Li had formed with his spiritual energy snapped clean into mid-air. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with sheer terror. The other prodigies were faring no better. Each felt an indescribable sense of oppression, their breathing becoming erratic. It must be noted that Chen Henti even launched his punch at them, yet merely the formation of the fist seal, floating in the void, was enough to instill such an unparalleled sense of oppression. Star, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, now grew serious and said, "Is this the fist of destruction?" Monitoring room. Qingfeng Jintian gripped the armrests of his chair, his mind reeling from the shock. The remaining 4 Archmaster stage experts were no different. Their expressions all betrayed a sense of unease, their faces filled with awe. The fist of destruction, blade aura. Chen, you truly are a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Their minds were in turmoil, filled with a mix of excitement and awe. Such a peerless prodigy had actually emerged from their very own Jiangnan faction. Chapter 83, Unrivaled Fist Intent, Ascending to the Summit. The 4 young Grandmaster stage cultivators had originally been arrogant and condescending, looking down upon Chen's farce of challenging every genius. But now, their hearts were shaken to the core. Their expressions had grown grim, and their gazes toward Chen were filled with apprehension. A prodigy of this caliber should never have emerged from the Jiangnan faction. Yet here he was, and they had stumbled upon him. They would all become mere foils to Chen, stepping stones for his ascent. I refuse to believe that the destruction fist intent can suppress everything. Shen Yuanhui shed his previous nonchalance as a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from his body, radiating a golden glow, the golden vitality body. Yet no one paid it any mind. While the golden vitality body had once been a trump card, it was now utterly insignificant. The 4 Grandmaster stage youths had each cultivated the golden vitality body previously. They were virtually invincible, standing on unshakable ground. Yet against the fist intent of destruction, the golden vitality body was utterly defenseless. They weren't even on the same level. The gap was simply too vast. Above Shen Yuanhui's head, a blizzard soon swirled into existence. This was precisely the spiritual martial art he had cultivated. That's the B rank martial art, wind and snow technique. A genius cried out in shock, recognizing this terrifying martial art. Countless snowflakes fell, and everyone's souls felt an excruciating sting. Then, from the swirling wind and snow, a sword blade coalesced, flying out with terrifying might and slashing down rapidly. A star coalesced above his head, radiating boundless brilliance as it swept toward Chen. This was the B-rank spiritual martial art he had cultivated, Undying Star. The 2 terrifying spiritual auras, far surpassing those of the surrounding geniuses, carried an unstoppable force as they charged toward Chen. Qingfeng Wanyue and Gulong exchanged a glance. Neither was willing to be dominated by Chen. As top-tier geniuses, they both possessed their own pride. Even knowing they likely couldn't withstand Chen's punch, they refused to let him trample over them so easily and consolidate his invincible momentum. Gulong pressed his palms together as vitality surged through his body. Instantly, a massive burst of thunder erupted from him, rapidly coalescing into a long spear. The ferocious power of the thunder radiated in all directions, causing the surrounding geniuses to stumble back several steps, their eyes filled with shock. Even the slightest stray sparks of that violent thunder that landed on them caused their bodies to tremble and left them in excruciating pain. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying this technique truly was. This was not a mental martial art, yet its power was likely impossible to withstand. What Qingfeng Wangyue unleashed was also not a mental martial art. Instead, the elemental energy within her coalesced into a crescent moon. The crescent moon emitted a pure, silvery light that appeared gentle yet possessed astonishing destructive power. As the moonlight shone upon the ground, it silently melted a half-meter deep crater. The four Grandmaster stage youths had all deployed their most powerful techniques, attempting to shatter Chen's overwhelming momentum and attacks. The other prodigies, gritting their teeth, also unleashed their strongest abilities. Even Feng Chantian and Lu Shang. However, they were left with no choice. Chen's current momentum was too overwhelming, pressing forward relentlessly and suppressing everyone. If they were to completely back down at this moment, it would cast a shadow over their future martial arts journey. Some might even find it difficult to make any progress for the rest of their lives, remaining stuck at their current level. Yet no matter how many people attacked, Chen's gaze remained indifferent, showing no concern whatsoever. As his eyes narrowed, the golden fist seal he had coalesced had instantly radiated an unimaginable aura of pressure and might, bearing down on all the geniuses. Meanwhile, the examiner who had been presiding over the assessment here was completely dumbfounded. Although he was also at the Grandmaster stage, he found these geniuses utterly beyond belief, especially Chen, who was even more powerful than he was. That destructive fist intent made his very soul tremble, filling him with an indescribable fear. Fortunately, he was no match for Chen, otherwise, an endless sense of despair would have welled up within him. Today, I might just witness the birth of a once-in-a-generation prodigy with my own eyes. The male examiner exclaimed. He and the other examiners took turns on duty. Today was his turn, and he never expected to be so fortunate as to witness it firsthand. In the monitoring room, Qingfeng Jintian could no longer contain his excitement and awe. His eyes were glued to the screen. He couldn't even bring himself to blink. The other four Archmaster stage experts were just as transfixed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, for the stakes of this event were simply too high. This could very well be a future king stage-level powerhouse, a figure they had never even been qualified to encounter before. The leader of the Jiangnan faction had once told them that ordinary people didn't even have the right to look directly at a king stage powerhouse. Powerhouses of this caliber possessed immense vitality to Archmaster stage practitioners. They were like true deities. King stage powerhouses could quell all unrest. They were the pillars of the human race. If they did good, they could ensure peace and stability in a region. Should they turn to evil, rivers of blood would flow, and seas of bones would form. One can only imagine just how terrifying such a powerhouse truly is. In the eyes of a king stage powerhouse, the Archmasters are likely nothing more than slightly larger ants, easily crushed with a single finger. Yet Chen, standing before them, possessed this potential, and with a very high probability at that. Not for any other reason, but because he has awakened the fist of destruction, the mightiest of all blade auras. In the future, our human race may witness the birth of a new, peerless sovereign. Qingfeng Jintian's eyes gleamed with unparalleled awe. And today, he was about to witness firsthand the brilliance of this peerless sovereign in his youth. That was a height the Qingfeng clan could never hope to reach in their lifetime. As long as Chen successfully became a sovereign, he alone could establish a great clan, far surpassing the Qingfeng clan. The fist seal loomed over the sky, carrying a force that left no room for resistance. No one could even flee. They could only unleash their most powerful martial arts to meet the fist seal head-on. However, with this single punch, Chen had channeled his most powerful martial art, the Mad Sun Fist technique, triggering a direct twofold amplification. His combat power doubled instantly. Combined with the destruction fist intent, the power of this single punch reached a staggering 7 million. Consequently, all the geniuses' attacks were obliterated as if sweeping away withered grass. Whether it was the mental attacks of the mental masters or other martial arts assaults, they all crumbled under the might of this single punch. Even the attacks coalesced by the four Grandmaster stage youths couldn't withstand Chen's fist for more than 2 breaths before shattering with a thunderous crash. Immediately, everyone was sent flying backward like ragdolls, each spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, leaving the scene in utter chaos. This was especially true for Morong Jun, Qingfeng Lai, and the others who had been the first to attack Chen. Being closest to Chen, they suffered the most severe injuries. Their conditions were dire, their shirts soaked red with blood. Morong Jun, in particular, felt like a laughingstock. His eyes filled with shock as he said bitterly, "How ridiculous I am. I actually deluded myself into thinking I could sever his path of martial arts, only to have him sever mine instead." After being defeated by Chen, he knew he would never surpass Chen in this lifetime and could only live in Chen's shadow. Xingfeng Lai hung his head, gritting his teeth, his heart filled with resentment, yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. The gap in strength between them and Chen was simply too vast. The power of Chen's single punch made him feel as if he were facing a true Archmaster stage cultivator, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. This sense of helplessness and despair was truly unbearable. Some of the remaining geniuses dug their fingernails deep into their skin until blood seeped out, yet they felt nothing for it that moment. Every one of them was in agony. Most of them had looked down on Chen's background, yet it was precisely this man who had defeated them, the so-called noble geniuses, and forcefully claimed the top spot. Chapter 84, Jiangnan Faction Leader, Rankings Announced. Chen stood alone on the high platform, his gaze sharp and his demeanor bold, exuding a sense of youthful vigor. Yet when all the geniuses looked at Chen, it was as if they were gazing upon a god or a demon. They could sense that an aura of invincibility had already coalesced around Chen, causing fear and awe to well up deep within their hearts whenever they looked at him. He was a being they could never surpass, the undisputed number one. Awe filled everyone's eyes. A man from a small town, born of commoners, had defeated all the nobles to claim first place and had even grasped the legendary fist intent. His future achievements were beyond measure. As for the fact that Chen had originally been classified as a common talent, no one cared anymore. They were now certain that a mistake had been made during the assessment. If a common talent could truly reach this level, they might as well smash their heads against a block of tofu. It defied all logic. Two deserved to die by his hand. Star's voice was heavy, even hoarse, tinged with a profound sense of helplessness. He had intended to restore the Morong clan's honor and sever Chen's path in martial arts, forcing him to live in his shadow. He felt that would torment Chen even more than killing him. But now, he had become Chen's stepping stone, only serving to bolster his reputation. His own path to martial invincibility had been cut short. From now on, whenever people spoke of this selection tournament, they would surely mention how Chen had dominated the field, single-handedly defeating them all to claim the top spot. And he would be remembered as the defeated loser. Star, who had been supremely proud his entire life and had never suffered a single defeat, was practically synonymous with invincibility among the younger generation, standing high above, looking down on all the other geniuses. But now, he was the one being looked down upon by Chen. It was the first time he had ever experienced this feeling: helplessness, despair, and the impossibility of catching up. He had originally thought that only by leaving the Jiangnan faction would he likely encounter such a feeling, but now he fully understood: a peerless prodigy could emerge from anywhere. Even in Jinling, which he considered a remote backwater with lagging cultivation resources, there were still those capable of effortlessly surpassing him and defeating him, a nobleman. Xian Yuanhui was in no better state. His most powerful attack, when faced with that golden fist imprint, proved utterly helpless. It crumbled the moment it made contact. That force of destruction suppressed everything, rendering all his efforts futile. It was almost like a dimensional strike. Such power was simply unstoppable. Under the might of the destruction fist intent, all resistance was futile. Everything would be effortlessly crushed. Xian Yuanhui's long-held confidence and pride were now completely shattered. He had already reached the 6th level of the Grandmaster stage, was on the verge of entering the late Grandmaster stage, and his combat power had surpassed 2 million. Coupled with his talent as a mentalist, he could be said to have no weaknesses whatsoever. He had originally intended to claim victory in this selection tournament, but that dream was now completely shattered. Gu Long and Qingfeng Wangyue were also deeply disheartened. As supreme geniuses, suffering such a humiliating defeat was truly hard to accept. Outside, the examiners Jiang Meng, Bai Shu, and the others stared at the images appearing on the screen, frozen in place, overcome by an indescribable sensation. They had all misjudged him, and by a wide margin. They had assumed Shen was merely a wolf, but now they realized he was a ferocious tiger who had entered a pack of wolves and swept through them with overwhelming force. All the other geniuses had become mere foils for Chen, tools for him to make a name for himself. After today, the entire Jiangnan faction would likely know Chen's name as a prodigy. This truly exceeded all the examiner's expectations. One examiner's eyes flashed as he picked up his phone and immediately dialed a number. "Hello, Lord, I have important news to report to you." This matter was of the utmost gravity. The head of the Jiangnan faction had to be notified immediately. Typically, the head of the Jiangnan faction was too busy to be seen by these geniuses, except during the National Genius Selection Tournament. But given the events that had unfolded today, it was likely that even the head of the Jiangnan faction would come in person. Monitoring room. One of the 4 Archmaster stage experts also dialed a number at that moment to inform the faction leader of what was happening here. "I'm aware of the situation. You're too slow in relaying the news. I'm already on my way." A deep, resonant male voice came from the other end of the line, then the call ended. Qingfeng Jintian was not the least bit surprised to learn from the call that the Jiangnan faction leader was coming. Such a terrifying prodigy was enough to alarm the head of the Jiangnan faction. This was a prodigy rarely seen even once in several centuries within their faction. As far as he knew, the Jiangnan faction had never produced such a prodigy before. What a pity! Qingfeng Jintian suddenly sighed, feeling that Chen's luck was truly abysmal. A prodigy like him, had he been born in a larger, more prominent place, would likely have been discovered long ago. Yet Chen came from an ordinary family. He had climbed to this position step by step, already lagging behind others. Add to that his innate talent, though not merely common talent, he suspected it was at most legendary talent. For such a talent to grow into a king stage powerhouse was likely the absolute limit. Had Chen been born into a larger clan or in a more expansive region, his potential might have soared even higher, perhaps even reaching the sovereign stage. After all, a single step behind leads to falling further and further behind. Sometimes, a single delay can result in a world of difference in future achievements. While king stage powerhouses are undeniably formidable, if one were to reach the sovereign stage, the entire Jiangnan faction would receive special attention from higher-ups, with an endless stream of cultivation resources flowing in. Reaching the king stage is already astonishing enough for us. It's a miracle. Our Jiangnan faction will have a sovereign in the future. The 4 Archmaster stage experts were overjoyed, convinced that the Jiangnan faction's future would only grow brighter. Whether it's the king stage or the sovereign stage, these are realms far beyond their reach. Ahem. The examiner cleared his throat twice, snapping out of his astonishment. Genius candidates, the ranking competition is not yet over. Although the first place has been determined, the top 10 still need to be confirmed. The primary goal of this event was to determine the top 3, who would go on to participate in the national selection tournament. However, all top 10 candidates would receive rewards, so their rankings still needed to be finalized. As for admission to the genius training camp, the top 50 geniuses qualify, meaning everyone present is eligible. Most of the geniuses had completely given up on their rankings by this point, as they now understood the gap between themselves and the top-tier talents. Thus, the second and third places would be decided among the 4 Grandmaster stage youths. The top 10, meanwhile, would be determined from among the original group of 10 geniuses. The 4 Grandmaster stage youths began their showdowns. Qingfeng Wangyue faced off against Star. There was no suspense in this battle. Although Qingfeng Wangyue was powerful, her strength ultimately fell short of Star's, and she was defeated. Xian Yuanhui also successfully defeated Gulong. Without a doubt, they secured second and third place. Subsequently, the two began their one-on-one showdown. Their clash was a fierce battle, with the techniques they unleashed dazzling the onlookers. Moreover, their duel was evenly matched. It wasn't the kind of overwhelming victory where one side completely crushes the other. In the end, Star emerged as the superior fighter, securing second place. However, there was no trace of excitement in Star's eyes. After all, he had originally aimed to claim the top spot. Shen Yuanhui didn't feel too bad about his loss, as the gap in strength between him and Star wasn't that great. With enough effort, he could catch up. But Chen felt he'd never be able to catch up in this lifetime, which left him feeling somewhat hopeless.
Unless he could also master the blade aura, he would be doomed to watch Chen's back for the rest of his life. The other prodigies also began their matches, and the rankings were finally determined. Outside. In the stands, the city lords from major cities were all waiting for the rankings to be announced. Zhang Lin looked up at the giant screen before her. She already knew in her heart that Chen would definitely be eliminated with so many nobles present. There was no way he could break through the ranks. Names began to slowly appear on the massive LCD screen. However, only the top 10 were displayed. The rankings of the geniuses below that would not be revealed. 10th place, Zheng Tian. 9th place, Xingfeng Chen. 4th place, Xingfeng Wanyue. 2nd place, Star. As the names kept appearing on the screen, Chen's name was nowhere to be found, not even in 2nd place. Zhang Lin and Lord Long, along with the others, all believed Chen had been eliminated, though this was to be expected. The competition for the top 10 was incredibly fierce. How could he possibly secure a spot? 3 geniuses from Jinling made it into the top 50. That's a good thing, Lord Long said, taking it in stride. Even though he didn't make the top 10, he was quite satisfied with this result. Chen, have you become just another face in the crowd? The blue-haired girl, Bai Qiuyue, sighed softly, feeling a sense of regret. She had hoped to see Chen pull off a miracle, but it never happened. It's only natural, there are just too many geniuses here. Zhang Lin felt a sense of helplessness. Amidst so many prodigies, breaking through the ranks was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But just then, the screen began to display the first-place finisher. Everyone stared intently at the screen, eager to see who could possibly outshine Star. 1st place, Chen. The moment that name appeared, the venue fell instantly silent for a split second. It felt as though everything had come to a standstill. Chapter 85, The Warlord stage arrives to present the rewards. Lord Long, isn't this Chen one of your people from Jinling? A city lord with a white beard asked. Lord Long's expression was a whirlwind of emotions: shock, astonishment, and confusion. It was hard to believe so many feelings could shift so rapidly. Chen had won 1st place in this selection tournament? At that moment, he truly didn't know what to say. After all, he had never even imagined this outcome, not even in his wildest dreams. Winning 1st place in the Jiangnan Province selection tournament carried immense prestige, meaning Chen's current strength was likely on par with his own. To defeat Star and the others and take 1st place was nothing short of a miracle. Chen is first. Bai Qiuyue was also taken aback. She had originally thought that among so many geniuses, Chen would likely go unnoticed, but unexpectedly, just like back then, he had created another miracle. Chen, you really are someone completely impossible to figure out. Bai Qiuyue remarked with admiration. At that moment, the one who found it hardest to believe was Zhang Lin. She recalled the words she had once spoken to Chen. She had believed that after joining the genius training camp, Chen would end up at the bottom of the pack. But now, Chen had taken 1st place in the selection tournament. He was destined for a much bigger stage. He wouldn't be confined to the small Jiangnan faction training camp, because here, he was already the undisputed top prodigy. Winning 1st place meant Chen had the potential to reach the warlord stage. At this thought, her mind went blank. She seemed to forget how to breathe, remaining motionless for a long time. Even Grandmaster stage practitioners were major figures to him, let alone the warlord stage, a level reserved for the leaders of the Jiangnan faction. She didn't even have the qualifications to interact with such people. Within the entire Jiangnan faction, the faction leader's word was law. He was practically a local overlord. His commands carried the weight of an imperial edict throughout the Jiangnan faction's territory. No one dared to disobey. The thought of Chen one day becoming such a powerful figure filled Zhang Lin with deep regret. She wished she could slap herself twice and beg for Chen's forgiveness. The other geniuses from Jinling now wore looks of pride. Although they had been eliminated, Jinling was still number 1, and that was enough. The expressions on the faces of the numerous noble geniuses were equally complex. Shock, confusion, unease, trembling hearts, and somber expressions. The list went on. They found it hard to accept this outcome. If someone else had replaced Star, they might have been able to accept it to some extent.
But to be trampled underfoot by a commoner, this utterly shattered the pride they had held for so long. As members of great clans and nobles, they possessed an innate sense of pride. Yet now they realized that even among commoners, a genius could emerge to effortlessly surpass them and claim first place. I hereby declare this genius selection tournament officially concluded. All geniuses, please return to the square to receive your rewards. A voice from the Archmaster stage boomed through the loudspeakers, echoing in all directions and clearly audible even dozens of kilometers away. The many geniuses returned from their camps, and of course, the most dazzling figure among them was Chen, standing at the forefront. Having defeated so many geniuses, he now exuded an aura of invincibility. Standing out strikingly among the crowd, it seemed as though all the other geniuses paled in comparison to him. Chen's demeanor had become even more otherworldly, and he exuded an air of dominance, as if he alone was supreme. Many noble geniuses dared not meet Chen's gaze, and one after another, they lowered their proud heads. The geniuses had all returned to the square, but the award presenter had yet to appear. At that moment, four Archmaster stage figures materialized, accompanied by a fifth Qingfeng Jintian of the Qingfeng family. A full 5 Archmaster stage cultivators, the aura they emitted instantly engulfed the entire venue. Most of the geniuses gazed at these 5 Archmaster stage cultivators with a sense of awe. However, the original top 10 geniuses in Chen did not feel much awe toward these 5 Archmaster stage cultivators, for they believed that sooner or later, they too would be able to cultivate to the Archmaster stage. Especially Chen, if he gave it his all right now, even an Archmaster stage might not be beyond his reach. Everyone, regarding the awards ceremony, a very important figure will be here shortly to present them personally. One of the Archmaster stage figures stepped forward to announce this to the crowd. This caused everyone to break out in whispered speculation. Who on earth could be so important that even Archmaster stage figures refer to them as a big shot? Could it be that the head of the Jiangnan faction has come in person? That's unlikely. The head of the Jiangnan faction usually only sends his trusted aides to preside over the genius selection tournament. He is very busy. Why would he come personally? Perhaps something has happened that we didn't anticipate. Some began to suspect that something unexpected, something none of them had foreseen, might have occurred during this genius selection tournament. Just as everyone was discussing this, a sun suddenly appeared in the sky. To be precise, it was a person. That person walked on air, and behind his head was a golden halo. Countless specks appeared on the halo, like shining stars, rotating in perfect order. That's the Warlord stage divine halo. Someone gasped in astonishment, realizing the true identity of the figure who had arrived. Only upon reaching the Warlord stage does one's vitality reach an astonishing level, causing a divine ring to coalesce behind the head, a symbol of immense combat power. It is said that even the weakest Warlord stage cultivator possesses a base combat power of 15 million. This was a concept beyond imagination. If they were to unleash their martial arts, the power would be earth-shattering. The invincible Warlord stage figure in the sky slowly descended. The golden ring behind him retracted, revealing his features. He was a young man who appeared to be in his 30s, yet his eyes were filled with a sense of world weariness. Even with his vitality subdued, everyone could sense that powerful life force. A sense of awe and fear welled up in their hearts. We pay our respects to the head of the Jiangnan faction. The 5 Archmaster stage experts bowed simultaneously, making the identity of the Warlord stage figure before them crystal clear to everyone. Sure enough, he was the highest authority of the Jiangnan faction today, the head of the Jiangnan faction. I heard this head is over 70 years old. I never imagined he would look so young. Someone in the crowd expressed astonishment. At the same time, they felt a pang of envy. Warlord stage-level powerhouses possessed such profound vitality that they could even maintain a youthful appearance, a truly enviable feat. This was the power of immense strength, granting them long lives and youthful looks. It was said that Warlord stage-level powerhouses could live to at least 300 years, watching the world change before their eyes. To ordinary people, the Warlord stage was already a realm they regarded as godlike. You must be Chen. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. The head of the Jiangnan faction approached Chen. Greetings, Lord. Chen bowed.
The rewards haven't been distributed yet, have they? As the first place winner, I shall grant you what you deserve right now.
A flash of light appeared in the Jiangnan faction leader's hand, revealing a low-grade martial art manual, a 4th-grade cold attribute spiritual herb, and a 5th-grade monster core. This was the reward for first place.
Thank you, Lord.
Chen stored all these items in his Azure Dragon Ring, intending to use them later to attempt a breakthrough to the Grandmaster stage.
Next, the head of the Jiangnan faction distributed the other rewards.
However, he didn't speak to the other prodigies as much as he had to Chen. He merely offered them a few words of encouragement.
Chapter 86, Above the Sovereign Stage, the Seat of Immortality.
Once all the rewards had been distributed, the head of the Jiangnan faction walked up to Chen again and said, "Chen, I have something important to discuss with you.
Come with me."
Chen felt a bit puzzled, but he didn't hesitate.
He followed the Jiangnan faction leader all the way to an office.
The office was spacious, and someone promptly served him a cup of freshly brewed tea. "Have a sip of tea first," the Jiangnan faction leader said gently. Unless he actively displayed his vitality, it would be hard to imagine that he was actually a warlord stage cultivator.
Chen took a sip of the tea and found the aftertaste lingering on his palate. It was clearly far superior to ordinary tea. "Chen, you're quite remarkable.
To have awakened the fist of destruction at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you," the Jiangnan faction leader praised, a smile lighting up his face as he spoke.
"The Lord overpraises me," Chen replied modestly.
"That a prodigy like you has emerged from the Jiangnan faction is a source of pride for our faction. However, I called you here today to give you a piece of advice.
You are currently ranked first in the Genius Selection Tournament, but you are about to face the National Selection Tournament. In this tournament, you will encounter even more formidable geniuses.
Therefore, I hope you will give it your all in the National Selection Tournament and strive to achieve a high ranking," the head of the Jiangnan faction said earnestly.
Chen nodded. "I will do my best in the National Selection Tournament."
However, if that was all you wanted to say, the head of the faction wouldn't have gone to the trouble of summoning me here, would you? The head of the Jiangnan faction took a sip of tea, set down his cup, and continued, "You are a prodigy sent out by our Jiangnan faction, so naturally, I have something even more important to discuss with you. This time, in the National Genius Selection Tournament, if you can achieve a good ranking, your future will be boundless.
Because this selection is somewhat different from previous ones.
In fact, a large number of peerless prodigies will emerge, many of whom have already grasped the realm of intent, and some have even reached the Archmaster stage at such a young age.
Among them, you're actually not the most outstanding."
As he spoke these words, the head of the Jiangnan faction couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. He hadn't originally expected this. He believed it impossible for the entire Jiangnan faction to produce a genius capable of securing a high ranking in the National Talent Selection Tournament. That was why, for this round of the Jiangnan faction's talent selection, he hadn't even bothered to come watch the matches himself, instead delegating the matter to his subordinates. He had long been aware that this year would see a massive influx of peerless prodigies, far exceeding previous years. In the past, prodigies who had grasped the realm were virtually guaranteed a place in the rankings, but this time, that was no longer certain. It was all because those at his level had received a crucial piece of news. Consequently, every major clan was sparing no effort in cultivating their young prodigies, hoping they would achieve high rankings in the National Selection Tournament. Chen was somewhat surprised to hear this news, for judging by the tone of the Jiangnan faction leader, it seemed there were quite a few prodigies who had awakened to the realm of intent, and some had even surpassed the Grandmaster stage. It appeared the quality of this National Selection Tournament was indeed exceptionally high. The leader of the Jiangnan faction gathered his thoughts and said, "Chen, you must be fully aware that the final reward for this National Selection Tournament will be incredibly staggering. It might even include a low-grade S-rank martial art. But that's not the most important part. There are all sorts of other rewards as well, rewards you can't even imagine. Most importantly, as long as you achieve a high ranking, you might even catch the eye of influential figures from the 10 great guilds. They could admit you directly into their academies, and you might even have the chance to become their direct disciple." He said all this to ensure Chen would truly give it his all in the National Selection Tournament. Upon hearing this, Chen silently resolved within himself to secure a high ranking, though his ultimate goal was, of course, first place.
He didn't believe his talent was inferior to anyone else.
As long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, or even just by basking in the sun every day, he could keep growing stronger. However, getting stronger just by basking in the sun was a bit too slow. He still needed to acquire more cultivation resources. By pursuing both paths simultaneously, his cultivation speed would far surpass that of other geniuses.
Next, I'm going to tell you the most important thing.
Don't get too excited when you hear it, and don't tell anyone else about this, it's enough for you to know. The leader of the Jiangnan faction spoke with a grave expression clearly. This matter was of the utmost importance.
I'm all ears.
Chen was also deeply curious. What exactly did the leader of the Jiangnan faction intend to tell him? According to the information I've received, the purpose of this national selection is to cultivate immortal seeds.
Immortal?
Upon hearing this, Chen felt a bit puzzled, for he had never heard of such a realm. The highest realm he knew of was merely the sovereign stage.
Yes, immortality.
The leader of the Jiangnan faction's eyes sparkled with longing as he uttered those two words. You come from a commoner background and haven't reached a certain level yet, so it's only natural that you're unfamiliar with this realm.
Let me explain what immortality means. It's a realm above the sovereign stage, known as the immortal realm.
Upon reaching this realm, the human body will break through an astonishing limit and achieve the sublimation of life.
Upon reaching this realm, one will possess a lifespan of at least 3,000 years, hence the name immortality.
But that is not the most important aspect. Those who cultivate to this level represent the pinnacle of combat power among the human race. A single individual can slaughter tens of millions of monsters with every gesture. They possess the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth with a single thought. They can cause mountains and rivers to crumble and stars to dim. This realm is one we warlord stage practitioners have longed to reach in our wildest dreams, but my potential is limited. I know this is nothing more than a delusion in my own mind.
But you are different. The leader of the Jiangnan faction looked at Chen as if seeing a glimmer of hope.
This time, the higher-ups have suddenly announced that they intend to cultivate seeds of immortality, which means you have a chance to reach this realm. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must remember, this time, you must secure a ranking at any cost.
As long as you break into the top 30, you will attract the attention of those above.
Even if you're only 30th, you'll be admitted to the academy for intensive cultivation and will immediately become a core disciple. You may not have a clear understanding of what a core disciple of the 10 Great Guilds entails, so let me explain. Disciples of the academy are divided into several ranks: outer sect, inner sect, elite, core, true disciple, and holy son. If you enter the 10 Great Guilds merely as the first place winner of the Jiangnan qualifiers, you'll receive only the treatment of an outer sect disciple. You'll have limited cultivation resources and will need to rely on your own relentless efforts to grow stronger step by step. But if you become a core disciple directly, the cultivation resources you receive each month will be dozens of times that of an outer disciple. You'll also have a dedicated instructor who will tutor you privately every month, allowing your strength to improve much faster. I'm used to calling you disciple, but within the 10 Great Guilds, we should refer to each other as classmates.
Of course, disciple is fine too. Chen, you must remember, to secure a higher ranking.
The higher your rank, the more resources you'll receive, and the better your treatment will be. Especially the first place winner, they'll receive the most intensive cultivation support and will have the greatest chance of becoming an immortal in the future. The head of the Jiangnan faction raised his voice for his final words, his tone growing solemn. Clearly, he wanted Chen to remember this firmly. His own potential was limited, but Chen was different.
Once Chen became an immortal, he would elevate the entire Jiangnan faction to unimaginable heights.
At that point, his own status and standing as the head of the Jiangnan faction would also rise. It had been a rare occurrence for the Jiangnan faction to produce such a promising talent as Chen, so naturally, he hoped Chen would shine brilliantly at the national selection tournament.
Thank you for your advice, Lord. I've taken it all to heart. Chen nodded.
He knew that his solar body was unlike the physiques of ordinary geniuses. It required an immense amount of cultivation resources. That was why he was determined to claim first place this time. Of course, the most important prize was the immortal seed. It would allow him to become a true immortal in the future. This was what excited Chen the most. So, beyond the sovereign stage, there was actually the immortal realm. Chen was brimming with confidence. As long as he had sufficient cultivation resources, he was certain he could one day reach that realm.
Chapter 87, Divine Body Manifestation, A New Mission. In the spectator stands.
Lord Long's face glowed with pride. Surrounded by city lords from other cities, they were all showering him with praise. Congratulations, congratulations! With a peerless genius like Chen emerging, Jinling's reputation will soar in the future.
The moment I laid eyes on Chen, I knew he was no ordinary man, a peerless genius.
Hearing these words, Lord Long of Jinling felt immense joy. He knew these people were merely playing the role of armchair experts. They were only trying to curry favor with him now that Jinling had produced such a genius. Nevertheless, he was still delighted, his face radiating smug satisfaction, truly a moment of boundless glory.
Zhang Lin, however, looked somewhat dazed and lost.
She sat alone in a chair in the audience, tucked away in a corner where few people paid her any attention. Just moments ago, she had seen with her own eyes that Chen had been taken aside by the head of the Jiangnan faction. It seemed he had something important to discuss with him. To be held in such high regard by the head of the Jiangnan faction meant that Chen's future was bound to be bright. At the very least, within the entire Jiangnan faction, there was likely no one who would dare to offend Chen lightly lest they faced the wrath of the Jiangnan faction leader.
Zhang Lin.
Just then, a voice reached her ears. She looked up to see a young man with long, golden hair and handsome features, wearing a white shirt and smiling at her.
Who are you?
Zhang Lin looked puzzled. She didn't recall knowing this man.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from Wangdu City. My name is Bai Hu, and I'd like to be friends with you.
Zhang Lin grew even more puzzled.
She remembered that people from Wangdu City were notoriously arrogant.
The surname Bai likely meant he was from the Bai family and noble lineage that, though not on par with the Morong clan, still boasted Archmaster stage-level experts.
Why would someone like that come up to her and ask to be friends?
Still puzzled, she exchanged a few words with Bai Hu and soon fully understood his intentions. It turned out Bai Hu had heard from somewhere that she had been an examiner during Chen's warrior stage assessment. Assuming he and Chen were on good terms, he was subtly probing for information about Chen.
Zhang Lin, is this Chen really just a common talent?
Bai Hu asked, looking quite sincere. Once Zhang Lin realized his true intentions, she shook her head and confessed, "You needn't ask me anymore. I thought he was a common talent back then and even advised him to let someone else take first place."